San Francisco Autism Society of the Bay Area.
To learn more and register, visit agapecharitygolf.com.
That's agapecharitygolf.com. We hope to see you there.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like a warehouse operations manager.
Where are the forklifts?
Sold them. Too expensive. We're using scooters now.
So you expect us to move a 2-ton pallet on a scooter?
Just lean into it. Put your back into it, people.
This is your job for sponsored jobs. This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
My name is Christine, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, was a healthy 34-year-old, and 3 months later, he was gone. Thankfully, he had life insurance. Ethos made it so easy. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. 100% online, no medical exam. Life insurance didn't take away the loss, but it did give us the space to just grieve.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/protect. Ethos.com/protect. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Walking into the building for the first time after the shooting, it was crippling, but it had to be preserved.
In response to the Pulse nightclub shooting that affected the LGBTQ community, Barbara Poma, owner of Pulse, founded the One Pulse Foundation to honor Pulse victims and survivors.
If you're an ally of this community, speak out. There are more of us together than apart. It is the power of love in its rawest form.
Join the fight for LGBTQ acceptance. Learn how at lovehasnolabels.com. Brought to you by Love Has No Labels and the Ad Council.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy, pretty much hands off. They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-708-5977. 800-708-5977. 800-708-5977.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Whether you're renovating or building new, Ashby Lumber and Marvin help bring your vision to life with bold design and unmatched performance. In the Bay Area, your home is everything, and the right door makes all the difference. Discover Marvin Elevate and Vivid Doors, crafted for expansive views, natural light, and seamless indoor-outdoor living. Available at Ashby Lumber, your trusted local partner for premium building materials. Visit Ashby Lumber in Berkeley or Concord or learn more at Marvin.com. Marvin, designed for how you live.
Hello, San Francisco Bay Area. Bank of America, in partnership with Visa, invites you to a FIFA World Cup 26 watch party. Open an eligible Bank of America checking account in participating financial centers only for an opportunity to reserve 2 complimentary tickets while supplies last. Experience special musical guests, games, giveaways, food, and more, all at a legendary venue. Learn more at BofA.com/BofA Visa Watch Party. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America, proud to be the official bank of FIFA World Cup 26. Bank of America N.A. member FDIC. Terms apply. All rights reserved.
Americans pay about $5 billion to control termites and repair their damage every year. Many people underestimate exactly how much damage they do. Call Pacific Coast Termite today at 800-PACIFIC for a free home inspection. Certain restrictions apply. No tenting, though. No double bagging your food. No pet sitting. Mention KCBS and get 10% off termite treatments and a 2-year guarantee on their work. Call 800-PACIFIC. 800-PACIFIC or go to PacificCoastTermite.com.
Are you curious about who offers the best deals on top-rated Samsung, LG, and Sony TVs? The answer is surprising. It's not online, and it's not the warehouse clubs. The best deals on top-rated TVs are at Video Only. Don't believe it? Then check out the trade-in deals at Video Only. How about $500 for your old TV? Try doing that online. Before you buy that new TV, drop into Video Only. If you don't, you'll be sorry.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it today to carsforkids.org. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to donate your car today. That's CARS with a K.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-358-6868. That's 800-358-6868. Again, 800-358-6868.
Early morning showers in San Francisco with a high of 61.
Weather brought to you by Duke's Mayo. Welcome to Duke's Mayo Country, where the mayo is so smooth and creamy, it makes every bite better. Duke's Mayo. Look for the yellow lid.
Rise. Wake up. It's time to wake on up. Wake up, wake up, wake up. With a nice cup of Joe.
What's up, Joe, bro?
Featuring Joe Spadoni.
He's an Italian.
And Joe, the Butcher Boy Shasky.
I am slippery.
Oh! The best part of waking up is morning roast in your cup.
It is the Morning Roast, man, on 95.7 The Game.
Ooh, hello there, and good morning to everybody out there. It is the Morning Roast on this fabulous Friday, April 24th. Sam Lubman in for Joe Spadoni alongside Joe Shasky as the 49ers were on the clock last night in the first round of the NFL draft. And then they traded back from 27 to 30. And then they were on the clock again at number 30. And then they traded back again to number 33. So they will have the first pick of the second round of the NFL draft, which, of course, continues this evening. Good morning again to everybody out there. Joe Shasky, how you doing this morning?
Good morning. I think the simple question is 888-957-9570. Did you like their strategy?
Mm-hmm.
Did you think they got enough? And I look at this in a variety of ways. As the 49ers tell me on one end, hey, we don't think we have any glaring holes. Interesting. Then why are you trading down? I think that they acknowledged rightfully, properly, that they do have a lot of holes in the sense of they need to fill out a variety of positions and create depth on this team. And though they've done some really nice things this offseason, they are not done. You know, I was listening to, Evan Giddings and Grandy, and they were doing kind of the breakdown. And I just disagree with Evan. And I think he was trying to make a point that their offseason, they were trying to acquire things and the draft is less valuable. No. I actually think it's the reverse. I think that they saw this and they go, No, we don't need one player at 27 and then wait again until the 50s. No, what we need to have 2 or 3 players between whenever we thought we were going to pick at 27 and whenever our next pick is close to 58. And so I love the strategy from the Niners. Now, we can debate about the second trade back. They did a first trade back, and they got themselves essentially the 90th overall pick.
Correct, yeah. So the trades, by the way, that the Niners did last night against, they were starting at 27. The first trade they did was with the Miami Dolphins. They 49ers sent their 27th pick and one of their 4th-round compensatory picks, pick number 138 to Miami. Miami sent back their first-rounder that they had at number 30, as well as number 90, which will be at the back of the 3rd round. Niners then flipped that 30th pick over towards the Jets, got that 33rd pick, which is the first of the 2nd round tonight, as well as 179, which will come in the 5th round.
I've said for a long time that the draft itself isn't just about picking the right players. Ultimately, is that what you're judged by?
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely.
It's a part of it, yeah.
It's also, to a degree, an exercise in value. Almost like an economic one, if you will. It's an exercise almost in market, like you would be buying a house. And so who you take and where you take them on draft day, to me, does matter. Now, ultimately, if those guys hit, it doesn't matter where you took them as long as they hit. Now, you find George Kittle in the 5th round, we're doing cartwheels.
Mm-hmm.
You draft Mike McGlinchey 10th overall and you don't re-sign him and you let him walk, it doesn't look as good, right? And so I look at this as, I like that they traded down. The second trade down, didn't love the compensation as much as I liked the first one. Now, why can I kind of sell myself on the 33rd overall pick from what the Niners have now, which means they'll be the first pick today? Every team in the NFL has to sleep on looking at that big board and go, this guy we like is right there. What is this team going to do at 34, at 35, at 36? Could we jump up? Should we get aggressive? And I think the more and more I've thought about it, I don't think there's a big difference now on the 5th-year option that there used to be. When you have a first-round pick, you get a 5th-year option. When you have a first-round pick, there's a label to that. There is. If I would have told you there was only like 6 picks separating Ricky Pearsall and Debo, yet the way we talk about Pearsall and the way we talked about Debo were very, very dramatically different.
The perception of a first-rounder is that if you are going in that top 32, you are a game-changing type of player, an instant impact type of player.
Cachet.
Exactly. Your entirety of your career, you're going to be expected to be playing at that level. Because if you're in the first round, you're, in theory, Shasky, a all-pro Hall of Fame level talent. Not that those don't exist later in the draft, obviously, but that is the expectation that comes with it. So a guy like a Ricky Pearsall, when you get production that's basically 2nd, 3rd, 4th round quality from a guy you take in the first round, as you say, you talk about value in the draft, that's where that value gets lost.
100%. And so I sit here today and I'm thinking to myself, if I'm the Niners, you're making every team in the league look at that draft board overnight and just kind of get uneasy. And I think they're going to trade down one more time. I think Niner fans should be ready for it. I think they're going to trade one more time right here to start the day at 33. And then, we will see if they nail the picks. Like, ultimately, Sam, I could love the strategy of trading down. They need players.
Yes.
And they need to hit on a couple of these picks. So I ask Niner fans, do you want one bite at the apple at 27, knowing their draft history? Or do you want multiple bites in that 2nd and 3rd round to be able to nail some of these picks? I think I would prefer the multiple bites.
No, I agree with you, Shasky. Basically what the Niners did is they took their first-round pick at 27 and basically added a couple more picks. So they had 6. Now they're up to 7 picks now in this draft with this first one coming today. First things first, we are coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. The Morning Roast is also presented by the San Francisco Fire Credit Union, banking for heroes and anyone who wants to be treated like one. Joe, you mentioned off the rip about the glaring holes that John Lynch said maybe were not there for this roster. And I don't know, maybe if I'm going to do a little bit of detective work here and do some deductive reasoning like Sherlock Holmes, I don't think he was being honest when he said that.
No, I don't think so either.
That might have just, yeah, exactly. And I don't know. I'm sure every other GM probably rolled their eyes like, come on, John, we know you're smart enough to know this. And we made a kind of a hoopla about it. Are the Niners aware of their needs? How could they say they don't have any glaring holes? to your point, you don't make a move like this unless you do have glaring holes. We all had a feeling yesterday they were going to make a pick back at 20, move to a trade to move back from 27. Because, again, I think some of the other things that Lynch was saying this week kind of set the stage for that. They did not have a ton of first-round grades that they had for this draft. And when he's saying we don't have glaring holes, you treat that as, well, I'm going to take the opposite meaning of what you're saying there. You do have glaring holes. You needed more players. All of your draft picks were sequestered at the back of the fourth round. It's not that they needed more picks, Shasky. They also need to spread out where those picks were at. Now they're in the third round, too. They have 2 picks in the second round as well. So not only do you have more picks, but the way they're distributed throughout the draft, I think, enables you to find, more options that could fill some of these needs that they have to fill here.
I think that's well said. Back to the first round thing.
Yes.
Do you hold first rounders in high regard?
Oh, yes.
Well, you acknowledge that the 4th pick is not equivalent to the 28th pick.
Exactly. That was going to be the next thing I was to say. I would say that the top 16 in the draft versus 17 through 32, do they get that first round cachet? Absolutely. To your point, though, there's different levels of cachet in that first round.
So when I bring up a couple players, if I bring up Lamar Jackson, what round was he taken in?
He was in the 32nd pick, so at the end of the first round.
Okay. But do people call him a first rounder?
Yes.
Yeah. What about Drew Brees?
Drew Brees, he was drafted in the top 10.
No, he was not.
Was he?
No, he was not.
No,
he's a second round pick.
I'm confusing Rivers and Eli.
Yeah, you are. That's okay. He was a second round pick. He was also drafted 32 overall. That was before the Texans showed up.
Oh, that was back when there was only 31 teams. All right.
But the way we talked about Drew Brees forever was like, this plucky guy.
Yep.
They found him late in the draft. And the way we talk about Lamar Jackson, they just feel dramatically different.
That's a good point.
And they're the same exact pick. And so ultimately you need to nail the pick. It doesn't matter where you take them. It does matter how you can create value for your team, right? That is definitely a real thing. I wonder, trading down, is that a Kyle strategy? Is that a Lynch strategy? Is that them in concert together? Is Parag Marathe a part of discussing value and working the board? I'm asking out loud.
Well, why would Parag Marathe be part? Like, obviously,
he's a numbers guy. He's really smart.
Well, so is it as simple as, like, we're trying to find value here? He's the salary cap guy. Is it as simple as this second rounder is going to give us first round value at a second round price? Is it that simple?
Well, there's a combination. There's the finances, right? There's the finances of how you build your team. So, the first round is completely slotted. And the second round is kind of slotted, but not really, but kind of.
Not as rigid.
Yeah, and so you do need to know, like, how much you're budgeting for your team. If you trade up into the first round, this will cost me this price tag. For example, Jeremiah Love was taken 3rd overall. It's an expensive price tag for a running back.
Very expensive.
Right off the rip.
Yep.
Right? Because it's slotted. I also think that there is a value chart attached to every single position. Bill Walsh did a board like this. Andy Reid's updated it. Bill Belichick had his own board. I think that there's a numerical value that each team assigns to each pick in the entire draft and future drafts. And I do think that there's some math that you need to work out. I do. Now, that's why I go like the second trade down where you only got 179 as a compensation to drop down 3 slots. To me, that tells me, A, there weren't a lot of teams looking to trade into that 30 spot. And B, I think that they're due for another trade down to kind of get a little more.
Yeah.
Because I think they see 5, 6, 7 different guys that they could take with that first pick.
And while I didn't mind the decision to trade down, I do kind of wonder if maybe they got the value back for their first rounder overall that they were kind of hoping to get, because there was a lot of other trades in this first round, Joe, last night. The Texans, they had a trade with the Bills to move up to, 27 here, or sorry, to 26. They got 3 picks in return for that one. A lot of these first round picks were going for, they would swap first rounders, and then you get 2 picks later in the draft. So the Chiefs, they moved up to take the Dolphins slot Cleveland slot at 6 and sent 974 and 141 to Cleveland. Basically, a lot of these first rounders were netting you 2 picks later in the draft, whereas the Niners only got 1. So I do wonder if maybe the Niners were hoping to have gotten a second pick later on, another pick later on in this draft and weren't able to, which I think feeds into your theory as to why they would want to trade back again today because maybe 7 picks is not something they think is enough. Maybe they feel they need 8 or 9 picks here in this draft to truly fill out the holes they have in their roster.
Well, I mean, if you're just writing down all their needs, tight end, in no order, tight end, offensive line, and you can go tackle or guard,
Safety.
Center, I would throw in there, safety. How about wide receiver?
Wide receivers in there as well, yeah.
What about
cornerback is in there as well.
Edge rusher.
And edge rusher.
So
that's the perpetual need.
Now that brings me to my maybe final big Niner thought, and we'll get to the NFC West and whatnot. I'm looking at teams like the New York Giants. They just took another edge rusher. They've got Brian Burns, Kayvon Thibodeau. They traded away one of their D linemen already this offseason.
Dexter Lawrence.
They have Abdul Carter, and now they just drafted a kid today.
Arvell Reese.
So they've got 4 edge rushers. Are we sure they're not in the mode of trading one of those guys away? Would you take Kayvon Thibodeau on this team for a mid-round pick? Would you take Brian Burns from, I'm just throwing out, that 33rd overall pick? You've got about $40 million in salary cap. I think the Niners are going to be executing some sort of a trade. I think today is the day they're going to either make a decision on Renardo Green, Ricky Pearsall, and whoever else might be out there. Greenyard from the Minnesota Vikings, Brian Burns. I think that there is an opportunity for the Niners to find a way to move a middle round pick, be it this year or next, to go get themselves an established edge rusher who's already in the league.
That would be an interesting strategy, though. I wouldn't hate it there because it's instead of going out and maybe drafting an edge rusher that may or may not be a hit, that may or may not be a project, that may or may not fit in. I do like the idea of going out and nailing an established player right away because essentially, if you're using the draft pick on the edge rusher, if you're using it to acquire the edge rusher from another team, it's more or less the same as using it on a player in the draft. You could work it out that way. But you're getting something that's more established, more promised, more of a, I guess, quote unquote, sure thing at a position that they've just not been able to figure out, which is that opposite end of Nick Bosa edge rusher.
And this is a team that back in the day did that with D Ford. They traded a 2nd round pick, got D Ford, and extended him. We could argue about whether that was the right decision, but they've established that they're willing to do that.
Exactly. So the Niners, again, they have the 33rd pick. Right now, you mentioned the Giants also. The Giants are picking at 37 as well, so maybe there's a way you swap picks there and include some players as well. I don't know how much of a jump you can get there. Cardinals at 34, Bills at 35. Bills traded back a lot last night as well. And then the Raiders at 36. Any one of those teams I could see wanting to jump up and take that 33rd. I mean, it's essentially the Niners got the first overall pick in the draft, part 2.
Yes.
Essentially, by having this 33rd to start off the second round.
And I think it forces all the other teams in the league to look at the board and go, is there a guy that we really want to reach for right now and we're willing to surrender something else to go up and get? I think it's actually a brilliant strategy by the 49ers.
Yeah, we'll see if it works. Again, the Cardinals, I mean, we'll see what the Cardinals do. I did not like their pick at number 3, Jeremiah Love. Jeremiah Love, great player at running back. I just absolutely hate it.
Who's their quarterback?
Exactly. Who's their offensive line?
What?
Jacoby Brissett is their quarterback.
What did I just say? Who's their quarterback?
Oh, I thought you knew it was Jacoby Brissett, and that was like your way of saying Jacoby Brissett is their quarterback.
Are we serious?
No, I think they're like planning on going into the season with him.
Yeah, it's called insanity.
It is ridiculous.
Of course the Cardinals are.
888-957-9570 is the number to call. You can also text us as well. Did you like what the Niners did, trading back out of the first round? Did you like the trade? And also, with the first pick of the second round today, what do you want the 49ers to do at that position?
I watched Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch afterwards. They were doing a variety of little interviews. Boy, Kyle had a suit on. I don't know if you guys saw. He was looking dapper, very dapper. They seemed very, very happy and relaxed and confident. And I think this was their strategy all along. And I think when Ty Simpson went off the board early, I think they were like, uh-oh, got a little worried. And somehow, some way, they figured out a way to thread the needle and trade out of the first round, which is what I believe their intention was the entire time.
I agree. I think, again, I think they were kind of laying the tea leaves throughout the week here. And I think that's probably why they were so happy is they had a strategy. They were able to stick to it. They didn't feel fortunate making any of these picks here. And again, we saw Adam Schefter tweeted out, I think as pick 26 was coming in, Niners are looking to move off of this pick here. The only thing that kind of surprised me, Joe, maybe we can get into this a little bit more on the other side, was we could agree that one of their big needs on this team is the offensive line. And one of the guys who was still there at 27 when they moved off him was Caleb Lomu, who was one of their last draft prospects to visit their facility in the last week or two. clearly, again, I don't know what that means. They just didn't like Caleb Lomu, or if they just are at a position where they just think, you know what? Of all the holes we need to fill right now, offensive line is not the number one priority hole that we need to fill right now, especially with Trent Williams locked in for the next year, possibly two. That's the only thing where it's just like, if you're going to have an issue, I think, with them trading back, the fact that a guy who could have fit a very important need was sitting right there that they passed on, that's the one, I think, if you want to have an issue with that move, I think that's where that issue starts to arise.
Well, I think they're going to have an opportunity to take 3 or 4 different guards and 3 or 4 different tackles if they choose with these next 2 picks.
Absolutely. Again, there's going to be, I do think offensive line is a pick you can find also later in the draft as well. I mean, like Carter and I, we were kind of talking before the draft, like how many like good guards do you see drafted in the first or second round usually in any given year? I mean, the Ravens.
Quentin Nelson's going to come to mind. He's a top 10 pick.
Again, it's just
I know, but
they're very few and far between.
That I would agree. He was an outlier.
Exactly. You could find again. We're talking about great value here. If you could find an elite, guard in the top 10, awesome. But if you could also find a guard in the 3rd or 4th round who can block just as well, Dominic Pooney was a 3rd round pick, and you're feeling just as good as him as you would have been with a 1st round pick. So I'm not going to, kind of clench my fist over them not going after interior linemen in the 1st round. And maybe this is a draft. Why they want to load up on picks is to give them more optionality later in the draft to find those offensive linemen that can help them out. God, man, it's fun watching the NFL draft, isn't it? A lot of pomp and circumstance on the draft. See, they had 320,000 people in Pittsburgh last night on hand to watch the draft.
So all of Pittsburgh was there, huh?
That's insane. Would you ever go to the draft if it came here? Yeah, I don't think I want to do that. I feel like the draft is like the highest ratio of like fun to watch on TV versus like not fun to attend.
We need to talk about the draft in terms of how it's presented on TV.
All right, let's get into that on the other side.
Well, and we got Niner calls. People are ready.
Oh, let's get into it. We'll be taking your calls all morning long, except for at 7:30 when Brian Baldinger joins the show. We'll have him on. Well, we'll try to have him on. Hopefully we don't get any mix-ups like yesterday. What's coming up? The game is brought to you by Ceremony Ford. Gas prices are crazy right now. They are sky high, but during Ceremony Ford's got you covered during the Fuel Your Ford event. Get a $2,500 Visa gas card when you buy a 2025 Ford Maverick. Yeah, they're helping you fill up. Happening now in Coleman and Daly City, right off of 280 or at ceremonyford.com. Ceremony Ford, your Bay Area Ford dealer.
$555 415-523-5555. That's 415-523-5555. Or visit hurtinthebay.com. That's hurtinthebay.com, because it's not whether you get knocked down, it's whether you get back up. Beam Law, they've got your back, Bay Area.
Today on the CW.
We are green at Talladega.
The NASCAR O'Reilly Auto Parts Series blasts off.
Great day to go race in Talladega.
On one of NASCAR's most legendary tracks.
Talladega, dude, let's go!
This is the biggest and the baddest of the super speedway tracks.
It's a race. It's a party. Woo! This is Talladega.
The NASCAR O'Reilly Auto Parts Series.
From Talladega, this Saturday at noon on Cron 4, the CW.
Man, I love this place. I've been surfing here since I was a kid. Now, seeing my grandson out on the water, it means everything to me. Watching him and taking in the blue waves, the sea breeze, the blurry horizon.
If you have geographic atrophy, or GA, subtle changes in vision could mean it's progressing toward irreversible vision loss. Izervay is proven to slow GA progression and could help preserve your vision for longer, so you may keep seeing the world around you. Izervay, or avastin-capted Pagel, is an eye injection. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may cause blood in the white of the eye, blurred vision, or a temporary increase in eye pressure. Do not drive or use machinery until vision has recovered after an eye injection or exam. Ask your retina specialist how you can slow your GA with Izervay. To learn more, call 1-855-IZERVAY or go to izervay.com. Paid for by Astellas Pharma.
Let's talk about a big win on and off the field. This April, donate blood with Stanford Blood Center and you're automatically entered to win 2 luxury suite tickets for the Giants versus the Diamondbacks on May 25th at Oracle Park. We're talking suite level, great views, all the food and drinks included. Your one donation saves lives, and it puts you in the best seats in the house. Make the call to donate today. Visit StanfordBloodCenter.org for an appointment.
What's up, cousin?
I want a new phone. Have you seen any good deals?
Everyone has free phones, but when I switched to T-Mobile, I got more value and so much more.
Like streaming included.
And travel benefits.
And the best part? The price of your talk, text, and data is guaranteed for 5 years.
Get more benefits and more value. At T-Mobile, families save and get a 5-year price guarantee. Switch now at T-Mobile.com. Qualifying plan requires price guarantee on talk, text, and data. Exclusions like taxes and fees apply. See T-Mobile.com.
Join 95.7 The Game weekdays Monday through Thursday from 1:45 p.m. to 2:15 p.m. for The Crossover, when Willard and Dibbs join Steiny and Guru. Presented by Bay Alarm. Rest easy. We're here for you. BayAlarm.com.
Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
Hey, Mom, now that I have an after-school job, I think I want to buy a drum kit.
Okay, Rockstar. Let's look at your account. When kids start making money, Chase has easy-to-use tools and expert bankers to help them learn how to manage it.
And next month, I'll buy the bass drum and the cymbals. Oh, and maybe some noise-canceling headphones for you.
Aw, you've thought of everything. Help kids save, budget, and build financial independence, all with Chase. That's good for kids and good for parents. Visit your local Chase branch and get started.
Account subject to approval. J.P. Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
If you're only good to your new friends, you're not going to have any old ones. Straight Talk gets it. That's why new and existing customers get free 5G phones on Verizon's 5G network. Pretty simple, really. You keep good people by being good people.
Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Taxes and fees apply. Plan purchase required for free phone offers. Copyright 2026 Verizon.
This is Matt Steinmetz, and you're listening to The Morning Show with Spadoni and Shasky. This ought to be good.
Oh, it's going to be good, Steiny. It's going to be good at 10 to 2 as well when Steiny and Guru are in here. It is The Morning Roast. Sam Lohman in for Joe Spadoni here as we were talking about the first round of the draft. The 49ers did not make a move, but they did make a couple trades, trading back. They now have the first pick of the second round, number 33 overall. 888-957-9570 is the number to call. Text where to go lines here in just a minute. Niner fans, did you like the trades that the 49ers made last night? And what do you want them to do at number 33? Do you want them to make a pick? Do you want them to trade? Let us know all morning long. Let's go to the phones here. Let's go to Rob and San Bruno. Rob, how you feeling this morning, man? You're on the roast.
I feel like the 49ers trying to be cheap, man. At the end of the day, we need to upgrade our talent level, and that's from everywhere on the field, from offensive line. We could have went corner. We could have went DN. We could have went tight end. We can't trust Kittle and Bolsa to be healthy for us for the remaining part of their career. So I feel like I don't think we're contenders the way we think we're contenders. I think we need to, any talent we could have got at 27 would have been an upgrade. So honestly, I just feel like we being cheap. We need, like I said, we need corners. We need defensive ends. We need tight ends. It's a reason why you got the 27 pick. We got to utilize it. Keep trading back, and you're not always going to get the talent you're looking for. They're trying to get cheap talent, and that's why we're in the position now, because we're being cheap.
Are we not contenders right now?
No, I don't think we can. I think last year was a fluke because of the schedule. We ain't no contender. Let's be real. We got exposed by Seattle. Seattle's talent level is way higher than ours right now.
Well, we do get another third-place schedule.
We're old.
We do get another third-place schedule.
Old. Yeah, I know, but we're old right now. Our players are old. Their players are young and fast. That's the difference between us and them.
I won't deny that. I'm just asking.
Thanks for the call there, Rob. Well, yeah, Niners being cheap there. Well,
I don't know about that. I don't agree with that.
Yeah, I don't know if I would agree with that either. I think it's more just a level of the 49ers are just, they're not going to force themselves into a pick that they don't want to make. And that's, I respect the move. They're standing on their business. They had a plan. They're not going to, I know that's maybe a crazy way to say it, but they had a plan and they're sticking to it. They're not going to try and reach for a guy that they didn't need. I mean, this is probably a move that if they did this a couple years ago during the Ricky Pearsall draft, and if they still found Ricky Pearsall in that second round, this is why you make the moves, last night that you could have made back then, is you don't want to take a guy who put the, undue pressure and expectations on him because you overdrafted on him. So, I have no issue with the Niners. If they didn't like anyone at 27, then don't take someone at 27. I think it's that simple.
Well, we don't know that they're cheap. What if they end up with 3 second-rounders, and that is actually more expensive when it's all said and done than them taking a first-rounder plus that late second rounder? We don't know. We'll gotta let it play out.
And the 49ers also, they're
cheap. I don't buy that.
They are one of the
disagree.
They are one of the most expensive rosters in the NFL as well. So to say they've been cheap, they've been spending money on the current roster.
Yeah, they've been a cash spender for a long, long time.
Yeah, so I don't think it's a product of the 49ers being cheap there. 888-957-9570 is the number to call or text. Did you like what the 49ers did last night? What do you want them to do at 33? Let's go to JP in San Jose. JP, how are we feeling about the draft? You're on the roast.
Well, what do you say, guys? What was there to pick at, the position we're in? Everybody that was a starter or close to being a starter pretty much went in the draft immediately. I didn't see anything that stood out for me. We have so many needs. The offensive line is a huge one. Let's protect Purdy. Let's learn how to run the ball again. And without that being said, you don't have a tight end to start the season.
I know.
Who are you going to put back there? Who's going to catch how many balls? Not happy with any of that. I understand that's just Shanahan's way of looking at stuff, but let's be real. I want to protect the quarterback for once. The last 2 years, he's been running way too much. And so there's nobody there available for me. And then when I look at the Seahawks and I look at the Rams, you know what they do? They hit on their draft picks. Well, we don't hit on our draft picks.
Well, the Rams.
You tell me what first.
The Rams have definitely, and Seattle has definitely hit on their draft picks as of late. I didn't love what the Rams did yesterday, taking Ty Simpson.
I was happy.
Yeah. We haven't even gotten into that. I think it's a pretty good call there. I appreciate you chiming in. I'm with you on a lot of things. I look at what the Rams did yesterday. It's so different than what the Niners did with Trey Lance. When the Niners traded up for Trey Lance, they despised Jimmy Garoppolo.
They were looking to move on from him.
Why did they lose to the Rams in that, Rams? Why did they trade up ultimately for Trey Lance? Because Jimmy Garoppolo got hurt the year before, and Kyle and him were at odds with each other.
And Trey Lance had the physical profile of a quarterback that could do all the things that Jimmy Garoppolo could not do.
They whiffed on Lance.
I'm saying why they made the move. They thought he was an upgrade.
I'm saying it's because of Jimmy.
Yeah.
It's because of Jimmy why they were looking to upgrade.
Yes, and Trey Lance was considered that upgrade.
Stafford Wood is the MVP of the league this year, essentially.
Yeah.
So, to me, them doing this on the doorstep of beating Seattle in the NFC Championship game is very foolish. And I know they want to get out in front of their quarterback need because their quarterback is older and they might look.
Stafford does have the back issue.
Yeah, but once he's done, they're cooked, right? And they could try to plug and play Ty Simpson all they want. They're this close to get into the Super Bowl. And so when you're that close and you have that quarterback, I think you're doing yourself a disservice to look beyond him.
I honestly did not really like any of the picks that the Niners NFC West rivals made last night. I agree with Ty Simpson. I was never that enamored with Ty Simpson at Alabama. I don't know if he was actually a first-round talent. Clearly, this was they want to do the Aaron Rodgers, Jordan Love thing where you draft your successor while your current starter is playing really, really well.
Yeah, but that alienated Aaron Rodgers.
Exactly, and it's just I don't know if that's a smart enough move for the Rams to make because in Green Bay, we've talked about this in the past, there's no owner you can go to if you're the backup quarterback to complain to. There's no owner to meddle with because they're owned by the city, whereas the Rams, it's a little bit different. Also, Albert Breer tweeted out this last night. I guess Les Snead has a relationship with Ty Simpson's dad, who is the coach at UT Martin, University of Tennessee Martin.
Oh, no.
And I guess Snead was advising them on whether or not Ty Simpson should enter the draft or not. And now Ty Simpson's playing for the Rams. So this kind of feels like it almost on the surface looks like a guy helping out a buddy by giving his kid a job. almost.
I mean,
which that's not hopefully what it is, but that's not a great look either way.
I think everyone in the NFC and specifically the NFC West went like, yes, thank you. You're taking a player that won't help you this year.
I'll be honest. I was
Right?
kind of like, I was kind of like, dang it. Did not like that because I was kind of hoping Simpson would fall to 25, 26, or even 27, which would have then, as we discussed, helped up the ante, help the Niners maybe move up or move back, get more picks in the draft. That's the only reason I want Ty Simpson to fall in the draft was so that the 49ers can kind of leverage his availability in a trade. So that kind of scuttled that plan, but you could see it. Sean McVay sitting at that post first round draft presser next to Les Snead, like there was steam coming out of his ears. He did not like that pick at all.
Well, I mean, he's the head coach, and he's done great things with first-round picks. I don't know. I look at the Simpson thing, and I say the same thing every time. Look, big, strong, fast guys fail all the time. Yeah. But it is a marketplace. And in a marketplace, his skill set, Ty Simpson's skill set, to me was second-rounder, late first, not 13th overall.
I agree.
It screams Kenny Pickett.
And then the other one I didn't like was what the Cardinals did at number 3, taking Jeremiah Love. I like the player, Jeremiah Love, but hate that spot for him. I hate it, Chasky. It's like when bad teams take running backs, it's like, what are you doing?
Ashton Genty last year.
Saquon Barkley for me is like the pinnacle of that. And I think Jeremiah Love, like he's going to be Saquon Barkley 2.0, where he's going to languish in Arizona for the first 4, 5, 6 years of his career and then go somewhere else and ball out for 2 to 3 years. Hopefully he's able to go somewhere good. But it's the Cardinals, they don't have an offensive line. They don't. They were second worst in rushing last year.
Who's their head coach?
Oh, who was their head coach?
Exactly.
It's everything about that. It's the Bidwells. They love to just make the wrong decision. They had one of the worst offensive lines last year, second fewest rushing yards per game. They allowed the 6th most sacks last year. It's like Jeremiah Love's going to have nowhere to run. He's going to get beaten up for the first couple of years of his career, and you risk basically ruining an asset before you can even, get him into a system that works for him.
Jeremiah Love, I would have taken him 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I just think he's an absolute star.
No, he is.
But that team with no other quarterback, they don't even have a quarterback.
Exactly.
Doesn't make any sense.
It was the wrong need to fill.
I think the pick after that, to me, was kind of indicative of just where the league is at right now. I mean, seeing the kid from Ohio State, who wasn't even the number 1 wide receiver at Ohio State, go to the Tennessee Titans.
Yeah.
Makes absolutely no sense to me. Look, no, I understand. You have a young quarterback who you want to get playmakers for. Mm-hmm. I watched the Titans team. They have no playmakers. Remember, we saw them against the Niners. No playmakers. The league as a whole is overvaluing wide receivers. I'm not here to say that wide receivers aren't important. I just watched Jackson Smith and Jigba have one of the greatest seasons I've ever seen. Yeah. And his team won the Super Bowl. He was damn near unguardable. All right? I acknowledge that. But on the other side of the bracket in the AFC, in the AFC championship game, they couldn't even throw the ball. You literally couldn't even throw the ball. Now, I think there's a happy medium. Wide receivers are important. There is not a doubt in my mind. But when I look at the league, I go, how many years in a row has Jamar Chase missed the playoffs? How many playoff wins does Justin Jefferson have currently? Look at the contracts we're throwing around for these wide receivers when I can get Stephon Diggs to give me 1,000 yards and help take my team to the league, and everyone thought he was finished. I'm not saying that wide receivers aren't important. Every position has value. What I'm saying is the league as a whole, with these $35 million a year contracts, drafting this many guys this early in the draft, I just think as a whole, we overrate the wide receiver position, and I feel like it is an inflated market.
I mean, look at a guy like Puka Nacua, who, again, I believe he was a 5th rounder. A.J. Brown, who he's about to be on the move, I believe he was a 3rd rounder, if I'm not mistaken. You could find great talent. That's one of those positions.
A.J. Brown was second
rounder, sorry. But to the point, like, Deebo Samuel, another 2nd-round pick, like, you could find great receiver talent later in the draft, kind of like how you can find great offensive line talent later in the draft. I agree with you, Shas. I do think there is something to be said about you have a quarterback, let's pair him up with a receiver that he can grow with.
I understand that.
But I also am of the belief that you have this great quarterback here in Cam Ward. Let's get him some protection, too. When you buy a house, what's the first thing you do afterwards? You buy insurance on the house. get someone to protect your quarterback's blind side because that's the engine of your offense for the next several years. You need something to protect that engine because if that engine goes out, you're screwed, and now you're probably going to be out of a job.
I look at the league and I go, guys, tight end is the value position, not wide receiver. What are we doing?
Exactly. Let's pick this conversation up on the other side. The third annual Agape Charity Golf Tournament is Monday, April 27th. That's this Monday at the Stone Tree Golf Club. I'll be out there, too.
I'll be out there.
We'll be broadcasting live out there along with Signing Guru and then playing in the tournament. There's still some foursomes left. If you want to come out, go to AgapeCharityGolf.com. That's AgapeCharityGolf.com. It's all presented by our friends at ATCO and Eclipse Insurance. All proceeds benefit the North Bay and Golden Gate Regional Centers and help the funds and the San Francisco Autism Society. What's Coming Game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Lawton Skilled Nursing and Rehabilitation Center is a 5-star facility located in the Sunset District of San Francisco and in close proximity to our preferred partner, UCSF Medical Center. At Lawton, you're in good hands with world-class nurses led by a well-known and UCSF-affiliated medical director in Dr. Darby Clayson. Contact Administrator Dan Daly at 415-566-1200. That's 415-566-1200 for any additional information.
Here's your spring upgrade. Sun's out. Drink in one hand and a free Samsung Galaxy phone in the other. All on unlimited 5G. Switch to Total Wireless and stay connected through every road trip, beach day, and everything in between. Now that's a total power move. Offer ends 7/8/2026 or while supplies last. Device taxes and fees may apply. Requires new activation on a Total 5G Unlimited or Max 5G plan, single or multi-month plan. Additional port-in ID verification or device financing requirements vary by device. Purchase limits apply.
All right, I need avocados, bananas, salad, steak.
Wow, does your grocery list have multiple pages?
No, but I skipped lunch, so now it's like my stomach is doing the grocery shopping. And besides, I'm earning cash back with Upside.
Upside? What's that?
Hold up, you haven't heard of it? Upside is a free app that gets you cash back when you shop at gas stations, grocery stores, and restaurants. And they added Lucky and Food Max stores, so we're pretty much covered wherever we go.
All those stores?
Yep, so not only are we getting a great deal on groceries, now we can earn cash back as well.
Okay, downloading Upside. Now let me copy your grocery list.
Great news! Lucky and Food Max are now on Upside. Download the Upside app and use the promo code SAVE9 to earn a 10% cashback bonus on your first grocery purchase. That's promo code SAVE9 for a 10% cashback bonus. Use promo code SAVE9.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Hey, it's Willard, Bay Area. You feel that rumble? That's Lowriders taking over Cinco de Mayo. Join Habas Law on Sunday, May 3rd from 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. East San Jose, King and Story. Chrome gleaming, hydraulics bouncing, starting at 10 a.m. It's the Cinco de Mayo parade, live music, incredible food, and a community alive with pride. Presented by Omar Habas, Tarek Habas, and Habas Law with council member Peter Ortiz and the United Lowrider Council. Pull up with your crew for Lowriders. Sunday, May 3rd, Habas Law, East Side Pride, let's ride.
Ragnar the Terrible got a job at a big bank. Let's listen. So what's it like being a 5th century warlord?
Same as big bank. We conquer and extort gold from conquest.
Huh. We just lower our customers' deposit rates and raise their fees.
And if they argue, put on their floorboards and crush while dining.
So smart. Star One isn't like the big banks. We think banking should be pain-free, with lower loan rates, higher deposit rates, and friendly customer service. Star One, in your best interest.
Are you lacking energy, have low libido, stubborn belly fat that you can't get rid of, working too many hours at the gym with no results? These are warning signs of low testosterone. The doctors at Prime Male Medical can test your testosterone levels and prescribe treatment if needed. For just $99, get a testosterone test, PSA test, Doppler ultrasound, and a full year of free visits. Prime Male Medical, 415-761-4037, or go to primemalemedical.com, 415-761-4037, with locations in San Francisco, San Jose, and the East Bay.
Hi, I'm Billy Keller from ATCO Pest Control.
And I'm Gabe Whitney from Eclipse Insurance.
We're thrilled to invite you to the 3rd annual Agape Charity Golf Tournament on Monday, April 27th at Stone Tree Golf Club in Novato. We want to thank our platinum sponsors, Cadillac Marin and Rush Injury Law of the Bay Area.
All proceeds benefit the North Bay and Golden Gate Regional Centers Help Funds and the San Francisco Autism Society of the Bay Area.
To learn more and register, visit AgapeCharityGolf.com.
That's AgapeCharityGolf.com. We hope to see you there.
Did you know about 1 in 3 people with plaque psoriasis may also develop psoriatic arthritis?
which causes joint pain, stiffness, and swelling? Does this sound like you? Listen to what it sounds like to be a million miles away. Tremfya guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy, and for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Imagine being a million miles away. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Visit Tremfya.com or call 1-800-526-7736.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
What's up, roasters? It's Sam from Laughing Monk Brewing, and you're listening to The Morning Roast with my guys, Spadoni and Shasky. Spadoni, you better hit those brakes, buddy.
What's up, Sam? Didn't really do great on the last one there, but, we'll do better going forward, hopefully. It is The Morning Roast. Sam Lemon in for Joe Spadoni alongside Joe Shasky, and reacting to the NFL Draft. We're going to be taking your calls all morning long, talking about what happened last night. Niners trading out of the first round. They now hold the first pick of the second round, so Niners are on the clock right now. We'll see if they do something with the pick, as in taking a player, or will they trade back? Niner fans, 888-957-9570 is the number to call or text. Did you like the trade that they made last night, or the trades that they made last night, and what do you want them to do at number 33 today? Let's go out to Dave in the city. Dave, what do you got in the draft today? You're on the roast.
Hey, good morning, fellas. I think the Niners were cooking yesterday. I think that, there was a pick that they wanted. Obviously, they wasn't there anymore. So trading back and looking at where the players are left, I mean, there's a great safety left. We had he's sitting right there for us, and it's like not a barn out of Oregon.
Hey, Dave, I need you to take yourself off speakerphone next time we have you on. We had a tough time hearing you on that one. So call back once you get off speakerphone. We'll try again there. Sometimes you can tell.
One small step for mankind.
One giant leap for mankind. So what did you think of the overall presentation of the draft last night?
I put my phone down, and I was doing a stream with the boss. I was at baseball practice for about an hour of the draft, and then I came home. You guys were blowing me up in the chat. I mean, Jesus. Ding, 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 ding.
Exciting stuff.
Dude, my watch was vibrating. If it wasn't Diana Rossini / Mike Vrabel memes,
oh my God.
it was draft stuff.
Those things, jeez.
Stop!
The internet was interneting hard over that one yesterday.
Pause, dog.
All right.
Pause.
Don't talk about that.
The internet was interneting yesterday. How about that? Let's just go with that.
And I got home. I sat down. It's probably pick 17, 18. And I was going back and forth between the NFL Network and ESPN, which I was under the impression they eventually will be merging, but I guess not. I don't know what's going on there.
Give it time.
Way too many commercials on both sides.
Yes.
Way too much vignetting, what I would call like these like specific packages. Not enough. This is who's been taken. This is who's on the board. This is who's on the clock. Then you guys, I'm not on Twitter. You guys are breaking, oh my God, this guy's going here. This guy's going there. Sending me Jordan Schultz, who's an NFL insider. Ari, how do you
Ari
pronounce
Mayrov.
What?
Ari Mayrov.
I don't even know who that is, but I know who he is because of the internet, but I don't even know what he does.
Yeah, I don't know who he's with, but like he's had a lot of scoops over the last few years. He's one of those guys.
You guys are like 2 or 3 picks ahead.
Ari Mayrov drops it like 3 picks ahead. He should be arrested. Honestly, it's crazy.
I don't understand what's going on.
I don't like, so they're clearly getting these leaks from either the agents or the GMs or something. And this is something that I know it started happening like several years ago. Like I'll never forget like the 2013 draft. I remember I was watching it with a bunch of my friends in college, and like, you know, we're all on Twitter because we're all junkies like that. And we're all getting these draft picks like literally 30 to 60 seconds before they're being announced. Jordan Schultz, who like they're announcing pick number 11, and he's tweeting out what pick number 13 and 14 is going to be. And it's just like, I don't know if the part of it was just like my YouTube TV feed was a little bit behind, or just that they were that far ahead. But like, I never really like had an issue with like finding out who the pick is like moments before Goodell walks out on stage. I did not like the fact that I was learning these picks like 2-3 picks in advance. That seemed like a little much.
Well, so there's a combination of things. There's like people that a lot of my buddies are not on the internet. And what I mean by on the internet, on X, they're on Instagram or whatever with a private account, or maybe they're on Facebook, or, you know, maybe they're on TikTok. I doubt it. Most of my boys are not on X. So they aren't consuming sports the way we do in the media. In the media, we've got our phone out. We're watching the game. You know, it's just going back and forth. I'm taking notes. That's the way I'm watching a game. I mean, it's super distracted, but also like almost overly locked in, overly stimulated. Carter, I want to bring you in because you made a point before you joined this industry. You said something. You said before you got into this media, you were never on X.
At all, yeah. I didn't have it. And then I worked the draft show about 2 years ago, and Lucas showed me this, like, that these picks are leaked so much earlier on Twitter, basically.
So you were unaware before working here when we would, like, bring up X and bring up, you just didn't really know.
Well, I figured that Twitter would be ahead just based on, like, the 10-second live delay, you know what I mean? But I had no idea that they would be leaking picks 2 and 3 picks ahead. It's crazy.
5 minutes ahead.
Yeah, it's nuts.
No,
10 minutes sometimes.
this year seemed a little bit different. I don't recall picks getting leaked this early in the past.
So, but so I guess my question is to us here in the group, are we so knee deep in media that we're like behind enemy lines, or is this the experience for the bulk of people watching?
I think it's the experience for the bulk of people watching, Joe. I mean, the NFL, I mean,
you sure we're not blind? I don't mean to interrupt.
I would disagree with that.
Yeah, I think we're being blind. I think we're blind. My all my boys that are diehard sports fans, Sam, they're diehards. Mm-hmm. Not one of them's on X.
I still think, I have a lot of friends also. I mean, again, back in college, who I still keep in touch with. They're just as locked in, as dialed in as ever. And
are they on X?
None of them are in sports media. All of them are on Twitter and X, whatever you want to call it, and all of them follow every single beat writer they can think of.
Really?
To try and get this information. Yeah, I went to school with some intense football fans, and one of my friends, Jeff, he's a huge Giants fan. I mean, he follows, you know, literally every single Giants beat writer, blogger, fan who talks about it.
How old is he?
He's a year too older than me.
So he's about, what, 32?
34-ish, around there.
Well, maybe it's generational. Like all my boys are pretty much in their 40s.
It might be, yeah.
So maybe it's my era is out the loop.
It might be. I mean,
maybe I'm speaking from an age that's just a different generation.
Well, how old were you when Twitter hit the scene? And it was like
2009 was when I signed up. So 2009,
you're in your mid-20s, mid to late 20s.
Late 20s, yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
almost
Twitter,
30.
Yeah, I was in high school when it came out, same time as Facebook. So I think, you know, for my generation, these social media websites, they're just kind of blooming and bursting onto the scene at that time. So it was a lot easier to jump in on it then, I think, at that age. But no, a lot of the people I know, like they're as locked in as they almost think they are media members at times.
So are they experiencing the draft the way we in this room experienced last night's draft? They're following the Jordan Schultzes and the Ari Mayrov, whatever the guy's name is. And they're finding out 5 and 10 minutes ahead of these picks.
I think there's a lot of
Do
NFL
they like that?
I don't know. I think there's a lot of NFL fans who are living like that, though. I mean, everyone at games is checking their phones all the time. Everyone at the draft, as you're seeing, they're checking their phones all the time in the crowd. Because, I mean...
Yeah, but watching IG is very different than the Twitter news breaking, because it's news essentially breaking.
Yeah, but...
Like, I've got all my boys texting me right now, never been on X in my life. Yeah. Never even clicked on it.
I do think that might be a generational thing. But again, Joe, if you're scrolling on Instagram, it's not that hard to flip right over to Twitter and scroll on Twitter as well. So... I do think, a lot of fans, especially the ones who are obsessed, because football fandom has become a whole new level of obsession over the last 10 years. Like, everyone wants to feel like they're in front of things. Everyone wants to feel like they're the fan that knows the most about their team. I mean, we got, all these, in this day and age of influencers, we almost have like fan influencers where every team has like this collection of, fans who are super fans, so to speak. And all night, they're either streaming on their Instagram or they're following their Twitters or whatever. Like, they're just fans, but they play themselves off as almost like they're insiders or opinionists giving their thoughts on the team when they're just, regular fans like anyone else who's driving on the roads right now going to their 9-to-5 job. Some people, I think, just have that level of obsession with their team where they got to know every single thing. I mean, Joe, how many people do we have call into our station here and just their knowledge on this team is so deep and finite? Like,
I'm not dismissing the knowledge. What I'm talking about, I guess, is, Sam, is the watching experience for those that aren't on X. Is it as disruptive as it is for us when people are notifying them? Because they're in their group threads. Most of my boys are in many group threads. And if there is a person on X, they're leaking stuff minutes before the picks. I guess when I'm watching last night, it really hit me in the head. And I go, couple things. Number one, we got to stop with this first round taking 4 hours. That's number one. Number two.
Well, as part of it, they shortened the picks to 8 minutes from 10.
We are in a scrolling society. Everyone is scrolling and scrolling and scrolling. You get 4 minutes in the first round. You get 3 minutes in the second round. Let's speed this up. I would do picks. I would do day one would be 1, 2, and 3. Day two, meaning Friday, would be 4 through 7. And I would speed this bad boy up. We are, speed it up. We don't need to see these guys walk down slowly, hug Goodell, let's go. Scroll to the next pick.
The clock for the first pick should be 2 minutes or 1 minute.
No, honestly, it should be 0 minutes.
You've been on the clock for 4 months?
Exactly. Do the Raiders really need another extra 8 minutes to figure out if they need to draft the quarterback that everybody knew they were going to take?
They waited 4 minutes to take him, too. It's insane.
I'm telling you, I think the entire night needs to be reviewed. And I know they're going to say, well, we get great ratings. I think you get better ratings if I told you it was a bonanza.
It's the NFL.
A pick bonanza.
You're always going to get great ratings.
Their ratings on Saturday cannot be that great. Miss me with that. They're
going to have pretty good ratings.
Oh, no, they'll have decent ratings, but you're telling me if they were doing a pick bonanza from 5 o'clock to 9 o'clock last night and from 3 o'clock till 8 o'clock tomorrow,
or still get great ratings
today, I think they would crush it.
I think they would still get great ratings. By the way, this segment's brought to you by Golden State Lumber and Showroom. Serve the Bay Area for 3 generations, and you succeed, we succeed. Visit goldenstatelumber.com.
Looking back on it, does anyone remember Javon Kinlaw hugging, Goodell? I don't.
Javon Kinlaw does.
No, he wasn't there because it was COVID, I believe. But you get what I'm saying? Nobody remembers Ricky Pearsall, walking down, probably getting hurt walking down the aisle, but walking down and giving a hug to Goodell. Nobody remembers it. No one cares. I know for them individually.
It's important for them.
Yeah, I get it. Have Goodell off to the side. They come over, they do the thing, whatever. We don't need the long walk.
No, we don't need the long hug. Do we still need the long hugs, too, from Goodell? Good Lord, Goodell tells his entire life story to every draft pick who comes up on the stage, it seems like, with how long these hugs are.
I think last year we crossed the boat on his second cousin's uncle died in a hunting accident. It's all right, I get it. We've all been through tragedy.
Also, easy fix, for the fitted cap they put on, can you just put it at the biggest size to start so they're not standing in the mirror for part of the broadcast?
Well, you got to make sure they look good,
but the players shouldn't have to adjust that, for God's sake. Just make it the biggest size.
Well, there's no doubt about that. That I agree with. I just think from a viewing standpoint, I'm being real with you. If you have a family and you're cooking and you're doing this and you're doing that, you're not just sitting on your couch for 4 hours watching.
You're moving around.
Yes, you're trying to do things. They just got to get the sense of urgency's got to get through there. Yeah. I waited for the Niners to pick and pick and pick and pick. Oh, they traded back. I knew they traded 11 minutes before it was announced on television.
Yeah.
I waited again, and then I'm watching, and I knew 7 minutes before they made the next pick. I just think it's kind of weak.
Well, I mean, the whole finding out ahead of time, is there a part of you that wants to be surprised by whatever it is they do? Like, oh, wow, that's interesting. They traded back. I'm learning in the moment. Does learning ahead of time, does that take some of the fun of it out of it?
Could you imagine?
It's like you're going to learn about what the pick is eventually.
No, I understand it, but on some level, I get it's entertainment, but it's also live sports. Could you imagine? Oh, we all got the update. Rashid just ran one back to the house. And then like a minute later, you watch it happen on the game. Like that takes away all the excitement of it.
So yeah, you do kind of like being surprised in the moment. Yeah,
well, who wants to know what happens?
Yeah, I kind of went away from that a while ago. It's just, you know what? Like, you're going to find out eventually. So like, if you find out right before, but again, it's finding out 5 minutes before, like that seems to be, I think that's a little too much. You are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. I also think it's a product, Joe, of just the draft's just gotten so massive as a TV event. I mean, it used to just be an event at Radio City Music Hall in New York. Sure. There was, it had its own kind of set pomp and circumstance for it. Like, taking it on the road like they have now, clearly they enjoy doing it.
I'm okay with that.
Yeah, would you? Okay.
I have no problem with
I feel like it's just, the way the draft becomes such a bigger spectacle now. I don't know. I think it's kind of interesting because like the NBA playoffs are on Amazon Prime last night. And
that's a great example. I couldn't flip back and forth. Could you?
No.
I was stuck on the draft, right? So this is, okay, now I'm getting old guy status. I had the iPad.
I'm going to agree with you on this one.
I had the iPad, I had the phone, I had the TV, and it was too much.
Yeah.
Last night was too much. Last night was what I said. God, I'd love to be able to just multi-view the NBA and the draft simultaneously.
It could have been a great night for the multi-view. I ended up, because I was trying to find some of these basketball games, so I wanted to have the draft on while having some of these playoff games on. It's like, I couldn't figure out why in life I couldn't find them. Oh, that's right. They're on Amazon. So what I ended up doing is my multi-view was 3 different draft broadcasts. The ABC one with the College Game Day crew.
Yeah.
The ESPN broadcast with Mel Kiper and friends. And then the NFL Network, which had Rich Eisen and some other people on it as well. Basically, you're watching the same channel 3 times, basically, because they're all showing the same things. The only difference is like some little packages they show of the players afterwards are a little bit different. And then I had one of the hockey games on in the other corner as well. But I think it's just become so big. And I do kind of wonder how much the spectacle of it all, people wanting to know what's going to be happening before it happens. I think it all kind of ties together a little bit.
Sam, the number one thing, the number one currency for live TV currently, okay? Whether it's streaming, whatever, sense of urgency.
Mm-hmm.
When you feel like you're missing out on something, all right, society will go in droves to watch it. Game of Thrones, the final season, for example, even people that hadn't watched any of it felt like, oh my God, I'm missing out on something. There's a social currency attached to it. Sports and politics in live entertainment, those are the number one things. Why? Because we can't watch sports on replay. We have to watch it live. There's just a sense of urgency of living on the cliff. And I feel like when I watched the draft last night, too much of it wasn't live and real and felt scripted because I was finding out what was happening after the fact while watching it.
Yeah.
If that makes any sense whatsoever to you guys.
Well, no, you bring up the scripted part of it there, and that's where it's like, the NFL has turned the draft more into a show than an actual process of drafting players.
When was the last time you watched the draft and you saw the panel go, whoa, oh my God, they picked who?
I think that's kind of the fun. I mean, one of my fondest draft memories.
When was the last time you remember that?
One of my fondest draft memories is when the Raiders took Darius Hayward-Bay, and I watched Mel Kiper's head almost explode.
That's the
because
best.
Of how much he hated it. I can't recall a single moment after a player was picked that stuck out to me last night, other than they're walking down a really long hallway, they're giving a really long hug to Goodell, and then you get a really long little, puff package about what this player's like and, the background they came from. There was barely any reaction. Sometimes there was highlights, but it's always like, oh, I love this guy. He's going to be a great downhill threat for someone on defense. And it's just, I agree that post-pick instant analysis or reaction or blow up, so it wasn't there.
So like last night's a great example. There were two whoa moments. Chiefs trading up to go get a corner. It's like whoa, just them trading up. That was a lot. The second one was when the quarterback got taken. to be with Matt Stafford. And yet everyone on the panel was like, oh yeah. Because no one wants to be wrong. Yeah. And no one wants to show shock because they knew 17 minutes before it was actually picked that we knew what was going to happen. Yeah. And I think it's taken away from the spontaneity of it. I was genuinely jaw-dropped, and yet I'm not trying to ruin it for you guys. You guys told me on the baseball field on my watch, because you texted me, that it happened minutes before it really happened.
I know. And
so it kind of like, I don't know. Maybe I'm the old head. I don't know.
I agree with again, like a minute or two before the pick. Yeah, that's fine. That's whatever. But I mean, how hard is it for Goodell to just get some of these writers in the room, whether it's Schefter, whether it's Schultz, whether it's Ari Meirov, and just like, hey guys, not until like a minute before the pick is actually announced.
Who is feeding it to them?
It could be the GMs. It could be the agents. I mean, who is feeding it to him? I think it's
I gotta send it to Schefter before it goes out, so Schefter's got our back when I get canned.
Sam, I think you're really onto something. Like, it seems like an easy fix to me, where you could just be like, until it's announced on stage, if you tweet about it, you're losing your credential.
I mean, they're going to take away Schefter's credential.
Well, no, they're not going to do. I mean, all these insiders want to be the first one on it, but like, come on, guys, there's a line. There has to be a line.
Schefter's not the one that does
it
either.
As we learned this week, I'm not sure there really is a line when it comes to gathering information.
Well, okay, I don't think Jordan Schultz is gathering information that way.
Sam. I mean,
no, I hear what you're saying.
I don't know what to tell you guys. Like, it's
no, I don't know how you do it, because honestly, at the end, like, Roger Goodell can say Jordan Schultz, like, hey, I can't have you announcing these picks this early in advance, but at the same time, it's like, so what? You're gonna watch me tweet? You're gonna put your hand over my phone so I can't hit send? It's like these reporters, they kind of have to take it upon themselves to not do this. But again, you're trying to be first. That's what it's all about. When you know you're right and you have the chance to be first, every journalist is going to take that opportunity. And
no doubt. There's no doubt. They get the clicks. I get that. Sam, I get it. But what I'm saying is that from a viewing product perspective,
I know
you've kind of taken away the spontaneity of it.
No, I agree with you.
And I miss that.
I agree with you. And that's why it seems like a simple fix. Goodell just says, hey, hold off on these tweets here.
Were you looking at your phone more or the TV more yesterday?
I was probably looking at my phone a lot more.
Yeah,
and maybe that's part of the problem. And that's why, again, is the fix as simple as just telling these writers to hold off? I don't know, because to be honest, I think Roger Goodell can look Jordan Schultz in the eye and say, hey, don't tweet this pick out, 2 picks in advance. And Jordan Schultz can be like, or what? Like, Jordan Schultz is a very, he's a very legitimate writer in the NFL, in the NFL Twitter sphere. Like, he gets these things right. He's very good at what he does.
But I think
you're not gonna just take his credential away. Like, that'd be ridiculous.
No. But this is where I think lessening the amount of time. It's just there's a time crunch. Mm-hmm. When you give these teams 8-9 minutes in between picks, I think it's 8 minutes.
You have more time to tweet them out.
You have more time to text that guy. He receives said text message. He tweets it out. Yeah. It goes viral. I would shrink everything.
I would want to know what the argument that the league would have as to why they need the 8 minutes in between. My guess is they want to leave it open for teams to make a last-minute trade or something.
Advertisements would be one of the things that they would say.
And then, the cynical reason is probably you have more time for ads, or you can sponsor more stuff in between.
Did you watch the screen? Did you look at the screen yesterday? There were more ads on both screens. No matter, it looked like NASCAR. I'm talking about a NASCAR like truck. Mm-hmm. There were so many Chick-fil-A and ESPN and Coca-Cola and this and that. They're making money.
No, they're making a ton. I do agree. There were a lot of commercials. I don't remember there being this many commercial breaks.
I'm talking about not the commercials themselves.
Oh, okay.
I mean, just the screen was covered in sponsorships.
Yeah, again, I do think it takes a little out of the product. I agree. At the end of the day, again, I'm a minute before, that's whatever, because you're finding out basically at that moment anyway. But I should not know what the 14th pick is when Goodell's walking out to announce the 11th pick.
Or the 9th.
Yeah, there's something.
That's a great point.
There's just something ridiculous about that.
Point.
Brian Baldinger is going to join us on the other side, the bottom of the hour at 7:30. We'll get his thoughts on the draft. What's coming up in the game is brought to you by Balance Financial Wellness.
Ready to buy a home? Start smart with Balance Financial Wellness. Our HUD-certified counselors guide you through credit, budgeting, and the home buying process. Call 888-456-2227 or visit BeBalanced.org to get started today.
I always like talking about local organizations that actually do things the right way, and San Francisco Fire Credit Union is one of them.
They're celebrating 75 years this year, and it all started back in 1951 in a San Francisco firehouse.
And despite the name, anyone can join.
So you can get no monthly monthly checking fees and a top-rated mobile banking app from a local, not-for-profit credit union.
Bank like a hero at sffirecu.org. That's sffirecu.org. This institution is not federally insured. The credit union is not insured by any state government. Privately insured by ASI.
What if you could have the most reliable Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? That's the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Just 5 years of fiber-powered Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to the devices that need them most. That finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. And that keeps you gaming in the fast lane, even when the whole family's banking on bandwidth. And here's the best part. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. Hey, let's face it, a lot can change in 5 years. Kids grow taller, dreams grow bigger, but your Wi-Fi, it would stay reliable and the price would stay put. The Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Xfinity, imagine that. Select plans only. Restrictions apply. Powered by fiber. Connects to the premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
Hello, San Francisco Bay Area. Bank of America, in partnership with Visa, invites you to a FIFA World Cup 26 watch party. Open an eligible Bank of America checking account in participating financial centers only for an opportunity to reserve 2 complimentary tickets while supplies last. Experience special musical guests, games, giveaways, food, and more, all at a legendary venue. Learn more at BofA.com/BofA Visa Watch Party. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America, proud to be the official bank of FIFA World Cup 26. Bank of America N.A. member FDIC. Terms apply. All rights reserved.
This is Larry Flick, owner of The Floor Store. Our spring sale, now through April 27th, might be our biggest sales event ever. It means up to 50% off every single product store-wide. And we have Northern California's largest in-stock selection of carpet, hardwood, laminate, waterproof flooring, and much more. It also means 2 full years of interest-free financing. This is going to be a spring to remember, but it ends Monday. Visit floorstores.com to find the nearest Bay Area showroom. From Santa Rosa to San Jose, The Floor Store, your Bay Area flooring authority.
At Kohl's, spring style starts with the season's best shoe sale and continues with 15% off the rest of your looks. But with great outfits from Kohl's, what happens next is unexpected. Strangers ask where you shop. The breeze feels like it's blowing just for you. Your kids pose for photos willingly. Yep, great spring outfits can do that kind of thing. Find yours at Kohl's and Kohls.com. Select styles, offers end April 26th. Some exclusions apply. See store or Kohls.com for details.
The Pro Football Draft is this week, and you can trade on every draft pick. Will David Bailey and Arvil Reese be the number 2 pick? They are trading at 50-50, meaning you'll double your money if one of them wins. On Kelsey, you're trading against other people in a live market. No house, no odds makers. And as the odds move, you can buy in and out anytime throughout the draft. For a limited time, download the Kelsey app and use code FAN to get $10 when you trade 10. KALSHI. Kelsey. Trade on anything.
A lot of Bay Area banking customers are faced with a choice. Which financial institution best fits what they're looking for? It might make sense to consider a bank's history. Take Fremont Bank. For 60 years, we've provided stability and consistency with an emphasis on relationships. We've grown one customer at a time, not through mergers or acquisitions, because that's how you can do business when you're independently owned and community focused. Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
At Uline, the prevailing opinion is, if you don't live it, you don't believe it. The people at Uline believe in hard work, and they live it by being there 24/7 to answer your call, having 41,000 items in stock, and offering same-day shipping from 12 locations across North America. Business owners, sellers, buyers, shippers, and packers believe it. Uline is the hard-working, dependable source for your shipping and industrial supplies. Visit uline.com.
DQ presents the Blizzard Double Flip Deal. For a limited time, when you buy one Blizzard treat, you get a second for just 99 cents. That's 2 Blizzards, 2 spoons, 2 flavors, and 2 flips. So don't miss out on the Blizzard Double Flip Deal, available only for a limited time and happening now at DQ. Because the only thing better than a Blizzard treat is a second Blizzard treat for just 99 cents. It's a deal to flip for. The Blizzard Double Flip Deal. Get it in the app. Participation may vary.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell, definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. Do you feel stupid for buying a timeshare? Don't. It's not your fault. You were most likely told you could rent it, and it was a great financial investment. And the deal was available today only. If this happened to you, contact your resort or Wesley Financial Group for help today.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-939-1441. 800-939-1441.
Bay Area, what's going on? It's your boy Chewy from 102 Jams. Listen to me every day, 3 to 7 p.m. But right now, let's get right back to the morning roast with my guys, Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky, right here on 95.7 The Game. You fired up, Shasky?
I hope Shasky's fired up.
Hell yeah.
Sam Lubman's fired up. That's why he's here filling in for Joe Spadoni. We are talking about the NFL draft this morning, and we will be talking about the move the Niners made, but Niners didn't make a move at 27. They made a trade at 27 to move back to 30, and they made another trade to move back to 33. That is where they are on the clock right now. 888-957-9570 is the number to call or text. Did you like what the Niners did last night, and what do you want them to do today?
Do you think it was a Kyle board, a John board, or a Parag Marate board in terms of how they worked the draft?
My guess, I don't really know how. I mean, I'm not really sure what a Kyle board or a John board would look like.
Kyle board, all receivers.
Probably. Well, then I guess in that sense, it would have been
I'm teasing.
I guess a John board. I mean, wasn't the joke.
All D linemen and receivers.
Was the joke last year that because of all the defensive picks, like Kyle Shanahan was locked out of the draft room for the first 4 or 5 rounds?
that was what Jed was tweeting. It was all Robert Saleh. Hashtag.
Yeah.
Saleh gets his wish.
I guess, I don't know, if you made me pick, I would say maybe a John board, just because, again, if Lynch is trying to get more picks to fill these glaring holes that he wink, wink, nudge, nudge says don't actually exist, that's the one that makes more sense. I don't know. I have a hard time kind of ascribing, the draft to one or the other, or even Parag.
No, I'm asking you. That's the exercise.
Oh, yeah, I'm going to say it's a John board then, because I feel like he would want more picks to fill these holes.
I feel like John doesn't even like draft picks. I think he likes NFL players, already established NFL players.
Well, then again, if you're trying to get more picks here, then you can flip them for established NFL players. I guess then that feeds into it. Well, are you saying it's a Kyle board then, or
to me this is actually I think more Kyle and Parag.
Okay,
I really do.
Why do you say that?
Well, because I think Kyle is got some job security more so than Lynch, and I think that Kyle realizes as the head coach they got a lot of holes. Yeah. When you're the coach, he's prepping for week 1 already. I know we may not necessarily be game planning because we don't even know who the opponent is.
Thinking about it's the Rams, isn't it?
Yeah, because we know the schedule. But I'm just, for the most part, he's already thinking about who's my left guard, who's my tight end, who's going to play edge rusher, right? And I think, when you're the GM, you're thinking about that. You're also thinking about the finances. Year over year.
There's a lot of moving parts.
Exactly. So you've got more of a broad line view. Kyle's really hyper-focused about this year. And so that's just every coach. So I think this was a Parag/Kyle board.
So you think if it was just a John board, what would have been the sign that would have made you say, oh, John Lynch is the one who's really got his hands on this draft?
Had they traded first-round pick for an established NFL player.
Okay. So if they trade number 33, which...
Think about it.
33
John, real quick, I don't mean to interrupt you. John convinced Kyle to trade for Jimmy.
Okay. Do you think, all right.
John convinced Kyle that, we're going all in on CMC. Yeah. Even though Kyle was intrigued, Kyle liked him, of course. Same thing. John really wanted Trent Williams and was willing to pay whatever it takes. Kyle obviously started those conversations. John loves trading for established NFL players.
Yeah, I hear you on that one. Who do you think was the one that said, let's trade up and go get Trey Lance?
I think you originally didn't trade up to go get Trey Lance. I think they traded up to get to 3.
And then go.
And then I think they were going to either shop 3 to go get Watson or Rodgers. Maybe they were going to take Mack. I don't think they traded up for Trey Lance.
See, I think in this one, they both kind of looked at each other at 27 and said, none of these guys really stick out to us. There's no established player that we can get for 27 right now. Again, maybe they get it with 33, but that's my guess is they didn't find that established player they wanted, and rather than force the pick, they just, let's do the tactical retreat here and get a couple more picks later on. And again, I think John Lynch kind of laid the foundation for that a couple days ago when he said that he expects a lot of trades in the first round. And when he said that, they don't have as many first round grades this year as in years past. The one, again, it's Shasky again, as we're reacting to the Niners draft last night, first round last night, trading back. The Caleb Lomu one, that's the one that I keep an eye on what he does with the Patriots, because if the Niners, again, do struggle in the interior of the offensive line at any point, or if Trent Williams does go down this year at any point, knock on wood that doesn't happen, and if Caleb Lomu's blocking really well for New England, that could be a pick, I think, that in hindsight could come back to potentially haunt the Niners in terms of just you had a chance to fill a need that I think we can all agree is a significant need, filling that interior of the offensive line and then punting on that to move out of the first round. And again, maybe they still find someone, maybe they don't. There's still a lot of draft left to happen. That's one of those ones where I'm kind of curious, like if it is a Kyle Board, if it's John Board, I'm kind of curious how much they really just did not want to feel what they had there with Caleb Lomu.
Yeah, I just don't know. I don't know if they're going to be taking linemen this early.
Yeah.
I know you're kind of stuck on Lomu, but I mean,
well, just again, he was right there right after 27. He was one of the last guys to come in to visit. So that's kind of why I'm using just Lomu as an example. Could have been any other. They also
had Casey Concepcion, who they had visited with, and Omar Cooper. Yeah. Like they had a lot of people that they visited.
Omar Cooper went 2 picks later at 30. Yeah.
Right. Like they had opportunities to either slightly move up or slightly move down and still get the guy they wanted.
Yeah.
So, I don't know.
Sorry, the reason I'm focused on Lomu, though, is because, again, like, versus Omar Cooper is, like, I do agree with you on your wide receiver thought, how, like, we overrate him in the first round.
No question.
I didn't think wide receiver was a first-round need for the 49ers. Like, if I'm thinking first-round need, I'm thinking the need that sticks out the most to you on this team, and that's where I think it's left tackle or left guard, then moving him over to left tackle, or edge rusher or secondary help. So that's why at 27.
Why is tight end not in anyone's conversations?
Yeah, that's a good point.
Can I ask you guys just like, I'm not saying that you're wrong with those other positions.
It's a great point, actually, because
like, are we just like caught? I love Kittle. I love Kittle.
You're
Kittle
absolutely
is
right,
an all-time Niner. Who in their right mind is betting their family's fortune?
No one.
If you have any, I don't. On whether Kittle plays good this year. Forget plays at all. Plays good this year. Plays well.
Yeah.
If I use good English. Apologies, Steiny.
Proper
I use English well.
But use English good.
Like, honestly, you think he's going to be a good player this year?
George Kittle? I don't know if he's going to be on the field, Joe. I'm with you.
Then why is tight end not a need?
I don't know. I really don't. Like, you make a good point. I mean, I even just did it right there by saying it wasn't a first-round need. I will say this, like, again, if you're talking about, getting proper value out of your first-round picks, I think Kenyon Sadiq was probably the only tight end who was probably good enough to take in the first round. So, maybe
I'm just talking needs.
Yeah, maybe.
I didn't say prioritize where. It should be one of their needs.
Yeah, I mean, is that something, again, if we're talking needs here, and if your first pick does address your most important need, I mean, I don't know, is this first pick of the second round, do you want them to use it on a tight end, or that's maybe goes more into the reason why you trade back? I mean, this
is why I wanted them to continue trading down. They have a variety of needs.
Yeah.
So you keep saying like a first round need. See, to me, they have starter needs. Left guard starter needs, tight end starter needs, edge rusher starter needs, safety starter needs. Would you agree?
No, I agree with all those.
Okay, that's at minimum four needs. I just don't think one pick at 27 is addressing that, hence why they started trading down. The Kittle thing is interesting to me. Do you know how many catches Kittle had this year? Actually, do you know how many games he played in this year?
He played in, like 11 or 12 games or something, right?
Played in 7 games. Excuse me, 11 games this year.
11 games, okay.
But he came out after a half and one.
Yeah.
And then left the Indianapolis game after like 2 quarters. So essentially 9.5 games.
Something like that. Are you including the playoff games too?
Well, he got hurt in the first half of the Philly game.
Half of those, yeah.
So how many catches, how many yards this year?
You tell me.
57 catches, 600 yards, 7 touchdowns. There's not a chance in hell he puts up 57 catches, 600 yards, and 7 touchdowns. And I'm one of the biggest Kittle fans on the planet. Joe, that's just being like, I think, pragmatic and reasonable.
Joe, I don't even know if he's going to hit that 9-game mark. Like, that's where we talk about the lack of tight end need that the Niners seem to have here. They really just seem to have this belief that he's going to come back early this year. And That's something I really feel like is going to bite him in the ass, is by holding on to that theory that Kittle's going to. Who's coming back from an Achilles that quickly?
No one.
A guy at that size, at that age, at that physical of which he plays.
But look where the league's trending, 2 tight end sets. So if he does come back, he comes back to a 2 tight end set.
Mm-hmm. I mean, look at the Rams. I mean, the Rams have made the 3 tight end sets very big for them. The Seahawks been doing it too.
Walker and Vernon.
So it's, even if they do expect Kittle back, that's another reason why I think you want to have tight end I'm right there with you, Joe. I don't know why it's not getting more attention.
And here's why I love tight end too. Even at the top of the market, $17 million, that's half of a wide receiver.
Mm-hmm.
I could have 2 great tight ends for the price of 1 great wide receiver.
And the way Kyle Shanahan utilizes tight ends, that
helps me in the run game. That helps me for my quarterback on first downs, those possession plays.
Mm-hmm.
You can get big chunk plays from tight ends. They're great in the red zone. Tight ends are so undervalued in today's league.
I think, again, this plays into, I think the more I talk about it, the more we talk through it, the more I do start to agree with you. I do think we're going to see them trade back from 33 because I think they still have so many glaring holes on this roster. And I think you're seeing them, they're trying to amass more draft capital to plug these holes. Maybe then this kind of gravitates to, and then this is a Kyle board if they are trying to amass picks here to fill some of these needs. Again, I still want to see if they do try and move 33 for an established player. You brought up Brian Burns earlier as an option.
It's an idea. Kevin Thibodeau.
And, or again, at 33, I wonder how much they value the safety position too at this point. Because again, Emmanuel McNeil-Warren's sitting right there. They have the need at safety. They need 2 safeties, if you ask me, because I'm not impressed with Brown, Mustafa, or Siegel enough to where it's like you can upgrade those spots.
Well, I mean, like right now, one of the top safeties on the board, McNeil-Warren, the Toledo kid, is still sitting there. And then you have the kid who tore his ACL from Tennessee, the cornerback, if they wanted to go in that direction. That feels a little rich for me. Like they've got a lot of options here. So I do think they're going to end up trading down. I think that you're going to see today's day 2, second and third round. I think you're going to see either Renardo, D. Winters, Nick Martin, or Ricky Pearsall get dealt today. Today is what I think one of those 4, if not more, might get stapled to one of these picks.
And if they do trade Ricky Pearsall today, then I think that makes it very, very likely that they add a receiver in the second round, whether it's Denzel Boston, whether it's Charles Brazel.
Boston would be great.
That'd be an awesome one there.
The other thought I had about just these players overall, Sam, and before we get Baldy, I know he's coming on any moment now. Boy, these small school picks, here's the question I want to ask every one of them. Why didn't you transfer? And it's not that I'm going to hold it against you if you have a good reason why. Hey, these guys believed in me when no one else did. My dad went to this school. It matters for me to wear this particular uniform. In today's transfer portal era, look at all these picks. Think of the last couple of first-round picks at quarterback alone. Obviously, Caleb, multiple schools. Obviously, Cam Ward went to 3 schools. Mendoza, 2 schools. I just think...
Well, there's a lot of big schools. I think the only like I would say small school that was represented in the first round.
UCF.
Well, I would say also San Diego State. Chris Johnson, the cornerback out of San Diego State.
Yeah.
UCF. I think UCF's kind of leveled up a little bit.
Okay, but I still consider them a small school.
Yeah, I don't know if I would put UCF and San Diego State on the same tier, but again, that could just be different.
I would agree, but I wouldn't put UCF on the same level as Ohio State.
No, you're right.
Not saying that you can't bust from those big schools.
Yeah.
Of course you can. I just want to know like what is in the reasoning of why you say it at the small school. I think that's insightful.
Especially because there's more money to be made at these bigger schools, and more importantly, there's better competition.
Well, Ashton Genty had a great comment about why he stayed at Boise State. Like he felt indebted to them and wanted to finish, accomplish something.
Which I can respect that, yeah.
Yeah. That's a great answer. I love that. Actually makes me like him more.
Because you don't see that as much in college football anymore. Guys commit like that. And again, Chris Johnson, the cornerback out of San Diego State, went to the Dolphins. Maybe it's a similar situation for him. Maybe he just felt indebted to San Diego State, or I don't know, maybe he just really likes the weather in San Diego, and he's going to keep enjoying some nice weather because he's in Miami here. We got a couple minutes before we get Baldy on here. Let's go to Oreo Cookie in Oakland. Oreo, how do you feel about how the Niners did last night?
Hey, what's going on, fellas? Thanks for taking my call. Happy Friday. So 49ers history with first-round picks isn't ideal. It hasn't been great, so I'm glad that we got out of the first round. Dealing with the first pick and the second day, and that's a lot of leverage. You know, we have a lot of leverage right now. But I'm looking at my big board here, and I see in the first round there's a lot of positions that were taken in the offensive linemen. There's a lot that were taken, wide receivers, of course. So I'm looking at it like this. All right, first round, tight ends, only one went off the board. Running backs, only two went off the board, which is kind of weird because they were on the same team. And safety, I think two of them came off, linebacker as well, too. So I'm looking at those positions. If I am going to make a pick with that number 32 pick, I want the second best tight end. I want the third best safety on our board. So I want to go with there, and I don't want to reach. We reached a lot. We need a guy that we could plug and play right now. And I'm ready, baby. Let's go.
Awesome. Great stuff there, Oreo. Thanks for calling in. Do we got Baldy ready? Let's go to Baldy. Let's get the Shark Week Open going. Brian Baldinger joins us on the River Islands guest line, and Odyssey NFL Insider Calls are brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance. Only pay for what you need. Baldy, so glad to have you on with us this morning. You're looking great. What a fun first round of the draft here. And the Niners, again, they're going to be on the board here at 33. And let's just get right into it here. The Niners, they had the first pick of the second round. Do you think they address a need? Do you think they just take best player available, or is the best move for them to trade back here?
I have a feeling that they had the whole night to sit and look at the board right now, that they're not going to trade the pick. I think they've identified, I'm sure John and Kyle and the whole staff has identified a player that they can kick off this second round with tonight. And I can't tell you who they're targeting at this point. But, I'm sure that they've had like a long time to really think about this and really debate it, like you're not on the clock right now. And all the plus minus on whatever position or player it is, that I feel like they're going to make that selection.
Did you like them trading down on the first one? Did you think they got appropriate value?
No, to get what would they get? 179? 33 and 179?
The first one they got 30 and 90, and then the second one they got 179 and 33.
Yeah. So they picked up the third round pick and what, a 6th round pick. So like I don't know. I feel like the star power in this draft had really dwindled, especially when I saw some of the guys being picked, at the bottom. I'm not going to say any names here, but I thought some of them were, outside of Seattle taking Jadarian Price, which was a real position of need for them. I thought that after you got past maybe, Kenyon Sadiq, I thought, there was a lot of second round picks that were taken, after that. And so, I feel like they had their board set. They knew where the star power was. They weren't going to get it where they were going. So, pick up a third and pick up a 6th round pick. I thought they could have gotten a little bit more, but, they got a couple extra picks here, and now it's a question of hitting on those.
What would you say should be their priority given the board that's out right now? Offensive line, playmaker, safety. If there's a name that sticks out to you, you know this Niner team very well, Baldy.
Well, if you look at Emmanuel McNeil Warren right now out of Toledo, like that's a 6'4" safety that can hit, that, has the ability to take the ball away. Like that looks like a player that you might be able to plug in, with a new defense that would really fit. Most people had a 1st round grade on him. If you get him with the first pick of the second round, it's like a 1st rounder. But, Thieneman went a lot later than some people thought. I'm sure San Francisco is looking at him. But, that's a player right now that I think, you might be able to plug and play. They've been trying to fix the safety position for a while. That would help their secondary. And you just don't see safeties with that kind of size come around very often.
Bald, you got Brian Baldinger here joining us, courtesy of the River Islands guest line here on the Morning Roast. I think another one of their bigger needs is addressing that offensive line. They do have Trent locked up, so that kind of takes care of left tackle. But if you're looking at offensive line names, what's a name that's sticking out to you right now that's still on the board that would be the best option for the Niners to draft as a potential left guard who could then slide over to left tackle later on once Trent Williams moves on?
I think the best left guard is out of Oregon, Emmanuel Pregnon right now. I think he was a borderline first-round pick, but I interviewed him last week. He's, he went from Wyoming to USC to Oregon, just got better, and better. He's got 11-inch hands. He's got enormous mitts. I like the kid. He's really strong, really powerful kid. So, but I don't know that he's a tackle, And so if you're looking for a potential replacement, that's not really what you're looking for right now. Jennings Dunker isn't a tackle. Like, I think he's a guard, although he played tackle at Iowa. It's hard when you go a potential replacement for Trent. It's just hard to come up with a name, Austin Miller or whatever. Like, you can look at some of these guys, Austin Barber, I'm sorry. You can look at some of these guys and go, well, none of them are going to be Trent Williams. So, sometimes you're a little hesitant of mentioning that name and then anybody left in this draft. I mean, 7 guys got drafted at tackle last night. Now, I don't think all of them are going to play tackle. I think Marino is going to start at guard for the Giants right now. But, to see 7 tackles and 9 linemen get drafted, I mean, you're pretty far down the board if you're looking at taking one of those guys now.
Was that the position that was overvalued in the first round as you look at it now? Or was there another position that maybe got a little depleted and you're picking from, you're reaching, I guess, essentially?
Well, if you look at, say, Pittsburgh taking Ian Archer right there, out of Arizona State, I mean, this kid that never put a football uniform on 5 years ago, came through the junior college rank, went to Arizona State, born in Nigeria, played soccer, played rugby, and here he is, a Pittsburgh Steeler and taken at 21. I think there's a lot there, but I also think, there's a lot of development that still has to go into this pick. Now, I'm not knocking the guy. Like, they need a starting offensive lineman right now. If Broderick Jones doesn't really work out at left tackle. So I thought that was a guy that, you could say that was a reach, but Keelan Rutledge, at guard, I liked him at Georgia Tech. I didn't think he was a first round pick, but regardless, he's going to be a starting guard. Like, I thought there was 3 guys at the guard position that are going to come in and start in this league. I thought, obviously, Ioane, Penn State. I thought Pregnon at Oregon, and I thought Rutledge. No matter where you took them, they could look like Graves Abel, Tyler Booker. They could start, day one in the NFL.
So you saying that about the guards, where is the value? Because the Niner fans want them to take a guard at some point. Should they wait until later on in the second round, their second pick, third round, fourth round? Where's the value for these guards for Niner fans?
Well, Chase Bisontis right now and Emmanuel Pregnon, they're not going to wait long for their names to be called. Like, they're very good players. Second round, like, if you go back to, Aaron Banks, second round, like, that's where they belong. Now, the one guy that I thought the 49ers could have had, if you wanted to look for the replacement, was Caleb Lomu, who went, 28. I think New England took him, but that was a guy at Utah that he's 21 years old. He's got all the talent you're looking for. Needs to keep playing. I didn't think he should have come out, but that's a guy that if you wanted to look for a Trent replacement, that's a guy with size, movement, ability that you could have taken, and they passed on that.
Baldy, we're talking about all these priorities the 49ers have, positions to fill. Joe and I were just kind of discussing a few minutes ago. It doesn't seem like tight end is talked about enough for the 49ers in terms of a priority because of, Kittle having the Achilles injury, and we don't know when he's going to be back. What do you make of the fact that tight end is not talked about enough or that much for the 49ers, and should that be a bigger priority for this team?
Well, it's not a great draft for tight ends. I mean, there's no George Kittles in this draft. There's nobody that can block like George that, was trained at Iowa like that. Like I went through the top 7 or 8 tight ends. I couldn't find anybody that could block. Max Clare. Like, I mean, you could throw a lot of names out there. Now, maybe they weren't asked to do it, but they're all playing on the wing. They're all in motion. They're all in the slot. Eli Stowers. Like, you could go through a list of all these guys. Like, I can't find anybody that could really block, you know? And so if you're saying, okay, a potential – now, I know George was a 5th-round pick, but at least, you know, George will tell you that he couldn't get on the field at Iowa unless he could block, live in a weight room. Like, I don't know if any of these guys can do it. And part of it is they weren't asked to do it. And so they were just chipping on the wing, helping the tackle. They weren't in a position where they had to play an NFL-wide tight end where you're working in concert with the tight end at the line of scrimmage to go block these outside linebackers and defensive ends. Like, I couldn't find anybody that could do it.
You know, day 2 and day 3, Baldy, seems to be when you get a little bit of player movement throughout the league. You know, you might see a veteran player get moved for a middle round pick. Is there anybody out there? Because I'm looking at like the New York Giants as an example. They've got a bunch of edge rushers now. Maybe Kayvon Thibodeau or Brian Burns could get moved. Is there someone like that, you know, Greenyard for Minnesota, that the Niners should maybe consider surrendering draft capital to go get an established guy?
Well, Brian Burns isn't going to be available, but Kayvon Thibodeau could. He could be available. But you just mentioned Jonathan Greenard. I hear he's available. I hear Philadelphia is very interested in taking him. I don't know what the compensation is. If you look at his last year in Houston and first year in Minnesota, that guy was a borderline Pro Bowl player. Like 12 sacks, a lot of pressures. He's got all the ability to win off the edge. And I know Jonathan. He is legit. I think he's still only probably 27 or 28 years old. He is a guy that has great upside. Last year was not a great year for anybody on that defensive line. They're basically rebuilding it. Brian Flores has a different type of scheme than almost anybody else in this league. But if Jonathan Greenard is available, you better be in serious conversation because you're going to get a starting defensive end.
Baldy, again, one of the, as we're talking about defensive ends here, if they do decide to go in the draft, I'm hearing a lot about arm size from these edge rushers here in the draft. Ruben Bain, one of them, Cassius Howell, who's still on the board. How much should we make out of arm size when it comes to some of these edge rushers here? Is that being overblown if guys have, you know, these historically short arms?
It depends on the player. I mean, you could make a case that Ruben Bain can remind you of Melvin Ingram, who had a good career. Brandon Graham, who had a great career. Like there's guys out there. Robert Mathis was an undersized guy that, you know, he only had 48 forced fumbles in his career in Indianapolis. I mean, so there's outliers out there. I would say with Ruben Bain, that is not an issue. Now, there are some guys where it is an issue because of the lack of power or, you know, the lack of first step speed or quickness. You know, so I do think that it does depend on the player because these measurables are important, but there are outliers to everyone, whether it's Devontae Adams coming out of Fresno who ran a 4.58 40 and was the 8th receiver taken. But, you know, he's smart as hell and, you know, has more releases than anybody that plays the game. And for the 3rd time last year, he led the league in touchdown catches. So there's outliers at every position with some of these measurables.
Again, you mentioned the outliers here. Again, I'm going to go back to Cassius Howell just because this is a guy who has been mocked to the 49ers a lot in the past. Is he one of those guys who could kind of overcome his, you know, his own issues with short arms?
I think he has the chance because of his suddenness and quickness that he has. R. Mason Thomas, you know, at Oklahoma. I think there's guys that are 2nd-round picks that probably have to, and they're not first-rounders because they lack some of the measurables. So I think that he falls in that category, but he's still a good football player and played in a great program. And I thought Elko did a great job at A&M just taking it over and making it into, you know, a top-flight college program.
You know, I look at the NFC West right now. You have the Super Bowl champs, and they take a running back, 32nd overall, who ended up going to Kansas City, Kenneth Walker. So they've replaced their one guy. They have Charbonnet coming off an ACL injury. They lost a lineman in free agency. They lost a cornerback in free agency. I look at where the Rams are at. They signed or traded and then signed, gave $100 million to McDuffie, and then took a quarterback. I think that felt like the story of the night yesterday. And then clearly you have Jeremiah Love, 3 overall to Arizona. What did you love? What did you hate from the NFC West?
If you're Ty Simpson, did you just go to, heaven last night? Like, the idea that you could have been traded for by Arizona or some team in, the Jets looking for a future quarterback. Would you rather go to one of those organizations or go to the Rams? Like, he's got a perfect spot to go and to learn from Matt Stafford. I mean, every quarterback, Baker Mayfield got picked up on a Tuesday and started on a Thursday and won a game. Like, that's Sean McVay is like, he's up there with the best of them that does this business, and an organization that basically addresses every need. They did it this year in free agency. So Simpson is in a great spot, regardless of what you think of him. Now, there's not a great history of quarterbacks that have started 15 games and gone on and played well. Mac Jones was one of them. Mac Jones started 17 games at Alabama, got bounced out of New England pretty quickly, played good last year. 49ers probably fortunate to still have him. But, it was not going well in New England. But that was a bad roster there. Jeremiah Love was just too good of a talent to pass up. And so they've got running backs on that roster, James Conner, Tyler Algier. They've got quality running backs there. But he's just too good of a talent to pass up.
Now, back to Simpson with the Rams. Were you surprised McVay seemed agitated?
I know that's kind of like the facial expression. Less need in him, like, I don't know, like, could you have taken Mekhi Lemon there? Yeah, and that probably would have been a better for Stafford in the offense, or, an offensive guard or tackle. There was plenty of them on the board at that point that they could have improved the roster around Matt Stafford. But eventually, Stafford started all 20 games last year. But he has not done that frequently here at age 38. And he did miss all the training camp. I think they're looking, to the future right there. And so, yes, I would say Matt Stafford probably had the same scowl on his face when that happened.
When you look at obviously the Niners didn't execute a pick yesterday. Are they closing the gap, though, through free agency until today? Or has the gap gotten a slightly wider because they haven't selected anybody today, them versus the Rams and the Seahawks?
I would say there's still a gap. I mean, if you look at the last game against Seattle, there looked like a tremendous gap. Did they close it? If Mike Evans, catches 13 touchdown passes this year, and, he can score a touchdown against Seattle, something they couldn't do the last time they played, then the gap is closed. But that was a pretty wide schism the last time that they saw each other.
Baldy here, we're talking about all these positions of need that the 49ers have. Are there any positions the rest of the way in this draft that they don't need to be dealing with right now? Obviously, let's take quarterback off the board. Quarterback will take that off the board. But what are the positions the rest of the draft that we should not see the 49ers trying to address right now?
Well, I mean, they got to look at a running back, don't they?
Yes.
Running back is a position where, they've been drafting these guys. They're there for a year. They're gone. They're on another team. We know the name Mason and, the whole group. But, I think running back is a position. If Mike Washington is there, like, can you pass up a guy that's 225 pounds and runs in the 4.3s? I mean, just to look at a guy like that. I mean, I saw him at Senior Bowl, and I thought, this is a truck, So, I'm just throwing one guy out there, but Emmett Johnson's a good back. Claiborne's a good back. Now, you can look at some of these guys and go, can they afford to pass one of these guys up right now in this offense?
Baldy, I'm looking at just the draft as a whole, and I go, there's a lot of teams that made some really good moves. I love what Dallas did. Caleb Downs, and they get Lawrence. I know Lawrence was projected more in the 40s and 50s. I just love their draft overall because I love Caleb Downs. Who's your favorite player to land at your favorite spot?
Well, my favorite player was Vivego Ioane, and he went to Baltimore at 14. My favorite player in the draft. He's just he's a lockdown, if there's such a thing, offensive guard. Like, I couldn't find anybody to beat him. He's just unbelievably strong. The mindset, the Polynesian culture, like, it's all there. A tower of strength. At Penn State, they would literally move him around and tell the defense, we're running behind him. We'll put him at wing, a wing tight end. We'll put him in motion. But wherever he goes, we're going to run behind Highway 71. And I feel like that was my favorite player. I couldn't find a game where he wasn't outstanding over the last 2 years. And he went to a position where they lost the right guard. They still need a center badly. But, that shores up a big hole with the Baltimore Ravens.
What's the pick from the first round that you like the least, Baldy?
I don't know. Like, it's hard to say anybody, but if you said to me, I don't know, I like first round, but if you said to me, Peter Woods, a defensive tackle for Kansas City, like, I don't know, like, I didn't think this was a good draft for defensive tackles at all. Caden McDonald was thought to be a first-round pick. Caleb Banks is the only defensive tackle taken before Peter Woods. It's a position of need for Kansas City. But I would say, if you had to, say one guy, I would say Peter Woods at Kansas City in the first round.
Baldy, I feel obligated to ask you about the media because you're always on television doing these things. And I'm just curious, I watch these drafts on my couch. You've got the earpieces in. You guys are doing all the, the live stuff. Has the media, meaning what's happening on social media, has that kind of taken away from the spontaneity of live broadcast drafts? Because it feels like we get announced the picks online minutes. I'm talking 5-10 minutes before it's announced on television. And I feel like it's kind of robbed some of the excitement and spontaneity on the national television broadcast. Am I wrong in saying that? Or do you feel that as someone who's on television?
No, I don't think you're wrong at all. In fact, a couple of years ago, they would have the camera on the guy that was getting chosen before the pick was made. And they stopped that, for exactly the reason that you have. But there's so many guys right now that play that role of insiders, and they're just inside these war rooms of these, and they're just looking for that link. They're looking for that connection. But I thought there was a lot of surprises last night. Ty Simpson was a surprise. Some of the trades that got made, the Eagles drafted Mekhi Lemon and trading with Dallas. I thought there was a lot of intrigue last night. When the Giants took Arvell Reese over Caleb Downs or whatever. I thought there was enough of it last night. There was intrigue. Was it David Bailey or Arvell Reese to the New York Jets? But this is such an industry now that if you're going to be in the industry, you're going to talk about these guys. I don't think there was a lot of surprise names that got popped last night, maybe where they went and when they went. But I felt like we knew who the top, 30 or 40 players were. And we knew their names by the time we got to last night. And if you want to say that takes some of the surprise away, I would agree. But I thought there was enough spontaneity last night to have some, I thought the Eagles would take Dylan Thieneman at 20 when they traded up with Dallas. I thought that there was a position need, great player, great talent. And, they end up taking a wide receiver. So, I thought there was enough last night, but I do agree that somebody has been just gone because of all the interest.
I know that we have to get out of here, Baldy, but I have an admission to make, and I want to tell it to your face. I wake up at 3:30 in the morning, and my eyes were blurry, and I'm scrolling through Instagram, and the other morning you were scuba diving, and I thought it was you in a thong. I didn't realize it was a woman swimming in a thong and scuba diving, and I apologize. And I came on air, and I had referenced that Baldy was in a thong online, and then, so I'm just going to say I'm sorry, Baldy. I wouldn't want to do it to you. I wake up to
I knew it wasn't you, Baldy.
I apologize.
Yeah. I mean, if you just watch the whole video and watch me pop up
I'm sorry.
after filming, my friends down there. That's a real bad oversight on your part, Joe, but I'll accept the apology now that you said it to my face.
Awesome.
I love you, buddy.
What I need,
you could never pay me, you couldn't pay me 7 figures to ever do anything like that. It's just never going to happen.
well, I don't know. Maybe those 8 figures will talk. I cannot wait for the Baldies breakdowns on all the various sea urchins that you saw. Maybe we'll do it on Monday. Let's have you on again Monday morning. All right,
You're the best, Baldy.
Let's do it, guys.
Appreciate you, buddy.
Good talking.
That was Ryan Baldinger. This NFL Insider Call has been brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance. Only pay for what you need. And let's pay for the injury report right now. Hey, Joe Shasky, did you know the NBA playoffs are continuing tonight? And the Rockets are trying to avoid a 3-0 hole and might have to do it without former Warrior Kevin Durant. Durant is dealing with a left ankle sprain and is listed as a game-time decision. Also a game-time decision in this game is Lakers guard Austin Reeves. He is dealing with an oblique injury. The injury report was brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. Bonte Hill will join us on the other side, presented by Ceremony Ford. What's coming up on the game is sponsored by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Hey, it's Willard and Dibbs for Safeway. Enjoy these amazing deals for members. And as always, save up to 20% weekly on hundreds of exclusive offers from Safeway. Just clip the highlighted deals from the weekly mailer or click the deals in the For You section of the Safeway app to breeze through checkout. Mix and match items. Buy 2, get 3 for free when you buy 5 items. Items like Oscar Mayer bacon, Kraft mayo, Kraft singles cheeses, and Capri Sun juices, selected varieties. Check with your local Safeway store for a full list of participating items. And speaking of participating, here's Dan Dibley.
Well, I'd love to, Mark. 8-piece fried chicken, 4 drumsticks, and 4 thighs, or Signature Select Classic Salad, 32 to 48-ounce size selected varieties for just $5.99. And finally, USDA Choice Boneless Beef Chuck Roast Mega Packs for just $5.99 per pound. It's unbelievable.
Yes, it is. Go to Safeway.com for more details, and we will see you in the aisles.
In the aisles.
What if you could have the most reliable Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? That's the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Just 5 years of fiber-powered Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to the devices that need them most. That finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a 6th sense. And that keeps you gaming in the fast lane, even when the whole family's banking on bandwidth. And here's the best part. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. Hey, let's face it, a lot can change in 5 years. Kids grow taller, dreams grow bigger, but your Wi-Fi, it would stay reliable and the price would stay put. The Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Xfinity, imagine that. Select plans only. Restrictions apply. Powered by fiber, connected to the premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
You know, there's nothing better than having a space at home where you actually want to spend time. Mornings with coffee, evening with friends, weekends just chilling outside. That's exactly what you get with Trex decking from Ashby Lumber. Trex gives you the look of real wood, but without all the constant upkeep. No sanding, no staining, no stress. It's built to last, holds up through every season, and even stays cooler under the sun with their sun-comfortable technology. And the best part? You don't have to figure it out on your own. The team at Ashby Lumber will walk you through everything from design to materials so you can create an outdoor space that actually fits your life. So whether you're upgrading your backyard or starting from scratch, now's the time. Visit Ashby Lumber in Berkeley or Concord, check out the Trex display in person, and start planning your deck today. Ashby Lumber, helping you build something better right outside your door.
Hey, Bay Area sports fans, get ready for game day with Laughing Monk Brewing. Whether you're watching with friends or heading out after the final whistle, Laughing Monk has the perfect beer for the moment. With locations in Sunnyvale, Scotts Valley, and Bayview in San Francisco, there's always a monk nearby. And now, check out their newest San Francisco location in Nopa. From crisp lagers to bold IPAs, every beer is righteously brewed in San Francisco. Grab a pint, grab your crew, and make game day better at Laughing Monk Brewing. Righteously brewed in San Francisco.
Football fans, history is calling as San Francisco heads down under for the first ever game in Australia. Join the action in Melbourne with true fan travel as San Francisco takes on Los Angeles at the iconic Melbourne Cricket Ground. Premium hotel stay, epic all-inclusive events, city tours, wildlife adventures, meet and greet with a red and gold legend, and unforgettable moments. Spots are limited. Don't miss out on your shot to experience San Francisco down under. Head to truefantravel.com. That's truefantravel.com.
Every morning, we rise and shine, make breakfast, and brush away the night's rest. These routines help us start the day off right. Nature-Made vitamins are a simple step in that daily care regimen. Multivitamins with daily essentials, clinically studied probiotics for gut health support, magnesium to help relax the body. Nature-Made is made to care for you every day. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
In today's fast-moving job market, staying ahead means keeping your skills sharp. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we help keep your capabilities cutting edge with our skills-based education programs designed to move your career forward. Explore more than 135 degrees and certificates in business, cybersecurity, and more. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start May 13th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chef.
Did you know about 1 in 3 people with plaque psoriasis may also develop psoriatic arthritis, which causes joint pain, stiffness, and swelling? Does this sound like you? Listen to what it sounds like to be a million miles away. Tremfya guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy, and for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Imagine being a million miles away. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Visit tremfya.com or call 1-800-526-7736.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
Yo, what's up? This is Javon from San Francisco. I want to shout out my favorite morning roast, my favorite radio station in the whole Bay Area, in the whole country, 95.7 The Game.
Oh, yeah, it is the morning roast. Sam Lohman alongside Joe Shasky, and Bonte Hill is live in studio, presented by Ceremony Ford, your Bay Area Ford store, courtesy of the River Islands guest line, as the morning roast is coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. And it's also presented by San Francisco Fire Credit Union, banking for heroes, and by anyone who wants to be treated like one. Bonte, glad to have you back in again.
Good morning, guys.
You got to turn your mic on.
My mic is on.
Oh, we got to pot your mic up, but that's a Carter thing.
That's a Carter thing, not me.
There you
got
go.
one side of my headphones are working, but it's all good. We'll power through it for the next 2 hours.
I really like that coat.
Thank you. Universal Studios cost me an arm and a leg.
Oh, there you go. That's a cool jacket.
No, I like it. I mean,
thank you. No, it cost me an arm and a leg. I hope.
What do you like more?
Didn't ask the price.
What do you like more, that jacket or...
you don't ask the price. Shasky just swipes, man. Just the 4 houses over here.
Well, no, what Shasky does is he'll ask someone when they're down there, hey, can you pick up this gear for me? Hey, Dave, while you're at the Masters, can you get me, this sweatshirt, these pants, these shoes? But,
Masters gear, I heard, is super expensive.
Yeah, that's why he asked other people to buy it for him.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Got to get to Augusta.
What are the Niners going to do at 33, Bonte?
It's not the best sports weekend. Stop, Carter. I like the Masters, but don't miss me with the whole, it's the best sports weekend of the year.
I mean, you were live tweeting the entire back.
It doesn't mean I live tweet Pac-12 football.
Shasky's with me, I think.
Pac-12 doesn't even exist.
I don't
even know what it is now.
It was a joke now. It was a joke.
I saw where he was going.
I tweet every single week.
He'll live tweet
about
anything.
Sports, exactly.
All right, Bonte, you said something. We got draft.
33, I know.
What happened last night?
With what?
Hawks Knicks.
Oh, we don't want to go there today.
Why?
We don't want to go there today.
We don't want to go there today. We got 60 seconds here. We can do that.
We don't want to go there. We saw with our old 2 eyes. We saw last year in the second round. And for whatever reason, God bless Jonathan Kaminga. I'm happy he's thriving in Atlanta. Quinn Snyder's allowed him to play through his mistakes.
You remember our Kaminga crisis?
Yeah, Kaminga crisis.
Please play it just one time. One time.
Let's twist my arm.
Just do it.
Just do it.
We'll get.
Dude. I mean,
I'm so proud of myself.
I talked about some amateurs at the other sports station, but I had people at that sports station, at the other sports station, who are amateurs, in my opinion, who called Kaminga empty calories. They said he doesn't play winning basketball, said it doesn't translate in the playoffs, even after we saw what happened last year against Minnesota. We didn't focus on who didn't show up. We did pick this young man who had like 3 weeks of not playing and was like your best player on the floor outside of Jimmy Butler. You could make the argument he was the best player. Now I watched this guy for 2 consecutive games basically be the best player on the floor. Brunson, Cat, Bridges, OG Anunoby, who a lot of people wanted to trade for, CJ McCollum, Jalen Johnson, and Kaminga's out there as a small ball 5, thriving. So something we're going to monitor moving forward because, you know me, I don't like to give up assets for nothing.
I'm going to be following Kaminga's career. I'm going to be rooting for him again. 21 points in 28 minutes off the bench last night for the Hawks there. And you know what? I'm happy for him. I'm happy that he's in a place where he's able to, be the player that he's meant to be, get the runway that he's meant to get. It's going to suck that it's not happening for the Warriors. Right. That's always going to be unfortunate to deal with the rest of his career. But, I wish the best for the guy.
You know who I thought about yesterday? Our boy Tim in Raleigh, North Carolina. Guru hit me up. Was like, it's quiet on the set with the haters. I thought about Papa Shasky in the hospital saying, don't trade Kaminga.
He was right.
Well, we'll see now. I mean, it's early, but it does suck to see when everybody says that the Warriors need athleticism, wings, physicality, and that guy's down there in Atlanta, and these fans are wearing Kaminga jerseys, going crazy. So, anyway, that's my spill on that. It was fun to watch.
Well, do you think it has any impact on what's going on with Kerr and Lakeup and that, or no? That ship's already sailed.
Maybe that ship is sailed. I can't speak on that. I know Lakup's a huge Kaminga fan. He hasn't hid that, right? Said it last year in an article. It's like, wow, these fans behind me and this 2 rows behind me in Minnesota were like, wow, look at this Kaminga kid. He mentioned that. He was quoted on that. So maybe there's some. That's where we say, hey, man, maybe we need to change our philosophy a little bit. Maybe we need to adjust our offensive philosophy. And maybe that's where it comes from. It's like, we couldn't fit this young man within our system. Anyway, we don't need to harp on that.
It's something we're always going to be keeping an eye on. Another thing we're going to be keeping our eye on is the 3rd annual Agape Charity Golf Tournament, which is going to be this Monday, April 27th at the Stone Tree Golf Club. Shasky's going to be in it. I'm going to be in it. Maybe Bonte will be in it.
My brother's playing with me.
I got 2 kids, man. It ain't that easy to break away.
What do you break away? Come on out.
It ain't that easy to break away.
Come on, we're gonna do some videos.
It's never that easy.
To play. Just come out and enjoy the ride.
I'm
just fire up the helicopter, land on the course, come out, shake some hands, kiss some babies, and then
it's Stone Tree.
Where's that?
San Rafael.
Yeah.
It's going to be cool. We're going to be broadcasting live out there along with Steiny and Guru, and then we will be playing in the tournament. There are still some foursomes left. If you want to come out, go to agapecharitygolf.com. That's agapecharitygolf.com. It's all presented by our friends at Atco and Eclipse Insurance. All proceeds will benefit the North Bay and Golden Gate regional centers and help fund the San Francisco Autism Society in the Bay Area. Come on out. It's going to be a great time. Was the NFL Draft's first round a great time, Bonte?
It was weird this year because the Niners obviously had 27. And when you have 2 kids in the house, one's crying and wanting milk and Chess is doing her thing, looking at videos and dancing and practicing for a performance, I had it on the iPad. And I had basketball on the big screen. Obviously, the Giants were done, and they lost to the Dodgers or whatnot. So that was over. And stayed away from Twitter because, I heard you guys talk about the tipping of the picks. And
I couldn't open my phone.
You know what I was doing this year, I found myself doing? And it worked. Because, look, I want to go back and watch it for the backstories of these players and whatnot and see the family stuff. And I missed that. But I was off Twitter. And I would watch basketball, they go to commercial, and I would pause the draft. And then fast forward through everything just to see the picks. And so
it's interesting.
So it was refreshing. But I wasn't as locked into saying every single pick in the backstory, waiting 10 minutes for every single pick. But I remember when Caleb Downs got drafted by the Cowboys, I almost dropped the F-bomb. I almost had to throw $1 in the curse jar because Caleb Downs, I feel like, is one of the best players in this draft.
That's a good move for him.
And he's going to look so sick in that Cowboys uniform. He's going to look so sick. And I don't know how he slipped to 11, but I just remember the Rose Bowl where I was like, who is this guy?
I thought he was going to be a top 4 pick after the year prior.
Yes.
Yeah. No, he was amazing.
So the Cowboys come up on him and Malachi Lawrence, and then, you look at what the Rams did with Ty Simpson, which was a little surprise. And I like Ty Simpson. I think Ty Simpson could be a good quarterback in this league.
But do you like him there? Because it's not about do you like the player. It's also where you pick him.
Yeah, the wrong team, right?
Yeah.
They have Stetson Bennett as a backup. They don't know about Jimmy Garoppolo. Obviously, Matt Stafford's going to play a couple more years. The draft always throws you for a loop. How about the Titans taking Cardell Tate?
I thought that was a major reach.
My guy David Taylor from NBC is a big-time Titans fan. He goes, I'm shocked we couldn't get Reese. So, yeah, the draft always throws some curveballs in there. But it was enjoyable. But the way I watched it was a little different this year.
So let me get to this point. Do you think the Niners got enough for the multiple trade downs? I think the first trade was a good one. The second one was a meh, right? But you're only moving a little. But the more I think about it, having to sit at 33, meaning you're opening the draft today, you either get to take whoever you want or you're driving up interest because everyone's sleeping on it, looking at the board all day. The more I slept on it, I woke up this morning, I started thinking about it, I go, I'm not as frustrated with the second trade back compensation as maybe I was last night.
Yeah, I think they were eyeing a couple players. And I think Keelan Rutledge was a guy maybe they were eyeing, the guard out of Georgia Tech. And Houston came up the board and got him. Caleb Lomu, the offensive tackle from Utah. Obviously, he was linked to the Niners a lot. He goes at 28.
I wasn't as on him.
Me too.
Okay,
this is where I was with you on Lomu because that's where we were having a conversation yesterday. Don't just take an offensive lineman, just take one.
Yeah.
Just don't do that.
That was what they did with McGlinchey.
Exactly. So trading down out of the first round, getting another pick and moving up into the third round, going from 4 to 3. You still have those picks, and then you have the ammo to maybe make another trade down from 33 if you want. I wasn't mad at it, and we discussed this yesterday that the Niners may trade down, and I'm okay with that.
Exactly.
Don't reach for a pick. Don't reach. So they didn't reach, and I think some guys on the board, Malachi Lawrence, who a lot of people talk about out of Central Florida, he gets snatched up at 23 to the Dallas Cowboys, and again, Keelan Rutledge out of Georgia Tech, physical guard, he gets snatched up by the Houston Texans. If your player's not there, you know what? Let's just move out. And obviously they weren't in love with Omar Cooper Jr., or they would have stayed at 27.
Exactly.
And I think do we want to see them take a receiver in the first round?
So I'm glad you bring up receiver because I'm watching this draft. You bring up the Tate selection.
Right.
Of course, wide receivers matter. It's like saying cornerbacks don't matter. No, every position on the field matters to me. I just think the league as a whole has spent way too much money on receivers, and we've overvalued them. Not that they're not valuable. They are. And I look at that AFC Championship game.
Yeah.
You can't throw the ball. It's so snowy. Yes, you need to have a receiver. How many playoff games has Justin Jefferson's team won? How many playoff games has, Jamar Chase's teams won? That being said, Jackson Smith-Njigba just had one of the greatest wide receiver seasons of all time, and they won the Super Bowl. So there is a happy medium.
Puka, the Rams.
Baller. But B,
Puka's also a 5th-round pick, too, whereas Jefferson
no doubt,
and
but he'll get a $100 million deal.
Yeah,
he's getting a $100 million deal.
He's going to get paid. He's one of the best wide receivers.
I thought the point you're making is these top-notch first-round receivers, how often are you seeing them at the highest level in the playoffs?
It just feels over-skewed. Yeah. I just feel like the league as a whole is overvaluing receivers.
Maybe, but Jamar Chase helped lead the Bengals to a Super Bowl.
That's true.
A.J. Brown,
with
a second-round pick.
Yeah.
A.J. Brown was a baller. Devontae Smith is a first-round pick.
I think 6th overall.
Devontae Smith was a Heisman Trophy winner, and they won the Super Bowl against Kansas City. And you need threats on the outside.
Of course.
There's no doubt you need threats. How you allocate your team. And look, Justin Jefferson's in a tough spot. If you got no quarterback, you're not going to make an impact.
Yeah.
But having that wide receiver on the field, you can't tell me taking away Brandon Ayuk or Deebo Samuel in the attention. Like the Niners, we discussed this yesterday. They don't have playmakers on the outside. Pearsall's getting shut down.
Sure.
Juwan Jennings can't uncover at all. He's still out there in the free agency market. and Jordan Watkins couldn't get on the football field. So you need guys who can uncover it. I agree. We overpay some wide receivers. Some wide receivers are worth it.
Yes.
But also at the same time, and we go through these cycles. Running backs are undervalued for so damn long. So long. People, you get a running back. No, you can't.
No, you can't.
There's difference
When you have
makers.
that next tier running back, it absolutely is a difference.
How'd Saquon Barkley look at Philadelphia 2 years ago?
Ask Pat Mahomes right now, who hasn't had a running back what feels like in a long time.
Kenneth Walker. How do you run for Seattle last year on the way to a Super Bowl?
Freaking good.
He's a difference maker. So it depends on what's your team. How do you want a team build? Again, Cardinal Tate at 4 overall with the
Was a
Titans.
reach.
I was shocked.
Yeah, me too.
You want to get weapons for Cam Ward. But get some defensive players. Get some difference makers.
Finally, even get some protection for him, too.
Well, and we watched it. That team was horrible. He was their best player by far.
Yeah, no doubt. Now, they may have been in on Jeremiah Love.
That's
but
true.
He didn't. In Arizona, you look at Arizona now, you get Jeremiah Love. You got the Wilson
Marvin
kid,
Harrison.
Marvin Harrison, who's got
I don't love Marvin Harrison.
But as a third option, when you got Trey McBride at tight end,
No doubt.
and you got the Wilson kid, who's it? Was it Mike
Wilson? Mac was the linebacker.
Marco Wilson, or
this was Mike Wilson
or
Mark
something.
Wilson?
Whatever.
Pretty sure it's
He
Michael Wilson.
exploded last year with
Yes,
Jacoby
he did.
Brissett. So now they've got some weapons. Now it makes sense maybe if you want to go Jeremiah Love at 3 overall. Now, he's going to have to go and get some good defenses in the NFC West, but it all depends on how you build your team. And you know me, I'm a receiver guy. Like the Saints taking Tyson at 9, 8 overall. The pair with Olave, the pair with their young quarterback, Tyler Shuck. I'm not mad at that.
Where do you think the Niners go today in terms of veteran players? Because we look at the draft. Is there any world where they trade? And I brought it up to Baldy. You got 4 DNs now for the New York Giants. Yeah. Abdul Carter. They've got
Thibodeau.
Yep, Thibodeau. They've got the kid they just drafted, and they got Brian Burns.
Yeah.
Is there any world where they're making a mid-round trade for Thibodeau?
It's possible. He's a West Coast kid, LA kid, went to Oregon. I think there's some untapped potential there.
I do too.
Look, I don't know what's going on in New York City. Obviously, they drafted Abdul Carter, probably got less reps. But that's a young kid who's trying to get paid. I may take a chance on for a mid-round pick. What do the Giants want? They just flipped Dexter Lawrence for a straight-up first-round pick.
Let me throw one at you. What about a 5th-round pick in Ricky Pearsall for him straight up?
You're down on Pearsall, huh?
I am. And I think they need receivers.
Malik Neighbors.
They lost Wan'Dale Robinson.
You know,
it's just a thought. Get Jackson Dart some weapons. I am down on Ricky Pearsall. You know why, B?
You think they're doing their intel said, we want to play Ricky Pearsall on this MetLife turf?
No, but like they'll take a flyer on him. Who
knows?
I think the Niners are down on Pearsall. I get this sense that, you know, Kyle's so demanding of his receivers. You're either in or out with him.
How many player-for-player swaps you see in the draft?
Not many.
Yeah, it's not as common in the NFL.
Well, also, I mean, when you talk about how Kyle might be down on Pearson, when we saw kind of this, down period with him and Brandon Ayuk, and Ayuk was eventually able to elevate himself out of it and become the Niners' dynamic receiver. I don't know if there's any kind of same hope that Pearsall could become that as well for the 49ers, where he can kind of bounce back from the season he's had here, but then you factor in the health issues there too. So I don't know how much. Yeah. Well, that's the thing. I don't know how much of a value that Ricky Pearsall then has in the trade market too, based on what he's shown.
Not much.
Pearsall's biggest downfall is his availability.
Yes.
Yeah.
And on the football field, he does make plays.
He is productive.
He's not a scrub.
Yeah, but his upper body is a question.
Well, he's got to get stronger. And again, the whole Herm Edwards thing, what he told us a few years ago, you got to protect Ricky Pearsall from himself. He can't stay healthy. And so teams know that. So if you're another team, we may want to pawn him off on somebody else. But you think John Harbaugh, who's been around the block a few times, let's go trade for this oft-injured receiver for our young quarterback in Jackson Dart and trade in Kayvon Thibodeau. I just don't know if there's a market for that. So I hear what you're saying, but if you could get him right, Pearsall, and maybe you wait till next offseason to try to move him before you pay him, but you got to hope that he's healthy. Like, how many games did he play last year? Missed half the season.
6, 7.
He missed half the season. Nobody's going to trade for that.
The other guy who was posting a cryptic Instagram post yesterday was Renardo Green. He had this cryptic post on Instagram, something to the effect of like, don't trust people. It was to be interpreted that basically I think he's got the signal that he might be moved.
Well, that's another guy, though. I mean, the Niners are falling out of love with him. I see we're coming from these trades, though, but I don't know how much of value a guy like Renard Green at the base of his value or Ricky Pearsall at the base is. You're selling low here to I just don't know how much value guys like that are going to have to bring in an edge rusher the caliber like the ones that the Giants have here, unless you're stapling maybe multiple picks. Like if it's Renardo Green and a 4th and a 5th rounder to bring in either Thibodeau or...
I'm just trying to get creative, Sam.
No, I hear you.
You know what? I would keep Renardo Green, though. He got hurt. I think he got banged up in camp, and he was out for a little bit of time, if I recall. His value is at an all-time low.
Yeah.
I don't like... If we're going to flip players, let's make sure they're trending upwards. They're ascending, not descending talent, descending assets where you're saying, all right, Renardo, we want you out the door. Let's go ahead and trade you for a 5th-round pick. No, I don't want to do that because then you're getting a corner who's a rookie. At least Renardo Green has been around the block a little bit. He's been in this league. He understands the defense. Let's give him another shot and see what he does with Raheem Morris. I'm willing to buy low on Renardo Green to keep him in the fold with guys like Deommodore Lenoir instead of trading guys who are at their lowest point. It just doesn't, just flipping guys just to flip guys. He's on a cheap deal. You don't have to pay him much right now. Let's see what he does.
Well, I have a question in regards to Ricky Pearsall as well. Like, is part of it, we'll see what the Niners do, obviously, in the second round. They got 2 second-rounders here. Let's say they use one of these the second rounder they have at 58, I believe. Let's say they use it on another receiver, whether Denzel Boston falls that far, probably not, or Charles Brazel. Do one of those guys, can they be the wide receiver 2 that allows Ricky to kind of be pushed to that wide receiver 3 role that maybe might be a better overall situation for him on this team?
Well, you got Christian Kirk. Where's he factor in? There's open spots. It's all about competition. I do like the young man from Tennessee. I only watched the Georgia game with him. I didn't watch a lot of Tennessee football this past year.
Good game to watch.
But I watched that Georgia game. And I looked at him and the way he was running his routes and the way he was going deep. I said, man, that may be a poor man's George Pickens. George Pickens. And George Pickens has all the talent in the world.
It's between the ears. I mean, he's an unbelievable talent.
He could be a superstar in this league.
He's a basket case.
But this young man from Tennessee kind of reminds me of George Pickens in the way he attacks the football. Now, he's got to get a little more physical. And George Pickens, when he was at Georgia, and obviously he tore the ACL and then he came back for the championship, he had some dog in him right away. This young man from Tennessee, I'm not saying he's George Pickens, but he reminds me of George Pickens. But I'm not sure if I want to take a wide receiver at number 33 overall. Yeah. I'm fixated on the safety from Toledo.
Yeah. Well, that's what I'd like to see.
I want him too.
I like that. But that's why I think 58, which is the other 49ers second-round pick, that feels like it could be an option for a receiver. Let's get into this more on the other side. And, Bonte, your old friend BPA is online. We'll chat to him on the other side as well. What's coming on the game is sponsored by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
What's up, cousin?
I want a new phone. Have you seen any good deals?
Everyone has free phones, but when I switched to T-Mobile, I got more value and so much more.
Like streaming included.
And travel benefits.
And the best part? The price of your talk, text, and data is guaranteed for 5 years.
Get more benefits and more value. At T-Mobile, families save and get a 5-year price guarantee. Switch now at T-Mobile.com. Qualifying plan requires price guarantee on talk, text, and data. Exclusions like taxes and fees apply. See T-Mobile.com.
Hi, I'm David.
I'm Chris.
And I'm John. We are the 3 brothers who own Jack's Restaurant and Bar.
And we are here to...
Not again. That's my line.
That was my line.
Boy, stop it.
Mom? What are you doing here?
Have you heard your commercials? They're terrible.
That's not our fault. You taught us how to cook delicious food.
Using only the freshest ingredients.
And to treat all our guests like family visiting our home. But you didn't teach us how to write catchy radio spots.
They remember that and get back to work.
Yes, Mom. Jack's, serving delicious breakfast, lunch, dinner, and drinks the way our mom taught us.
ILoveJax.com.
At the YMCA of Greater San Francisco, every child deserves a place to grow, belong, and thrive. Through youth and family programs, the Y is building stronger communities, one family, one future at a time. Join us for the Y for Youth Community Festival, Saturday, May 2nd at Crane Cove Park in San Francisco, near the Dogpatch YMCA. Enjoy live music, fun activities, and something for all ages. Best of all, it's free and open to the public. Come celebrate community, connection, and the power of youth. Sign up today at ymcasf.org/thegame.
As the official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026, Bank of America knows how much hard work it takes to achieve a dream. So when it comes to owning a home, we're here to help. Get guidance and resources to buy a home you love, including up to $17,500 in select markets when combining down payment and closing cost grants. Visit BofA.com/home team. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America N.A. Equal Housing Lender. Credit and collateral is subject to approval. Restrictions apply. This is not a commitment to lend.
Man, I love this place. I've been surfing here since I was a kid. Now, seeing my grandson out on the water, it means everything to me. Watching him and taking in the blue waves, the sea breeze, the blurry horizon?
If you have geographic atrophy, or GA, subtle changes in vision could mean it's progressing toward irreversible vision loss. Izervay is proven to slow GA progression and could help preserve your vision for longer, so you may keep seeing the world around you. Izervay, or avacincaptad pegol, is an eye injection. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may cause blood in the white of the eye, blurred vision, or a temporary increase in eye pressure. Do not drive or use machinery until vision has recovered after an eye injection or exam. Ask your retina specialist how you can slow your GA with Izervay. To learn more, call 1-855-IZERVAY or go to izervay.com. Paid for by Astellas Pharma.
Hey, it's Willard, Bay Area. You feel that rumble? That's Low Riders taking over Cinco de Mayo. Join Habas Law on Sunday, May 3rd from 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. East San Jose, King and Story. Chrome gleaming, hydraulics bouncing, starting at 10 a.m. It's the Cinco de Mayo Parade, live music, incredible food, and a community alive with pride. Presented by Omar Habas, Tarek Habas, and Habas Law with Council Member Peter Ortiz and the United Lowrider Council. Pull up with your crew for Low Riders, Sunday, May 3rd, Habas Law, East Side Pride, let's ride.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 877 Cars for Kids to speak to a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Go to carsforkids.org now or call 877 Cars for Kids to donate your car today.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hey, this is MSR from San Ramon, and you are listening to Joe Shasky and I already forgot. Spadoni on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, it is the morning roast. Sam Lohman in for Joe Spadoni. He is out on baby leave. We got Bonte Hill in studio, presented by Ceremony Ford, your Bay Area Ford dealer. Talk about the 49ers draft, or the lack of picks they made because they traded out of the first round last night. 49ers are on the clock this morning at number 33. They will kick off the second round of the draft, unless, of course, they trade back again. So 888-957-9570 is the number to call. You can also text us. Did you like the trades that the Niners did last night? And what do you want them to do at 33? Let's go right out to the lines here. Brian in Palo Alto, let's get on the roast. How'd you feel about what the Niners did last night?
Good. I mean, I'll feel something in about a year probably, but yeah, I don't think any of those are necessarily bad.
Hey Brian, let's maybe get to a different spot and have you call us back. Your signal was not really good right there. So let's get to some of the stuff that Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch said after the draft last night. Here's Lynch and Shanahan
explaining how the picks they wanted simply just ran out. Let's try that again here. Here's John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan explaining how the picks they wanted simply ran out.
Sometimes they didn't run out till a couple picks before we picked. So we say a couple that we realistically thought would get to where we were. Now, there were some guys earlier that we would have been thrilled to have, but we had a really good idea that they were going to be gone. So,
and then some guys go there that we didn't think would.
Yeah.
There's a couple that make something up, like say we had 22 of them, but there's a couple that went in those 22 that weren't those guys, which is why I feel real good about some of the choices still at 33.
So basically, yeah, all the guys they liked ran out, which I think we kind of anticipated that coming. We were talking about yesterday how we expected them to trade back out of the first round. So really no surprise on that one because I think as John Lynch said earlier in the week, we don't have a whole lot of first round grades as we usually do. So that's what I think, Bonte, you said, I think in the last segment, don't just draft a guy just to draft a guy. Don't just take an offensive lineman, just take an offensive lineman. And that's why I really like this trade here because, again, they didn't force anything. They took a little bit of a step back, stock up the draft pool a little bit, and now you're basically sitting in the driver's seat, which what I'm basically calling the first overall pick in the draft, part 2, essentially, when you have that first pick of the second round.
Now, let's not get it twisted. It's good that they traded back and got some picks. You still have to nail the picks.
Absolutely.
So we could all feel happy-go-lucky this morning saying, the Niners did well. And, yeah, I think they navigated the board very well. They didn't get their guys that they wanted. But now you have to nail the picks. And who are the picks? And maybe are you going to trade the picks for another player? Are you trading number 33 for a player? Are the New York Giants really shopping some of their defensive linemen? Are they in love with Burns? Because obviously Derek Lawrence said they want to pay him, so they trade him and flip him for a first-round pick. But you look at Burns and what he's making, he's got a $21 million cap hit. Are the Niners restructuring money to make a move like that? They restructured, obviously Bosa's getting his money, but they restructured to open up more cap space.
$41 million, I think?
The new defensive lineman from Dallas.
Yes.
Odigizua.
They restructured his deal yesterday and gave him some upfront money to release some cap space. Are they really trying to go big game hunting here and get one of these big boys from the New York Giants? I don't know. Yeah. But you have whatever pick you have, you've got to nail them. You got 33. You've got to nail this pick. And it feels like you need a day one starter.
To that point, Bonte, then we'll go to you, Shasky. When you talk about cap space, it says, I'm looking at Spotrac right here. They got them at $40 million in top 51 cap space. $40 million available in spending there. So in terms of taking on other salaries from other teams, that's how much money they have to play with.
So what would be a pick early in the show? Because they control the board right now. Mm-hmm. What would be a pick right now where it would leave you going, what are they doing?
For me, I would say wide receiver.
Really?
List. Yeah. I mean, I think it's a priority, but I don't think it's a first pick of your draft priority, if that makes sense.
That's a good way of phrasing it, because it is their first pick of the draft.
Right.
Bonte, what about you?
I think they took quarterback. No. Okay.
You're not wrong on that one.
No, seriously, I would look and say wide receiver as well. Like Denzel Boston, a lot of people are talking about. Is he going to get on the football field right away? We know Mike Evans is going to play.
Of course.
We know Christian Kirk will get some snaps if healthy. Or do you take a wide receiver knowing that there's a chance Mike Evans get hurt? There's a chance Christian Kirk gets hurt. There's a chance Ricky Pearsall's not available.
Well, and they need speed.
And they need team speed. So do you want to add another playmaker for Brock Purdy? So I wouldn't be as mad at wide receiver. I think I would look at D-line saying, boy, if you went edge in the second round, is there any potential edge rushers who could help you on day one? I don't see it. Yeah. So I would kind of raise my eyebrows at an edge rusher if they drafted him number 33
What
overall.
if they took a running back, 33?
That would very much surprise me.
I would be shocked.
I feel like running back is something they would take later in the draft.
I tend to agree with you. Would you be shocked?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Cassius Howell's a name out of Texas A&M. Edge rusher. I thought he was going to go first round. He did not go first round.
Apparently, yeah.
Because Bain Jr. slipped to Tampa Bay.
I know. Isn't that a steal?
I thought the Rams were taking Bain.
Me too.
When he got to the Rams were on the clock, I said, "Oh my God, they're about to get Bain."
I thought he might.
I freaked out a little bit.
I thought he would stay in Miami and go to the Dolphins too. They were very pissed that he slipped past there.
You pulled a Fat Andy's going to get Christian McCaffrey.
Yeah, Greg Papa was like, "Oh my God, Fat Andy's going to get Christian McCaffrey." And I was like, yeah, he's got his Westbrook now. Wow.
He's got his
Westbrook. Thank God that didn't happen. But no, seriously, I thought Bain Jr. was going to the Rams. Cassius Howell, Texas A&M. I wouldn't be as mad But again, he's not a speed guy.
Yeah.
And that's something we just had Baldy on. I asked him, are we making a bigger deal about these short arms with some of these defensive linemen? And obviously a lot has been made about Ruben Bain, my guy out of University of Miami. And Baldy's like, for a guy like Ruben Bain, he plays with such a motor that the short arms really don't matter. Cassius Hill, again, without that kind of explosiveness off the line, that's where you start to see those short arms really, start to be a negative factor for some of these guys. Another name I'm kind of looking at as a potential second-round option is T.J. Parker, the edge rusher out of Clemson. I don't know if that's a guy who could be more of a fit, more than Cassius Howell there. Got a little bit more size, can force the fumbles there on that one. If we're looking at edge rusher in this first pick, that could be an option.
What about guard? What about this young man out of Texas A&M? Everybody's bringing him up. Chase Basantis? Is that his name? Basantis? Out of Texas A&M, a guard? How would you guys feel about that? 6'5", 315?
If they stay at Pat B, I want them to just take the safety.
You want? Yeah, I love the safety.
I want the safety. I want
McNeil Warren.
Yeah, I mean, when was the last time they had a ball hawking safety? Like legitimate ball hawker.
It's been a while. This guy, if you look at his tape, where is that number 7?
Oh, he looks ridiculous.
He looks great. I trust me. If that's the pick, I'm happy.
I am too.
Because I think he is a day one starter.
I agree.
I think he's unseating either Tig Brown or Malik Mustafa if he's healthy.
Does Tig have any value? Does Malik Mustafa have any value?
I think they would have traded him by now.
Well, what they've done in the past, I think what they were trying to do was they took Pearsall. I really think they were fielding calls on Ayuk the next day.
Yeah, absolutely they were. And Debo. John Lynch said it again last night. He said it again for years. The phone lines are always open. So we shouldn't be surprised when they say this said player was talked about. Oh, they took a phone call on this said player. They're always in the business of trying to upgrade and collect more picks. So, yeah, John Lynch, that's what they do. So, yeah, they're probably fielding calls on everybody, but even Mac Jones. Kyle Shanahan said it yesterday, almost trying to prod a team into trading for Mac Jones. I'm a little surprised nobody traded for Mac Jones. Oh, man, we didn't get many calls about Mac Jones. He's a good quarterback, and I'm glad. I will be upset if we leave the room, but he's a starting quarterback, and basically saying, I'd take a third-round pick or a second-round pick for Mac Jones.
I do want to discuss the Mac Jones thing because I find this to be really people are complicating this more than they need to. You're contradicting yourself in some way, and maybe I've contradicted myself. Purdy was paid. Purdy is paid. We've made our bed. Purdy's the quarterback. Whether people like it or not, that's the quarterback. Yes. All right? His highs have been better than Mac's highs.
Yep.
It's pretty obvious. If Purdy goes down, we're kind of in trouble anyway. Whether they salvage the season with Mac or not. Do you think Mac would have won that game in Philly? I don't think so.
I don't think so either.
Maybe he could have, but I'm going to fade him in that game. I think Purdy's movement did help them a lot in that game. Though he didn't have the best of games, I keep coming back to if Purdy gets hurt next year and he goes down, we're probably back in the quarterback market anyway in next year's draft, which has a lot more quarterbacks to begin with, and your season's probably cooked.
Yeah.
Now, I hear the argument, Max salvaged the season. He did. He went 5-3.
It's a great argument to keep him on the roster this year.
It is. But
well, I guess how much of a priority is it then to have that insurance policy as your backup quarterback? I think you bring up a good point. Most of these teams around the league, if their starting quarterback goes down,
they're in trouble.
You're kaput. Whether it's the Ravens, whether it's the Bengals, whether it's the Chiefs, it doesn't really matter. Very few teams keep that, insurance policy at backup quarterbacks when their starter goes down. They have a guy they can kind of plug in and keep it going. But at the same time, we did just see it save their ass last year. So I'm kind of on team that I think they should be trading Mac Jones to find another pick here in the second round or even the third round. I would like to get a second round there. But if the 49ers are just going to say, you know what, we like Mac enough that we want to keep him behind Brock Purdy because we want to have that ability to keep things going if Brock does go down for a couple of games, I have a hard time really arguing with that logic right now.
Yeah, but a plug-and-play player in the second or third round, that could be the difference between losing to Seattle Week 18 or beating them and being the number one seed. And I'm getting dramatic on that, but I truly believe that.
What
if you do no, go ahead, Lovey.
Well, no, like just my question is, I feel like so much of it with Mac Jones is just because of how he saved the season last year.
Yeah.
Because he played for 8 games. If he was only in for like 2 or 3 games, let's say they go 2-1 in the 3 games and then Brock's back and plays the rest of the year, do you think it's as much of a conversation in terms of whether or not they want to hold on to Mac Jones or not? Like if it was only those 3 games, does that make it easier? I don't know. I'm just throwing that.
He did have before. Remember, the Ram win was a special win.
Yes.
That was a special win.
Right.
I actually thought he played better in the second Ram game, even though they were down.
He did.
He was awesome in that loss.
Listen,
And
look
again,
at what's
I like
available. If what's available, I'm just looking at who's available.
Talking about backups.
Backup quarterback.
It's not a good list.
If you moved off of
It's
Mac
not a
Jones
good
right
list.
now, you want to end on Russell Wilson? No. You want to end on Tyrod Taylor? Teddy Bridgewater?
No.
Brett Rippon?
No.
Easton Stick? It's not pretty. Skylar Thompson?
Is Zach Wilson still out there?
Zach Wilson?
I'm
I
out
think
on
he got
him.
signed. Didn't Zach Wilson get
I'm out
signed
on
somewhere?
him.
I'm not sure. I don't know where
I'm
Zach
not a
Wilson.
huge Zach Wilson fan either.
Jeff Driscoll. Will Greer.
Jeff Driscoll, the ex-Florida quarterback
Yes.
drafted by Chip Kelly.
Absolutely.
Oh, my God.
Will Greer, West Virginia quarterback, Dallas Cowboy. Go ahead, Carter.
How about looking at the other way? Where is the demand for Mac Jones outside of the Jets and the Steelers?
There's not much, right?
Indy should be all
Indy's
over.
another one.
Right.
Indy should be all
That's
over.
3
him.
teams, though, you're negotiating with.
Daniel Jones, right, is still there.
Yeah, he's coming off an
Are they
Achilles.
going to bring him in as a backup?
I don't
Mac
think he'll
Jones?
start because he's still hurt from the
He's still
Achilles.
hurt, so you're going to bring in Mac Jones and let him start and then go back to
I think
Daniel
Mac's
Jones?
better than Daniel Jones.
Could be. He could be. Now, Daniel Jones was electric last year.
Okay.
Until he
got hurt.
Well, also, when
it
is he
was
gonna-
crazy.
when's he gonna be playing great?
Didn't they? I think they went the first 3 games
he
without
was,
punting.
He was playing great, but I like Mac Jones in that system.
Zach Wilson's in New Orleans now. He's in New Orleans. So
look, I hear you. The
Browns maybe at 39.
But it could.
they had Deshaun coming back and Shador
I
Sanders.
feel like the Browns are always looking for quarterbacks, though.
If Purdy goes down, though, big picture, and misses 7 or 8 games this year, they're probably not picking up his option because it guarantees the money 2 years down the line.
I think you keep Mac for that reason alone.
Okay. All
Because
right.
if Purdy does get hurt and Mac comes in and plays well again, well, now, as you mentioned, you can move off of Purdy. You re-sign Mac for another team-friendly deal,
Yeah,
2
a couple-year
years.
deal.
You don't have to pay him franchise quarterback money, and then you draft your quarterback in the next year. I mean, it's that simple. So I'm a little surprised they have Mac Jones, but at this point, I'd be hesitant to trade Mac Jones considering what's out there on the quarterback market.
Yeah. And even Kyle Shanahan said yesterday he would be surprised if Mac is not on the training camp roster.
Yeah, I mean, I'd be real surprised if he's not. It also really surprised me that no one came and offered something like today. But the fact that no one did doesn't make me think someone's going to do something tomorrow, and his value's probably already passed anyways.
So that kind of goes in what you're saying earlier. He's trying to entice someone to bite, but again,
at this point, I don't think you could do it. I just looked at this list. Your window to trade Mac Jones was during free agency, and maybe the Niners tried to drive a hard bargain. Maybe they were like, did they really think they were going to get a first-round pick from Mac Jones?
Feels delusional.
Right. A second-round pick? I would have taken a third, but
I would have taken a third,
it's too late now. And this also goes to show you that they weren't really in love with Zach Wilson during the pre-draft process.
At all.
When Zach Wilson was there. Remember John Lynch was, when they moved up to 3 that year, John Lynch was at the BYU Pro Day smiling. Everybody's like, oh, Zach Wilson. And I would, you know, as we hear Shasky talking down the line of Carter.
Well, sorry, I got Steiny in the YouTube chat saying,
why are
who
you
says
locked in
the
on
Warriors
YouTube?
can't develop young players? They
Focus.
just developed Kaminga for the Hawks.
Focus.
It was a good joke.
Steiny doesn't tell good
you
jokes.
bring up another point about the backup quarterback here.
Okay, he's doing another show, Love it. Let's just do the show.
Bonte, you brought up a great point also about the backup quarterback in that there are no good options available on the free agent market right now. If you do move off Mac Jones, you still need to find one. And they have so many holes on this roster. If they did move off Mac Jones, they would have to use one of their 7 picks to bring in another quarterback. And I just think they have so many holes on this roster. They can't be wasting time by trying to find a backup quarterback later in this draft.
Yeah,
that's a good way of putting it.
Yeah.
Well, and you want to trust a rookie? You want to trust a rookie who, you know?
No.
You imagine Shanahan drafting Carson Beck?
I would not want that at all.
Carson Beck would be
And that's
too
my guy.
offensive to my sensibilities.
I do not want Carson Beck on the Niners.
What about this young man from Clemson, Cade Klubnik? He didn't really. He was a hyped up guy coming to Clemson.
I just there's a lot of you're talking about the quarterbacks in this draft. I just don't love many.
I'm not in love with them as well. I don't know. There's some guys who I think didn't get developed right at college. And Klubnik is maybe one of them at Clemson.
But the Niners don't develop quarterbacks per se.
Well, I mean, they kind of do. I mean, what would you say they did with Mac Jones? I mean, I feel like they've kind of reshaped him a little bit. I mean, I think
reshaping is different.
Reshaping and development.
Full development?
Yeah.
Brock Purdy?
I think they shaped Purdy. I don't know if they developed. Purdy did a lot of development in college.
If you want to split hairs over words here, like, what would you say is the difference between developing versus shaping? Because I do agree with you. Like, yeah, I would say Mac Jones, they probably more rehabbed him than I would say developed him. Sam Darnold's more of a rehabbing, reshaping than a developing. Like, I don't know what would development then look like in comparison.
Well, someone who's sketchy in college and then making them really good in the pros, that is definitely development.
I think Brock,
especially when it comes to accuracy and touch.
Do the Niners get credit for Sam Darnold for that 1 year of help shaping him and maybe helping him realize, like, damn, I could be a good quarterback?
I think Kevin O'Connell helped him out a lot as well in Minnesota. Like, Sam Darnold kind of had two like reshaping years to set him up.
He grew a lot.
Yeah. But
he's still the same guy in the sense of big, powerful arm, one side of the field reader, and gonna make a couple of oh-no throws throughout a game.
What do the fans want? What do the fans want the Niners to do?
We can ask a few of them.
What do they want? Running backs? Do they want playmakers? Do they want linemen?
If I pulled 100 Niner fans, I think we would get offensive line, playmaker, safety, edge. Like, we'll get a million answers.
Is everybody all in on the safety?
I'm in on him.
I'm feeling more and more in on Emmanuel McNeil Warren, the safety out of Toledo.
I'll give you one sample of an idea of a Niner fan who listens every day. I want to trade back a couple spots and get more capital and take the left guard or DN. The Texas Tech guard. I like Parker from Clemson or even Young. I want to trade up from third and target the wide receiver Bell or the Georgia State guy. Ted Hurst would excite me.
Right.
Like, Niner fans are all over the place.
What if the Niners traded down a little bit and got this young man out of Arizona, trading Stokes?
That I would be interested in.
He's got speed, man. He could play around the line of scrimmage. Yeah, they got two safeties coming in the draft. Genesis Smith, who I like. I like both those guys.
These names, I love the names.
Stooks.
Genesis Smith.
Trading Stooks is a hell of a name. I would love to say that on a daily basis. Trading Stooks.
That is
not
a fun one there.
Stooks. And then Genesis Smith. I mean, do you have to stay at 33 if you're a 49er?
Well, how far back into the 30s do you get? I mean, you can get a guy like D'Angelo Pons who could be available, around 38 to 45 as well, too.
The position I haven't heard anyone. I think one of these second or third rounders has to be tight end. I'm sorry. I know it's not a great tight end draft, but find someone.
Well, Eli Stowers out of Vanderbilt can make plays.
The Vanderbilt guy is who I referenced earlier this morning.
Stowers is a good player.
He's within the next 10 to 15 picks, depending on how you look at the board.
He's a solid player who can catch the ball very well. I don't know much about Max Clare from Ohio State because they never really throw to the tight end.
No.
They got all those wide receivers and they run the ball. What you brought up yesterday about Njoku, I think intrigues me. A veteran. Remember they had our boy Jordan Reed come in as a veteran to play alongside. He was good. He got hurt.
Yeah.
Njoku could play.
He's a good blocker.
I would take Njoku.
In the system,
he's a good blocker.
He's a good blocker.
I like him.
Yeah, I would take a flyer on him.
He's been in purgatory.
Yeah.
Cleveland is purgatory.
You don't know if he's good or not because the Browns kind of put a stink on all these guys. You bring up the tight ends, Bonte. We did ask Baldy about that. Why tight end is not as big of a priority here, and I thought his answer was really, really good. Let me find it. There it is.
It's not a great draft for tight ends. I mean, there's no George Kittles in this draft. There's nobody that can block like George that, was trained at Iowa like that. I went through the top 7 or 8 tight ends. I couldn't find anybody that could block. Max Clare. You could throw a lot of names out there. Now, maybe they weren't asked to do it, but they're all playing on the wing. They're all in motion. They're all in the slot. Eli Stowers. You could go through a list of all these guys. I can't find anybody that could really block, And so if you're saying, okay, a potential – now, I know George was a 5th-round pick, but at least, George will tell you that he couldn't get on the field at Iowa unless he could block, live in a weight room. I don't know if any of these guys can do it. And part of it is they weren't asked to do it. And so they were just chipping on the wing, helping the tackle. They weren't in a position where they had to play an NFL-wide tight end where you're working in concert with the tight end at the line of scrimmage to go block these outside linebackers and defensive ends. I couldn't find anybody that could do it.
I think Baldy's spitting facts on that one here. You look at all these tight ends. The first tight end I had when I was kind of looking over tight end prospects was Michael Trigg, the guy out of Baylor, 6'4", 240. One of the first things I see on his scouting report, though, is spends most of his time in the slot, doesn't spend his time on the line blocking. And, well, okay, we know how important it is to have tight ends blocking this. I mean, when George Kittle came back from injury, was against Atlanta, we saw the difference. Running game. Yeah, we saw the difference that it made immediately. And I agree with Baldy on that one. You're not going to take a tight end who can't do the things that the Niners expect the tight ends to do here. So that's
what? Njoku sounds better and better and better.
You don't have to twist my arm.
Sounds better and better and better.
I think there's going to be a lot of veterans after the draft that are going to get approached by some of these contending teams like the Niners, Debo, Jennings, Njoku. All those guys will find homes.
And for once, the Niners, outside of Reed, that second tight end hasn't been a real threat to pass game.
No.
Give me a threat to pass game alongside, because I remember Baldy saying this years ago. Why did he diagram plays? Who's the backup tight end? His name is
Tyler Croft.
No, Tyler Croft. Who's our other guy?
That was the throw to Trey Lance made.
Yeah, in Chicago. He overthrew him. Oh, I was at that game, remember? And so I was like, wow.
Worst route I've ever seen.
Debo fumbles on the opening drive in that game. Who's our other guy? The other backup.
Ross Dwelly was.
Ross Dwelly.
Yeah.
You're diagramming plays for Ross Dwelly.
We're dwelling on that.
Dwelly time, bro. Sell it time.
Yeah, right. Give me a tight end who can be a threat.
You have a
Dwelly you're going to run all these double tight sets.
I agree.
Joe could go out there and make some plays.
Here's the philosophical difference, though. Kyle thinks that Juice gives him that. And him and I disagree.
That's a great point.
Juice had a good season, though.
No, he did. But Bonte, he's not a threat in the pass game.
I know you guys.
He's very out on Juice.
No.
There's a lot of people out on Juice.
I went to 2 games in a 3-week span where Seattle, every time he went in motion, they literally
No,
they didn't move.
You were on this very early last year, Shasky, and this is something I started paying attention to. Every time Kyle Juszczyk moved, I agree with you. No one would follow him.
No one's moving.
And in an offense that is so predicated on those pre-snap motions, creating those mismatches in the secondary.
Yeah.
If that pre-snap motion isn't getting that, then what are we doing here?
Seattle also does a good job of disguising their defense. They don't show you if they're a man or zone, and so they'll sit there. But to your point, that window dressing from Kyle Juszczyk, people know what's coming. They're like, all right, we know you're going to run a limited amount of plays when he's on the football field. What I can't stand with Juszczyk, because I think he had a good year.
He did have a good year.
But I hate when they go 5 wide. And then they've got him on the field. It's like, if we're going to run 5 wide, I need explosion out there.
Poor guy, when he lines up and he's like this, as a receiver on the outside, I go, what are we doing?
Yeah, I don't like it.
And then they'll just put a linebacker on there.
What are we doing? That being said, though, again, if they do prioritize their tight ends to have some blocking there, say what you will about Juszczyk when it comes to running routes, pre-snap motions, he still blocks really well, which, that's going to keep him on the field as long as he's able to do that. Let's go to the lines here. 888-957-9570 is the number to call or text. Did you like the trades last night? What do you want the Niners to do at 33 today? Let's go to the night in numbers. Alex in Atlanta. How are we feeling today, Alex, about the Niners?
Hey, good afternoon, gentlemen. Look, I'm more than happy with them trading back out of the first round. If there wasn't a player they thought that would be a good fit there, I don't have a problem with them getting more draft capital. I think they're up to 7 picks now. The only thing I was surprised about was that, Brandon Ayuk didn't get moved on the first day. I expected him to get traded sometime during the draft, so maybe he gets traded today. Who knows? But looking at what they could do here in the second round, I kind of agree with you guys. Going with McNeil Warren, the safety out of Toledo, I think is a good call with this first pick they have here in the second round. 6'4", 200 pounds. They need a legitimate ball hawk back there in the secondary. But looking later on into the middle of the second round, I think their next pick after that is, number 58? I'm looking at this guy out of Iowa, Jennings Dunker. 6'5", 319 offensive tackle. Draft analysis on him is he's a great zone blocker, and the Niners like to run a lot of zone blocking schemes. I think he'd be a really good fit there. He is an offensive tackle, but you can move him to guard.
Alex, not to cut you off because I want you to continue. This is the guy with the mullet, right? Who made waves at the Senior Bowl?
Yes.
Yeah, I kind of like this guy. That's a good call, Alex.
Yeah. Other than that, I know you guys are interested in the idea of getting a wide receiver. The number 1 ranked wide receiver left on the board is Denzel Boston. And if you look at him as a player, he's very similar to Mike Evans. So you almost get a redundancy there. I don't think that's a pick you make. And then the next best wide receiver on the board, I think, is this Zachariah Branch kid out of Georgia.
Yeah, he was at USC early.
177.
Yep.
he's a little guy. I don't think he'd be a fit. So I think you pass on the idea of getting a wide receiver, at least in the early rounds of this draft.
Yeah, he left USC.
Yeah, he was the return guy.
Thanks for Cox.
I think he's small.
Yep. I was going to ask Alex about Kaminga for a second. Jennings Dunker. That's a good call by Alex in Atlanta, because a lot of people are saying he could move inside the guard. He's got some nastiness to him. I like an offensive lineman who's nasty and mean. That's a good call there. At 58.
I like my offensive lineman super happy and effervescent.
I know you do. Clean cut.
Come on, give me a break.
You mentioned Denzel Boston and the receivers there. I
don't want Denzel.
I don't know if I like to look at these scouting reports, and I'm watching the videos too. The first thing I see on a scouting report is the same thing I saw on Ricky Pearsall's scouting report when I first saw it. Struggles with the sticky man coverage. Struggles to get off that press coverage. And I'll never forget, we spent all that offseason after the Super Bowl talking about how the 49ers could not get off sticky man. Then they add Ricky Pearsall.
Sticky man
and
coverage.
the first thing I see is doesn't do great with the sticky man coverage. It's just like, can we learn from our mistakes, please? So for that reason, if the Niners stay at 33 and do make a pick, I don't want Denzel Boston.
Yeah, I'm out on that. I'm out on Denzel Boston. The sticky man coverage. When Kansas City drafted a quarter out of LSU yesterday, and I had to sound off, and I was looking at his little breakdown, and automatically they highlighted him, sticky man coverage. Good zone corner, but sticky man coverage. All of a sudden, it's just man coverage. It's just tight man coverage.
Sticky.
It's why it's got to be sticky. What's the difference? You're playing man coverage. You're not playing sticky man coverage. You're playing man coverage. You're going to give up space in man coverage? No, sticky man. Let's go. I seriously do not want Denzel. I'd rather have a young man out of Tennessee.
Yeah,
I'd rather have him at wide receiver if he could move up in the second round. But this damn Iowa lineman. Alex got me. I want him. I want him. If I
what
can
would
move
you look
back,
like with that haircut?
Oh, I look insane. My big head. Oh no, I couldn't do it. I couldn't pull it.
There's a couple of boys who will go unnamed who have that haircut, and they're older brothers of a younger brother who I coach. And I go, you didn't finish the haircut, bud.
It's like Shangoon the other
And they're
night.
like, yeah, my barber kind of jacked me up, but I'm good.
It's like Alperon Shangoon, faded on one side, taper on the other.
Very weird.
Very weird.
I'm looking at Jennings Dunker too right now, and like
I want him.
Now I'm kind of vibing it too right now.
I kind of want him.
We were talking about like Shasky had to think like what kind of draft that he wants. Shasky, I'm gonna bring up your take. He said he wants a draft where he doesn't know any of the players. I think that's more for like in the trenches and the interior line, and
meaning like I think they've gone sexy for so many years. Now they need some meat and potatoes.
Yeah, and like I look at the guy that the Ravens got at 14.
Box office Monte.
No, I want meat and potatoes too. Trust me.
Games are won and lost in the trenches.
Finally, you come to my world.
Well, it just feels like the last couple of years they've gotten away from that.
It's been like this for a number of years.
Yeah, I agree.
Why I like this Jennings Dunker idea is because it kind of falls in line with that. Like what the Ravens got in the first round, Baldy said he liked him too. Ola
guy from Penn State.
Ione, the guard out of Penn State, a name he never heard of, and he plays in the Big Ten on the offensive line. That's the dream trench right there. Jennings Dunker, same thing. Not a lot of people know who he is, and he plays in the trenches of the Big Ten. Give me that all day long.
Not only that, though, look at Shasky doing the side show. We can hear him. I can hear him through the headphone.
I mean, you can go do the show with Carter. That's fine.
What are you saying? Let us in on the conversation,
Well,
Shasky.
games are won and lost with the Niners on the practice field at the substation.
Well, yeah, they don't have substations out in the Big Ten. I don't even know if they have electricity
How
out
did
there.
Penn State have this many people drafted over the last 2 years and not win anything of significance?
It's called the James Franklin effect.
Yeah, I'm aware.
Well, actually, they went to the Final Four, and last year, quarterback gets hurt.
God, their team was loaded.
To your point, though, Penn State's won a lot of games over the last 10 years.
No, no big ones.
They didn't win the big ones.
It feels like they haven't won a big one.
They've won a lot of games, just not the important
But
ones.
here's why, and this is why. Look, I want this kid out of Toledo. There's no doubt.
Yeah.
I love when you in real time I see the wheels turning.
No, Shasky, you know how I
talking himself into it in real time.
No, it was tough to go to sleep last night. I'm like, wow, the Niners are going to be first pick.
McNeil Warren.
This safety, and I'm watching just highlight after highlight after highlight. I'm reading article after article. I'm like, he's rocking at number 7. He's smacking dudes. And then I was thinking, wow, Kenyon Mitchell came out of Toledo. Maybe they know something out there in Toledo, Ohio about DBs or whatnot. The guy was playing multiple snaps for the last 3 years. But I wouldn't be mad if they traded back, got this young man out of Arizona in Stooks. I just need a safety for crying out loud. I've been waiting for a ball hog safety with some damn swagger for so long. But then I think about Seattle and what they do in the trenches. Then I think about what the Rams do in the trenches. Then I think about what Arizona's built in the trenches. Give me Jennings Dunker so I can have a guard who's nasty, who can protect the quarterback in the
33rd.
interior. No. Trade back a little bit. Trade back a little bit. Get you multiple picks. Can I get 2 picks within the first 15 picks of the second round? Then should I get Dunker? I don't know.
So basically turn 33 into 2 extra second rounders on top of 58.
Absolutely.
Oh,
maybe you get the Texans to move up because they love to. Nick Casario makes trades every draft, and he made one yesterday.
Yeah.
Can I move to 38? Can I move to 38 in this draft, get me Stooks out of Arizona, then all of a sudden I'm moving from 58 somewhere up to the top 50 and get me Dunker?
How about,
I love that move.
If you mentioned Texas, I mean, how about, you can get 38 from the Texans and then maybe 59, which is right after, obviously, the Niners' second round pick, which the Texans also have there. I don't
know if Dunker's going to be there, but I do need a guard. I do need a guard. That's Shasky. Why are you laughing, man?
I'm watching the two of you. You're like spooning over.
Dude, this is draft.
I love it.
Shasky, this is draft coverage.
I'm just
we can get up. Look,
I'm
last
just sitting
night,
back and enjoying.
Look, people say when football's over, oh, it's dead. Blah blah blah.
Football's never dead.
No. Football's never dead. But last night was a great sports night. Last night was a great sports night. You got NBA playoffs and Atlanta, my boy Kaminga balling out against the New York Knicks.
Wait, he's your boy?
No, come on.
What is he never? Was Kaminga never not been his
boy? Was Bonte the one helping steal all the extra food?
What's happened? Didn't even happen this past season. Anyway.
Okay, there's a
listen.
Please explain.
For another day. But no, seriously, you had the T-Wolves punking the Denver Nuggets. Punking them after calling them out and saying that they were soft.
30 at one point.
Just whooping their ass, right? And then you get tonight with the NBA playoffs injected into my veins. This is great. I'm changing diapers. I'm watching sports. Huh?
Giants
that game was a
no. There was a play at second base. Willie's got to do something there. I'm sorry.
Oh, Willie's nice.
No. I love Willie.
Logan Webb plunking.
I love that.
Your boy and taking one for the team. Yeah, no doubt.
Yeah, but that guy goes in hard at second. It's good, old school baseball. I loved it.
Right.
Loved it from everyone, from Webb, from the Dodgers, etc. Willie Arise, one of those guys has got to give him a shove. I'm not saying you got to fight. You got to, you have to symbolize fighting back to them. And I wanted to see them do something.
Chasky, where's your pride at right now at the draft?
I love the draft
talk.
I'm letting you two just go. I
love Carter so much
the
yesterday.
boss said I kept cutting off yesterday.
Carter yesterday, he texted me, goes, Bonte, I'm sorry, man. I didn't get your thoughts on the draft. Who do you want? Who do you like? And I said, that's right, baby. And then I'm listening to the draft shows.
That's right, baby.
Sterling Bennett and Evan and Mark Grandy. I remember doing the draft shows around here. Yeah. I got nostalgic. I got a little jealous last night. I was like, man, I want to be in on this. Last year I was at Levi's doing the draft show. Inject this into this Jennings Tucker guy. Now I'm fired up about him. They don't get him. I'm legit be sad. I'm legit be sad if they don't get this guy.
I like the thing that Bonte had no idea who this guy was when he walked into the studio this morning, and now he's I know that's not the case.
No, but I just forgot about it because remember during the Senior Bowl he was doing all these interviews with the Bullet. I'm thinking, this guy's going in the first round. Why even pay attention to this dude? And he's still out there. I want him Dunker.
Really?
Give Dunker.
Give me Dunker. Give me the fact that you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ and HD1, San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Let's go to the lines here really quick. 888-957-9570 is the number to call or text. Did you like the trades the Niners did last night? What do you want them to do today at 33? Miley in Walnut Creek, what do you got for us today? Miley, what should the Niners do at 33?
What's up, guys? What's up, Bonte?
What's up, baby?
On the baby.
Hey, man, thank you so much, man.
So if we pick in the second round, I want to give you my 2 picks, but I also want to mention a couple quick things, and one of them's on Joey Bosa. But at 33, I'm going to take Pregnon from Oregon. He has a chance to be a day one starter. I like the safety a lot. The only thing that scares me is Toledo. Toledo means competition.
Yeah, no doubt. But hold on real quick. Quinyon Mitchell's one of the best corners in football.
2-time Pro Bowler, 3-time Pro Bowler.
He's not this guy. But he's not this guy.
But if he worries you,
anyway,
I'm sure there was some. Go ahead. I'll let you finish.
So at 58, I'm with you with Brazel, dude. I love Brazel. I watched 6 of their games because their quarterback is Joey Aguilar, who played at DVC and Freedom High School.
And City College San Francisco. He was there for a second. And transferred over to DVC with Jimmy Collins,
But anyway, my kid's friends with Joey, and his dad's a wild man. But anyway, I want Joey to be our third-string quarterback, so maybe we can pick him up undrafted. But Brazel, speed on the outside. Joey throws an awesome deep ball. They hooked up multiple times. They were ranked for a while, and their offensive line gave out.
Yep.
But I want those two guys if we pick in the second round. My other thing on Joey, we're talking about all these edge rushers. John Lynch is a GM. He keeps mentioning Joey by name. You're not supposed to do that. So that tells me that they're closer on money than it really is. I think he's a Niner.
Joey, I assume that's Joey Bosa, right? Or,
Joey Bosa, yeah. He keeps talking about Joey Bosa.
I just don't know how much he's got left.
Yeah, for the 7 plays he's still probably got left in the tank, there'll probably be 7 really good plays, but it's just a matter of when those plays are going to be throughout the year. That's what I kind of feel like with Joey Bosa. It's going to be a lot of not much, and then he'll have that one play a game where it's like, ooh, okay, and then he'll go back into hibernation.
Can I just read this profile on Jennings Dunker? I'm so fixated on him now. Connor, come on.
Let's get this guy a Jennings Dunker
listen,
jersey.
Man. Listen, man. The United Numbers is a genius for this. Dunker is an outstanding zone blocker. He can reach and drive out edge defenders, and he scoops backside defensive tackles. Dunker takes sound angles and stays on track when working to the second level. In pass protection, he sinks his hips and anchors well and works his hands inside, locking onto the defender's frame. He lined up at tackle for most of his career, once started guard in 2022, but he might be best suited to move inside the guard in the NFL.
I wonder if they can get Jennings Dunker in the 3rd round even.
No, they ain't getting him in the 3rd round.
Not. Honestly, I kind of like the idea of trading back from
Carter,
33 to get a couple more second rounders. Because then, maybe if you don't get, Emmanuel McNeil-Warren out of Toledo, but you can still probably get Brazel at the end of the 2nd round. You can probably get Jennings Dunker at the end of the 2nd round. If you still need a safety, I go for Keontae Scott, my guy out of Miami. He's a big play machine as well. I got to get at least one Miami Hurricane in this draft.
Forget the Hurricanes for a second. You guys lost the championship and, lost at your own house. Shasky.
What happened to Florida State this year?
The Jennings Dunker. The Jennings Dunker guy. He is the viral guy with the Mohawk and the Senior Bowl. You guys ask Baldy about him? Like, we need trenches. We keep talking about the trenches, and you guys keep laughing about this guy. 6'5", 320. You can't go wrong with an Iowa guy,
I'm not really laughing at the guy. I'm more laughing at just how into the guy that you are.
Dude, because they need trenches.
That's what I'm enjoying for me.
And I forgot about this guy. There's so much stuff going on with the Warriors and the Giants, and I wish I was a little more prepared, but damn, Jennings Dunker's right there in front of your face.
Can I read you a draft bio? I love when you read draft bios. This is my favorite. He was a backup a couple years ago, but he became a starter at right guard. Earned all-conference second-team honors, even though he was injured and missed some time. He is a very talented player with lots of upside, really good size and frame to even get bigger. He's shown the ability to control defenders at the point of attack and open consistent running lanes for whoever's behind him. He's also a great athlete that's shown the ability to hold up in pass protection, but also get out on the block and move. Who is this lineman?
Coming into the draft?
Yes.
Somebody out of Oregon?
Shiloh Rashal. I'll talk myself into anyone.
Hey, listen, Tyler Rashal, I met him at a pasta bowl one time. The Niners used to do this pasta fest. And I was sitting there, and he goes, I didn't know who Drake was at the time.
Did you get right by him?
No, we were chopping it up. That was my guy. He goes,
no, because he wasn't a good pass protector.
Oh, yeah, that one flew over my head. Listen, I thought he had a lot of potential.
He had a nickname.
It did. What was his nickname?
The Matador.
The Matador.
Oh, my God. That is not a nickname you want to have.
You don't want to have that as
an offensive lineman.
Listen, he was like, hey, you look like Drake, bro. You know who Drake is? This was like, what was he with the Niners? 08, 09. Yeah, so that's when Drake was it's like, who the hell is Drake? I don't know who that is.
He could play center.
Then we chopped it up. Me and my little brother were chopping it up with it. We're like, oh, man, good luck in this season. I pulled for Shiloh, and then,
And he played.
Did he play? And that was that.
That is that. A lot of how things go.
If I took Trey Lance off the board,
oh my gosh,
who's the player you were convinced was going to be good and wasn't any good? Because I've got 2 names.
Oh, I've got.
Why don't we get into that on the other
side?
Can
I give you one before the other side?
Taylor Mays.
No, Michael James.
LaMichael James. Okay, I was going to say Darnell Bing.
Oh wow.
Let's get into some of those names.
I love Darnell Bing.
Trey Sermon, Rashawn Woods.
All right, I guess we can just do it right now. Let's get into this more on the other side. That's Bonte Hill. He joining us in studio, presented by Ceremony Ford, your Bay Area Ford dealer. Also, don't forget the 3rd annual Agape Charity Golf Tournament is this coming Monday, April 22nd at Stone Tree Golf Club. I'm going to be there. Shasky's going to be there. Bonte may or may not make an appearance. We will be broadcasting live out there along with Steiny Guru, and then we're going to be playing in the tournament. There are still some foursomes left. If you want to come out, go to agapecharity.golf.com. Again, that's agapecharity.golf.com, and it's all presented by our friends at Atco and Eclipse Insurance.
All proceeds will benefit the North Bay and Golden Gate regional centers and help fund the San Francisco Autism Society in the Bay Area. What's Good with the Game is brought to you by Balance Financial Wellness.
Ready to buy a home? Start smart with Balance Financial Wellness. Our HUD-certified counselors guide you through credit, budgeting, and the home buying process. Call 888-456-2227 or visit BeBalanced.org to get started today.
All right, let's just start here. Gas prices right now, they're out of control. And every time you pull into a station, gosh, it feels like a bad decision. And that's why I got to tell you about what Ceremony Ford is doing this month. It's called Fuel Your Ford. And when you buy a 2025 Ford Maverick, you get $2,500 off and you get a Visa gas card worth $2,500. Yes, for gas. And here's the thing. I've actually driven the Maverick. It's one of those vehicles that just makes sense for the Bay Area. It's compact, it's easy to park, it's great on gas, but still gives you that truck utility when you need it. So now, let's think about this. You're already getting a vehicle that's going to save you money at the pump, and Ceremony Ford is literally handing you $2,500 to fuel it. It's not a promotion. That's relief. The inventory is there, the process is easy, and working with a team that actually will respect your time, that's killer. But this is the April-only thing, so don't sit on it. Ceremony Ford in Colma Daly City, 24/7 at ceremonyford.com. Ceremony Ford, your Bay Area Ford dealer.
When selecting a financial institution, how do you know you're making the right choice? As Bay Area bank customers find themselves at a crossroads, maybe it's good to consider if you want your bank to be community-oriented or corporate-minded. Fremont Bank has grown by providing stable, consistent service to the region, its families, and its businesses for 60 years, all without a single merger. And we intend for more of the same for the next 60. Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good.
What if you could have the most reliable Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? That's the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Just 5 years of fiber-powered Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to the devices that need them most. That finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. And that keeps you gaming in the fast lane, even when the whole family's banking on bandwidth. And here's the best part. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. Hey, let's face it, a lot can change in 5 years. Kids grow taller, dreams grow bigger, but your Wi-Fi, it would stay reliable and the price would stay put. The Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Xfinity, imagine that. Select plans only. Restrictions apply. Powered by fiber. Connected to the premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
Hi, I'm Billy Keller from ATCO Pest Control.
And I'm Gabe Whitney from Eclipse Insurance.
We're thrilled to invite you to the 3rd annual Agape Charity Golf Tournament on Monday, April 27th at Stone Tree Golf Club in Novato. We want to thank our platinum sponsors, Cadillac Marin and Rush Injury Law of the Bay Area.
All proceeds benefit the North Bay and Golden Gate Regional Centers Help Funds and the San Francisco Autism Society of the Bay Area.
To learn more and register, visit agapecharitygolf.com.
That's agapecharitygolf.com. We hope to see you there.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm, A-rated by the Better Business Bureau. Their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $3 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-708-5977. 800-708-5977. 800-708-5977.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Dell PCs with Intel inside are built for the moments you plan and the ones you don't. For the time you forgot your charger at the gate.
Passengers, we are now on our initial ascent.
Or when you're bouncing between projects like a ping pong ball. We build PCs with long-lasting battery life, so you're not scrambling for an outlet. And built-in intelligence, so you can stay focused on whatever you're doing. Dell Technologies, built for you. Dell.com/Dell PCs.
Doug.
There's nowhere I wouldn't go to help someone customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual, even if it means playing in a football game.
Boom! 42! You're going down, Doug!
Oh, yeah? Your price on car insurance when you customize and save is going down.
Hey!
Limu? What are you doing on their team? Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Staples presents Celebrations Made Easy.
I was throwing a party for the twins and had custom invites and a banner printed at Staples. And that's when I saw Party City is now at Staples.
Party City? No way!
Yep. So now Staples has all your printing needs and everything you need for a party.
Everything times 2.
Yeah, and now at Staples, save 40% on custom cards, photo gifts, wrapping paper, banners, and more.
Big news! Party City is now at Staples.
That was easy.
Shop Staples in-store, online, or on the app. In 613. Exclusions apply.
Good morning, Bay Area. It's everybody's boy, Zucci, man. And you're listening to the New and Improved Morning Roast with everybody's boy, Joe Shasky, and my boy, Joe Spadoni.
What up there, Zooch? It is the Morning Roast. Got Bonte Hill in studio alongside Joe Shasky. I'm trying to get through a cough drop here. I've been kind of going through it here this morning.
Don't do that.
I had to get the great Joe Hawks to get me some stuff here. I'm having some allergy issues this morning. So
can I be honest with you? I know I'm out there. You are a bizarre human being, and I love you to death.
Thank you.
I love you to death.
No, I legitimately take that as a compliment.
I mean that.
I don't want to be like other people.
You march to your own beat.
Exactly. Okay, thank you.
What?
That's just an old way. That's an old person way of saying that you're weird. Which
No,
I appreciate.
did not say that. No. If I think you're weird, I'll say you're weird.
No, I am weird. I prefer the term unique. That's the one I go with.
Oh, you are certainly unique.
Oh, thank you,
And I love you.
That's the nicest thing you've ever said to me. I really appreciate that. No, I mean that from the bottom of my heart. Like it sounds like I'm not being honest here, but I'm being legitimate.
Yeah, now it's getting weird.
I mean, we're good.
Yeah, this is just bonding right here. Is what we're doing.
The standard is the standard.
Mm-hmm. Here in the Laughing Monk Studios. That's how we do it here. You had a fun little question there, Shax, before we went to the draft. Just past guys who you knew they were going to be good when they got drafted, and then just they weren't. Like those names in the past, we all have those guys. Hopefully none of them are in this draft here for the 49ers.
How many draft shows do you think we've done, you and me, B? Just in general.
Together or?
Yeah, like reacting to each other, like 10?
Oh, yeah, we've over a decade.
Yeah.
And then live draft shows, done about 5 of those. Yeah, it's
about a decade.
Yeah, yeah.
Can you, because I was one off the top of my head I could think of me and you arguing about the second it went down. With Covey acting as mediator.
Oh, Javon Kinlaw.
Yeah.
Oh.
So,
the Mook Dog.
When they drafted Javon Kinlaw, I lost my mind. I was like, I cannot believe they took this guy 13 overall. Like, his knee is shredded, and he's not a good D tackle. He's a 2-down player, and you traded away Buckner. The whole thing drove me nuts. The whole thing, the selection, everything. I thought it was a reach. They could have had Justin Jefferson.
Could add Justin Jefferson. That was the draft with all the Ferraris.
No, there's like 5 receivers.
CeeDee Lamb. I wanted CeeDee Lamb. I remember I was with Steiny and Guru, and we talked to the Oklahoma announcer. We talked to the Alabama announcer. We talked to the LSU announcer. We went through all the wide receivers, everyone. Yep. And I just remember the Rose Bowl with CeeDee Lamb in the first half against Georgia. I was like, this guy was a freshman. Balling, right? Kinlaw. This is what irritated me about the Kinlaw pick. I liked the player. I thought the player would be good. But what irritated me about that play was that you traded Buckner and drafted the same position, and then you gave him his number. And I was like, wait a minute.
Such a great point.
So because now all of a sudden you got all this pressure with the fan base saying, he's got to be Buckner. Now he's wearing number 99. And I remember when that trade went down with Buckner during the Steiny, the BS&G era, I got a text from somebody who worked with the Niners at the time and said, this one hurts. Off and on the football field. I just don't get it. And then they gave Armstead money when we all thought Buckner was by far the better player. And I get what Armstead did against the run, but Buckner was doing that as well. So it came down to dollars and cents. I get it. But that pick ended up being, and you got the pandemic. So now Kinlaw wasn't able to come to the facilities during the offseason.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, you went crazy, and I liked the pick, and it was a big whiff.
Oh, that wasn't what I meant. I was just like, that was a pick I know. The minute they took it, it despised. Like, I lost my mind.
Well, it was bad because, again, when you do that, and you trade Buckner, and all of a sudden, we're going to draft his replacement and give him number 99.
It's just.
I was like, whoa. All
You're
right.
talking about putting just so much pressure on guys, too.
After whiffing on Solomon Thomas.
Exactly.
Yes.
Because I was so mad they took Solomon Thomas. Watched a lot of Stanford games. I didn't even think they should take CMC. I thought that was not the right pick at the time. It's like
they weren't ready for a CMC yet.
Exactly. It'd be like a team taking a running back 1 or 2 overall. They don't have a quarterback.
So like the Cardinals.
Exactly.
Well, I want to, before everything went down, Deshaun Watson.
I know.
Oh, yeah.
I was irate about that.
I wanted their whole
offense.
offense.
Start your franchise with the quarterback.
I wanted Mike Williams. I wanted him.
And look, with Deshaun Watson, the Trey Lance draft, there was some intel on Deshaun Watson because the Niners obviously was late to the party with Matthew Stafford, and they were looking for a quarterback. There's no doubt in my mind, and nobody will ever admit it down there. They were in on Deshaun Watson. They traded all that capital to move up to 3 for Trey Lance. There's no doubt in my mind they were ready to flip that to Houston for Deshaun Watson. And
that number 3 pick.
They didn't have 3 at first. They didn't have 3. They had 12 at the time. But that compensation that they traded up for a 3, they were going to give to Houston, in my opinion, to go get Deshaun Watson, saying, we just missed out on Matthew Stafford. Let's go get Watson.
We'll give you 12. Okay, I thought you meant
right there.
And then, I got you.
And then, I remember we did the shows, and I had the jersey. I had the Niner jersey that I wanted Deshaun Watson. It was a...
Well, we had the picture of Deshaun Watson remember he was in the drop top with the Joe Montana jersey on. It was all going viral. We thought Watson was coming in and what happened. And
then that started going crazy regarding all of the allegations. He gets traded to Cleveland, and on draft night, they call the Packers about Aaron Rodgers. We find out years later.
I remember that,
So I don't think that they were 100% convinced in Trey Lance, Mac Jones, whoever they were going to take there.
I definitely remember that morning of the draft in 2021, waking up and seeing just these random Aaron Rodgers rumors starting to float around. And I was all in on Trey Lance that morning. And then immediately I was just like, we can get Aaron Rodgers instead. Absolutely in on that. Obviously, it never came to fruition. But
I was in on that. I was like, you know what? I may do that.
I think a lot of people were in on that.
I love Trey Lance.
Well, especially after they didn't go after Tom Brady the year before. It was like, well, you can't make the same mistake twice, right?
The worst draft I ever watched, where the Niners just kept just overthinking it. I'll never forget it. It was the 2008 draft, and Deshaun Jackson is staring them in the face.
Gosh.
I'm at my boy Della's house, lived off at Arguello at the time, and we're watching it.
Hot turkey sandwiches at
the
Arguello
best,
Market?
dude, the best. And Kentwan Balmer gets taken in the first round. The North Carolina DND tackle, kind of like Solomon Thomas, just garbage. And then in the second round, he's falling and falling and what?
Solomon Thomas, man. I know, man.
Solomon sucks. It's okay. Good
no,
dude.
he was not a good
dude. Terrible. How has he played in the league 10 years?
Kinlaw's still in the league.
Yeah, well, I mean, Adam Peters keeps giving him money. We know who wanted him. And so, second round comes around. I'm like, Deshaun Jackson's falling and falling and falling and falling
in their backyard.
And we take Shiloh Rashal. They passed on him not once, but twice.
And then Deshaun Watson came to Candlestick Park and lit him up. Remember that with the Eagles? He lit him up.
Everyone's like, there's no way this 5'9", 160-pound guy is going to be good. And I was like, what are you talking about?
In that game, didn't they have a hit at the goal line and returned it for 99 yards or something like that?
Yes.
Donovan McNabb was putting on this show.
Well, the story I told Matt last night was at one time, until Harbaugh showed up, McNabb had 3 times as many 300-yard passing games as Alex Smith did at Candlestick.
He did.
At Candlestick, not just in general, but at Candlestick.
At Candlestick.
That's crazy.
Deshaun Jackson was
unbelievable.
I went to 4 Cal games that he played in.
The one where he did against Tennessee.
That was insane.
That was one of the most awesome plays.
But people sleep on when they came out against Oregon on a Saturday night, and they came out with the gold jerseys.
So much fun.
And he had a punt return, a receiver screen. And it was like, this guy's
was that the
box office.
The 06 game or the 07 game against Oregon?
I don't remember.
I remember that
it was on a Saturday night.
Yeah.
Okay, it was probably 06. I remember that 07 game they had up in Oregon.
College football.
Yeah.
Huh?
I said, way to narrow it down. It was on a Saturday night.
It was on a Saturday night when they played Oregon. That's all I remember.
That's because the 07 game in Oregon.
You got day games, you got dust city games.
No, that's what I say. The 07 game was in Oregon. It was a day game on that one, so it was probably the 06 game against Oregon there. God, Sean Jackson, those Cal teams in 06, 07. God, those were fun Cal teams.
You couldn't miss a Cal player for like about a 4-year period.
No, you really couldn't.
Brandon Mebane, Marshawn, even Fournette had
Justin
a run.
Fournette.
Yeah, Fournette was good, dude.
Forsett. Another guy.
They had a back. It was him and Javid Best in the same backfield in 07.
No, who's the guy? Who's the guy who went to
Saquon Thompson?
Was it J.J. Arrington?
Oh, Arrington
was nice.
They had a guy. I think he was
Javid Best.
Javid.
No, not Vereen. Vereen's a good
Shane
call.
Vereen was solid.
Who's the guy who played with Aaron Rodgers?
It was J.J. Arrington was the backup.
It was started with an E.
Etchmondu.
There you go.
Yeah.
There you go. He was good too. Cal had a run. Jeff Tedford had a roll.
Well, and I thought MacArthur was going to be a nice little. Or Chase Lyman, I think, was the wide receiver that I really liked.
Oh yeah, Chase Lyman.
Chase Lyman was nice.
Was he
And
St.
MacArthur
Francis
was
guy?
nice.
Yes,
Yes, he was.
St. Francis.
Yes, he was.
Desmond Bishop, middle linebacker.
City College.
City College, stand up, no doubt.
Good guy, Desmond. They had some great linebackers too. Anthony Felder, Zach Follett, Warrell Williams.
That would be fun. Let's ask some callers. What's the biggest draft miss you had?
Well, it's Aaron Rodgers instead of Alex Smith.
Or just pick the guy that you thought was going to be a bona fide stud that you wanted, that you banged the table for, and he just turned out to be a whiff.
I like that.
Is it Trey Lance?
It's pretty up there.
Yeah. 888-957-9570.
Tebow had a better run than Trey Lance.
Oh, man.
What?
Good. You know the guy, I'll start it off, then we can go to some callers here. The guy who I thought was going to hit the ground running legitimately and turn everything around was Darren McFadden when the Raiders drafted him in 07.
He had a run, though.
Yeah, but it was on the Raiders, so it didn't really amount to much. But coming out of running back that backfield, it was him, Felix Jones, and Peyton Hillis.
Yeah.
Like, that was such a great backfield there. And I was like, oh, Darren McFadden, we got the best running back. He's going to turn the Raiders around. And, well, like most draft picks with the Raiders, it did not work out there, but he was one I was very excited for. 888-957-9570 is the number to call or text. Who's the draft pick that you were so convinced was going to be that guy and then just completely whiffed on? Dennis in San Francisco. What do you got for us today, Dennis? You're on the roast.
Hi. I was just, listening to you guys about that trade with DeForest Buckner. It's just one of many moves that they messed up, And the thing about what I remember about that is we had the 13th pick and we traded it to Tampa Bay and we moved back one spot and they drafted Tristan Wirfs.
Yep.
We could have drafted Tristan Wirfs and he's one of the best offensive linemen in football now.
Yeah.
Like you said, I was thinking, I was hoping, but I was also thinking CeeDee Lamb. I didn't know Jefferson was going to be as good as he was, but. I just always felt that Lynch and Shanahan need to look for help. When you're not being successful at something, you got to ask for help. And I was just always hoping they would get some help in the draft room. Now I like what they did last night, trading back and getting more picks. Now it's just up to them, hopefully, to select the right players. I know it's not easy, but you got film and what they did in the combine to go by, but they just got to do better. They haven't. That's why they have no depth. They just haven't been drafting well, and I just hope that I think if they need an edge rusher, they need some defensive backs. I think defensive backs and edge rusher, or any kind of I remember when Walsh drafted when he got Lott in 81, and right behind Lott he took Eric Wright, and then he took Carlton Williamson. All those guys were all pro in 84, along with Dwight Hicks, All four of them made the Pro Bowl. But anyway, Dwight Hicks and the Hot Licks, remember that?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
But anyway, I used to love the way how Walsh drafted. I don't know if you remember John Frank.
Tight end, number 86. Come on now.
Yeah. A good blocker, and tough guy. I remember him body slamming Lawrence Taylor in a playoff game.
That's OG knowledge right there.
He was a wrestler.
Listen, you want to talk about draft misses? This will never get old, Carter. It'll never get old.
Oh my goodness, Bonte. Where you want to begin?
I've moved on.
Let it breathe.
We got to begin with the quarterback position. And Debbie.
over here.
Debbie!
She knows
Big
how my story
957
of
The Game
You're
listener.
going to know what time it is. Subscribe to YouTube. Subscribe to Twitch.
Click it.
95.7 The Game. Joe Shasky the Butcher. Vontae Hill. And what we just saw at the quarterback position.
Oh, my God.
Let me just say this, Shasky. I'll start it off like this. I will be shocked if Trey Lance is a starting at quarterback in week number 1.
Oh, we cut off before my favorite part where you said poor Jimmy G.
Poor Jimmy G with the J's.
Speaking of which, can we just talk about if Jimmy retires?
Don't change the subject.
No. If Jimmy retires, where do you rank it in terms of various sports topics?
Oh my
Just
God.
Jimmy G as a whole.
My career is top 5 easily.
So it's KD.
Oh my God.
What?
I don't know how to rank them number 1 through 5. But
So, but in any order.
Yeah.
Jimmy G.
Yep.
KD.
Yep. Draymond.
Kaminga
crisis.
But do you go Kaminga or Poole?
No, you go Shanahan.
Shanahan.
It's Shanahan.
Shanahan.
Well, that's, I mean,
And then Farhan.
Farhan's up there. Farhan's up there.
I'll never forget that day, that
God,
video.
Jimmy
What
G.
I always am remembering is I was producing
Jimmy G.
I was producing our Saturday or Sunday afternoon show, Scrub Saturday or whatever, with Whitey and Coes. And we're having a show, we're talking about the Niners, whatever, Whitey and Coes, they're doing their thing. All of a sudden the phone rings, I pick it up. Who is this? It's Sam Lutman. It's Joe Shasky. I need to get on right now and tell everyone what I saw. I didn't know that the boss called me.
Yes, the boss told me.
No.
Whatever. I just remember I got the phone call. Who is this producing right now? This is Lutman. I need you to put me on right now.
didn't know
I
who
just
you
saw the great. Oh, we hadn't met yet. That's why. I just saw the best quarterback play I've ever seen. I gotta get on the air and tell everybody about Trey Lance.
No.
Well,
That's not what happened.
Greg Papa came on Monday. Greg Papa on Monday says, I've been going to camp, and I'm not ripping Greg, I'm being real. I wasn't the only one. He said, I've been going to camp for 30 whatever years. I've never seen someone throw the ball around the field. Am I wrong?
Well, didn't you saw it was a punt,
can't make
right?
this up.
No, that was Jimmy Garoppolo who threw the punt. 'Cause I was talking to somebody. I was turned.
Who punted that?
I go, wait, who punted that?
And then Jimmy G threw that. And then Debo ripped off
Debo had to be calmed down by a coach. Shanahan was ripping Jimmy.
Adams knows what that's like.
But when Trey Lance was in the huddle, Shanahan had his hair slicked back.
Oh, dude.
With a smile on his face with the walkie-talkie, smiling ear to ear. Now, here's the best part about it. We leave, so I tell Shasky, yo, the media's going in the room right now to go interview Shanahan.
We need to do the
video right now. We need to be first to the trough. We need to do it right now. Greg Kohl stole that thunder. I love Greg. He does it now all the time.
All the time.
Yeah. We did that first. It's like, yo, we need to do the video right now. And Greg's sitting over there. It's like, isn't this fun? Isn't this just fun with Trey? So we do the video. We go to In-N-Out Burger. No, we go to the parking lot. The little kids walk by.
Burger.
The kids walk by and had the Jimmy Jackson goes, you need to go buy number 5 Trey Lance
You
jersey.
did not do that.
I swear to God. I swear to
Go
God.
to the car. She goes, yeah, we already went to the team store. 5 minutes later, we're about to leave. They're walking back saying,
With a Trey Lance
I got to get some Trey Lance jerseys.
Oh, that's money they're never going to
We
get
go
back.
to In-N-Out. We go with Brad Graham.
Carter, what did you say?
That's like
I
bad.
literally left that practice and bought a Trey Lance jersey. I was there. I will never
amount
forget
of
that
money
throw.
Trey Lance cost people.
That throw was a dime to Danny Gray. It was unbelievable.
Why do we get criticized?
No,
I saw what I saw.
That's okay. We wear it. We
said what
wear
I
it.
said.
We know
Yeah.
who was on the Trey Lance trough, and people are ducking because they're scared to be wrong. Who gives a damn about being
I've been
wrong?
wrong
I
many
don't
times.
care.
I was right there with you guys with Trey Lance that first year too. I remember we did that. We were doing the show with this when Shamari Block was here at the station. He had a whole song.
Shamari.
Lance will make you dance based on the song Band.
That was our boy in Sacramento. That wasn't Shamari Block.
Lance will make you dance.
That's what I heard.
Drop
Okay.
your pants, Lance.
Right.
will
I
make
don't
you
care
dance.
who came up with it. We're on there. We're saying Lance will make you dance. Lance will make you dance. Like we were all buying in on
TC in
it.
Sacramento with the authentic Trey Lance jersey from the 97 to he had the old jerseys, the TO era jerseys.
I need Tyler Miller to call in now.
We go on IG Live with Brad Graham.
That's right.
Brad Graham smiling ear to ear like
sitting in your Charger.
Yeah, he was sitting in the Charger, right?
I do remember that.
Then I drop Shasky off. He comes to my house. I get in the house after parking my car. Shasky's on 95.7. I'm like, this dirty dog beat me to the airwaves. I'm pissed off about it. I was like, this guy. And then Ford hits me up and goes, the guys at ESPN are asking who you guys are. He goes, who are these guys? Do you trust them?
20 minutes later, Schefter's on ESPN Live.
ESPN Live.
And Bonte goes, we made it! Schefter's talking about us on ESPN. Reports out of camp or that Trey Lance looking incredible.
No, he did it like this. And word is, out of Santa Clara, where we're talking about young quarterbacks, Trey Lance is moving heavens too. And he was like, I'm like, you're talking about, I was on cloud 9 after the Trey Lance tape.
That was bad, but here's the funnier one. We're in the middle of game 3, Boston, the next morning. And Bonte and I are having a funeral for the Warriors.
Oh, my
They're
God.
down 2-1. Draymond is getting booed. I'm sitting by myself up top.
Draymond sucks.
And I thought I was going to die. And I'm up top with my Warrior uniform. We come in the next day into Boston, and they're laughing at us.
Dude.
They're down 2-1. Bonte and I, we act like it's over. Dynasty's over.
We made the Curry doc.
We did make the Curry doc.
I remember that.
He goes, they're too young. They're too athletic.
I remember that.
And Shaq goes, I don't feel good right now.
I busted up in the theater when I first saw that, too. That was great. I'm so proud of you guys for making that doc,
I swear
by the
to
way.
God, Friday morning, because that was a Friday night game in Boston. I'll never forget it. It was one of the greatest games any sport in my entire life. And Chris Mo's like, you guys got to wake up. And he was just giving it to us.
No, you know what Bully did? Because we were doom and gloom. Right?
I thought it was over.
Frank Isola came off for 25 minutes.
right.
Like,
Great,
you guys are in trouble.
Frankie Ice put his feet up on the board like this, up on the board, talking to us. Right? It was hilarious.
But he goes,
he's a legend.
He goes, I only got 8 minutes, guys. And he talked to us for 25 minutes.
That was great.
He was locked in.
Frankie Ice
So
is a
Bully
legend.
comes
He's a
on.
legend.
We're kind of doom and gloom. Bully comes on so calm, cool, and collected. He goes, what's up, Bonte? What's up, Shasky? Good morning, Roasters. And he set the tone.
Yeah,
he's like, and the
calmed us
Roasters
all
like,
down.
because I didn't tell Shasky who was coming out. It was a surprise.
I remember this.
Good morning, Roasters, Shasky, Bonte. And he goes, the Warriors will win tonight. Now, I didn't believe Bully. I'm not going to lie to you.
How many crab legs did we eat that day?
Well, we had the Alaskan King crab legs.
God,
but you know what I did after that?
Jameis be
I
proud.
took that fake
If you notice, food is always around the corner whenever me and him are doing anything. Keep going.
But no, we leave the studio, and I start talking to every Boston fan. You know you're losing tonight, right?
Dude.
It was the fakest bravado in the world.
Arrogance meter off the chart.
Arrogance meter's like, I don't believe what I'm saying. And Shasky's looking at me like, what are you doing? Hey, you're going to lose tonight. You know that, right?
Big game.
It's 2-2.
Dude, it was.
Oh, man.
And then, like, to close the book on Jimmy G, I'll never forget.
Oh, my God.
Of all the Jimmy G moments, there's been so many. Throwing on the baby field is one I'll never forget.
Oh, my God, the baby field.
The baby field. Throwing to, like, Shanahan's kids. But I'm not joking. That's what it looked like. The best was we are in the front row in Philly. We're in the front row of Philly.
God,
and Jimmy comes
smiling.
rolling out. And Bonte whacks me like it's like WWE, like I'm against the turnstile. Jimmy's walking fine. How is he not suited up in this game? I'm like, we're good. He's like, he looks great. Look at him. He's with them fresh Jordans. He has no limp. There's no limp, Shasky. You were angry before the game started.
I was angry. It was a lot going on in Philadelphia. He had the freshest J's on. And he walked out like there was no worries. And I was like, yo, this guy can suit up. There's no chance. He punked out on the 49ers because he had some beef with Shanahan.
Then after the first drive, after he gets hurt, we're sitting there and Purdy's like, don't I go, Bonte, I think he needs Tommy John.
Yeah,
I said it right
Shasky
away.
said it right away.
I go, there's
he
something
needs
wrong.
Tommy
He can't
John.
throw the ball.
I'm like, and I looked at you for a second. I was like, I think Shasky's out of his mind. Tommy John. I never heard of that in football, right?
I mean, surely he's got a lot of injuries, you know?
I never heard of it either. And then Josh Johnson came in. And I'm like, he fumbled that first time he got hit by Reddick.
He got hit so hard. He got hit so hard.
Yeah, Brock Purdy out there with no elbow.
Like in a cartoon when a car hits people from two sides.
You see a little bit like the bird flying over his head.
He goes, he's done. He's done.
Oh, my
He got
God.
hit the first time and fumbled, and they didn't call it. I was like, yo, I think we got away with one. And Ayuk caught open, and Shasky goes, he's got him. He's got him. And his elbow.
God, the challenge that never was.
He should have challenged.
He really should have
challenged.
I think Jimmy G may be number one.
He's the most.
Because we turned it a 9 or 5-70 game with Jimmy G.
We just spent the last 15 minutes laughing about Jimmy G. That
No,
I think
seriously.
it encapsulates all of it.
You don't understand.
He was
He was a
fun.
great Niner. No,
Dude.
how about the interception to Dallas in the second half?
Oh, my
He
God.
just threw it into no man's
my
land.
God, I remember that one.
With COVID?
My uncle threw the hat against the TV like it was the 60s.
I remember we were doing a show at the time. For some reason, we were on air doing a show that during that game, Dan Devone, I forget who was doing the show with, but Dan was doing the show, and we had Gary St. Jean on at that time, talking Warriors, and I think Dan would just ask questions. Yeah, so Gary, what do you think of the Warriors? And then just kind of like start watching the game, not even listening to him.
During the game.
During the game, we were on air. I don't get it either. And I swear, guy, Dan almost interrupted Gary to swear on air when he saw that interception. I remember that one like yesterday.
What was funny about that? I remember I flew out of Dallas with COVID by myself.
So good.
Yes.
I was down there in Dallas by myself talking major trash.
With a mask.
With the mask on.
It didn't work.
With the mask. And then the Higa texts me, goes, keep the videos going. I need more. So I start talking major trash. In the span of 5 minutes, Jimmy G throws the interception, and I get an alert about Draymond Green's going to be out with the back injury. I'm like, oh my God,
right there.
My world is crashing down.
Oh my God. That's like when I'm walking out of the Miami game and get the notification that Jimmy Butler tore his ACL. We've all had those moments.
Jimmy threw the worst pick I've ever seen.
You're in the mix in Dallas. You're rolling. They are absolutely rolling.
Were they the 1 seed? What were they? The 2 or the
3?
Dallas was
they
like
were the 3.
Niners were the 6, yeah.
No, Dallas I think was 4. Niners were 5.
Was 1.
No, Dallas was 4. Niners were 5.
I'm pretty sure the Niners were 6.
It was a wild card game.
Well, yeah, I'm pretty sure the Niners were 6 there. I thought the Rams, whatever, semantics on that one.
All right.
888-957-9570 is the number to call or text. Draft picks that you thought they were great but weren't. The draft pick you hated the most in the moment. Let's go to Zucci here. Zucci, man.
Jimmy G era, man. It's not like it.
Zucci, I know you remember the Jimmy era.
Good morning, boys. Hey, I know I don't get too time to do it in front of the king, but let me give one of them good old babies for y'all. Is that all right?
Give it to me.
Oh, baby!
That's pretty good.
That's not bad for the king.
Love it. That's not bad.
Gentlemen, hey, I want to take you back to, let me just go back to finish the story on you guys at Levi's and that Trey Lance. I wanted to see, Debbie! I wanted to see her face.
Zucci,
showing so much excitement.
You don't understand, Zucci. We got there, right? And obviously we're not the flagship of the 49ers. I don't know how much presence 95.7 The Game had down there, but we signed up, and she goes, oh, 95.7 The Game. I listen to that station all the time. And there's somebody from KMBR standing right there. And they're like, and their face dropped. So I was like, what's your name? Debbie? Okay, cool, great, awesome.
Debbie.
So she had to get the shout out. And somebody from the Niners actually texted me was like, I love how you guys gave Debbie a shout out. She's the best.
Debbie's the legend. I'm glad we got Zucci on here because Zucci, man, he's going to be joining us on Monday. He won the opportunity to play golf with us this Monday at the 3rd annual Agape Charity Golf Tournament at Stone Tree. I don't know yet. We will be broadcasting live out there along with Standing Guru, and there's still some foursomes left. If you want to come out and join us, that's AgapeCharityGolf.com. Again, AgapeCharityGolf.com. Zucci, how you doing with swinging the sticks lately?
You know what? I need to redeem myself, man. Last time I was out with one of the hosts, me and Big Willard went out, and Willard's a baller, don't get me wrong. But he had me out in July in Cache Creek at 107 degrees.
Hell yeah.
Ooh. So, it's going to be a little bit better to play with tomorrow, hopefully with my boy Shasky. I don't know yet. We'll see who they want to pair up with the champs on Monday, but hopefully it is Shasky.
Oh, well, I hope to see you out there regardless.
Yeah. No matter what, I'll be out there.
Hell yeah.
But I do want to say I'm really excited about this. I have 2 autistic nephews. So to be able to actually, do such a beautiful thing and give back to that community is very, very wonderful and personal to my soul. I always said, man, nothing stops a competition between an older brother and a younger brother than seeing his older brother do such big things with his kids and see them thrive in the autistic community.
That's really well said. That's really well said.
Glad to have you on. Thank you for calling.
Love you, buddy.
Love Zucci.
Good stuff, Zucci. I can't wait to be out there on the course with you on Monday. Thanks for calling in there, Zucci. All right, we got a couple minutes left here before we get to the end.
I gotta get to Jimmy G. I'm not
Jimmy
done with Jimmy G.
You're not
the
done with
roller
Jimmy.
coaster
All right.
ride.
So one of our first ever Periscopes, we were doing all these live things, was when he tore his ACL.
Oh, in Kansas City.
And I went crazy.
Shasky had a tear coming out his eye.
I did.
We were sitting this is like pre-COVID. We were like 26 inches away from
2018.
and we're doing a lot of periscopes in the basement.
Tiny little
week 3 of 2018, I believe, right?
Yeah, it was week 3.
In Kansas City.
And this was after the Detroit home opener where Jimmy threw a pick 6 that got called back for the worst defensive pass interference ever. And Bonte broke a cabinet on his knuckle.
I still got the scar from the knuckle. I
it was just insane.
And I was calm all game long until that play. I was just ticked off.
So Jimmy goes down. And me and him have this wild periscope, and that's where I just want to go back to the playoffs came from that periscope.
Yeah, that's
Let's fast forward later on. We're doing post-game shows, and I'm still not full-time, essentially, on the station. And it's the first playoff game in what feels like forever of Shanahan. It's the Minnesota Vikings.
Yeah, it's 2019.
And it's halftime, and I'm texting Bonte, Jimmy don't see the field. Jimmy don't see the field. We have a championship roster. Right. He don't see the field. We do the postgame show, first playoff win in forever. And the boss has to call us, and he tells me, you're ruining the postgame show because you're crushing Jimmy Garoppolo in this playoff game. After a win.
Where he threw the ball like, what, 7 times or something that game?
No, that was the Green Bay game. It was the title game.
It was like 11 times in the Vikings game.
But I was pissed off because I was like, guys, Minnesota had one of the better defenses in the NFL.
They did.
To me, that was the tougher game on the road to the Super Bowl. Green Bay felt like it was going to be a party. I was like, they own Green Bay.
It looked like a party,
Minnesota was the one game, and then Jimmy Shasky's just out. And you know why it started, though? Because Sunday night that year, they played Green Bay. They had the gauntlet. Green Bay, Baltimore, New Orleans. And they won 37-8. And this guy from Oakland called, Bonte, Jimmy G's just, I said, this is what, 37-8. What the hell is your problem? Like, what is your problem? But it started, too, in the preseason. I thought you were going to back preseason. When they played Denver.
Oh, the 5 picks.
And Booger McFarland said, Jimmy G's just scared.
He shook
in the pocket, and a timeline went crazy. And then that's when Guru had the video.
Practice for 5 interceptions in a row.
I remember that 5 plays in a row. And Guru goes, remember Guru on Instagram goes, like a damn mosquitoes, man. Stay off my timeline. I got caught up in Garoppolo mania.
Oh, that's where that came from.
All of this comes from Jimmy.
You know, Jimmy's number one by
Jimmy
far.
is absolutely number one.
Far.
Here's the thing why Jimmy's also number one and not someone like Draymond Green. Like Draymond Green, the conversations are never like, we're never laughing this hard over a Draymond Green conversation. We're not having this much fun reminiscing over the Draymond Green conversation.
Jimmy against New Orleans is one of the greatest games the Niners have ever played in the regular season. Jimmy was outstanding. Juice got killed.
He got killed for that game.
Absolutely killed.
That
he cracked his helmet.
That game was so.
I'm laughing about it. Dude, I thought he was dead on the field.
Dude, that game was so stressful. It was one of the most stressful games ever. Matt Breida came back to cheat. I was like, wow, look at the speed with Matt Breida.
What's the knucklehead secondary guy who's been fighting with the Niners forever? C.J. Gardner-Johnson. He's ripping the face mask of Kittle.
Kittle's played. They had the Arizona game, the Gotta Have It game, back from 16-0. Jimmy G.
That was on Halloween.
This is how
Halloween,
polarizing
right?
Jimmy was.
I remember that was Jimmy's best game, I thought.
He threw the Texas route to Jeff Wilson Jr., and people said, well, the ball placement was a little behind him. He didn't really throw it on point. I said, we scored a touchdown.
Jimmy Lurie could not do anything right.
Touchdown, they go, well, it was a little behind him. And I swear to God, it wasn't one call, it was like 6.
It was, dude, Jimmy Garoppolo.
Jeff Wilson Jr.
Jimmy Garoppolo filled the lines up, put us in business, kept us in business. Now, the Warriors did their part as well. I don't want to get that wrong.
The Jimmy roller coaster was the best.
The pick 8 in Denver was
the safety was the best part of that play. That's the worst part of it. Not the,
and Trent got hurt. And Trent got
hurt. There's the Trent injury, the interception, and oh my God.
Tirico.
Dude, he threw the
Tirico somewhere.
He threw the
I think I have it in the system as the pick 8.
Dan Orlovsky did that. And Trent Williams.
Well, I remember Dan Orlovsky tweeted out, like, I'm off the hook now. Oh my God, we're going to get the final thoughts in just a moment. But I do want to let everybody know we're live on YouTube throughout the day. Just search 95.7 The Game and you'll find us. And now we're expanding the community for our super fans. Become a Game Pass Pro member and get early access to new videos, private AMAs with our hosts, and insiders, plus exclusive content from the biggest events. Plus, you'll get live, instant reaction post-game shows from your favorite hosts after the biggest games. That's go on YouTube, 95.7 The Game. Become a Game Pass Pro. Let's get to
real quick. I just got to say
thoughts.
something. When he was thrown on the baby field, and we thought he was getting traded, and then they re-signed him. Shasky and I did an IG Live. I was in a freaking hot tub. Confused. I
remember that.
What is real? I was in a hot tub doing an IG Live. With the taco meat out. It's like this guy was just thrown on the baby field.
You were stuck in disbelief for so long. And then when he became the quarterback again a couple weeks later. Oh, final thoughts.
That's 49er football.
That it is.
I got to give you my favorite. All right, my final thought.
I'm going to see if Carter can find the pick 8, but until we do that.
All right, one of my favorite memories with my dad of all time is the NFC Championship game down in L.A. And the first drive, he's hitting me. Classic. And he's like, Jimmy's got him! He's got him! And it's Kittle down the middle, wide open. And Jimmy just airmails him.
Dude, I don't know if it was because Rocco sat next to me at that game. We sat together. He was running towards us for a touchdown. And Rocco jumped up, was like, oh my God, it was a third down. Crowd was buzzing. Yes. They forced a 3 and out. And it was either Rocco or myself. I think it was Rocco. He goes, oh man, I think we got bad Jimmy today.
So now it's the fourth quarter. Stafford scores the touchdown. We get the ball back. I'm like, Dad, this is our chance. I turn to my left. It's like a minute to go in the game. My dad's packing everything up. He goes, it's Jimmy G, Joe. He doesn't have it. He's not Montana. I seen Montana. I looked to the left. He had the full thing packed. He knew it was going to happen.
He knew it was going to happen. Dude, I swear to God, when we went back to watch the broadcast, and I'm listening, I said, I don't think I've ever heard an announcer say this before. Troy Aikman is tied up, and he goes, Joe, the Rams have done a good job against the 49ers run game, and I'm afraid it's going to come down to Jimmy Garoppolo. I was like, thanks, Troy.
All right, here we go. Carter.
Jaquaski Tart is still on his knees.
Oh, my God.
Still unemployed.
They throw him on the video board.
I know.
Remember that?
I do.
Oh, man.
And the Chiefs weren't in the Super Bowl.
And the pass to OBJ right after that. Ugh. Carter did the legwork. Here it is.
Please.
Second and 10 from his own end zone. Garoppolo's out of the end zone. It's a safety. Remember, Dan Orlovsky did that. Stepped all the way out of the end zone. It's a safety, and that kills the play before everything else on the pick. So it is 7-5, and Trent Williams is shaken up for the Niners.
I don't know that I've ever seen a safety be a break for a team, but it certainly was there.
The safety was the best part of it.
I'm in tears, man. I got legit tears coming out. I got legit tears coming out. You know, the worst part about Tart, Rocco and I take over Stafford's due to throw one more up. And it literally, I swear to God, it literally happened next play.
Odell Beckham was so good in that game.
It was. That was his last good game of his career, too, it seemed like.
Oh, shit, dude.
The YouTube chat is popping off about Jimmy right now. That was it. No, that was probably it. That was the chance.
Won the Super Bowl.
Of all the chances they've had in the Shanahan era, that year, that team, the way Debo was playing that year, that might have actually been it.
Play me that one more time, because just Tirico is, think of how many things he ran.
From his own end zone. Garoppolo's out of the end zone. It's a safety. Remember, Dan Orlovsky did that. Stepped all the way out of the end zone. It's a safety, and that kills the play before everything else on the pick. So it is 7-5, and Trent Williams is shaken up for the Niners.
I don't know that I've ever seen a safety be a break for a team, but it certainly was there.
Jimmy G, he was the content that kept on. Dude. And then wasn't later in the game, was he walk off the field ripping his helmet these plays suck, man. Kyle Shanahan's plays. That's the problem here, Jimmy. You're running out of the back of the end zone throwing picks. That's the play's fault, though.
What do you got?
Carter, you got something?
I'm afraid that it's going to have to be Jimmy Garoppolo that gets it done.
Oh my God.
And Troy started Joe Buck, and this is my final thought. Joe Buck, to start that broadcast, goes, Troy, what do you have to do in these big games? What takes it to win? He goes, Joe, it's about who doesn't make the mistake. And both these quarterbacks really take their fans on a roller coaster ride. Let's see if they get the safety. Let's see if they get the safety from Toledo. Let's get Dunker.
Deontay Scott. Also,
would you sign Jimmy on a one-day deal just to bring him back as a Niner?
So now it's not that bad of an idea. When I said it's a bad idea, but.
Oh, man. Jimmy Garoppolo.
Jimmy GJ? I guess
I lost
there's no Jimmy. There might not be a Butcher Boy and Bonte show at one point.
They turned the ball over left and right against Pittsburgh. Still won. That's where old baby was born. At the Hilton, where he almost fought the Steelers.
Might have been, actually.
Steeler game.
Jimmy G did have a point. Oh, this was a fun one, guys. Steiny and Guru are coming up next, presented by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Have a good day, everybody. Dodgers suck.
At the YMCA of Greater San Francisco, every child deserves a place to grow, belong, and thrive. Through youth and family programs, the Y is building stronger communities, one family, one future at a time. Join us for the Y for Youth Community Festival, Saturday, May 2nd at Crane Cove Park in San Francisco, near the Dogpatch YMCA. Enjoy live music, fun activities, and something for all ages. Best of all, it's free and open to the public. Come celebrate community, connection, and the power of youth. Sign up today at ymcasf.org/thegame.
Running a small business means juggling a lot. Your network has to handle it all. That's where a fiber-only provider falls short. You need a partner who gives you a greater advantage. Introducing the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A first-ever combination of the largest, fastest fiber-powered network, the most reliable Wi-Fi, gig speeds with equipment and security included, and a 5-year price lock. Plus, it's all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. The Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A new standard for small business with reliability, security, and savings in one. Switch today. Get started with a great offer as low as $60 a month. When you add it all up, no one does business like Comcast Business.
Offer ends 6/1/26. New customers only. Requires 300 megabits per second internet and security edge. 1-year agreement, eco-bill, and autopay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
Hey, John, why so glum? I just got let go. The company's downsizing. This is the third time in the last 2 years. I'm done with this.
Have you thought about My Computer Career? I've heard they can train you for a career in IT in just a few months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI. And you don't need prior training or experience. Now that's a recession-resistant career.
Wow, thanks. I'll check them out.
Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation. Mycomputercareer.edu, an elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
In today's fast-moving job market, staying ahead means keeping your skills sharp. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we help keep your capabilities cutting edge with our skills-based education programs designed to move your career forward. Explore more than 135 degrees and certificates in business, cybersecurity, and more. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start May 13th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Hello, San Francisco Bay Area. Bank of America, in partnership with Visa, invites you to a FIFA World Cup 26 watch party. Open an eligible Bank of America checking account in participating financial centers only for an opportunity to reserve 2 complimentary tickets while supplies last. Experience special musical guests, games, giveaways, food, and more, all at a legendary venue. Learn more at BofA.com/BofA Visa Watch Party. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America, proud to be the official bank of FIFA World Cup 26. Bank of America N.A. member FDIC. Terms apply. All rights reserved.
Injured at work? Don't wait. Every moment counts. You may be entitled to medical care and financial compensation, but time matters. The attorneys at Boxer & Gerson are here to protect your rights and fight for the treatment and support you need. Boxer & Gerson have helped thousands of people across Northern California who were hurt on the job. Don't wait. Don't guess. Get answers. Call Boxer & Gerson today at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson. Your life is worth the fight.
The basketball playoffs are underway, and now you can trade every game on Kelsey. You can also trade on who wins each series, the conference finals, and the championship. San Antonio is trading at 18% to win it all, meaning a $100 trade pays out $525 if they take the title. On Kelsey, you're trading against other people in a live market. No house, no odds makers. And as the odds move, you can buy in and out anytime throughout the postseason. For a limited time, download the Kelsey app and use code FAN to get $10 when you trade 10. KALSHI. Kelsey. Trade on anything.
Looking to get your next project done right without running all over town? At Ashby Lumber, everything you need is in one place. From premium lumber and building materials to doors, windows, decking, and hardware, we've got it all, ready when you are. Whether you're a contractor on a deadline or a homeowner starting something new, our team knows the products and helps you get it done right the first time. 2 locations, Berkeley and Concord. Ashby Lumber, one stop, done right.
Hi, my name is Lloyd Lockridge, and I'm the host of a new podcast from Odyssey called Family Lore. In this podcast, I'm going to have people on to tell unusual and sometimes far-fetched stories about their families.
I've heard my whole life that she invented the margarita.
And then we're going to investigate those stories and find out how much of it is true.
He gets a patent 1 month before the Wright brothers. Oh my God.
Please follow and listen to Family Lore, an Odyssey podcast available now on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your shows.
Roll
Lowe's has the brands pros trust to get the job done. You can now shop new Catalyst fencing solutions and save big when you do. 10% off when you buy in bulk. Plus, save $180 on a DeWalt 12-inch dual bevel sliding compound miter saw. Now just $449. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 5/6 while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. He brings the passion.
For what? I want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have great points. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
I'm a freaking idiot.
And together, they're Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
All right, we'll take a little bonus Bonte Hill today.
Sir.
Another 10 minutes of Bonte Hill along with Steiny and Guru.
It's a reunion of
yeah, what's going on, buddy?
Put the hell out of me, man.
Thanks for sticking around.
Yeah. Put the hell out of me, man. What is going on around here?
The check's clear for
tell
you,
the
baby.
Hegan, I need a bump up. I need another hour on the pay sheet.
Steiny, tell him he's getting multiple checks these days.
I think that's you, sir.
That is me. My bad.
Nothing's changed, B.
I listen a lot. Trust me.
Oh, my man.
Might be trouble brewing in New Orleans.
Uh-oh.
I don't know.
Yeah.
All right, where do you want to start?
Where do you want to start, Steiny?
Are you shocked that I'll go? Are you shocked the Niners traded out of the first round? I understand it, and I ain't gonna. There's nothing to be mad at.
There's a lot of smoke around that, and I think they were in on this guy from Central Florida.
Lawrence,
the guy who the Cowboys drafted, and a lineman out of Georgia Tech who the Houston Texans scooped up. I think they were in on them, and they said, you know what? And I like that philosophy. If you don't love the player, trade back and get multiple picks and get the players that you love.
And they got the first pick, Steiny, second round today.
And they say they're open to business of trading that, Steiny and Goo.
It looks like they'd be willing to do that too. The thing I thought of is, so they've never drafted an offensive lineman in the first round, Shanahan and Lynch. So they can do it now. They can take it. Oh, that's right. McGlinchey. Was that a first-round pick?
That was a first-round pick. Maybe the fourth pick.
They're going to take Chase Besantis from Texas A&M.
He's got his big board as boy.
I like that. I'm impressed with Steiny and his big board. I'm impressed.
Hey, my big board held up. It held up except for one. Except for Ty Simpson, who they had him in about
didn't look happy,
third
B.
round.
What did you guys make of that?
Yeah, he didn't look happy.
And then Matt Stafford, he's like, what WTF, man?
If you're a 49er fan, you got to be happy.
Well, there you
the
are
Rams
right.
don't get a player at 13 in the win now mode. Like that's a relief. I thought they were going to get the guy out of Miami. What was his name? Bain Jr., Reuben Bain Jr., who goes to Tampa Bay
with the little arms.
With the little arms, apparently. But the guy's a player.
No doubt.
You know,
Justin Tuck had little arms. For the Giants.
He turned out all right.
Yeah. But Bonte, I'm going to put it right on the table. Steiny, you don't even know this. I talked to my man last night. And I just want to talk to Warrior fans and just the Bay, Willards. We got to give Jonathan Kaminga some credit, right? He's playing playoff, meaningful basketball, and he looks like he belongs. And I'm going to just tell you, B, it's day 7 of the Warriors not in the playoffs. It's hurt me to watch him just contribute. I'm not telling you he's Kobe, but you telling me what we're watching outside of Steph, that couldn't have worked here. And now, outside of Kaminga, since he's made his exit, it feels like there's just drama around this team, and it hurts more. Do you have a problem with me as a lifelong Warrior fan saying it hurts more watching them ball?
No, it does hurt, because I thought it could have worked here, but Eddie Johnson said this for
you were on his show.
I don't know. They're running out of gas, man. But people must be saying no to them. It's like, hey, you available? If not, whatever. They have me on, whatever. But Eddie said this last year. Mullins always said this. Once a coach and a player don't see eye to eye, and Steiny, you covered this league for a long time, that relationship is done. So you look back at last offseason and said, man, maybe you should have just traded him then. Instead of gone through this whole dog and pony show with starting him and then all of a sudden you get blown out in Oklahoma City. You need drastic changes. And they beat San Antonio in back-to-back games, but Steph scored 95 points in those games.
That was the best part of this season.
You know what I'm saying? And so, yes, it does hurt because maybe that was a young guy who could have popped. Maybe that was a good pick. And right now, Atlanta's thriving, man. He's defending. He's playing to his strengths, attacking the basket. And most importantly, he's able to play through his mistakes, which you can't do here with the Warriors, Steiny.
Wow. So here's what I was thinking. Yeah. Like if you've been watching the Atlanta series, are you saying, oh my God, look at what we've missed out on. Look at what he can do. Or are you saying, he did do that here at times, but apparently not consistently enough.
You can look at my cheeks. I'm going to be greedy and say all of those. It's all of it. He popped at times, and there were some bad moments. But Steiny, I just want to go back to Bonte's, and I'm not calling Steph or Dre out or even Joe Lacob, but I think I might be. Okay, I don't like what you just said, and you were telling your truth. If it's rocky between a coach and a player, shouldn't there be other people to know that this dude's a talent? Let me intervene and call us in a room and
let me mediate.
Mediate.
Yeah, and this guy can help us. Me. Yeah, no doubt. And here's the biggest thing: he's getting consistent minutes. And Steve Kerr, when you got a win now mentality, and you're playing for these coaches like Kerr, Popovich, and Phil. If you make a mistake, you're getting a quick hook. It is what it is. And there's something about him playing free and easy, knowing that, hey, if I make a mistake, if I take a bad shot, I can play through it because I know I'm going to get 25 to 30 minutes. Here with the Warriors, you make a mistake, you're looking behind your shoulder saying, we saw that Sacramento series. He made a couple mistakes after playing for a long period of time from February, once Andrew Wiggins took us 2 months sabbatical, to the playoffs. All of a sudden, he was a non-factor in that series. Man. So that's the biggest difference, I think, because we did see glimpses of that, Steiny, of JK. It's just the consistency of playing time that he's getting right now under Quinn Snyder.
I mean, when I see, he's playing like the Warriors kind of wanted him to play, and like we've seen him play at times, what it tells me is they lost him.
Yep.
The Warriors lost Kaminga.
Wow.
They lost him a couple years ago because he just there was trust lost on both sides, and the roller coaster was too up and down, and I think that after a while he just kind of lost just his verve, you know what I mean?
Man.
Yep. Like it was fits and starts. Mm-hmm. And so now I'm thinking, we always talk about a price of a dynasty. I'm thinking about, are they paying the price for kind of their rigidity and their approach to everything about the veteran guys?
Well, I'll just say this, and I know I've been saying it, but I'll do it again, Bonte. When you look at this roster, and I'm not throwing eggs, mainly the young guys or the future, how can that guy not have fit or stayed around through thick and thin just because he's 25, a body from the basketball heavens?
Yeah.
That's what bothers me, because when I look at what we have now, make that make sense. And now what do you make real quick? I know you work, you work NBC Sports. You're around the team, Bonte. What are you making of this Kerr thing? Because now things are popping off to where, he's outspoken on things in the world. And I love that about Kerr. But maybe there was some bad. What do you make of what's going on that you can't point your finger at Kaminga, shout out Sheed, in Warriors world?
Yeah, I don't like the leaks of all the things going on with Kerr. That's not how you should do
business,
Is that what you
call them, leaks?
Yeah, I don't like it. He's helped to win 4 championships. He's an all-time coach. Especially with this organization. So I don't like some of the stuff that's coming out like, oh, wait, that's a problem now. That's a problem. But when it comes to Kaminga, and I wonder how Warrior fans feel about this, he plays so well against Minnesota, and we focus on, they didn't win games. Well, who didn't show up in that series? That's what I focus on. Like, he did his part after not playing for
I was on Jimmy's neck.
Right. But also, if they go through this with Steve Kerr and say Steve Kerr's not coaching next season, and then Porzingis walks away, and Kaminga continues his stellar play against the Knicks
I'll let you
and
have
deeper
this,
into the
Steiny.
playoffs, Steiny Goo, how are Warrior fans going to feel about that?
Go ahead,
This is the tip of the iceberg.
Yeah, they could be. I mean, and it's going to get more dramatic if their offseason, they kind of double down on the older guys. If Dre, I mean, they've got so many questions right now.
So many.
They
it's
really
so good.
do.
I mean, carry the summer, Snarty. And what if I'm worried about this? Let's just say they get the 11th pick. What if I'm worried now about how that pick is going to get seasoned and nurtured and grow?
Well, why wouldn't you trade the pick or the player if you are doubling down on the older guys? Because now you're going to go back to, if it's the guy from Michigan, who's the guy who twisted his ankle?
Laneberg,
yeah. Is he going to be ready to play a role? He's a rookie. He's a rookie in the NBA. Young players, they struggle through their first go-around in the playoffs. So I almost think you got to trade the pick if you double down on the old guys.
Yeah, I don't know about, they got to get some young players in here. But, there's a pattern now with young players for the Warriors who are looking to emerge, and they've just,
but
is it fair to say?
Why did it work for Pods? And I'm a defender of Pods.
Well, because he doesn't have as much talent as Poole, Kaminga, and Wiseman theoretically did. And Pods just took advantage of a situation he was in. But to me, it's more about the moves they've made that have kind of forsaken their young guys.
Right.
And, now it's like, okay, they have the 11th pick in the draft. They're a 37-win team. Yeah. The guy's got to play.
Yep.
Whoever the guy is. So, anyway.
I wish you had 4 more hours. Now I was just going to
we got Marcy coming in.
We got Marcy coming in. Marcy.
I mean, I was going to ask you the Steph contract situation. What number would you be comfortable with? I was 2 for 120. Oh, boy.
Oh, boy.
Not on baby.
No, if you're Steph, wouldn't you just wait to see what goes on around you?
Wow.
You don't have to sign that extension right now.
I don't.
It's okay.
I think it benefits both sides if they just sit tight. But
all right.
We'll see. All right.
Right on, B.
Thanks for hanging around, B. Really appreciate you, man. All right. 888-957-9570. We'll get into all of it today. We got Marcy Wiser from Live 105 coming up at 10:30. That's always a 3-ring circus. We'll talk 49ers draft. They have the first pick in day 2. We'll talk a little Jonathan Kaminga because we have to. And what's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Hey, Bay Area sports fans, get ready for game day with Laughing Monk Brewing. Whether you're watching with friends or heading out after the final whistle, Laughing Monk has the perfect beer for the moment. With locations in Sunnyvale, Scotts Valley, and Bayview in San Francisco, there's always a Monk nearby. And now, check out their newest San Francisco location in Nopa. From crisp lagers to bold IPAs, every beer is righteously brewed in San Francisco. Grab a pint, grab your crew, and make game day better at Laughing Monk Brewing. Righteously brewed in San Francisco.
Today on the CW.
We are green at Talladega.
The NASCAR O'Reilly Auto Parts Series blasts off.
Great day to go race Talladega.
On one of NASCAR's most legendary tracks.
Talladega, dude, let's go!
This is the biggest and the baddest of the super speedway tracks.
It's a race. It's a party. Woo! This is Talladega.
The NASCAR O'Reilly Auto Parts Series.
From Talladega this Saturday at noon on Cron 4, the CW.
This is Larry Flick, owner of The Floor Store. Our spring sale, now through April 27th, might be our biggest sales event ever. It means up to 50% off every single product store-wide. And we have Northern California's largest in-stock selection of carpet, hardwood, laminate, waterproof flooring, and much more. It also means 2 full years of interest-free financing. This is going to be a spring to remember, but it ends Monday. Visit floorstores.com to find the nearest Bay Area showroom. From Santa Rosa to San Jose, The Floor Store, your Bay Area flooring authority.
What if you could have the most reliable Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? That's the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Just 5 years of fiber-powered Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to the devices that need them most. That finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a 6th sense. And that keeps you gaming in the fast lane, even when the whole family's banking on bandwidth. And here's the best part. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. Hey, let's face it, a lot can change in 5 years. Kids grow taller, dreams grow bigger, but your Wi-Fi? It would stay reliable and the price would stay put. The Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Xfinity, imagine that. Select plans only. Restrictions apply. Powered by fiber. Connected to the premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
Reach your saving goals with Mirastar Momentum Savings.
progress should come with perks. Every $25 you save earns an entry to win cash prizes. We're drawing winners for $1,000 monthly, $5,000 quarterly, and an annual grand prize of $10,000. Saving has never been this rewarding. Apply today at miristarfcu.org. Insured by NCUA, no purchase necessary. Terms and conditions apply. See website for full details.
If you need to sell your house fast, this is for you. Sometimes a house just becomes too much. Bills, repairs, a big life change. We get it. At John Buys Bay Area Houses, we'll help you turn the page. We buy as is. No repairs, no fees, no hassle. Call 510-426-7000 or visit johnbuysbayareahouses.com.
Start fresh with John Buys Bay Area Houses.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates, real solutions for real people.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
I love Kaminga.
This is James Wiseman. Now back to Steiny and Guru.
Hey, thanks, James. Appreciate the call.
What do you think he's doing these days?
He's in the lab.
Rapping.
No.
Cutting an album. He is rapping nowadays, Steiny.
Maybe he's trying to get back in the league.
You're 7 foot. You shouldn't have to be trying to get back.
Not every 7-footer plays in the NBA.
Well, I hear you. I hear you.
And certainly not everybody's 6'4" either.
That was a shot. I got to tell you, 49er Frankie heard the show yesterday, loved the bit. That's doing it a disservice. He loved when you went to the big board. He did. I couldn't stop him from laughing. He just said every time you said, hold on, let me see where he's at, he got a kick out of that. So kudos to you and your guy that sent that to you.
Yeah.
Did Evan use it last night? I tuned in. I don't know if Evan... Oh,
no, Sterling used it.
Sterling has his own big board, and he didn't need anybody to send it to him.
Sterling went it on Jerry Jones too much for me, though, but I love it.
I'll compare big boards with Bennett.
Sterling literally called the Niners trading back to 30 with the Miami Dolphins at the beginning of the show.
He called it with the team.
I kind of saw that coming, too.
Well, we said trade out, but not with Miami. He called the team.
Yeah, he had it in his mock draft. Right. It was pretty impressive.
Speaking of my big board, let me...
yeah, you still got it, huh?
Let me get that thing
real quick, Steiny, what'd you have for dinner?
I had tortellini.
That's fat.
Out of a package. Not really.
And processed.
700 or 600 calories.
A lot of carbs.
Yeah.
I got on the scale today. It was fine.
Cafeteria today?
We'll see.
I've been out. I need it.
No kidding. And by the way, don't even ask me.
Hold on. No kidding. I'm taking care of my pops.
Well, you said you were going to try to make it last week. You didn't. That was understandable.
I was at the hospital.
Week before, you stood me up.
All right, let's move on.
Yeah, we'll see.
Logan Webb, he threw it a guy. You got to love it, Steiny.
Oh, yeah. That accomplished a lot.
Sent a message.
Oh, yeah, to who? To a team leaving town. That just shuts you out.
Town.
I mean, they really don't know how to get this right between Birdsong and Webb.
Message was sitting. They took 2 or 3 from the Dodgers, so series win.
All right.
Yeah.
I do think I want to. Well, we got Marcy Wiser coming in 10 minutes. And she's like, what are we going to talk about? I'm like,
hey, help me out. Where did she go for a vacation? Remember, she was gone a couple days.
She went on she actually went on a girls' trip, unlike Diana Russini.
What? That's a 9.
She went back home to Utah.
Yeah.
See,
no, seriously, is there action in Utah?
Well, you can ask her.
I'd like to ask Carl Malone, Blackneck. You know, that's what they used to call him.
I like Salt Lake City a lot.
I don't know if you want to ask Carl.
Yeah.
You got Steiny.
I almost don't want to open up. I almost don't want to open up the floodgate. I don't want to open up the floodgates yet about Kaminga. Because I think I could open the floodgates and then Marcy will come.
That's my guy. That's my brother. I can't wait for him. Because Willard, he's going to say, oh, good. I'm not front running. He ain't said nothing. I ain't heard from him. It's just you got to be happy for the dude. That is a Thundercat in the making. Just his DNA, man. And now to watch him help an Atlanta Hawk team go up in the playoffs 2-1, it's disheartening and a disappointing season for the Warriors.
That's right.
All. Why couldn't it have worked?
No, because he didn't want to be here.
And you might. But why?
What do you mean I might? He asked for a trade.
Why did he not want to be here?
Because they didn't get along. They lost trust in each other.
Yeah.
Oh, that's true. Thanks, Jim Mole.
Jimmy.
That win by the Giants, you know what that does?
Well, they lost.
I'm sorry, that win by the Dodgers, you know what that does? That resets the winning streak.
Damn it, Jimmy. Yeah.
Okay, so a lot of people are pointing to C.J. McCollum's quote last night.
He's incredible,
So
man.
C.J. McCollum.
Speak on it.
Let me see. Okay, I'll just read it. This is what C.J. McCollum said about Kaminga. He has championship DNA coming from the Warriors. This is the one. He understands how to play the game the right way. He was in a not-so-great situation, and now he's found a happy home. He understands how to play the game the right way. Nobody was saying that about Kaminga when he was here. And so...
What if I threw this at you before you finish?
That's the one.
What if he didn't know how to do it here? And maybe that's on him. Maybe he was too wound up. He was too tight. Or he felt like the coaches or whoever didn't have faith in him. And maybe that's... I mean, because if we just do the autopsy, 2 years ago is his agent saying, you know... Jonathan, these words came out of Kaminga's mouth. The coach doesn't trust me. The coach has to have trust in me. So I don't even want to revisit all that. I'm happy for the dude. But what I'm mad at is the Warriors now telling on themselves. And you say, what do you mean by that, Goo? What I mean is there's dysfunction here now. And as Bonte just left and said, there's leaks. And all that stuff Willard don't want Lacob to have nothing to do with the basketball decisions. And he's not by himself.
What are the leaks?
The leaks.
What are they?
Like in regard to the Kerr stuff about management by being...
Everybody's guessing.
Well, the Standard led off today with our guy, those quotes. I'm just... Some people would call those leaks.
Yeah, I mean, that's... when people call leaks, I call reporting. Like every report comes from a leak. Somebody tells somebody something about something. You know what I mean?
So what if I got written up here, I was on a PIP, performance improvement plan. We go to the ship, and then one of the patrons at the ship says, hey, Goo, man, I heard you got written up. That's somebody snitching on me, one of my teammates, you, Evan, or somebody else.
Yeah, and then that guy gets to write a story. That's the way it works.
But I would be mad at you.
Yeah, you can be mad, but that's the way it works.
But
that's
our relationship would be fractured.
Well, you didn't know. You wouldn't know it was me.
But in my mind, I'd be like, oh, Evan,
and you know what I would say?
One of you.
You know what I'd say? I'd blame it on I'll blame it on Paul Hoffman.
All right, there you go.
Dude,
anyway.
That's your buddy. That's your Dallas Cowboys buddy, Paul Hoffman. He dropped dime on you. It's called the nature of the beast.
Yeah. Anyway, I'm happy for the kid. What do you make of that comment? Play the right way.
Well, that's what I kind of want to get at today is if like, is Jonathan Kaminga in the first 3 games of that series essentially playing like he did for the Warriors? Or is he a different player completely?
I think upstairs he's free. Mentally, he's free, Stotty. He can play through mistakes. And I think that's why it might be working. I could be wrong, but just imagine if you hated your job and you had to do it.
Exactly.
And if you love your job, you're two different people mentally.
Yeah. I think this is like,
I'm not saying he's Dr. J. It's just I always believed in him, and his talent it's obvious. And it's just lightweight sad that our young players right now are a certain type of talented, and we couldn't fix this. And now what really bothers me from a Joe Lacob, Joe, I love you, but this really bothers me. You signed off on the trade, and in the same season or off season, after the season that the trade culminated, we might lose the coach too? Where was the vision or the thought of, if the coach might be leaving, maybe somebody else could come in and get the best out of this kid?
Yeah, they're giving up on each other. It clearly became irreparable. He didn't want to play here, and I think that's why he didn't play 16 straight games. And they weren't crazy about him being here, and the kind of the noise he started to make at the end. Not that that was a big deal at all. I don't think it was. I don't have anything, not one bad thing to say about Kaminga's attitude or his demeanor. I can't speak to what happened in that Oklahoma City game and whether or not that changed the way the organization looked at him. Maybe it did. I don't know. But, like, he was never an attitude problem here. That was never the issue. But what I'm getting at is, if this is who we knew Kaminga is, then how in the world could they not have made it work? And I guess the other thing is, well, he wasn't that player here under Steve Kerr. So now I mean, look, I think, to me, Kaminga's the latest of a 3 or 4 year period in which this organization has failed to incorporate any kind of impact young player. And maybe the players weren't impact players or were never going to be. But like whether it's Poole, whether it's Kaminga, whether it's Wiseman, I mean, there was just no room for any of those guys to squeeze through. And it was because of Draymond Green and Steph Curry and Butler and Durant and Clay. Like, nobody was able to emerge. The only guy who emerged, the only 2 guys who really emerged were Poole and Pods. And a lot of that had to do with the fact that Klay Thompson was kind of withering away. And that's why when I look at the Warriors and think, damn, they just have not been able to get any young players to emerge.
Right.
And now we're looking at an offseason where they want to maybe tear up Draymond's 1 year and give him 2, and they want to give Steph 2 more. It just is, wow. That's all. That's where I'm like, wow. That we've lost all these young players, and we're going to double down on the old ones again. Well, in 2026.
There's a caveat, though, Stoney.
I don't think that's a great idea.
In regard to I don't know what's going to happen with the OGs, but you are right. There are questions, and they will reveal itself, the answers. But the bottom line is there's a draft coming up. And I know, we don't know what pick it's going to be. But again, let's just use number 11. You can hit the reset button on who will be the coach, if it's still Kerr. And now that you're watching your older guys, their talent wane, or just watch them get older and go through, the natural aging process, will it be different now that it's not championship or bust? Yeah, you got OGs.
Who's coaching?
I don't know.
Okay, well, that's a big determinant. That's a big determinant. The direction that the Warriors want to go from this point on. And how an 11th pick in the draft is going to either fit in or not fit in. So could be number 1 pick, but yeah. I mean, you get the number 11 pick, you're a 37-win team. That, to me, invites an opportunity for a player. But if you keep thinking you're a better team than what you really are, guess what? Somebody's going to have trouble getting playing time as the 11th pick in the draft on this team.
And I'm not poking at you, but this is real. You're a 37 team a 37-win team when Jimmy Butler tears his ACL and things like that happen and Steph misses 40 games. You know what I mean? So what if that's not the case? That 37, you're more talented than the 37 if you remain relatively healthy. So right there, you're better than the 37. You know what I mean? Just the year before, you won, 45, 48 games?
I don't go into the year. We're a 37-win team. That's the way I look at it. Why were we a 37-win team? Because we have all broken down players. Okay, well, how can you be better than the 37-win team? They got to be healthy. Yeah. Okay, well, that has nothing to do with strategy. That's got nothing to do with development. That has everything to do with one thing, and let's cross our fingers.
You know what? Give me some words as the beautiful Marcy Wiser is about to join us. One word, Steiny. I need words on this Payday Friday. How would you describe the state the Warriors are in now?
They're stuck.
Wow.
They're stuck. They're stuck.
It's not good, girl.
Oh, no. Look at my girl.
Yeah.
Hey. Our girl.
Let's welcome in one of our favorites.
No, it's the other, yeah.
There we go.
Fresh off the
It
girls
always
trip.
helps if I turn the microphone.
Let me do this right. Let's welcome in Marcy Wiser of Live 105. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop. Go ahead, Goo.
Welcome.
Hey, thank you. How you doing, Goo?
Awesome.
Good.
How was the girls' trip?
It was awesome. Utah's a cool place.
I was just asking, what makes it cool? Give me something.
It's a lot more. I think a lot of people think it's really conservative and boring.
Country.
It's I think you'll find that.
Country, yeah.
Yeah, you'll find that. But it's a lot more diverse than people give it credit for.
So if I had to guess, a massage, facial, you got some of that during the trip with
Actually,
the girls?
No.
Oh. Okay.
She got that before she left.
Okay.
I got that before I left. Yeah. No, but we had a great time. It's a bunch of girls I went to college with, so we like to catch up. I used to do it monthly. I was telling Steiny, we used to do it every month, and I just haven't been able to get out there.
Wow.
So yeah, we go nuts. It's fun.
So Marcy golfed on Monday.
You got to be.
I'm terrible, Goo.
No.
I am.
You're better than me.
No.
Did he see your swing? Did you see it?
No, there was just pictures.
Oh, okay.
There was no video.
Listen, I'm there to make memories.
Look at you.
And enjoy the sunshine.
I will say this. Marcy had one of the greatest hats I've ever seen.
What did it read?
On the golf course.
Okay,
Go ahead.
At this.
Tell Guru what your hat said.
Play bad fast.
That's nice.
Because
that's my favorite golf
I need
hat.
that hat.
Yes, because you were pretty slow. When we played that one time, you're very slow. So it's okay to be lousy.
Well, you were showing me the ropes.
Yeah, well.
That's the thing. It's hard because you don't want to hold people up, but you got to learn somehow.
Just get it up. Just take a whack and go follow it.
Yeah, but you took my golf virginity. I was following your lead. Now you're telling me I was slow.
You were slow. Your setup is just...
But that's when
your pregame's
when
terrible.
you're learning golf, that's how it is.
All right,
That's
okay.
the thing.
All right. I won't let him get me down.
There needs $1 million idea. There needs to be just a golf course for beginners, amateurs only.
I like that.
I don't mind it either. But at the same time, can we implement we will give lousy players their own course.
Why are we lousy
then
if
lousy
we're beginning?
players
No, we're beginners.
Can't have access to normal courses.
This dude. Marcy, have you had lessons before?
No, never. Mm-mm.
All right.
No.
Yeah.
No, it's just all for fun. I mean, I'm not afraid. I'll just pick up the ball and roll.
Ask me why I'm excited.
Why are you excited?
The Michael Jackson movie.
Oh, when is that out?
It's out today.
Is that today?
Yeah.
I want to see that. Looks really good.
Now, the chances that you see it this weekend, slim or none?
Maybe tomorrow, actually.
Well,
It'd be a good day for that.
You have to clean the house.
Well, I mean that too, but that can't take all day.
Well, you said it's going to be quite a deep cleaning.
It might be.
Okay, I'm just saying.
Needs it.
Clean is good. Yeah.
It is good.
Mm-hmm.
I agree.
What do you think? Did you watch any sports last night?
I did not.
Okay. What'd you do?
I didn't. I hung with my girls.
Okay.
Had some dinner.
All right. You coming out with us today? There you go, Goo.
You got to make it happen.
I know.
Take control of your time.
We have this huge gap in between our.
It is the worst. The Mojave Desert. I get you.
So that's the thing.
I do want to. What'd you have for dinner? Castani had tortellini, kind of fattening. I told him I didn't like that choice.
We did Panera. we did the sandwich, the soup, the salad. It was good. It was good.
And I didn't have breakfast yesterday, Goose, so that was the other thing. I didn't have a breakfast sandwich yesterday.
I do have to ask Marcy this because my wife is a great one. Can you cook? And do you have your go-to dish?
I have go-to dishes.
Lasagna?
For sure. Spaghetti.
Oh, man.
Spaghetti is, it's an easy one, but it's good.
Do you make meatball? Do you put meatballs in the spaghetti?
Sometimes. Sometimes, but I make a special sauce, and the girls love it.
Oh, I can't wait to taste it. Yeah, you got to make it and bring some in.
I will.
Right.
Why don't you guys just come for dinner? Just come to my place.
No, seriously, if you say that, I'm the type that would, that's an activity and it's new.
For sure. Let's do it. All right.
Yeah, I don't think you've been stood up yet by Guru.
No.
No, we had the Warrior game under but that was that was a great time. I wish I could rewind it and do it tonight,
Well, they don't play tonight.
Well, I get the
Warriors.
Yeah. He's rubbing it in. But she knows what I mean.
No,
I know what you mean.
I know what you mean too, Goo. So what else is going on? Just Goo, ask her something personal you always love to do.
I'm going to.
All right,
So I have a nephew. His name is Marlino. He turns 8 tomorrow. He's having a birthday party.
8,
so
good age.
the number's 11. My nieces, my nephews, my in-laws, they're all going to watch Michael tonight.
Okay.
So they're in SAC, and we're on a group text. Yeah. So I text the thread, I can't get back with traffic at 6:30, but they just ignored that I couldn't be a part of it. So they're going, but the reason was little Marleno's having a birthday party at the park tomorrow, Stockton, at 11.
Oh, no.
So I said, is the party going to last 9 hours? Why couldn't we go see it after?
Right.
So I'm staying in the Bay tonight, and they're going to still go, and I ain't going to the birthday party.
No, wait. Are you going to see Michael here in the... Okay.
Yeah. I'll probably go solo. Tonight? I go to the movies by myself. Yeah. Union City, Century 25.
I thought you said you're staying in the city.
Well, I'm doing that, and then I'll go,
Oh.
Okay. So I don't like them moving on without me. But I didn't say it, but I said it, if you know what I mean.
You want to...
Okay, y'all go have fun.
Take my schedule into consideration.
No doubt.
Right.
And they just... Dude, is that wrong or what?
What?
That they're continuing
to see the movie without him.
No, that's fine.
So one monkey don't stop the show.
Correct.
My old boss got fired.
I can't speak
My
to
old
that.
boss used to say that. She got fired. She addressed 14 of us. One monkey don't stop the show. They fired her.
At least if you see the movie tonight, they see the movie tonight, you'll have a lot to talk about tomorrow about the movie.
Well, I'm putting them on ice. Yeah.
And Marcy, seriously,
I am hurt.
If you're serious about this dinner invite,
I am serious about the dinner invite.
Just don't make it on a Thursday.
Okay. Okay.
Because Guru doesn't. He's not available on Thursdays.
Marcy, try not to laugh. It's so weak. And
what happens on Thursday?
Nothing.
I've had a lot of this, and when Evan jumps in, that's when it hurts. Evan, Marcy, the days I tend to miss because I'm tending to family, hospitals, or where just stuff happens, tends to be on Thursday. And now they've made a joke that when I'm out, it tends to be on a Thursday.
And Thursday is what I always say, that's the best day of the week. It's Friday Eve. You've got the weekend to look forward to. Now I can't say that, but now I can't say that.
Yeah, Thursday's the best day for Goo, too.
I'm uncomfortable, and Marcy, I'm just like, when you're out on a Thursday, I don't get that Friday. You know what I mean? They don't know.
I hear you.
But let me know about the invite. I'm there.
I will. I'll plan it. We'll plan a time. You guys, you'll all come, right?
Well, you got to get a permission slip, right? I've
had a house to myself for about 4 straight months. I don't have to ask anybody except Rosie.
Steiny, Goo, we'll get Evan, we'll get the Joes out. I mean, let's just make it.
Let's keep it at 3.
I do know what, seriously.
Keep it at 3.
So Monday, we are in your neck of the woods.
Oh, yeah.
What are you doing Monday?
We're broadcasting live from Stone Tree Golf Course in Novato.
Oh, yeah. That's
Why don't you pop up and make an appearance? There's going to be a lot of listeners
that's very
there.
Close. Okay.
Yeah, we'll be there to what? 5, 4?
Well, I don't know.
2:30?
I can do that. I can do that.
Oh, we're going to see you Monday.
I can do that.
Now, don't pull a Guru.
No, I won't. I can do that Monday.
All right.
We can see you swing.
There's things I can do in Novato.
Now I'm excited. Well, I already was, Billy and Richard, but now we get to see Marcy. What are you doing tonight?
Track. My daughter has a track meet. So, those things.
I miss that, watching the kids perform. Like, I got more excited than them, and then you bond with the other parents.
Yes. Yeah, it's a good time.
Again, Goo, you were kind of a participant as a parent in a way. Like, you got as sky high for the games as your kids.
I got thrown out of my son's basketball varsity game.
Did you?
Yeah. They stopped
because you'd get so excited.
Yeah, and loud.
Do you yell at refs or anything in soccer?
No. Well, so one of the parents said, when Marcy stands up, there's stuff going on because I'm pretty chill.
Oh, when she stands up,
but when I stand,
I love it.
That's apparently the marker.
There it is.
Okay.
Yeah.
But
this is the first track meet for my daughter. Huh?
What's her event?
800.
That's like the toughest event.
Wow.
Yeah, it's gonna be exciting because I have not seen her do this yet.
Real quick, Marcy.
That's 2 laps around the track.
I know. It's 10:40 a.m. and I've decided while you were talking, I'm gonna have red wine tonight.
Nice.
Like, is that too early to have that?
No, absolutely not on a Friday afternoon. Okay. No.
Hey,
or morning. What time is it? It's my afternoon.
It's 12 somewhere, yeah.
You like red wine?
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever seen you drink it.
Remember I told you I was partaking in red wine and I know how to hold the glass under my boy Rutherford.
No, that's wrong.
You hold the stem.
No, you are.
That's
the way you showed me is wrong. You don't hold it like a cup.
Yeah,
no, you hold it like that.
Yeah.
I've been to functions where, like the stem.
I'll explain it to you next segment.
You hold the stem unless it's a stem free.
There, hello.
Then you have to.
Don't handle the bulb part of the glass because that'll warm up the wine. That's why you just touch the wine stem.
But my fingers did. No. I did what Marcy did. The stem.
The stem.
Yep.
The stem.
No, but then
that stem.
I think they did the color of my nails.
This is not. That's it. That's what.
Hey, you guys, I'm talking here. You don't hold it like that. That's all I'm saying.
And I didn't say to hold it like that.
All right.
Oh, my man.
All right, Marcy. Well, thanks so much for coming.
Could have gone so many different directions
wait for the
right
dinner
there.
invite.
Yeah, let me look at the calendar.
Right,
we'll get that on the calendar.
All right. Thank you so much for coming in. You're the best.
She is.
Marcy Wiser.
You are schmoops.
Live 105.
Seinfeld thing.
I know. And
okay.
I got it. I got the reference.
Marcy and Steiny dating themselves.
Could you imagine if we did 4 hours with her? It could happen.
Let's wait till she walks out and I'll answer.
You are something else.
All right. Let's get into it now. 888-957-9570 is the number. I love Kaminga. Hey. You think this is... We'll talk about it on the other side. Hey, as you know, we're on YouTube throughout the entire day. Just search 957 The Game and you'll find us. And now we're expanding the community for our super fans. Become a Game Pass Pro member to get early access to new videos, private AMAs with our hosts and insiders, and exclusive content from the biggest events. Plus, you'll get live instant reaction post-game shows from your favorite hosts after the biggest games. Go to YouTube, search 957 The Game, and sign up now to become the latest member of Game Pass Pro.
Yeah, Dan Dibley here for Fremont Bank, which, as you know by now, it's my bank, and it has been for more than 6 years. And I love this bank because it's a family-owned bank with the family-owned feel. They started back in 1964, and when they did that, it was just one branch, but now they have 21 branches. So if you go around in your Bay Area, you're going to find a Fremont Bank branch, and you're going to see it, and you're going to think, you know what? I want that full-service banking with no compromises, and you should. It's not a big box bank. It's a good local bank. And when you deposit your money with Fremont Bank, they reinvest it locally into businesses, philanthropy, home ownership, all the good stuff that makes our Bay Area the best area in all of the country. And that's why you should be a Fremont Bank customer. The money stays here. It's local. It's not a big box bank. It's a good, solid local bank. And we talk about Fremont Bank, and you know that they're here for you and here for good.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally Wiley start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code PROMO25 to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code PROMO25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code PROMO25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy. Pretty much hands off, They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-708-5977. 800-708-5977. 800-708-5977.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com. The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by your workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer & Gerson can help you get back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer & Gerson at 510-835-8870 or visit BoxerLaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
Right now is the perfect time to head to Saramonte Ford. Huge selection, big savings, and straight up great deals. They've got a lineup of brand new Fords ready to roll. Trucks, SUVs, and hybrids, all priced to move. Whether you're buying or leasing, Saramonte Ford makes it easy, fast, and stress-free. So don't wait. Stop in person right off 280 in Colma or online 24/7 at SaramonteFord.com. That's SaramonteFord.com. Saramonte Ford, your San Francisco Bay Area Ford dealer.
I'm Mark Sullinger, producer and one of the hosts of the Moth podcast. For nearly 2 decades, The Moth has brought live storytelling to stages around the world and to millions of listeners. These are real people telling true stories from their lives. Stories about a lost family recipe, about working to free a wrongfully convicted man, about realizing you need to leave your May-December romance. Stories that will move you, surprise you, make you laugh. Stories you can't forget. Join us. Follow and listen to The Moth wherever you get your podcasts.
My name is Christine, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, was a healthy 34-year-old, and 3 months later, he was gone. Thankfully, he had life insurance. Ethos made it so easy. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. 100% online, no medical exam. Life insurance didn't take away the loss, but it did give us the space to just grieve.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/protect. ethos.com/protect. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
Trust is earned. That's why I've stuck with Straight Talk. Same price since 2009 on Verizon's 5G network. Cause shoot, anyone can make a promise. Keeping it for years, that means something.
Now plans starting at $25 a month with 4 lines. Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Same price claim applies only to the base monthly price of our $45 plan from October 2009 to present.
Get ready for the Alameda County Fair in Pleasanton, June 19th through July 12th. Kick off summer with food, rides, and the Big O Tires concert series with Flo Rida and Del King. For more info and a chance to win tickets courtesy of Alameda County Fair, visit 957thegame.com.
I'm tired of y'all.
It's a difficult situation.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
I apologize to absolutely no one.
What you gonna do, baby?
Let me tell you what you're gonna do. Can we talk about
anything?
You know, all y'all out there, you pick a player here and there. You apologize, but how about a mass apology from all y'all about Rudy Gobert?
It's a memory.
Rudy
Skinny
Gobert.
He's balling right now. He's got Jokic flustered.
Nikola Jokic.
He looks goofy.
7 for 26 from the field.
Something is
7 for 26.
Yeah, Rudy. It's not over, though, Steiny. Like Evan said, Nuggets in Game 4, that would be the play. There's no way.
You had Denver as the play in Game 3.
Now, this one I want to curse, but I don't.
Jaden McDaniels, big mistake, Steiny.
Yeah, because I thought Gordon was playing. Gordon got McDanielitis.
Finch has played him off the floor.
Dude, his calf.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I didn't see that coming. So scratch everything I said because I thought Gordon was playing. Dude, Jokic, you got to bounce back, baby. And Alfred E. Newman, their head coach, might be in trouble, man.
Yeah, Finch ain't out of the woods yet.
Well,
they got to win that series.
That was impressive.
They can defend.
Yeah. What did you make of Mike Brown, man?
You know what I think about Mike Brown? See, one of the things that happens a lot of times during the playoffs is a lot of things come to the fore that if you'd been listening, you would have known.
We've done shows where we've interviewed Mike together. He loves us. Just because
he's a nice guy and he rides a motorcycle doesn't mean he's a great head coach. You've
never told me that you didn't think he was a good head coach.
I don't think he's a great head coach.
He got Coach of the Year a couple years ago with Sack.
Okay. I think Eric Musselman finished second once in the Coach of the Year. Oh,
Doesn't Mike have 2?
Does he?
From his time with LeBron in Cleveland?
Yeah, maybe. I don't know.
Isn't that just something, though, Evan? That I don't know. I thought he had 1 where you could go from Coach of the Year and then get fired from the same organization. Wow. Life.
Richie, our friend Richie's in Queens.
Richie.
He's probably not happy about his Knicks. Hey, Richie.
No, I'm not. I wish he still had Kaminga because he's killing me. Hey, real quick with your team. Your point was obviously they're in trouble, guys, and you touched on it, Steiny. You've got Curry, you've got an aging Butler, you've got an aging Green, you got a hurt Porzingis. But it's not technique, like you said, and rotation. It gets to a point where the age. Mike Brown's going to be in trouble. When we got Mike Brown, it was supposed to be we're going to play 9 guys. Well, you only got to put 5. You only can play 5 at once. And what I didn't like about Tibbs, I didn't like his inbounds at the end of the game. They got the ball with 12 seconds to go last night.
Yep.
Yes.
12 seconds. And there was no play. Cat disappears. Our front court is not big. Defensively, Bridges has been horrendous. That we gave up 7 picks for this guy. So there's a lot of ugliness going on right now. And I predicted yesterday on the radio. I felt that guys were saying, they're gonna ball, they're gonna beat him bad, and I said, there's no way. Atlanta's got, they're athletic, and our guys are not athletic players. So and Cat has been just there's no play for him.
Wow.
I mean, the last game he scored 2 points in the fourth quarter. Brunson can't defend anybody. He's too much one-on-one. So right now it's an ugly situation. So
Richie, go ahead. I wanted to get your Giants take before you got out of here early on in the season, but go ahead and finish your thought.
No, I was going to touch on that, G. I've turned a little bit. Their pitching all of a sudden their relief pitching is turned out to be studs.
Yeah.
I like what they're doing.
Wow.
I like Wynn. I like Killian. Walker looks like he did 3 years ago. I like Miller. We're going to get Picaro back. So all of a sudden our pitching is going to be a focal point, but we stink with the bats, guys. Anybody that throws hard. Adonis has got a 2.8, on base. Chapman is 2.9. Lee's hitting the ball a little better. Devers, he had a moment. I'm worried about him. Bailey, I felt good about him. That he just walked into one. But Ramos, we don't have that consistent hitting. But I think if you look at the parity in the league, I think we'll be okay to fight for a wild card. And I like Roop. I like what I'm seeing with him.
Yeah, he's been great.
And obviously, Maley pitched good the other day, but our hitting at times I want to scream.
I'm with you.
The lack of contact.
Yeah.
Always talking, guys.
Thanks, Richie.
Good weekend, Rich.
Richie.
I like Richie. Called me G. We hadn't heard that one.
Kind of like that.
It's an Evan G.
Daryl Guru the Johnson. I don't know why you do that. That didn't really fit.
Daryl the Johnson Guru?
Oh, my gosh.
Let me tell you something about the Hawks.
Don't do that.
Turns out they deserve to get congratulated.
No doubt. No doubt, man.
You know, I know we're not a Hawks station. They got a lottery pick. The Hawks have a lottery pick.
That's a game changer.
Like if they get 3, and they get to Bansa.
Oh man, him and Kaminga.
They are just Jalen Johnson and DeBansa. Then you can move off Kaminga.
Man. But to bring in C.J. McCollum and go get Alexander Walker, man. I'm just saying this. They're a fun watch.
Timberwolves, they really miss Alexander Walker last night.
I don't know what's going on with Denver, but when they...
I'll tell you what's going on with Denver. Minnesota is going on with Denver.
This is where I want to fight you.
Hey, thank you.
Dude, Gordon did not play. For Denver, that's a big deal. Okay. He's their big dog, man.
Oh, Gordon is the Nuggets' big dog. Yeah, do you even know what a big dog is?
I do.
Their big dog is Jokic. Their puppy is Murray. All right? The 2 best players played.
Minnesota's getting after him defensively, man. It's incredible. Yep.
Evan.
Finished the series last night.
I think Guru noticed the team playing D. I think he noticed the team playing defense.
I mean, they are missing 2 of their top.
You know what?
4 or 5
You guys can both stick it up your craw.
I'm just saying, they don't have Gordon or Watson.
And the great teams pummeled you then, and that's what they did. They pummeled them.
I just hate you're coming out of the weeds when we couldn't even find you
Wolves
for a
are howling.
That you retired that slogan.
Until last night.
Yeah. Do you want me to tell the people who you were hottest on last night?
You know what? Go ahead and tell this story, Evan.
Fact.
And listen, for those of you at home, sometimes we talk about gambling. We don't advocate gambling problems, but I'm home alone this week, so I got nothing else to do. So I am betting a little bit this week, a little bit.
I wasn't going to go there, but I was just going to say that the team you were hottest on last night was the Cavaliers.
Yeah.
That worked.
It worked great.
They had a Scotty Barnes problem.
It worked great. At 5:08, I texted Evan. I said,
I love this.
I said, is it too late to get 100 on Cleveland?
You're right.
And he goes, let me check. And he goes, you're locked out.
Oh, man.
I was like, okay, that's fine. Give me 100 on the Wolves.
And look at the smile, the chicklets over there. You hot?
I have a 7-2 over my last 9. Let's go with, it's just a feeling.
Oh, my man.
Leroy in Oakland.
It's just a feeling.
What's up, Leroy?
Lee.
Hey. TGIF, both of you guys. Happy freaking Friday.
Yeah, Lee, before you start, I'm depressed watching Kaminga, man. Just go ahead. I just had to tell you that.
Go. We got history. I always say that to you guys. Me and you and Steiny, we got history. And I hate to bring this up because Steiny, he's going to think I'm bragging. He's going to think I'm patting myself on the back. And Steiny, 100%, I'm not. But it keeps coming back, and it won't leave me alone. Jalen Johnson.
Yeah.
And Mr. I forgot his name. Okongwu?
Okongwu, yeah.
Okongwu. I remember when we were drafting Wiseman, and I said, well, if we're not going to take LaMelo Ball and we want a big, take the kid out of USC, Okongwu.
Wow. I remember that, Lee.
And now, go ahead. I'm sorry, Steiny.
That's me blurting in. I said, I remember that. My bad. Go ahead, Lee.
Yeah, go, right? So I'm just like, and then Jalen Johnson was there to grab, right? And we didn't grab him and the Kaminga thing. And to see all 3 of them on the same team and paying dividends, it just kills me. But I tried to put 50 on the Hawks last night.
Look at him.
And I couldn't do it. So I did have.
Did they cover? Who was favored in that game?
Knicks were favored by 2.
Oh.
Yep.
And so, Steiny, it's just, man, it's just goo. It's just hard to see those
it is
flourishing on the same team. But I'm rooting for them.
Yeah.
God bless. Have a great weekend.
Thanks, Leroy. And that's why I can't wait for, like Mark Willard. He don't hate Kaminga, but I do. He'll come in here. I want to ask him, are you at least happy for him? Well, you got to be happy for him. Will say, because he's a fair dude.
Well, that's an easy question for him. Of course you're going to say, you're happy for Kaminga. That's an easy one. Of course, we're all happy for Kaminga. He's not a bad guy. We love Kaminga. Put him on the spot.
No, there is no spot. It's just, can you just give the guy who, right now through 3 games, and the first game wasn't anything to write home about, but he looks comfortable, he looks happy, and it's upstairs, Donnie. Just like, when you're feeling good about where you work, you perform better. And for whatever reason, that didn't happen here, and it wasn't 2 years, it wasn't 1 year, it was 5.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station. What are you moping about? Always live on the free Odyssey app. What are you shaking your head for?
It's a difficult situation.
What happened during the break? I shared it with Evan.
Oh.
This is life and death. Bloopers, man.
By the way, you know how you said, I have a new favorite player, Ralphie L. Devers?
Yeah.
Oh, I got a new favorite NFL player. Concepcion. Yeah.
All right, what makes
that kid I can root for.
He's got the dropsies, though, Stoney.
He's got a stuttering problem that he's had since he was a child.
Does that affect his hands?
They did. That's not funny.
Evan, I did one. Go ahead, man.
No, he had a stuttering problem as a child, and he was, introverted. He never talked. They did a special on him last night after he got drafted.
Okay.
Really cool guy. Really cool story. And he said, so, if you're a kid out there stuttering, and I will never give up on you, ever. I'm doing everything I do is for people like you guys. We're going to get over this together. It was really cool. Really cool.
Wow, man.
Yeah. Ty Simpson?
That was the shocker. And I think the guy can play, and now he's with another Jedi like Kyle Shanahan, McVay. But the bottom line is, if I'm a current Ram, like name Matt Stafford, and we just got to the NFC Championship game, and Evan reminded me they did, get some enhancements to their secondary with McDuffie, the Rams. Why would you use that 13th pick when you haven't had a first-round pick in forever because you sell them off, like crack? Why would you do that and that's not going to help you get back this year? Why wouldn't you go get something that can help your team right now? And Matt Stafford. McVay looked irritated. Snead looked like, maybe the future's bright.
You know what?
I didn't like that. That was you could feel something wasn't right.
McVay's got to stay out of the weight room. He does. He looks. It's too much.
I'll tell you this.
Too much.
I'll take that 1,000,000 times over. You got to get in the weight room.
I don't like the muscle bound look.
Women do. Not all of them.
Not like the Schwarzenegger.
The muscle neck. Yeah, where your neck looks like.
Yeah, I mean, no woman does.
I hear you.
Women don't like a man that can't extend his arm.
Evan's got
a
good physique. No, it's
proportional. He needs a little more leg work.
Leg work.
Well, I just got out of a boot a month ago.
Evan, leg work.
Who gave me a compliment this morning, though, Steiny? You know he did.
Yeah.
Who?
Well, because he thought I weighed more than I did.
No, you're a brick house, man.
But, sometimes you got to keep a little light side.
I was 11 over my guess.
Well, I'm not kidding.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm surprised you didn't try to guess. I'm surprised you didn't try to guess Marcy's weight. That would have been right up your alley.
We don't do that with women.
Exactly. That's why I thought you were going to do it.
Please. I got some tact. Hey, Richie and Queen's new nickname, G. I said, I can't shake that. He said G.
I don't like him.
Taylor Jenkins off the board.
Yeah.
You like him? I think he's a good coach.
I'm sorry, Sonny. I'm a little. I brought up the Wiseman draft.
What about it?
Oh, Avdia, Maxey.
Yeah, these are all guys in the teens, right?
Peyton Pritchard.
Yeah, how many?
Oh my God!
When was
Desmond Bain?
Yeah, when was Bain picked?
Bain was Desmond Bain. Donnie, hold on. He was 30th.
Huh. So 29 teams passed on him.
That doesn't make it if you had the foresight or vision.
No, you don't
Quit
get
saying that.
You don't get it.
Do you know who drafted Desmond Bain?
Yeah. Yes.
The team that had the 30th pick that year.
Not the team that he played for.
Can you guess?
Yeah, for San Antonio.
Nope.
Boston.
Thank you, Evan. Yeah. But yeah, Steiny, it's littered. Wow, man. Vassell.
Who?
Toppin.
Oh, yeah.
He's improved his game. He gets hurt all the time. Obi Toppin.
Well, yeah, he played for a really good team this year. They were contenders.
Yeah. Anyway, you get the drift.
I had this thought. Is there any chance what's going on with Kaminga right now is affecting the decision-making on Kerr?
Well, I'll say this to that. Shame on Lakeup then for signing off on the deal. If you do have, you know what I mean, Monday morning quarterback or regret, you should have never got off the kid, man. I could understand if this was OKC and you looked and saw young studs everywhere, Thundercats everywhere around, but you didn't. And you held on to him this long. Why did you give in? And now your coach might be gone.
They got Porzingis.
Do they? He's at the lab mulling over his future.
Yeah.
I'm going to let it go.
You're not going to let it go. You're going to
Day 7 of the
you're not going to let it go. You're going to be talking about Wiseman for the rest of the decade. You want to bet?
No.
You will.
Well, then you're telling me.
You will. It's fine.
Buckle up for hard times here in the Bay if you're right.
Yeah, I know.
No, that could be rectified if you hit a home run or get lucky in the lottery this year. No, I'm not trying to. I don't like that. I'm not. See, you think I'm comfortable? Oh, yeah, no. Let's get rid of that stench now.
What are you talking about?
If somehow we get a top 3 pick, that's still on the board. Boy, would that be the best cologne of what's going on right now. I'm serious. May 10th.
I remember these days.
May 10th, I got it.
Warrior fans, you remember? You hear how Goo, and you guys know. Do you hear how excited Goo is right now? That was 1995 to 2007. Every single lottery. You know what? Maybe they can get an Antoine Jameson this year. Maybe they can get a Mike Dunleavy. Woo, those two guys would change their fortunes. I'm sorry.
No, there's nothing to be sorry about.
No, I mean, I can tell I brought you down. I don't want to do that.
Well, Niners got draft this whole weekend, so that'll be exciting.
Do they? Are they going to pick somebody?
Yeah.
Are they going to keep moving down?
Look at the edge rusher. Today. We'll probably be at the cafeteria when they pick.
What time is the 4:30 start?
Oh, I thought it was 4. You could be right.
It's at 4 o'clock.
4 o'clock.
Who's left on the big board, Steiny?
Here we go. 49 and Frankie. What we got?
Well, like I said, are we sure? When was McGlinchey drafted?
You about to hit
I think he was top 10.
Dude.
No, but what year?
2018.
So that was Kyle's first pick? Or to be Shanahan and Lynch's first pick?
I think their first draft wasn't it 2017?
Okay. Anyway, they don't typically draft offensive linemen in the first round. And
he was 9th overall.
McGlinchey. I think they're going to I think they're taking Bisantis from Texas A&M, an offensive lineman. There it is. And both
I wouldn't be mad at the pick.
And did you see, Goo?
Yeah.
Did you see? This is what I mean about my big board held up. I had the 49ers contemplating Messidor and, of course, Falk. Okay. And I did make a couple calls last night, and they were high on the 49ers board also. They thought they could move back and get a little better value, which I get. But look where those guys ended up going.
Give me Falk. Where did I forget?
Falk went like 30, and Messidor went earlier than that. Messidor went like 15th or something.
Robert Saleh got Falk.
Yeah.
Saleh got something brewing.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Saleh
absolutely got a raw deal.
My big board held up with the exception of Ty Simpson.
I mean, that was a shocker, though.
It was.
Yeah. We were talking about the first round. He went top 15.
The guys who are still out there.
This is what I want.
Emmanuel McNeil, what's his name from Toledo? McNeil Warren, the safety.
Yeah, Grandy's guy.
There's no way they're taking Boston, the receiver. No way.
That's a position I wouldn't. You addressed it.
Evan thinks they are.
You think so, E?
I think they wanted Concepcion.
Well, man.
I think that was a guy that they targeted, and if he had fallen to 27, they would have taken him, which tells me they wanted or were okay with a wide receiver.
Now, I'm the rando of the show because I like random stuff. I care about who the NBA lottery sends as representatives.
Oh, I can answer some questions
But come on, guys. Evan, I've seen you get down and dress well. Did you see what the guys were wearing? Clean as all, fresh cuts, whatever.
Ooh.
The guys that got drafted. Like, I had two sons, and I dreamed of them having those moments. They didn't do it. I didn't do it.
And they dreamed of having a father who played pro sports.
Evan, those dudes were clean last night. Steiny, like,
I know this isn't going to...
Whoever that put the stylist stuff together, because somebody did, them boys was clean last night, man.
Do you guys ever wonder... They haven't signed a check yet.
They're in debt.
Do you guys ever wonder where they're getting that money from?
Well, they have.
Oh, because of the NIL stuff.
Right, no doubt. The NIL, boy.
Last night.
Clean, left and right.
Get ready to drop the thing. I don't know if this is going to help you, but I do know one of the participants in the draft lottery on May 10th.
Who?
The Wizards will be sending Travis Schlenk.
Oh, so that's already
to the lottery.
Wow, man.
And I said to him,
wow.
Hey, he goes, I go, hey, you know who the Warriors are sending? He goes, no. He goes, you want me to find out? And I'm like, nah.
Why wouldn't you find out?
Because I know you wanted to know. Yeah, I'm messed up.
That is cynical. Wow.
You're evil.
That's what that was. I was trying to find a word, and it's funny to you.
It's kind of funny.
I'll text Ritter.
It's going to be, you know who it's going to be.
Dunleavy?
No, it's going to be.
I wouldn't send Mike.
Kerr?
That's a 9. Who is it going to be? Somebody with good.
It's going to be.
Send Mullen.
No, he wouldn't go. Well, he might go if it's a free trip to New York, which it would be. They're not sending
if
Mullen.
He had to pay, he wouldn't go. He's got bread.
I think they're going to send.
Who? Who's got good E40?
Will Richard.
Nothing easy. Zaza.
He's always a go-to guy.
Yeah.
He's a good candidate.
I'm just like, seriously, somebody in the Bay right now that's popping.
Hey, it's Ryan Rollins.
Ideally, they would have some affiliation with the Warriors. You know what I'm saying?
Dub Nation, this is Trace Jackson Davis.
Well, he's in Toronto playing still.
Did he play last night?
I didn't watch too much of that.
All right. 888.
Macklin celebrating.
Now that's who you send.
That's not the way it's done. He would go to the NHL draft. Don't you get it? All right. Hey, what's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Hey, 3rd annual Agape Charity Golf Tournament. It is on Monday, April 27th. We may have a special guest. You heard it here at 10:30. Stone Tree Golf Club, Novato. We're going to be out there broadcasting live. It's all presented by ATCO and Eclipse Insurance. All proceeds benefit the North Bay and Golden Gate Regional Centers, as well as the Help Fund and the San Francisco Bay Area Autism Society. So if you'd like to play in the tournament or be a sponsor, all you got to do is go to agapecharitygolf.com.
This is James Wiseman.
Now it's time for the closer of the week. Presented by LiftMaster and RNS Doors. Turn your garage into the envy of the neighborhood. Visit rnsdoors.com.
This week's closer comes from Jim from Burlingame. Great customer service. Ken and Benjamin did a stellar job repairing our electric roll-up door. Thank you, RNS.
Recently, my garage door opener was not working. I was in need of a closer. I was put in touch with RNS Doors, and they hooked me up with a brand new garage door opener from LiftMaster. With LiftMaster's MyQ connectivity, my garage door opener can be controlled right from my smartphone. You'll know when a door or gate has been left open and can close it with a tap, no matter where I am. Be one of the first 10 callers and receive 20% off a LiftMaster garage door opener.
Call 1-800-FIX-A-DOOR. That's 800-FIX-A-DOOR. Or visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
Bank of America is the official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Helping people achieve their goals is what we do. So if your goal is owning a home, we're here to help with guidance and resources, including up to $17,500 in select markets when combining down payment and closing cost grants. Visit BofA.com/home team. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America N.A. Equal Housing Lender. Credit and collateral is subject to approval. Restrictions apply. This is not a commitment to lend.
Football fans, history is calling as San Francisco heads down under for the first ever game in Australia. Join the action in Melbourne with true fan travel as San Francisco takes on Los Angeles at the iconic Melbourne Cricket Ground. Premium hotel stay, epic all-inclusive events, city tours, wildlife adventures, meet and greet with a red and gold legend, and unforgettable moments. Spots are limited. Don't miss out on your shot to experience San Francisco down under. Head to truefantravel.com. That's truefantravel.com.
Selling your house the traditional way? Listings, showings, endless waiting? Yeah, no thanks. At John Buys Bay Area Houses, we keep it simple. You call us, we give you a fair cash offer. You choose when to close and get paid. It's really that easy. Call 510-426-7000 or visit johnbuysbayareahouses.com.
Start fresh with John Buys Bay Area Houses.
Brought to you by Bank of America. Turn the house you want into the home you own with help from Bank of America's Community Homeownership Commitment. In select markets, get up to $17,500 when combining down payment and closing cost grants. Visit bankofamerica.com/homeowner. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America is proud to be the official bank of FIFA Club World Cup 2025. Bank of America N.A. Equal housing lender. Credit and collateral are subject to approval. Restrictions apply. This is not a commitment to lend.
Joey from Vermont, a farmer trying to get through the winter. Adriana from South Carolina, a single mother living paycheck to paycheck. Liam from Ohio, an injured father struggling to provide for his family. Hi, I'm Shanola Hampton, and I support the Feeding America network of food banks because they help provide over 6 billion meals to people in need each year. Learn more at feedingamerica.org.
Doug. There's nowhere I wouldn't go to help someone customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual, even if it means playing in a football game. Boom! 42! You're going down, Doug! Oh, yeah? Your price on car insurance when you customize and save is going down. Hey! Limu? What are you doing on their team? Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
In digital advertising, everyone talks about clicks, but clicks don't pay the bills. Sales do. Outcomes from Viant is a new way to advertise that prioritizes your bottom line. Our AI-driven technology looks past the noise to find the customers most likely to buy your product. It's smarter, faster, and designed for real-world results. It's smarter advertising made simple. Visit Viant.ai.
You know the rush when you reach that goal, when something you've worked for pays off. That's success. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we believe you should never stop chasing it. That's why we offer a skills-based education that helps move your career forward. Learn how to apply emerging technologies like AI and data science. Build your leadership and critical thinking skills. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start May 13th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
3, 2. Yo, this is John Spider Sally, 4-time NBA champion, and you are listening to Steiny and the Guru on 95.7 The Game.
No, you're listening to Steiny and G, baby. Shout out Richie in Queens.
I made it up.
Hey, I was thinking, Steve Kerr and I have something in common.
It was not basketball careers, but go ahead.
Nah, but
don't do that.
No, Steve, I think you'll like this one. Remember a few years back when I simply said, "The hell with the kids"?
Yeah, I'll never forget it.
I think that resonated with Steve Kerr. I think it totally resonated with Steve Kerr.
But Moody
ever
and
since
Pods
I
have
did
grown,
that,
man.
No, they haven't.
What do you mean? No, they have. I'm just.
No, I mean, they're mediocre players.
He trusted Pods, and if we want to keep it 100 and not even bring up,
okay, you want to keep doing this? You tell me why Pods played and Kaminga didn't.
Because of the position, they didn't have a lot of dudes that could bring the ball up.
Well, you said trust. You don't think trust had something to do with it?
No, and I think it's why Pods is getting hated on by some of the fans because it is different than what happened with Kaminga. There was something about Pods that he was afforded that Kaminga wasn't. And there's a natural resentment among the fan base watching a guy play through his mistakes and the other guy not be allowed to play through his mistakes. I'm not a clinical doctor, but I really think that's like 94% of this thing. You tell me why. Why did he hit the ground running and lead the team in plus minus and play through his mistakes? Pods.
Well, if he led the team in plus minus, he should have played a lot.
But the point is, he made some mistakes we all saw with Pods early on. Why did he get, and he still does, why did he get allowed
that luxury? Kerr thought he was a better player for what they were trying to do than Kaminga was.
Okay, I'm not saying you're wrong. Do you think Kaminga watching this and maybe having the same questions, that was part of maybe some resentment or the relationship going the wrong way? And Steve thinking it's not a big deal. I ain't lost JK, but technically
he did lose JK.
And maybe you did that way with how you treated Pods, which you thought obviously was the right way.
No, I don't think he treated Pods the right way necessarily. I just think Pods, he played him out of necessity. Because, I'm not saying that they didn't, I'm not saying they handled Kaminga's situation well. But for goodness sakes, what people are forgetting, all right, is that on this team, they had 3 forwards in the last 5 years that Kerr clearly thought were significantly better than Kaminga. Draymond Green, Jimmy Butler, and Andrew Wiggins. Right. To me, that's the biggest reason why Kaminga didn't play. Not that he shouldn't have been supporting those two guys, but Kerr could not figure out how to utilize Kaminga in an effective way, like you would utilize a young player on a veteran team. And this is what I'm talking, he constantly relied on Butler and relied on Green and relied on Curry and relied on Payton. That's just who he became and who he always was.
Well, no, I hear you. And I'll just, it's like a movie. I'll take a step back. And, when this happened in real time, what I'm about to mention, I was a proponent of it. I was like, okay, I like that. But I'm telling you, Steiny, if we could change history, or I could, about what's transpired in with the Warriors, and it's not these 3 games, I would not have re-signed. Draymond Green would have been gone, and Kaminga, it would have been his time. And it could have been his time to succeed. It could have been his time to fail. But to sit here and continuously think in this new NBA that you could have a guy that can't shoot be point forward and think that you're going to get over on teams like you did for a decade plus, but there was a lot of other reasons why you were allowed Draymond Green to handle the rock, because you had Clay, you had Steph. But to say no or to continue down the avenue of Draymond Green can't give us any offense, but the ball's in his hands, and at the same time losing Kaminga and not trying to fertilize that seed, I look at that like that was the wrong move. Just me. I felt like that was his time, man. And we'll find out,
Well, the other thing is they got Jimmy, they acquired Jimmy Butler during Kaminga's fourth year, whatever. Like he'd been here 4 years or 3 years, whatever it was when they got Butler. Yeah. And
it was
gets
over
hurt.
Then, Snotty.
And Butler is now the Warriors forward. Yeah. It was over at that point.
No doubt about it.
All right. So I'm not praising Steve Kerr for how he handled the situation, but this is what I mean about their approach was their approach. And when they were using their approach, there were a lot of people that didn't mind it. But their approach left young players to fend for themselves.
And the approach wasn't right, too. And I got to bring this up. Willard and Dibbs do a phenomenal job, as we know, with Steve Kerr. And I believe it was last year when Kerr said they can't win a championship. And I'm paraphrasing, they couldn't win a championship without Draymond. Steve, that's not fact. If that's how you feel, it's a wrong feeling. And now
but he wasn't alone. Damn, most of the media members were saying it. Kawakami, they can't win. They've made their decision. They're willing to put up with Draymond. He's worth it.
How's that
He's worth it.
He's aged faster than it. Clay had reasons. He got 2 catastrophic injuries. Dre was just a natural progression of age. And now we're sitting up here thinking, are they going to do something and rip up the player out and bring him back for more? Or is it time to move on?
Yes, the media. There was a lot of media that took up for the Warriors when they signed Draymond Green and said, well, the Warriors, they don't think they can win without Draymond Green. They probably can't win without Draymond. They're not going to be a great team without Draymond Green. Right. Okay. And Kerr bought it. Laker bought it. I don't know where Dunleavy was at that point, but
I'm going to find out.
And guess what? And guess what? Apparently they're thinking about extending Draymond 1 more year.
Well, thinking about it doesn't mean they're going to do it.
No, I know.
And what you brought up, and Bonte even gave you some love for what you saw just watching the game after the Phoenix game in the tunnel with Mike Dunleavy. Stoney, I'll be curious to see what transpires with Draymond Green, but I would just tell the Warriors there is life without him. There is basketball, sound fundamental basketball.
Nobody wanted it at the time. And that's
why
saying
it's too late?
Yes, it's too late. Of course it's too late. And that's what I mean. I mean, don't you get it? Like, we're looking back at the Draymond contract, and it gets worse and worse.
Yeah.
Okay, but you want to give Steph $60 million 2 years from now. How do you think that's going to look? Let's go to Rich in Fremont. Hey, Rich. What's up, man?
Richie.
Hey, what's up, guys? How you doing? Hey, listen, I think the reason why Kaminga isn't here, Stan, you touched on the fact that they picked up Butler. You're right about that. That had a lot to do with it. But I think the other thing is he didn't want to follow direction. I mean, Kerr knows this league. He knows about player development. And the one thing he wanted Kaminga to do, that he didn't want to do, was to play defense. And so Kerr knows that if you're a two-way player like that, your value goes up. So Kerr wasn't just looking at the here and the now. He was looking at Kaminga's future. And I don't think Kaminga wanted to do it. And I think that had a lot to do with it. Whereas Pods wanted to play both sides. He wanted to do whatever the coach told him to because Pods wants his value to go up. He does. He gets it. And I think that's the reason why Kaminga's not here. But anyway, he played well last night. We'll see what happens.
No doubt.
Thanks, fellas.
Thanks, Rich. Appreciate the call.
And well, again, I we don't come in here and say we're going to do this show, but I just can't ignore my feelings and what's out there just from a Warriors fan standpoint when we're watching the dude look like, oh, he can play important basketball. He can do this and can do that. I mean, Steve Kerr, I would just, if I had to call him up in Oliver North and put him on the stand and ask him, what went into you playing Anthony Lamb over Kaminga?
He would say he wasn't ready. But
could I double back and say, well, get him ready?
Yeah, now you can, sure. You can. Ernie Chavez paying, Ernie.
Our man.
Ernie Deep Pocket Chavez.
Well, how much?
$2.
Oh, man.
$2. Super chat. He said Wiggins was on the team. Kaminga was always hurt.
Those are facts. I do come down Kaminga's road. Like when it was your time, you did sustain injuries. It was peculiar, man, but you were unavailable. Now, what about the time when Wiggins went on a sabbatical for Pops and Kaminga held it down? Wiggins comes back, and my boy is a bump on the pickle again. Like that, wouldn't that cut you just mentally?
Yeah, I'd be upset.
Okay.
Right. They lost Kaminga.
All right.
It's really simple. And he lost them because he was like, looking at it now, I think the last year and a half, he wasn't. They just weren't into each other.
I got you, man.
They just both they both sides moved on long before the trade ever happened. Let's put it that way.
But here I go. But the Minnesota series, I was blown away that Kaminga could be in the mindset that you say you think he was in, and come out of nowhere, even though they lost. I get it, y'all, and perform the way he did against Minnesota last spring in the playoffs. Like that right there would have had me go.
No, I know this is easy to say.
Go ahead.
Kaminga, the first 3 games of this series, has done so much more than just score, though.
Oh,
That's
no
the
doubt.
thing.
Yeah, I'm talking about the last year against Minnesota.
Right. But what I'm saying is he's doing more this year.
No doubt.
Like
no doubt about it.
He just scored for the Warriors in those games last year. This year, he's clearly more motivated.
And I'll just use your words because remember, I double back before you go get the next call. You said, Goo, we're going to always watch Kaminga and just keep our eyes on him and see. I go, well, how long? You go, until he's done, just to see if they messed up. So that's all I'm doing, and I didn't expect him to get a role that he's been playing, now. But what if they get to somehow the Eastern Conference Finals and we're watching him just be a contributor, man? That's going to hurt.
I mean, the other thing, as it relates to the Minnesota series, it tells you kind of what the Warriors thought of Jonathan Kaminga. Why did he play? Because Steph got hurt. And why did he play? Because then they needed scoring. But when Steph and Butler played together, then for whatever reason, Kerr didn't have a lot of use for him. He just didn't when the stars were healthy. Let's go to our good friend Gene. Gene's in Oakland. What's up, Gene?
Hey, fellas. Little on Kaminga. So just like you guys, I mean, you particularly Steiny, you wish him the best. Of course, I have no hard feelings about the kid. But, all this gushing over him like he's just this newfound superstar is a little ridiculous. I mean, I looked at his stats last night. Yeah, I scored 21 points. He scored 20 points for us many times. He only got 4 rebounds. He had a plus-minus of 3. Which indicates to me that he's still sort of an average defender at best. So, I mean, he's fitting better. There's a new atmosphere. The teammates have accepted him. He's not carrying that dark cloud over his shoulders that he was here. But as you said, Steiny, he was gone essentially years ago. All right, that had to happen. Here's my biggest fear now, though. I'm just afraid that what he's showing and all this, once again, this glorification of Kaminga is just adding fuel to the fire to Joe Lacob's, I'm afraid, wanting to push Kerr out the door, which I think is a big mistake.
Right.
I want to see next year played out. I mean, next year is all pretty much set. Okay?
Yeah.
We got 3 guys that are making almost $140 million. Looks like we'll probably get Porzingis, adding another 20, and then, 5 and 10 here and there. He's going to be over the cap again. We're not going to be able to, all these people that are still dreaming about LeBron or a Kawhi or Giannis walking through the door. Come on, put that to rest once and for all. These guys, if they want to go elsewhere, it's going to be to win another ring, and they know damn well that ain't going to happen here, okay? Besides not being able to afford that. Let's just play out next year. Bring Kerr back. Do the best you can. Hope for good health. If you can get that, I don't know. Maybe we can get up as high as 6 or 7. And at least make a little noise. But please, Mr. Lacob, focus on the draft and let Kerr come back.
Yeah. Hey, Gene, before you leave, man, we're family. When you said glorification, that kind of hit me. And I don't want it to be that. I just want it to be kind of like Equifax. I just want to give a kid credit. But, Gene, it really, in my mind, boils down to when I look at JK and I look at our young guys, Gene, there's no reason in hell that he shouldn't be on our team. That's all. So I hear you on that glorification. I'm not telling you he's Dr. J, but it really hurts, and it's a reminder of how could that not have worked here, man? That's all.
Well, okay, if I could answer that. Look, I respect your opinion. I just feel that we had 5 years to see if the guy fit. So he could, fit the system, do what the coach wanted him to do. And for whatever reason, he just couldn't. Besides having problems staying on the floor. So he just needed to be in another place. That's how I see it.
I got you, man.
All right. Thanks, Sheen. Have a great weekend.
And maybe that's it, Stoney. But, I'm feeling some type of way with the Warriors not even in the playoffs. Okay, so, yeah, and I've been mute. I've been quiet, and I ain't had no reason not to be quiet. Like, I got people can move on, but it's just now it's a reminder, like, man, I'm looking at the roster, we don't know. And now if they get a nice pick, a top 10, but whatever pick, are we so sure it's going to pop if Kerr's back? Is Kerr coming back? We got a lot going on. Now go ahead.
But the thing about Gene is I do think he keeps it
real
in perspective. Yeah. And this is where this is wrong. This text. That's not true, Steiny. JK was the only Warrior who could stay in front of Anthony Edwards. Edwards had 36 in Game 3 last year against the Warriors in the must-have game. And then in Game 4, Anthony Edwards had 30. So I don't know that JK did what you're saying he did. In the two biggest games, and I'm not saying he didn't play great offensively. I'm just saying Games 3 and 4, when that series was won and lost, Anthony Edwards was the best player on the floor, and it wasn't even close.
And I'll tell you, go find me 2 or 3 defenders that could ever be kryptonite for Ant-Man. I'll just leave that there. So there's no shade in that, not being able to stop an Ant-Man. That's a big task.
Oh, Durant's questionable tonight.
I mean, now this is a total opposite end of the spectrum. I would just love to look at Kevin and say, how's life been for you basketball-wise, Kevin, since you left here? And I'll leave that there.
Well, like I always said about Kevin Durant, he just loves the ball. So I'm sure he'd say, well, while it hasn't gone as well as I'd hoped, I still get to do the thing I love all the time.
That's a cop-out. Yeah,
it might
you're
be,
right.
but that's what he would say.
I mean, you've had Kyrie, you've had Harden, you had Devin, you had Bradley, you got Bradley Beal.
Oh, my
Thompson.
Lord.
It was a big 3. Come on now.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
Dave's in Marin. Hey, Dave, what's going on?
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey.
Just wanted to weigh in on this conversation about Steph's potential extension.
Okay.
First of all, I think it's insanity if the Warriors extend Draymond. But on Steph, if I'm Steph, I don't know what he'll do, but if I'm his agent, I go to Joe Lacob and I say, we want 2 years and $60 million. And Lacob says, well, he's not worth that anymore. And I say, when Steph joined this team and you bought it, it was worth $450 million. It's now worth $11 billion. If Steph doesn't play a minute of the next 2-year contract, let's just call it catching up for all the money he's making you.
I totally get it, Steiny. I know you don't like that.
Are you guys kidding me?
Are
you guys flat out kidding me?
I'm not, man.
You're kidding me, aren't you?
I'm not.
Okay.
I feel what he's saying.
Okay.
Man.
And I'm not. We're not going to redo yesterday's show.
Yeah, no, I got you. But Steiny, there's something to it. Come on, man. Did you hear them?
What self-respecting organization has ever contemplated doing what the Warriors may be contemplating if that's the case? At this age, coming off this kind of injury.
There's not a lot of examples of it to even really choose and pick from. Guys usually don't last this long. And, LeBron's gone the free agency route, a couple times. But I'm just telling you, Steiny, I'm not you act like he's in a wheelchair and he's not going to be able to perform.
And you act like he's 25.
Yeah, well, 25. Look at Moses Moody. Who saw that happening? It happens to all players.
Right, but Moody's got to play again. Kerr may never be the same. That's the issue. He may never be the same. You may be paying him $60 million for
the profit margin
for a player that for his worst year in the NBA.
But I'd be also paying for what he's, those numbers.
You know what? And here's the other thing.
Man.
That ain't going to mean a damn thing in 2 years if Steph's hurt and they're 25 and 57 and he's hurt. Like, it's so, like, I don't believe people, like, here's what I think. Like, the people who say, we just want Steph. We just want Steph. Okay, well, this is a year where you just had Steph. And people were tired of this team.
Well, you didn't have him, but it's his fault. He got hurt.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
And you saw what it was without him.
Right.
Then he came and reminded us last Wednesday.
Okay, how about that? We can look at it that way. So you're going to pay, you're going to pay him the year after he got hurt.
I know. I told you yesterday your heart is as cold as a brand new refrigerator, and I just feel like you're missing the human element of this. And I know I'm going to catch hell. Not from a lot of people, though. Steiny, it's damn near a thank you.
Okay.
It's damn near.
And that's no way to run a franchise. I don't care who it is. So what if I told, it sounds to me like if I said, what if I told you Curry's only going to play 36 games his last year with the Warriors? I think most people would still say, that's okay. We'll still give him $60 million. I mean,
when
really
you put it
feel
that way, it's ridiculous because, but, I said and I mean it, man. The dude, it's incredible. He's still playing. Hopefully he beats this runner's knee. I get where you're coming from, but I really believe you are just really throwing out the window the personal part of this whole relationship and what they've built, what they've experienced, and what the growth of Joe Lacob's pockets, mainly because of the chef.
Okay, so Steph Curry made Joe Lacob billions and billions of dollars. So now Joe Lacob owes it to Steph to treat him right at the end of his career and at the same time ensure that the rebuild cannot take place before 2 or 3 years.
Well, I'll tell you this about the rebuild. It doesn't look like Joe's going down that route, i.e. Jimmy Butler, i.e. Chris Paul. That
was years ago.
The Porzingis, Al Horford, they're still trying to duct tape it and Gorilla Glue it to give them a shot. And it's not working, but that's what that signals to me.
You can still give them a shot next year without 2 more years for Steph Curry. I don't think he's going to ask for it anyway. Hey, life doesn't give you a warning when everything changes. It starts with shock, confusion, and 1,000 questions running through your mind. Maybe it's a car accident or a serious injury or a tragedy that changes your family forever. And suddenly you're dealing with insurance companies, paperwork, and pressure, all while trying to heal. That's when Beam Law comes in. They take on the legal fight, the negotiations, and the stress so you can focus on recovery and taking care of the people who matter most. Beam Law is local, and they've recovered millions for clients across the region. It's why SF Weekly's named them Best of the Bay 4 times. So if you've been hurt or lost someone because of someone else's negligence, call Beam Law at 415-523-5555. That's 415-523-5555. Or visit hurtinthebay.com. That's hurtinthebay.com because it's not whether you get knocked down, it's whether you get back up. Beam Law, they've got your back, Bay Area.
Head to Safeway this week for USDA Choice Boneless Beef Chuck Roast Mega Packs for just $5.99 per pound. Clip coupons from the weekly mailer or download them from the Safeway app. Visit Safeway.com for more details. See you in the aisles.
All right, let's just start here. Gas prices right now, they are out of control. And every time I pull into a station, it just feels like a bad decision. That's why I got to tell you about something that Ceremony Ford is doing this month. It's called Fuel Your Ford. And when you buy a 2025 Ford Maverick, you get a $2,500 Visa gas card. Yes, $2,500 for gas. And here's the thing. I've actually driven the Maverick. I own one. It's one of the best vehicles that just totally makes sense for the Bay Area. It's compact. It's easy to park. It is great on gas, but it still gives me that truck utility when I need it. So think about it. You've already got the vehicle that's saving you money at the pump, and Ceremony Ford is literally handing you $2,500 to fuel it. That's not a promotion. That's relief. Inventory is there. Process is easy, and you're working with a team that actually respects your time. But this is an April-only thing, so don't sit on it. Ceremony Ford in Colma de la City or 24/7 at ceremonyford.com. Ceremony Ford, your Bay Area Ford dealer.
What if you could have the most reliable Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? That's the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Just 5 years of fiber-powered Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to the devices that need them most.
That finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. And that keeps you gaming in the fast lane, even when the whole family's banking on bandwidth. And here's the best part. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included.
Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi.
Hey, let's face it, a lot can change in 5 years. Kids grow taller, dreams grow bigger, but your Wi-Fi, it would stay reliable and the price would stay put. The Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Xfinity, imagine that.
Select plans only. Restrictions apply. Powered by fiber. Connects to the premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
Yeah, Dan Dibley here for Fremont Bank, which, as you know by now, it's my bank, and it has been for more than 6 years. And I love this bank because it's a family-owned bank with the family-owned feel. They started back in 1964, and when they did that, it was just one branch, but now they have 21 branches. So if you go around in your Bay Area, you're going to find a Fremont Bank branch, and you're going to see it, and you're going to think, you know what? I want that full-service banking with no compromises, and you should. It's not a big box bank. It's a good local bank. And when you deposit your money with Fremont Bank, they reinvest it locally into businesses, philanthropy, home ownership, all the good stuff that makes our Bay Area the best area in all of the country. And that's why you should be a Fremont Bank customer. The money stays here. It's local. It's not a big box bank. It's a good, solid local bank. And we talk about Fremont Bank, and you know that they're here for you and here for good.
Did you know about 1 in 3 people with plaque psoriasis may also develop psoriatic arthritis, which causes joint pain, stiffness, and swelling? Does this sound like you? Listen to what it sounds like to be a million miles away. Tremfya guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy, and for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Imagine being a million miles away. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Visit Tremfya.com or call 1-800-526-7736.
Early morning clouds in Oakland with a high of 63.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Epic parties start at Staples. Now you can grab Party City balloons, decorations, and tableware, plus matching custom invites, banners, and more right at Staples. That was easy.
Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. You're listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Well, how come we don't talk about one of the other guys who got away?
Monte Rollins.
Nope. Who? Warriors lost a player who's clearly a legit playoff performer.
Is JP with the Golden State Warriors?
I'll try to grab him. Hold on, give me a second now.
Okay.
I got to ask you a question. One that got away?
On a Vic.
Devon Looney.
Guy didn't make a ton of money either. No, not Looney.
You stumped me. Go ahead.
Just start thinking about the playoffs and who plays hard.
What am I missing?
Dante DiVincenzo.
Oh, they couldn't afford him.
Yeah.
Well, okay, I know. Because
like they literally tried to keep him, but they had no money.
Well, the Knicks paid him $10 million. $10 million.
He was a baller. I always like him.
He makes more than that, doesn't he?
No, 10, 11,
wow,
12. This year he's making 11-9. Just saying. And it's somebody mentioned DiVincenzo on the chat.
I thought it was Wiggins too. Somebody put Wiggins. Hey, real quick, what did you, Lucas Alexander, director of sports, just came in with a card, asked you to sign it.
I don't know, dude.
But you signed it, and you do know.
I actually don't know.
So you just put your John Hancock on something and you have no...
Yeah, that's what I did.
Sucker.
He asked me to sign a trading card.
But it wasn't yours.
But mind your own damn business.
Was it the Pokemon card?
Yeah, I guess so. I don't know.
It's because there's a Pokemon, apparently, that is named Steenie.
Oh, you got to be kidding me.
So he wanted him to sign it.
But he's not Steenie, the real one from plagiarism.
Yeah, 925. Most important part of DiVincenzo is they only offered him 7 because they had to give the doll to Draymond.
Hey, it's Jermichael Green with the Golden State Warriors. Now back to Steiny and Guru. Take it away, Steenie.
That is great, man.
By the way, NFL Draft Day 2 starts at 4 o'clock. 49ers are the first team on the clock. We'll get into some of the stuff John Lynch said. I want to put this to bed first, though. David in Washington, D.C. What's going on, David? How you doing, buddy?
Hey, I'm hanging in there. Thanks for having me.
Sure.
First thing I want to say is plus minus is the most misleading stat in all of basketball. Last night for the Hawks, Gabe Vincent led the Hawks. He was a plus 14.
Yeah.
So by Gene's logic, that means that Gabe Vincent was playing lockdown defense. J.K. is actually an elite defender. When he was guarding Cat, the game 2, there was a stat. Cat is 2 of 13 while being guarded by J.K. Sometimes it looks like he's literally the best player on the floor. Not the best scorer. We're talking about everything here. I don't really get the J.K. hate, but I digress. I want to talk about the Warriors. He's gone. And if I can be honest, this team is a joke. We're talking about 37 wins. And some of those wins are fugazi because they were losing to the Jazz. They were losing to the Grizzlies. So what did they do? They pulled the best players. The Warriors came back and won. Warriors aren't going to make a play-in next year because, like I told you guys the other day, teams aren't going to be allowed to tank. And as far as giving Steph $60 million, that's the most insane thing I've ever heard of. If your name is not Shea, Luka, Jokic, or Wemby, I'm not giving you $60 million. I appreciate everything you've done in the past, Steph. But you're not worth $60 million anymore. First of all, you can't stay on the floor. You have runner's knee. We've never heard of that before this year. And we can be honest, just using the eye test, I'd rather have CJ at $20 million than Steph at $60. At least CJ is balling in the playoffs while Steph is in Cancun. What do you all think about that?
That's a bold statement. Thank you, David. Appreciate it. I mean,
he was just talking discount, though.
I mean, look, I'm not here to rip Kaminga. He's not the best scorer. McCollum's their best scorer. That's what he is. But Kaminga's playing great.
And the worst part about the Kaminga thing, for the millionth time, Sonny, is he meets your criteria when you look at the birth certificate. He's going to get better.
Yeah, so Dante. He's only 25 when he left here. DiVincenzo.
So that was how 2-3 years?
His third team.
Wow.
Yeah.
I always liked him.
And now he's latched on. He's got a home. Coach that believes in him. Just saying.
They don't have a point guard.
Oh, by the way, and this is why.
It'll catch up with me.
And by the way, this is why some people do respect me. It's because, I'm a Finch guy.
Well.
He had the worst challenge of the season last night.
I saw it.
In the first quarter, Anthony Edwards goes up for a block, hits a guy in the head.
I saw it.
But when Ant twirls that finger, thinks he knows where his bread is buttered.
But nobody twirls it with the power of Dre. When Dre twirls it, it's boy, Thanos.
Rich and Hayward. What's going on, Rich?
Hey, guys. Long-time listener. See you guys at the Laughing Monk. Not
nice.
You, Goo, because you were off that day with Evan was filling in. But, I just got to say this thing about Kaminga, because I got relatives in the league, or one relative in the league. And I'll tell you right now, and I'm a season ticket holder, and the Hawks now have our problem. This guy's number 7 pick, and he's great. He signed my autograph, when I asked for it. And but it's just, and I'm a Kaminga, and I love the Kaminga. But now I'm like, okay, you're the number 7 pick in the draft, and you're coming off the bench. And success is sometimes the worst part for people. And now somebody out the Hawks has to go to the bench for him because he's not Ginobili. He is not going to do a Ginobili. That's it. And I'm just saying that they have a big issue on their hands for next year because he has been balling. He was balling here when he had his chance. And Kerr, I think we should keep him. It's kind of crazy that, you know, and my relative was the MVP who cannot shoot. Everybody rips him. Cannot shoot. And if that's the reason, and everybody at work, you know my boys, and that's why I don't call in as much. And I come from Hayward, and I split my tickets because it's so hard to get over there 40 times a year. You know, it's ridiculous.
Right. Yes.
But, you know, all right. Thanks, guys.
No, thank you, Rich. Appreciate it. What was that all about?
Rich, he's from the Stack. And that wasn't a drive-by, him being at the Laughing Monk. I was off, so Evan was in. You laugh.
Well, I just...
No, that happened. I was out. He said his truth. It wasn't a drive-by.
How come you were out that time?
It wasn't his night.
I'd have to
Remember,
check. Evan? Oh, that's when a couple fans came up asking where I was, and you guys suppressed that and didn't tell me. Then some higher-ups pulled me to the side and said, "Goo, they were asking about you."
Oh, boy. Really don't want to answer this one. Our good guy Marv in Livermore.
Why would you?
Because it says Steiny's a hypocrite.
No, put him on.
I think that's the description for Marv like every time.
Risotto.
Yeah, this is Marv, yeah.
Can we do a better job screening Risotto? Marv knows I love him. What's up, Marv? How you doing?
Hey, fellas. Hey, Steiny, I'm not really coming at bullets at you today. It's the callers.
Okay.
Particularly the last 3 about Kaminga. The one dude mentioned plus minus. The other guy followed up and said, that's ridiculous. They won by 1. Kaminga's plus 3, so he said he really didn't help him. Give me a break.
No, he helped him. He helped him, no doubt.
Marv.
Right, and so you guys are nitpicking, and Goo, I got to say you're nitpicking him as well, because the 3 things that Goo that you always mention is, and Steiny too, that Kaminga said he wanted to make an all-star, and you're on the bench here, and then 2, when he didn't pass the step in Portland. So many young players have done stuff on this team that were wrong and called out, but these are the things that are held against JK. For me, what I look at in stats is how many points you score per minute you're in the game. You got to be at half a point for each minute you're in the game. And then 2, what you look like defensively. And he looks like he cares in defense. One thing that won't show up in the stats is the last play of the game when he beat Hart to the ball. Did you see how far he came with his athleticism to get to the ball before Hart? Hart should have had that ball and got up another shot. So you guys need to stop these build bullets at JK and just say, hey, Kerr did not want to play him. He didn't want to as a 6-man. He didn't want anything different. And the thing that I'll say about the defense is, what does Kerr say about Pods? He plays off the ball defense. He gets deflection. That means you can't play defense. That means you can't guard your man. That's what that means. And nobody's ever said that about Kaminga. Go down the Warriors lineup and tell me who plays defense, who plays 2 ways like the previous caller. Oh, he didn't listen to the coach. Give me a break. TP doesn't play defense. Paz doesn't play defense. Steph doesn't play defense. All these guys don't play defense, but Kerr called him out in public. Now that's what the public says. He doesn't play defense. That's completely wrong. The narrative has always been against him. He's in a place that he went to a playoff team, and you know who's on the bench now on the team he came after the All-Star break? Ricochet, their number 1 pick. So don't tell me he can't play. They are not playing their number 1 pick from 2 years ago because Kaminga came in and gives him something different, which the Warriors could not adapt to.
Nah, good stuff. Good stuff. And really, Marv, don't you see the parallel? Don't you see the parallel?
No, I was trying to talk. Marv, if there were a line, and I'm not doing this because he's playing well right now, I'm pro Kaminga. I'll just leave that there. And I've talked about how he wasn't afforded the luxuries of playing through his mistakes. But if there was a line, I was at the front of it, Team JK.
Oh.
So I'm not surprised at what he's doing, but I just need you to know, and it doesn't sound like you're putting me in that line. He's listening. You know I've been one of his biggest defenders.
Right, when you're not saying, but I blame him too.
No, that's getting hurt.
But I blame him too.
We love Marv.
Yes.
You were about to say something.
So, right, it's very simple. Jonathan Kaminga was a high pick for the Golden State Warriors.
Right.
And he was outplayed by Anthony Lamb. And Kaminga had to go to the bench. And Reece Shea was a high pick for the Hawks, and now Kaminga's there, and he's Anthony Lamb. He's pulling an Anthony Lamb right now, Kaminga, in Atlanta. Don't you get it?
Nah. Yeah. What I get is if we would have got past Anthony Lamb and that would have went to Kaminga, maybe he would have been like a good meal, more seasoned, and year 5, and maybe he would still be in a Warrior uniform. He's not, and I'm just happy for the kid, but it's not. We're watching him in the playoffs. We're not in the playoffs.
No, you're not.
What day is it? Next year.
With health. You don't believe that.
With health.
You don't believe it. Okay, yeah, and you don't believe that either.
You can't prove that.
I'll tell you what, I'll bet you right now they don't make the playoffs next year. I'll bet you right now they don't make the playoffs next year.
We got bets in the hopper.
Exactly.
Now. A lot can happen.
Exactly. See, you got... All right, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station, always live on the free Odyssey app and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. San Francisco. Man.
Dude, what? We didn't come in for this.
You know.
It's just amazing.
Going about the Niners' 33rd pick. I'm telling you, just pencil in Basant.
This is emotion. And a lot of it is, this is the 6th day that the playoffs are gone and the Warriors are not a part of it.
Saturday,
It started at 6.
Sunday, Monday, Tuesday,
tomorrow will be
Wednesday,
a week.
Thursday.
Tomorrow will be a week.
Friday. Yeah, tonight's day 7.
Yep.
Tonight's game 7. Austin and San Jose.
Oh, man.
Hey, Austin.
Talk to us.
What's up, Goo? Steiny.
Hey.
Happy Friday. Listen, hey, Goo. Run the name you remember. Sonny Styles, buddy. We'll
No, I don't like him.
Sonny Styles. Buddy.
He wasn't a great value on my big board. No, I'm just kidding. I'm kidding.
Ask Goo.
I know. He can play.
Right, Goo?
I wanted him to.
Listen, callers called in. The previous caller stole my thunder. Yeah, why don't we just accept a couple things? And by the way, Goo, you'll be proud of me, man. I have dropped the pod slander. I will no longer be slandering pods.
Wow.
It's time to move on. I made the announcement on the chat line. I want to make it to you. I'm gonna be objective. But at the same time, let's allow JK. Let's give him his flowers. Let's not lump pods and JK together.
I got you.
We got to stop that. We got to stop that. The other thing I was going to say is what I'm observing with Atlanta is competitiveness over entitlement, guys. And Quinn Snyder, I think, gets undervalued as a coach. He's allowing these guys to compete for minutes, man. I mean, JK is out there. It's not just JK. All the Hawks, they're competing. I mean, because they know that the guys sitting on the bench could come in and take their minutes. So he's running kind of a college-type environment out there, really, when you think about it. And JK is a competitor. I think we're finding out that he's a competitor. And, he didn't get the chance to really compete here. I think that's what the deal was about entitlement here. It's like it doesn't matter what you do, you can't play over these old dudes. And that's I think that's something that they need to reflect on as they go forward. Obviously, J.K. is gone, but like you said, Goo, the next young stud that comes in here, is he going to get the opportunity to compete and move somebody along? And Steiny, one last thing I want to say to you. I've always disagreed with you over the fact that just because the vets were here, a young guy couldn't come in and excel. I disagree with that. I think that maybe the young guys didn't push the old dude out the door. Because to me, if a guy is really good, he should be able to push the old dude out. Just like Draymond took the guy's job. This notion that you can't push a vet out to me, I've never really believed in that, Steiny. I don't know if you follow what I'm saying or not.
No, I do.
Bro.
But I think there can be a middle ground if that player isn't going to be better. Let's say you've made a decision Kaminga wasn't going to be good enough to push Draymond Green out. Well, that's okay. Does that mean there's no role for him at all on the team? Like that's where I think sometimes with Kerr demanding certain things out of young players, it was too tight of a hole for them to squeeze into.
Well, the last thing is in that vein, though, they should have allowed a young guy to become the 1A to Steph. And that was the mistake. They shouldn't have an older guy as a 1A by this time. They should have a young dude as the 1A, and that would make it a lot more palatable for the future, and we'd have a roadmap. Right now you've got old guys, and there's really no path to the future. You need to have a guy in his early to mid-20s be the next guy is playing with Steph. That's all I got, guys.
No, I agree with you.
No, we love it.
But the secondary problem with that is the guy can't be too young.
Yeah.
The guy can't be too young.
Now, I will say, because Austin touched on something that you don't know that I'm passionate about, and I've told you Willard and Dibbs, and it kind of just, all right, go. But you don't. I'm having some fun. But, I love what he said because I hate it in regard to pitting Kaminga and Pods. That's not what this is about. What I've said and gone into the lab and how I saw it is just how Pods was treated versus how Jay. They're two different players.
You do realize you're perpetuating what you said it's not supposed to be about.
No, I'm saying I'll stand on that. I'll always feel like Pod's hate it stems from him getting a different, deck of cards than JK. But I love what he said about I don't like to pit them against each other, and that's why I can sit up here and say Pods brings something to the table. He's not a super duper star, but you can't tell me he hadn't added to this team, and that's what I was going to say.
Here's what I think's happening in Atlanta, although I'm not disagreeing with Austin saying that, the guys are playing for minutes and stuff like that. I think it's happening in Minnesota, too. There's something that's happening with the league, and it's kind of been happening for the last few years.
Lay this on us.
When there's a young team and they sense an old team, they know to be relentless. The Atlanta Hawks know right now that the Knicks cannot keep up with them. And the Denver Nuggets right now are worried that they might not be able to play at the Timberwolves pace.
And it's already, I think, happening, Steiny. And that's why McDaniels said what he said. And, boy, how many times was he kissing the rim last night?
And keep in mind.
No fear.
That's why, one of the reasons why, the Warriors are in trouble. Even next year. Yeah. Because they are the quintessential team that young teams are preying on right now.
We're old, man. I haven't. You said that.
Like the Atlanta Hawks, they should win that series now. I think.
Long way to go, but I'm with you.
That was the game last night that the Knicks had to win that game, I thought, to stay in the series.
Well, let me say this. They win the next one, it's 2-2, and you're going to New York.
Yeah, and I think
you got one to play with. If Game 7
who's got one to play with?
If New York,
I don't think the Knicks have anything to play with.
If they were to win the next two games and you come to Atlanta Game 6. No, I hear you, but I'm just telling you.
Of course, if they win the next two games, you want to you want to bet?
I'm telling you, it really stems to me this next game in Atlanta. They can put their step on their neck, the Hawks can. But if New York wins, we go to Game 5 in New York.
So
now we're like, F all the stuff because we messed up. I would bet you then if he gets 2-2. Well, I'll bet you now. I'm rooting for the Hawks. I just think New York's going to win.
You think the Knicks are going to win the series?
Yeah, no doubt.
Oh, I don't now.
Let's do it now.
Oh, I'll bet the Hawks win the series.
I got you. I'm serious.
For what?
Dinner.
For, what are you not going to pay me on this one?
No, please. It's been a while since I had to pay you. No, seriously. $60 in the tavern.
I'm going to pay $60.
What, 100? Pasta, what's he...
Make it a beer, because I know. Look, I'm not betting you $100 when I know I'm not getting paid. I'll bet you a beer when I'm not getting paid.
I pulled out 520s a year ago when I lost a bet and walked it over to you.
Thank you.
Remember that?
That was 3 years ago.
Well, please, that was last summer. I pay you, and you pay me. Dude, you do not want this. Knicks are winning this series.
They're losing 2-1.
I got you. I'll bet.
Okay. Well, you just did.
Willard and Diaz are going to do you made a dumb bet. No, I didn't.
You just bet on a team to win a series that's lost home court advantage.
But this is the Hawks, Donnie.
This guy's on.
I'm just
now they're the Hawks.
Hey, they're cute, but they ain't beat New York, man.
New York might not win another game.
So we got to bet.
Oh, we got to bet.
Right, there it is.
We got to bet.
Put it in the cap. Oh, Willard and Diaz going to be disappointed in me because I'm down 1-2.
Yep.
All right.
Let's see what we got here.
Yeah, but I felt what you were putting down on those young guys.
I don't feel like taking a call right now. I'm going to wait. Not because I don't feel like it.
We got 9 of them.
I know. I'm going to give them all a chance.
Okay,
so I'm going to push it to the other side.
Radness used to do that.
Well, then it must be good enough for me, huh? Sure. So you just got done talking about Mike Brown, and you bet on the Knicks.
It's bigger than him.
Oh, okay, yeah. They're going to overcome him?
He didn't fumble the ball. He didn't make. I'm just telling you. I'm watching the games. They're close. They're entertaining. Saturday. Atlanta's not beating New York. I'll spot you one. That's a bet we got. It's done.
Greeny Rabbit. Goo betting against the Hawks is the best news Atlanta could have gotten.
I see that. Oh, what are you insinuating? I don't like. Stat, we got a bet, man. I'm telling you, the Knicks where I was.
Oh, you like him?
Mike Brown, that last play had nothing to do with him. I'm looking at Brunson. Josh Hart played 40 minutes and scored 2 points.
Okay.
That stuff's got to change, or you sit your ass out and get. McBride got put in the game at the end. He was out there for Bridges. Good Lord, man. I'm just telling you.
Well, you have a lot of confidence for a team you think stinks.
They're not winning by 20, Steiny.
No, but they.
All right, I got you.
They got no answer from McCollum either. They have no answer from McCollum.
All right. When I see you Monday, it'll be 2-2 when we're talking about game.
And I'll still be feeling good.
All day.
You know why? Because I don't like old teams.
Well.
Anyway. Yeah. What do we got here? 12-10. Let me take a look at my board. No, not that board. Not my big board. Hey, I know. What are private AMAs?
Pasta?
AMA stands for Ask Me Anything.
No,
so like little Q&A sessions.
Awesome.
With
where do you see that at? I got to steal that.
That's in one it's in an upcoming read I have to do.
Oh, okay. Because I used to do that when, people that think they're hot shots. No. When you're at the airport, you're on Twitter, when you used to be Ask Me Anything. You never done that? People just ask you randoms?
No.
That's why you're off.
Nobody cares about anything they want to ask me about.
Oh, Snotty, you would get all kind of stuff.
Like what?
You can favorite
stop
album?
Asking that question.
My favorite album?
Yeah, all time. What would you type back?
It's a good question. I couldn't pick just one. You know me.
That is weird.
What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Here's what I'm talking about, ladies and gentlemen. As you know, we're live on YouTube throughout the entire day. Just search 957 The Game, and you'll be able to find us. And now we're expanding the community for our super fans. Become a Game Pass Pro member to get early access to new videos, and here it is, private AMAs. Those are Ask Me Anythings with our hosts and insiders. Quietly wasn't cleared with me, and I'm a host. I'll answer some questions if you want, though, and exclusive content for the biggest events. Plus, you'll get live instant reaction post-game shows from your favorite hosts after the biggest games. All you got to do is go to YouTube, search 957 The Game, and sign up now to become the latest member of the Game Pass Pro.
Football fans, history is calling as San Francisco heads down under for the first ever game in Australia. Join the action in Melbourne with true fan travel as San Francisco takes on Los Angeles at the iconic Melbourne Cricket Ground. Premium hotel stay, epic all-inclusive events, city tours, wildlife adventures, meet and greet with a red and gold legend, and unforgettable moments. Spots are limited. Don't miss out on your shot to experience San Francisco down under. Head to truefantravel.com. That's truefantravel.com.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation, so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm, A-rated by the Better Business Bureau. Their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $3 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-708-5977. 800-708-5977. 800-708-5977.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
This is Larry Flick, owner of The Floor Store. Our spring sale, now through April 27th, might be our biggest sales event ever. It means up to 50% off every single product store-wide. And we have Northern California's largest in-stock selection of carpet, hardwood, laminate, waterproof flooring, and much more. It also means 2 full years of interest-free financing. This is going to be a spring to remember, but it ends Monday. Visit floorstores.com to find the nearest Bay Area showroom. From Santa Rosa to San Jose, The Floor Store, your Bay Area flooring authority.
Hey, it's your boy Guru. When it comes to pest control, don't guess. Go online and get the facts with Atco Pest Control. Atco is a family-owned local company that's been protecting the Bay Area homes for over 40 years. And quality service does not have to come at a crazy price tag. If you're dealing with ants, spiders, rodents, or anything crawling where it should not be, visit atcopest.com. That's ATCO pest.com to learn more and schedule service today. Atco's got you covered.
This is your last call. The last call clearance event is on now at your Bay Area Lazy Boy. Everything must go. Closeouts, overstocks, floor samples, and more. All up to 50% off. These are the best deals of the season on the Lazy Boy favorites you love. But hurry, when it's gone, it's gone. Head to your Bay Area Lazy Boy today.
Are you lacking energy? Have low libido? Stubborn belly fat that you can't get rid of? Working too many hours at the gym with no results? These are warning signs of low testosterone. The doctors at Prime Male Medical can test your testosterone levels and prescribe treatment if needed. For just $99, get a testosterone test, PSA test, Doppler ultrasound, and a full year of free visits. Prime Male Medical, 415-761-4037, or go to primemalemedical.com, 415-761-4037, with locations in San Francisco, San Jose, and the East Bay.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Growing a brand is hard, but reaching the right customers shouldn't be. Meet Outcomes from Viant. We've built an intelligent platform that handles the complexity of digital advertising for you. Powered by advanced AI, we help your brand show up in the right places at the right time and ensure that every dollar you spend leads to a real business result. It's smarter advertising made simple. Visit Viant.ai.
Doug. There's nowhere I wouldn't go to help someone customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual, even if it means playing in a football game. Boom!
going 42!
You're going down, Doug.
Oh, yeah? Your price on car insurance when you customize and save is going down.
Hey!
Limu? What are you doing on their team? Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Get ready for the Alameda County Fair in Pleasanton, June 19th through July 12th. Kick off summer with food, rides, and the Big O Tires concert series with Flo Rida and Elle King. For more info and a chance to win tickets courtesy of Alameda County Fair, visit 957thegame.com.
We need Thundercats.
That's a big red flag.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Tell you what I need.
Jesus.
A dog whisperer right now. Rosie's really struggling, Goo. She's struggling.
Yeah.
She's peed on the rug 2 nights in a row now.
Oh, I'd hate that. When you walk in and smell that, man.
Well, you don't smell it. You kind of walk on it and it's wet. Then the bottom of your foot's a little sticky.
Yikes.
You take her out?
Yes, but she's home alone too long and she just doesn't, she knows something's not right and she's not quite herself.
She never did that when I was dog sitting.
Wow.
Well, that's because you were probably there.
Well, not all the time. I had to work and do other things.
She's usually not home alone. Now, I do have a little, well, I shouldn't say it. Never mind.
So you got to go straight home is what you're saying.
Well, I got a little window today because, don't get the wrong impression. We got the cleaning ladies coming in today.
You and Shasta.
So he does like, Rosie, she likes the cleaning ladies when they come in. So it's kind of like some camaraderie there. So that might buy me an hour, but she's really not.
They have the cleaning lady has a key to your house?
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. And hopefully she gives it to all her friends. Who cares? Got nothing in my house to steal. Plus, I got a guard dog. Not much of a guard dog at all. What are you hot on today, Goo?
I do want to ask you about Mendoza. Do you really think he's got the goods?
No, I think he stinks.
No, seriously.
I have no idea.
But there's a feeling.
I actually
like
don't.
Leroy.
I have no feel.
Like, it was all good when everything was good around you, but, man, they are going to be coming for you. And that Raider O-line, I don't know. I'm hoping because I want to see them do well. But I ripped him for not being at the draft and then got privy of information of why he didn't go. It's because his mom. And I apologize on social media, and I want to take time to apologize to him now because there's nothing better than a mother-son relationship. Well, that's one of them, all, with the mom. So Big Mouth was yapping, didn't have all the facts.
So what's your favorite album?
Mine would be Off the Wall, Michael Jackson.
Okay.
And yours is?
Wait, I thought you said Thriller was better than Off the Wall.
No, yeah, I said, no, hold on. I'm the guy that it's the other way around, Evan. Off the Wall was better than Thriller. Yeah, I got the tweet. I can find it.
Oh, I thought we had.
Yeah,
no. Like, you and I are on the same page. I thought we had a discussion. Maybe it was Dibbs that thought Thriller was better.
I think he is. I think it might have been Dibbs. I'm throwing you in there, D, if you're listening. But yeah, remember we put that on the poll? Yep. So do you have one now? A favorite?
I have two.
Give it to me.
Probably number one is Slow Train Coming, Bob Dylan.
All right. I've never heard of that one.
But I have, but recency bias, like I told you, and Van Morrison has put out one for the ages called Remembering Now. It's unbelievable.
Better than the Joshua Tree?
Yes. It's I've been listening to it now for about 6 months. It's unbelievable. It's just unbelievable. So these musicians, Goo. These musicians, they're very talented.
Well, I'm going to say this real quick. Sure. Just to age myself, and I even told Evan, if I subscribe to Tidal. That's where I get all my music, $12 a month. And I can get any album from any time. It's on there. And I go to the new releases and all this new hip-hop. I don't even know who the rappers are, so I'm older. Okay, so
maybe your son's in there.
No, they don't. They don't even. Well, not yet. But I'll say this to that, Steiny. I want Evan to know, and I want your input. Where's the new Dylan? Where's the new Jay-Z?
There never will be.
Where's the new
That's
Prince?
like asking, where's the next
new
Curry?
Michael Jackson.
It's like asking, where's the next Curry? Never. There's never going to be another
Cannon's
one.
Coming.
Who?
His son.
Right. And have you ever heard of Jacob Dylan? You haven't. Exactly. It's Bob Dylan's son.
No, but seriously, you know what I mean. There was Michael, there's Steph, but, dude, we need some new stuff, man.
Be prepared to be disappointed, Goo. The new Michael movie is going to be terrible. Already reviewed as the worst music biopic, and only his cousin was the only family person to be involved. No one gave its blessing. It's going to be trash.
But that's one of the best things about me. You can give me your opinion. I'm going to watch it myself. The worst.
And just like watching
James
an
Brown's was
NBA
great.
game, you'll see something that is different than most. Coach, oh, God.
Our man,
why don't you take this call?
Well, he might need 5 minutes or his whole segment. Coaching Vallejo, I know you smiling.
I love Kaminga.
Hey, guys. You know, I got a big smile.
I just said it.
Before I get started, I got to ask Steiny. Steiny, Tupelo Honey or Into the Mystic? Which one is the best?
Oh, boy.
Wow.
I actually think Tupelo Honey is a better song. Into the Mystic is incredible, and it's far more known, and it's a great song, but Tupelo Honey,
Tupelo.
Coach, she's as sweet as Tupelo Honey. You know what I'm saying?
You know, Into the Mystic brings a tear to my eye.
It's a
really
great
does.
song.
Wow.
It is pretty amazing.
Yeah, it's a tear jerker. But back
we
to
were born before the... Okay.
You got to start it, Coach.
Yeah.
She's as sweet as Tupelo Honey. Yes. She's an angel of the first degree.
First degree.
But anyway, back to Kaminga. You know what? He could cure cancer, and people will say, "Well, how come he didn't cure polio also?" You know.
Oh man.
So he can never do enough. But you know, I'm not going to talk about the score. What I liked about that game last night was number one, he defended Cat. He kept the ball out of Cat's hand in the second half. And that'll take you away from grabbing rebounds. And number two, did you see the time when Kaminga had an open three, but he deferred to Jalen Johnson?
I saw it.
Passed it over to him.
I saw it.
You know, that was great. And something else that was pretty subtle, when the Knicks were making their run and Atlanta called a timeout, J.K. was the one calming down his teammates, said, "Hey, settle down, guys." You could see him doing his hands. He was showing his playoff experience. And that's what I think Quinn Snyder likes about J.K. He brings a calmness to that team. He brings a playoff experience to that team, not only with his play. So, like I say, all this talk about low IQ and all that BS, you know what? J.K., he can never do enough for his haters. Almost like Pods, okay? You can never do enough. If someone hates you, they can never do enough to get rid of that. So, but like I say, while J.K. is doing well, let's just give him his flowers. Yeah. If he has a bad game, people can have a bad game. But for right now, J.K. is playing great, and that's all I'll applaud him for.
No doubt,
Thanks, Coach.
I agree. And that's all this. That's how this conversation started. I just wanted to give him props, man. And the bottom line, they're right on the table, brought to you by ADCO Pest Control, Stoney, is they let one get away. We're devoid of young talent like that. And now he's in Atlanta, you know, enjoying himself and helping the team win. That's all.
From the 707, the hell with Van Morrison. I took my mom to see him in San Francisco recently, and he didn't perform any of his hit songs, only his new album. Well, first of all, his new album is unbelievable. But I hear you. But, you know, it's not...
How can you not do the hit song?
Because it's not a musician's responsibility to play his greatest hits at a concert.
If that's why I purchased the ticket.
Well, then you're not a real fan.
Yes,
I am. No, you're not. You don't want to hear the new album? Thank you.
You can play both.
Hey, hello.
You guys have no idea what it's like to be a genius. You guys have no idea.
Please enlighten us.
Please.
You don't want to do the same thing over and over and over and over.
Marshawn today
Lynch
for 4 hours.
Wow.
What are you talking
Evan.
about?
But
how do you answer that?
This is a collaborative. We have calls. People are into it. Van Morrison and Bob Dylan are solo. Don't ask Bob Dylan to play a song from 50 years ago every single time he does a show.
No, just don't forget what got you there. Play the hits.
Guru, you have no clue. You know why? Because these guys are up here. All right? You're here. All right?
Meaning what?
Meaning they have a genius you can't even acknowledge.
Dude,
Guru.
I watched Oppenheimer 5 times. 143 IQ. Don't talk to me. And I love music. Seen Robert Kelly 7 times.
If an artist plays his big hits, every concert, don't you get it?
What?
They're going to be all the same.
Hello? That's why I only go see them. I see the orchestra.
So right, you're showing your casual fanness.
No, do your catalog.
No.
I'll buy your new album, damn it. I want to hear the hits.
Then listen to the greatest hits on your 8-track.
Please. Oh, my gosh. You got that so wrong.
Yeah, okay. Hey, Bob Dylan. Hey, guys, I'm coming out with something new. It's called Blowing in the Wind. I wrote it in 1963. I think y'all probably want to get out of here.
Oh, my gosh. You are so wrong on this one.
No, but everybody wants these guys. How come you can't evolve? That's what it's called. That's evolving, not playing your hits all the time. Evolving.
Why is it a black and white issue with you? You can do both. You can play your new stuff and also play.
Do you guys know how many? Do you guys know how many hits Bob Dylan has?
You're not a musician. I just want you to know that because you're talking like you're a musician.
I know more about music than you'll ever know.
Please, stop.
Thank you.
Stop.
Thank you.
Stop. You know Dylan and a few other bands. Stop.
Please. You didn't even know who Bobby Womack was.
Oh, my gosh.
You don't even know who Bobby Womack is.
It is an artist's job to pay homage to their past.
No, it isn't.
Why every Smokey Robinson I see, you play your hits.
No, you don't.
It's not a listening party for your new album. You're fired, Steiny. Okay, you got to play your hits.
Well, then why would I see a guy more than once in my entire life? If all they're going to do is play their greatest hits, all you got to do is go see one concert. That's it. You never go see him again.
But you
know
did
why?
That with your guy.
Because you'll see the same concert.
No, but you did that with your guy that you said he's too old. You won't go see him again.
That's because he stinks, not because of the songs he's singing.
Oh, man. You're so Evan and I are right. Steiny, you come on now.
Why don't you put the album on and save $200?
Man.
This is not a shtick.
That's the problem.
That's a 9.
Unbelievable.
Steiny, what do you expect?
You know what?
Okay.
What's his name? What's his name? E40.
Yeah.
You think he wants to play that same crap he rolled out 30 years ago all the time?
But he's still putting albums out. But
right. New albums.
He's playing his hits.
No, he doesn't.
His bangers.
He doesn't.
Steiny, stop.
He doesn't.
That's not a concert if you're not playing your catalog, your hits.
The other thing is, artists who play only their best songs or their hits, they have no depth. They can barely fill out a concert. They don't even have enough songs.
I know you're joking.
I'm not joking.
You have to be.
I am not joking.
Because with that criteria,
what do I want to hear Van Morrison sing? Give me the news. Give me Remembering Now. Give me Stretching Out.
So you and Coach just did it. If you saw Dylan and he didn't sing those 2 songs, wouldn't you feel like unsatisfied?
I'm going there to hear what he sings. I've never understood that. I've
seen Chris Brown in concert. He's still making bangers, but he finds a way to play all his hits. That's why people pay the money.
If Bob Dylan played all his hits, he'd have a 9-hour concert. Don't you get it? He's got like 75 hits.
Oh, man. You're taking the L on
You know what
this
it
one.
is? You guys, you hate change. You hate change. You do. You're like Draymond. You're like Draymond Green. You hate change and you hate evolving.
Somehow I think you convinced yourself that you believe this.
I do believe it.
It's part to me of an artist's responsibility to pick out, especially the bigger they are.
Pick out what everybody likes. That's not the way concerts work. That's not the way music works.
I seen Whitney Houston before she passed in concert. The greatest love of all.
How come? Because she's got 4 original songs, and she's got to play that one all the time. Bob Dylan's got 3,000 original songs.
Evan, get your uncle, because this is a bit.
You
It's
also
not a
don't
bit.
have to play the same tune all the time. You can, if you have so many singles, if you have so many hit songs, then just cycle through them so you don't get bored.
We're talking about
It's
the
really
greats.
not that hard.
Right.
In addition to all your new crap that you want to listen to.
So you guys think that you can tell Bob Dylan and Van Morrison what to play?
No, we can't.
That's
but we
right.
can criticize them for
and
it.
Don't even think about
And
it.
not go back to another concert. Play your hits.
No.
Mariah Carey. Seen her in concert. She plays her hits.
She's got 4. Let's go to Jay in Los Gatos.
Oh, my goodness.
Hey, Jay, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, Matt. So I went to see Paul McCartney.
Yes.
And he plays the same exact set every single time. So it's Blackbird, back in the USSR, a few solo hits. We thought when we went, so the Beatles' last concert was at Candlestick, so we thought he would play something special. But in fact, he did say this is the last song we ever did public, before the Wolf concert, and it was 8 days a week. But that's it. He's McCartney. And here's the thing. One more. I got 2 more. One, Roger Daltrey did the same thing. I saw him, and he said, "I'm going to play Who songs because that's what I've been told to do." And the third thing is with Dylan, fans are not happy with him not playing his songs. The concert's for the fans, right?
Exactly. Yes.
Thank you.
Oh.
Jay, the problem's not the... Go ahead.
I'm a big Dylan fan, too, by the way. Go ahead. Sorry.
Thanks, Jay. Now, the problem's not
the fans.
songs that Dylan's playing. The problem is the way he sings songs now. And the lack of interaction.
Dude, Steiny, I've seen, okay, I know people get mad with the name, but I can say his name.
You know what?
I'm such a Robert Kelly fan that he can do the same ones, and I'm so enamored with his music, I'm okay with it.
Yep.
Not a listener point. Hey, pay $200 for my new stuff that might not hit. Hell no, we want the bangers.
So back in 1965, when Bob Dylan came out electric at Monterey, you would have thrown a fit. You would have thrown a fit.
Why?
Like all the other casuals. Because he went from folk music to electric guitar. Everybody hated it. But he's evolving. Let me tell you something. I would have rather been to Bob Dylan's concert at Monterey where he played electric guitar for the first time than, here he comes again with Blowing in the Wind
your boy.
and Masters of War.
I don't believe you believe that.
I do believe that.
I don't
Well, you believe that now, but at the time you would have never heard it before.
Hell. You would have been dog cussing him.
Please.
Like, what's he doing? Give me my money back.
Please. What is wrong with evolving?
Yeah, but you're talking to Evan and I and the listeners like you're an artist.
You know what? I do know. You guys are...
Sonny, if you really want to play original content, play in your basement alone. Seriously.
Man.
I don't know what that means.
It means if you're touring and taking money from thousands or millions of people, just do them a small little favor. You don't have to do the whole show. Just a little bit.
Wu-Tang Clan's one of the famous rap groups of all time. Stoney, they're playing their hits. Cash, Cream, get the money.
And they're still as F.
That's what you don't believe.
Yes, I do.
Stop it.
Like who?
Oh, Stoney.
I mean, it's like...
L, man.
I'm not taking the L. I'll never take that L. And the real issue here is that you guys are so limited that you can't go under or beyond the hits. You can't. You can't function if it's not a hit.
What are you going to the concert for?
I want to hear my guy sing. I want to hear my guy sing.
Yeah.
That's what I want to do.
Oh, man.
And you know what? I trust him to sing what he wants to sing.
What if you've never heard the song before?
All the better.
How are you going to sing along? You have never heard the song.
What it is. That's what it is. See, you are fans that want to be in the show. You're not in the show. You're not in the show.
Says
You're
the
fans.
guy who sings 4 times a show.
Oh, Stoney, you
guys are fans.
You're ready for Hollywood, man. Like, no, seriously.
Let's go to Candlestick in San Bruno. Hey, Candlestick.
How
you doing?
Hurts, man?
Hey, what up? All right, well, let's clarify a couple things here. So, Steiny, is definitely right in this situation. Sorry, fellas. Guru, you know a little bit about music. You know you got your eclectic music taste, but come on, dog. There's a couple things you're not understanding here. First of all, you got to know who you're dealing with, and it's an artist, a very particular artist. Van Morrison, he don't give a damn what you think. He's known to do what the hell he wants and be a curmudgeon, and that's who you're dealing with. But he's an artist, and he wants to give you his art. You feel me? So that's what you're not really understanding. Right. He don't care if you want to hear his old stuff. But I feel you on that he should hit you with Moon Dance, and he should hit you with a couple of the ones that we love.
Then why does he sing covers? Why does he sing covers?
Just to bother people, actually.
Don't you start.
See, you guys aren't ready for me.
My favorite actually is Crazy Love, but I just had to let y'all know something real quick. You got to know who you're dealing with, just like Lauryn Hill. You go to her concert.
There you go.
So you know what I mean.
Well, hey, I'll say this real quick.
Later.
Thanks, Candle. You're the man.
I've seen Beyonce in concert. She knows what to do.
You know what? Candlestick hit the nail on the head.
Stop it. He's using Van Morrison.
You guys have no understanding of what it's like to be an artist. Yeah. An artist.
I've learned a couple things in my life, Stoney. There's nothing worse than bad love making and a bad concert. And just because you can do it doesn't mean you have to. And if he chooses to do that, he's throwing the middle finger to the people that paid to want to see his best work. Just tap all of it. That's all.
Who's to say his hits are his best work? I think the new album that Van Morrison put out is as good as anything he's ever put out. Why can't I hear that?
Well, I'd call that a listener party.
We can move on if you want.
I'd call that a listener party, not a concert.
Are you going to go see him then?
No. I would rather listen to his albums, quite frankly, at this stage.
And have him sing some of his greatest songs on those albums at a concert.
I'll pick and If Van Morrison's got a playlist, I'm going to go see it if I want to go see it. And I've never been like, I can't believe he played those songs. Well, he's got 10,000.
Could you imagine the great Bob Marley doing a concert and No Woman, No Cry? Or I Shot the Sheriff was not played?
That's not even his song. He didn't even write that song. That was Eric Clapton or Bachman Turner. Clapton?
You know, he made it a hit. How about that?
Oh, God.
No Woman, No Cry. This is the biggest L.
I Shot the Sheriff was definitely written by Bob Marley.
No, I don't think so.
And I just let that go.
You don't know.
I didn't.
You haven't gotten a music question right in 4 years.
Well, nobody's asked me anything.
Bobby Womack.
No, that was sound. Evan, thank you for that.
Eric Clapton did cover it.
Yeah.
No, that was Bob Marley.
Yeah, no, Bob Marley wrote it.
And Clapton made it in, what time we got here? 12:41. Then do I get to get into Beam Law? Do I have to get into Beam Law mode right before I do this? I don't, thank God. You guys think it's all fun and games in here till I got to do a Beam Law read right after I'm having a bunch of fun. All right, 12:42. We still got some time.
Yeah.
There you go, 408. It's a tour to promote the new album.
Not everybody has one when they're doing the concert. You know what I mean?
Exactly. The ones who can't, right.
New Edition, the great group, they stop. They do all their own. Can you stand the rain?
That segment, ladies and gentlemen, it was brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
At Kohl's, spring style starts with the season's best shoe sale and continues with 15% off the rest of your looks. But with great outfits from Kohl's, what happens next is unexpected. Strangers ask where you shop. The breeze feels like it's blowing just for you. Your kids post for photos willingly. Yep, great spring outfits can do that kind of thing. Find yours at Kohl's and Kohls.com. Select styles, offers end April 26th. Some exclusions apply. See store or Kohls.com for details.
What if you could have the most reliable Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? That's the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Just 5 years of fiber-powered Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to the devices that need them most. That finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. And that keeps you gaming in the fast lane, even when the whole family's banking on bandwidth. And here's the best part. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. Hey, let's face it, a lot can change in 5 years. Kids grow taller, dreams grow bigger, but your Wi-Fi, it would stay reliable and the price would stay put. The Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Xfinity, imagine that. Select plans only. Restrictions apply. Powered by fiber. Connected to the premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
Today on the CW.
We are green at Talladega.
The NASCAR O'Reilly Auto Parts Series blasts off.
Great day to go race Talladega.
On one of NASCAR's most legendary tracks.
Talladega, dude, let's go! This is the biggest and the baddest of the super speedway tracks.
It's a race. It's a party. This is Talladega.
The NASCAR O'Reilly Auto Parts Series.
From Talladega, this Saturday at noon on Cron 4, the CW.
Do you owe back taxes or have unfiled tax returns? The IRS won't quit until they get your money. Here's great news, fresh from those in the know. Major changes have happened at the IRS. If you owe more than $10,000, you may be eligible for a 99% reduction of what you owe. Haven't filed a return for a while? Their happy clients are talking.
The IRS was going to levy my bank account, but Guardian was able to prevent that and fix all my IRS issues. Thanks again, Guardian Tax.
Need relief from crushing tax debt? The IRS now has special programs. Guardian Tax knows all about them. Personal or business, this is the fresh new break you've been hoping for.
We aren't the company you call when you need a hug because you're scared of the IRS. Guardian Tax is the company that wins when you need it most.
Guardian Tax Service is really great to work with. They really help me out. I'd recommend them highly.
Call now for a free confidential consultation. 800-499-1216. 800-499-1216. 800-499-1216.
If you're thinking about upgrading your outdoor space, don't just think deck boards. Think the whole system. Trex from Ashby Lumber gives you decking, railing, lighting, everything designed to work together, look clean, and last. It's low maintenance, holds up in the elements, and you're not dealing with constant upkeep like wood. And the team at Ashby actually helps you plan it out, so you're not guessing on materials or design. Stop by Ashby Lumber in Berkeley or Concord. Check out Trex in person and get your project started.
The basketball playoffs are underway, and now you can trade every game on Kelsey. You can also trade on who wins each series, the conference finals, and the championship. San Antonio is trading at 18% to win it all, meaning a $100 trade pays out $525 if they take the title. On Kelsey, you're trading against other people in a live market. No house, no odds makers. And as the odds move, you can buy in and out anytime throughout the postseason. For a limited time, download the Kelsey app and use code FAN to get $10 when you trade 10. KALSHI. Kelsey. Trade on anything.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it today to carsforkids.org. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to donate your car today. That's cars with a K.
From carriage house to glass aluminum doors, RNS Doors has a full line of commercial and residential garage doors and gates to suit anyone's taste and budget. Visit rsdoors.com. RNS Doors. Look for the red truck.
Download to see if you qualify. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription required. Albert is not a bank. Albert Instant Loans are issued by FinWise Bank, member FDIC. Not an actual client. Terms apply.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? Albert is your financial assistant, helping you find ways to save and create custom budgets to actually grow your money. Plus, you can get up to $10,000 for big expenses, or advance up to $1,000 fast when you need cash right away.
Albert can get me up to $10,000?
Exactly. Albert spots you in a pinch and helps you grow your money in the long run.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code COVER to borrow up to $10,000 for whatever you need. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code COVER to borrow up to $10,000. Use code COVER to borrow up to $10,000.
Hey, social media, kiss my ass.
We're dysfunctional.
Your take's not a hot take. It's the Guru Steiny Guru Steiny Guru Steiny Show. go. Let's go.
Let me just clear up a fundamental misunderstanding we're having.
The floor is yours, man.
We're talking about concerts and how if certain people, artists, musicians, don't play their hits, people are upset.
People never remember this.
What you don't understand. Okay, let's say I'm going to see De La Soul.
Well, man.
Okay.
Look at my man.
Do I expect them to play Me, Myself, and I?
Hello.
Of course I do. Because they've only got 3 big tunes. But we're talking about Van Morrison and Bob Dylan. They've got so many. Okay? Yeah, if I went to see Grandmaster Flash right now, I'd want to hear The Message. Because that's all they've done.
How about Chris Brown, Usher, who I'm going to go see?
If I went to see Farrell,
yeah.
I'd want to see Happy or hear Happy. I get that.
Snoop Dogg.
I get that. But we're talking about guys that have multiple hits across many generations.
But Van Moore, their new stuff can't hold up to the old classic stuff.
Okay, so I told you that Van Morrison's latest album is absolutely one of the greatest albums he's ever made. He's only made about 75, though, probably.
And I didn't remember this last segment if I asked you. You do understand people that buy that ticket to that concert want to hear some of the greatest hits that he had.
I'm not sure.
It made them fans and fall in love.
I'll be honest with you.
That's what I would do.
So you buy a ticket to hear the hits?
Yeah, the hits. And Snoop Dogg, for instance, he's got a new album. I didn't know. Just came out this month, Donnie. Not too bad. But best believe, if I buy a ticket for his concert, I'm going to get his hits. He's going to play.
That's not why I go to see a concert. I go to see a concert to hear what the guy's going to sing.
You can do that on Tidal or whatever music entity you use to hear the new music, but not break off a couple hundred.
Well, why don't you just
to use me as a guinea pig and be the first time you're performing the new song? No, I want bangers.
You know what?
That's why Usher and Chris Brown have 3,000 people in the queue because best believe, Stoney, they're going to play their bangers. Let it burn.
That's because it's all they got. That's what you don't understand.
Still making new music.
I'll tell you what. I wish I were a musician.
Yeah,
I'd never play a hit.
Like you were.
I would never play one hit.
And that's why you are who you are.
Okay,
man.
so I'm being totally serious.
I don't like
I'm being totally serious. So, and I'm being honest. I would rather hear my artist sing a song for the first time ever at a concert that I'm at than for him to play one of his old hits from 25 years ago that I may have heard 10 times if I've gone to all those concerts.
Now, what if you end up not liking that song?
That's
but it's the first time you heard. You would rather that than a banger, a hit. Oh, my gosh.
Yeah, give me a new song.
Frankie Beverly, have you ever seen him? God rest in peace. Dude, he was one of the because he played the bangers.
He had one. Oh, Look at California.
Stop it.
And it's a 15-minute song. So what do you do, play it 8 times a concert?
Now they're really coming for you. But shout out Pam Moore.
Well,
come on.
Like Bob Dylan's got countless singles, like top hits, right?
Yeah.
Countless.
So if you have that many hits, you don't have to play the same ones all the time. Couldn't you just cycle through them or play, 1 or 2 per show? You don't have to play like a Rolling Stone. You could play.
I'm going to be quiet.
He sprinkles in some songs like that for the casuals. Yes, he does.
What's up with your labels, man?
But Guru wants to hear them play
Evan too.
The double greatest hits album. Unfortunately, most of the people you go to see, they don't have 2 albums worth of hits.
Oh, stop.
All right, let's go to Nick in Berkeley.
The draft.
Well, we'll do the draft after Nick talks about the Warriors dynasty being over.
Jennings.
Hey, you guys. We're talking about evolvement.
Yes.
So, the Rolling Stones, when they released Tattoo You, I really didn't like it. After 6 months, I loved it.
Exactly.
When Pink Floyd released, listen, Evan. When Pink Floyd released Wish You Were Here after The Wall and Dark Side of the Moon, I ended up loving it. I went to all 6 shows when Pink Floyd came, inside and out, because the first 3 was inside the Coliseum. 8 months later, they was playing the outside Coliseum. I just went and saw Sugar Hill Gang, and I went and saw Billy Idol. They were rocking, right?
Wow.
They played a club set because they don't have too many hits. It's different genres. Prince Bruce Springsteen, all evolve, bro. It's about evolving. They're artists, bro. And if you ain't got too many hits, of course you're going to play all your hits. Your concert's going to be shorter, of course. But, like, you know, when P-Funk and All-Stars played at Berkeley High School years ago, they played for 8 minutes, and then they left for 2 minutes. They came back and went to a 5-hour mega mix straight of nonstop music. It was insane. So let me tell you something, man. And as far as Lauryn Hill goes, you know what I'm saying? It's like, dude, she's been sued for stealing a lot of music, but that's a different point. The Warriors have not evolved. The Warriors have not evolved, y'all. They didn't evolve because they didn't evolve. Because they had a bully on the team that was holding them back.
Wow.
It's a fact. And the Warriors were sloppy. We turned the ball over too many times in close games and lost close games. Why were we even in the play-in game? You know what I'm saying?
Wow.
Like, we shouldn't even be in the play-in. We were in the play-in how many times the last 4 years? Why? Because of turnovers. And because people were hurt, because they weren't evolving. Sloppy coaching, sloppy play. They have no one to blame but themselves, and they should have dialed that up. I mean, hey, if you were making bad practices, we don't sit here and go back to just passing. We're not going to even shoot. Got to go back to the basics sometimes. The Warriors did not evolve, man.
Right. And you know what? Hey, Nick.
So you're both right. You're both right.
Yeah, I'm mostly right, though.
That's a great call.
You're absolutely right. You know what? Come to think of it, I think Nick's right. What? You know what we're in store for next year for the Warriors?
Give it to me.
A season of Blowing in the Wind by Bob Dylan.
That's right.
And you know what we're going to hear next year? Like a Rolling Stone. How about Mr. Tambourine Man? We'll probably hear that all next year, the Warriors season. We'll get to hear all the old hits next year for the Golden State Warriors. Let me tell you something. They're going to play.
You're talking to Joe Lincoln right now.
Next season's going to be the Warriors' greatest hits album. Yes, sir.
Man. Just give me health.
Yeah, you know what? But here's the other problem. Anytime the Warriors tried to introduce a new song, i.e. Kaminga, everybody needed to hear the old stuff. Nope. I don't want the new Kaminga song.
Oh, man.
I want the old Jimmy Butler stuff.
Well, it's in Atlanta now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep.
I'm going to give you one. Look, Nick did the music and Nick got through his Warriors. I love it.
All right.
You tired?
Huh?
Tired?
Not really. Just waiting for 2 o'clock to come.
Yeah. And we got What's Bugging You with Willard and Dibs.
Well, I know it's bugging me now.
So why look at him?
Let's go to Roseanne. Roseanne is in San Jose. Hey, Roseanne.
Hey, hi.
Hey.
Hi, team. Hey, listen, Steiny.
Yeah.
That whole, you're the intellectual, that whole, perspective of the music.
Yeah.
You're right. That's great.
Thanks.
That applies. But in terms of sounding those hits, people want to go, they want to groove and feel the music, which I don't think you know how to do that.
Oh, yeah.
And they are vibing with the old stuff, through the new stuff, but it's like their body, their soul, their heart, they are there.
Yeah.
So,
Roseanne, it sounds to me like, Roseanne, you're thinking about grooving with Steiny.
Oh, really?
Get him, Roseanne.
Oh, that was a flirt. You threw me a flirt, didn't you?
There you go.
Ouch.
Yeah.
Backdoor. No, it's all good. But no, I mean, you have that whole, that's you. Your demeanor. You're from, Philadelphia?
Yeah.
So it's different there, and you've got that Catholic background. That's why there's that part of you that's really staunch. Hey. But it's really okay. I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, Roseanne, I'm sorry to jump in. The best concert you've ever been to?
You know what? Santana, when I was 13 years old, at the Santa Clara County Fairgrounds.
Wow.
And Janis Joplin was there. Well, my cousins came from LA, and they dragged me down there. But the thing is, and I was in awe with all these hippies and all these drugs, but I was close to my older cousins. And when I heard Santana, I went, lock it. I'm a Latina. I go, lock it. That is my people. That is my soul. It was heaven. Thank you, Guru. Yes,
let's
right,
go.
Yeah.
I love it.
Thanks,
Don't
Roseanne.
be a stranger. Yeah.
Appreciate it. Okay, I'm going to do this to you, 408, just to do it to you. Without Googling, name one song off Van Morrison's new album. You don't want to do this.
Santana.
Stretching out.
All right.
Down to Joy. I could go.
Nice.
I could go Strandtown. I could go The Only Love I Need Is Yours. I could go, what's the, Remembering Now, a great song. I could go with, I could sing a lot of them too if I wanted. But there you go, there's 6 off the new album.
Right on, Roseanne.
Yeah.
She said Santana.
Yeah.
Who's performing
Black
national
Magic
anthem
Woman.
at the Warriors all the time.
Oye,
She's
como
incredible.
va?
Look at her. How about Gloria?
That's Van Morrison wrote that song. All right, let's get to the
I
draft.
was stealing and had it wrong.
Should we get to the draft?
Let's do it, baby.
All right. Like this. Oh, okay. All right. The 49ers, they went into last night's draft with the 27th pick. They moved back to 30. Now they're back down to 33. They have the first pick today. It starts at 4 o'clock. Yeah. And here's some John Lynch on why they decided to move back.
Yeah, I think it's the way the board fell. There were a few players that we would have taken had they been there. That didn't happen. We had done our due diligence. Probably, about this time last week, we started making calls, hey, if we were to get back. And I think the reason why, I think this was a draft where a lot of people were trying to move back. And so you wanted to get ahead. We had a couple deals secured. The second deal was from a team we didn't have secured, but we had made contact with. So, I think we were able to swap a 4th for a 3rd in one deal. We were able to pick up some things to move back 3 spots. And I think the cool thing about the 33rd pick, it puts you in a really nice kind of reconvene, reset our board, reset our thoughts. And I think it's also a coveted pick, as a lot of teams are doing that themselves.
All right, that was John Lynch. And it does seem like it was intentional to get that 33rd pick to create maybe a day of interest in that pick. And maybe they'll move it again and move back.
Yeah. Does your board give you any intel on an edge rusher, Steiny?
Oh, my gosh.
Out of Clemson. He goes by the name of T.J. Parker. I can see the Niners swooping him up with the 33rd pick in the draft come 4 p.m. Do you have any intel on one T.J. Parker out of Clemson?
Okay, hold on.
All right.
I didn't have my big board up and humming.
Because I don't see him taking a receiver. I wouldn't be shocked. But, man, I just think it'd be an edge rusher.
What edge rusher? Here are my edge rushers that I have. Obviously, Arvell Reese. He's gone. Reuben Bain's gone.
Yep.
David Bailey's gone.
Big dudes. Oh, yeah.
The 2 guys I thought the Niners might have interest in, they clearly didn't have enough interest in them because both these guys got drafted around when they would have initially picked.
Right.
Keldrick Falk and Akeem Messidor. Well, Messidor was higher.
Yeah. He was gone.
Has Zion Young been picked? Yes. Zion Young is on the board, and he's been linked a little bit to the Niners. Zion Young, edge rusher from Missouri. Cassius Howell, Texas A&M. And then here's your guy, T.J. Parker from Clemson.
Okay, so you did
I think all those guys are available, as is L.T. Overton.
Now, they have, there's rumors out there that there's offensive tackle out of Florida, Austin Barber. So he was projected to be a 3rd-round pick, but I don't know if your board goes that far down. But, yeah, Austin Barber.
We knew we had a good idea that there'd be 3 offensive linemen. At least on my board, I had 3 offensive linemen going in the first round. They all went. The guy from Miami, and then, of course, Caleb Lomu.
Yeah.
And Caden Proctor. So next up, my second-level guys, I got Blake Miller of Clemson, Cage Casey, Boise State, and then last but not least, oh, no, this guy got picked, right? The Max, I can't say the name, Ehanchafor. He was selected, right? The guy from Arizona State? Didn't he go to the...
They had...
I thought he got picked. Maybe I'm wrong.
No, but they had some guys go from A-State. Hold on.
Yeah, I think he went. Max something.
Oh, the tackle?
Yes.
Yeah, he went to Pittsburgh.
Right, that's right. I knew he's off the board.
Speaking of which, you guys didn't like what I tell. Did you see how many people were at the draft outside? That was incredible.
How many?
They said it was a record. I don't know how many it was, but they said it was a record for attendance. That played well on the big screen. Good Lord. I mean, those were some people. I'll get you the number.
John Lynch. What's on the docket for today?
We've got a good idea of some names. We're always open for business. I think that'd be foolish not to listen. And so we will do that. But we have a good idea of where we're going and, looking forward to that.
They going to use it?
I don't see why you wouldn't.
I don't think they're gonna. What do you think, E?
I think they need to.
I think they're going to make the pick.
Yeah.
I mean, now they have 2 second-round picks.
What position, E, would you do it if you were running it for this current, as you see it right now?
I mean, I would take an edge rusher if I could get one, but I still feel like the way they were talking last night about Concepcion after the non-draft, it made me feel like they were looking at a wide receiver. But maybe that was just because of the value of the pick, and after that, they decided they wanted to move back.
And, so the next guy up on is Denzel Boston of Washington. He's a guy who theoretically could go at any, in the next 5 or 10 picks.
Kind of boring, though, and I get why they're doing it, but Stoney, I thought we'd be able to react when I'm sure they'll make one today.
This is Evan referenced John Lynch talking about Concepcion. This is what he was talking about.
We like KC a lot. I mean, KC came out here for a visit. We met with him at the Combine. Tremendous young man. Really has great ability with the ball in his hands. Fun player to scout, fun player to watch, fun player to be around. I think Kyle and I, we tag team a lot of these visits when we're with the kids. Really just can't say enough about that young man. I think he's going to have a nice future ahead of him.
All right, but not quite.
Yeah.
The guy they ended up with.
And I told you I know you didn't care, but I told you the draft record for attendance was in 2024 in Detroit, 275,000. Guess how many
Wait, one more time, go. I'm sorry.
The record was in Detroit 2024 draft. They had 275,000 fans. Last night in Pittsburgh, they eclipsed that, 320K.
Pittsburgh doesn't even have that much of a population.
Dude, I'm just telling you, that looked like Woodstock time a million. I was like, good God. Impressive. Think we'll have one here?
Where? Where would it be? Is it?
How many did we have at Lake?
Well, did they have? No, seriously. When the 49ers, they don't have a space that big down at Levi's, do they? They don't have a huge plaza like that where they could fit 50 to 100,000, do they? I think in Detroit and Pittsburgh. That's a lot. It's an open space. Yeah. It's like a big party.
Yeah. Willard.
I guess they could have the draft up here in the city.
They would have to.
But where's the space to put all the fans in the city?
Like Golden Gate Park or something?
Man.
I don't think you could fit 300,000 people.
Right. But 320. Okay,
so the Steelers are doing it. It's like in an adjacent area to the stadium, right?
But it's perfect. It's like it can handle it.
It doesn't feel like the 49ers have that situation.
Point State Park, which is right near Acrisure, the Steelers football stadium. So it's kind of a combination of both.
Gotcha.
Yeah. That's interesting. We'd have to find a spot.
It's amazing how big that thing's grown, that's for sure. This is more Lynch and Shanny talking about moving down and their strategy.
Sometimes they didn't run out till a couple picks before we picked. So we say a couple that we realistically thought would get to where we were. Now, there were some guys earlier that we would have been thrilled to have, but we had a really good idea that they were going to be gone. And
then some guys go there that we didn't think would.
Yeah.
There's a couple that make something up, like say we had 22 of them, but there was a couple that went in those 22 that weren't those guys, which is why I feel real good about some of the choices still at 33.
All right. See what they do. And I love that it's the first pick of the second round. Let's go. Let's see.
4 o'clock is the start of this draft. You want to hear what John Lynch thinks about the Rams getting Ty Simpson?
Sure.
First of all, I think another team in our division, I mean, they got a player who is going to impact, and talking about Jeremiah Love, a fantastic player. Ty Simpson's a good football player. You know, I think there was a lot made as to where he would go and what teams would do. Probably surprised everybody. But one thing I've learned over the years is that with quarterbacks, people will do those type things, and they certainly did. So we'll see.
Well, why was he talking about Jordan Tyson there? Where did he fit in there?
I think he said Love.
Or Love, like where did he? I just wanted, what was the context of bringing Love up? I didn't get that.
Play it again.
Yeah,
First
you weigh it all, Grant. Another team in our division. Again, they got a player who is going to impact, and talking about Jeremiah Love, a fantastic player. Ty Simpson's a good football player. You know, I think there was a lot made.
All right. This is a lot of. This is Kyle Shanahan. How does he look at them not using a pick in the first round?
It wasn't bad because that was one of the things that we were kind of hoping would happen. When you look at the guys that we really thought had a chance to be there at 27, and guys we wouldn't move for, I think what happened probably would have been, if I was a betting man, probably the second thing I would have thought could have happened. Like, we had the guys we really wanted, and we knew there was a good chance, but when they weren't there, we moved back to 30, and the guys that we would have had to take at 30 are still there. So I look at it as a huge success to move back to 33 when you would have still taken those guys at 30. 27, we were hoping for a couple of things, and we missed those, but we kind of had an idea we might. And to be able to move back 2 spots or 2 different times and get all those picks and still take who you would have taken at those spots who weren't your first choice right away. But we knew that would be a challenge, and we were hoping that we could do that if those guys fell.
So Love he was talking about guys that got drafted in his division.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, no, I know the Cardinals had him. I just didn't know why he was
You're happy the Rams did what they did. You know what I mean? Before Simpson, anything could happen, but you know what? Could you imagine?
They built a bully for the next 10 years with Ty Simpson.
But if you're the Rams and you were just tapping on heaven's door to go to the Super Bowl, hey, I'm not. I was just blown away. And you're not worried about the Cardinals, but Love's a baller, so that's why he was talking about Love. But as far as I would send him a thank you card. You didn't grab anything that it looks like the Niners got to deal with the 2 times they play the Rams this upcoming season.
Well, I mean, there's no doubt when they're looking and they're talking about guys who got picked and then they weren't there and then they were there.
Right.
Nobody in the Niners had Ty Simpson going in the top 26 before they were to pick in 27. So at the very least, one guy had to be pushed out after the LA Rams did what they ended up doing.
I don't think Sean McVay had him going at 13 either.
He didn't look happy. You know how you could just look at he didn't look happy.
Well, it's because they had to pull him out of the weight room.
What you
Seriously.
Why you hate no muscle? I mean, dude looks good.
Nah, it's too much. It's too much. It's too much.
I better be careful. I was going to say something.
Fine line there.
Yeah, rumors. San Jose Jazz fan said something. Goo can't talk about Dallas's draft. He'll get written up. But Downs and Lawrence, I thought Dallas did good for themselves.
Well, that's good.
Gave up the most points in the NFL last year.
That's defense. Good. They make the playoffs last year?
I was like, dude.
Hey, hold on. Hey, what's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. And life doesn't give you a warning when everything changes. It starts with shock, confusion, and 1,000 questions running through your mind. Maybe it's a car accident, a serious injury, or a tragedy that changes your family forever. And suddenly you're dealing with insurance companies, paperwork, and pressure, all while trying to heal. That's when Beam Law comes in. They take on the legal fight, the negotiations, and the stress, so you can focus on recovery and taking care of the people who matter most. Beam Law is local, and they've recovered millions for clients across the region, and it's why SF Weekly has named them Best of the Bay 4 times. So if you've been hurt or lost someone because of someone else's negligence, please call Beam Law at 415-523-5555. That's 415-523-5555. Or visit hurtinthebay.com. That's hurtinthebay.com, because it's not whether you get knocked down, it's whether you get back up. Beam Law, they've got your back, Bay Area. Dan Daly, the administrator of Lton Skilled Nursing and Rehabilitation Center, thanks his staff for earning Newsweek's top Bay Area facility recognition. Lton, in San Francisco's Sunset District, provides top-tier therapies and partners with UCSF Medical Center. With a 5-star rating and Dr. Darby Clayson as medical director, it's also listed among the best by U.S. News. For skilled nursing, call Dan Daly at 415-566-1200. That's 415-566-1200.
We've all been there. Sleepless nights, mind racing, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Video security, burglar alarms, fire alarms, access control, 24/7 monitoring, and more. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy, knowing we're here for you, your people, and your business. Visit bayalarm.com to talk to a local security expert. Bay Alarm, we got you. Hey!
As the official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026, Bank of America knows how much hard work it takes to achieve a dream. So when it comes to owning a home, we're here to help. Get guidance and resources to buy a home you love, including up to $17,500 in select markets when combining down payment and closing cost grants. Visit BofA.com/home team. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America N.A. Equal Housing Lender. Credit and collateral is subject to approval. Restrictions apply. This is not a commitment to lend.
Veterans and active duty service members. When your call to service ends, your mission doesn't have to. Go from GI to IT in just a few months at My Computer Career. Prepare for a high-demand career in cybersecurity, protecting people, systems, and institutions from real cyber threats. Cyber warriors are needed now. Will you answer the call? Go to mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to learn more. That's mycomputercareer.edu/CWP. An elite CompTIA certification partner. VA education benefits are available to those who qualify.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
Okay, kids, let's get these firefighter uniforms on and start acting heroic.
Welcome to SF Fire Credit Union. Why are you all dressed like firefighters?
We'd like to open an account.
You don't have to be a firefighter to do that. Anyone can get lower fees than banks, the top-rated mobile banking app, and service inspired by heroes.
Wow. I guess we'll just keep the uniforms in case the barbecue gets out of hand.
SF Fire Credit Union. Banking for heroes and anyone who wants to be treated like one. This institution is not federally insured. The credit union is not insured by any state government. Privately insured by ASI.
Injured at work? Don't wait. Every day you delay can mean lost wages, delayed medical care, and more stress for your family. At Boxer & Gerson, we fight for people just like you. Construction workers, delivery drivers, factory workers, restaurant staff, hardworking folks who get hurt just trying to earn a living. We won't back down. We get results. You work hard, you deserve real help. Call Boxer & Gerson now at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com. The consultation is free, but waiting could cost you. Boxer & Gerson, justice for workers.
This is Larry Flick, owner of The Floor Store. Our spring sale, now through April 27th, might be our biggest sales event ever. It means up to 50% off every single product store-wide. And we have Northern California's largest in-stock selection of carpet, hardwood, laminate, waterproof flooring, and much more. It also means 2 full years of interest-free financing. This is going to be a spring to remember, but it ends Monday. Visit floorstores.com to find the nearest Bay Area showroom. From Santa Rosa to San Jose, The Floor Store, your Bay Area flooring authority.
Climate change and environmental loss can feel overwhelming. But around the world, ordinary people are proving that change starts where you stand. The Goldman Environmental Prize honors grassroots leaders protecting our planet. Discover their stories at goldmanprize.org.
Joey from Vermont, a farmer trying to get through the winter. Adriana from South Carolina, a single mother living paycheck to paycheck. Liam from Ohio, an injured father struggling to provide for his family. Hi, I'm Shanola Hampton, and I support the Feeding America network of food banks because they help provide over 6 billion meals to people in need each year. Learn more at feedingamerica.org.
Hey, Mom, now that I have an after-school job, I think I want to buy a drum kit.
Okay, Rockstar. Let's look at your account.
When kids start making money, Chase has easy-to-use tools and expert bankers to help them learn how to manage it.
And next month, I'll buy the bass drum and the cymbals. Oh, and maybe some noise-canceling headphones for you.
Aw, you've thought of everything.
Help kids save, budget, and build financial independence, all with Chase. That's good for kids and good for parents. Visit your local Chase branch and get started.
Account subject to approval. JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
I need a little range, step to the range, come on, meet me at the range.
Introducing the new Chick-fil-A Jalapeno Ranch Club Sandwich. With that juicy Chick-fil-A chicken on a buttermilk ranch bun, jalapeno ranch sauce, and pickled jalapenos, it's a little ranch with a lot of kick. The new Chick-fil-A Jalapeno Ranch Club with original spicy or grilled filet. Available for a limited time only. Order ahead on the Chick-fil-A app.
What's the question? I think you just answer your own question. Just a hair late on them and...
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Goo, we're almost there. Yeah. And we're going to go somewhere together after the show, Payday Friday. And I think at that time, I want you to say, hey, Goo, I was just pulling you and Evan's chain. And the listeners, you guys were right on about the concert. Like, there's no way you believe that. And I'm not trying to revisit it. Well, I just think when we get outside the studio, you'll tell me, hey, Goo, I was playing around.
That's what you think.
But you've never, well, you do have fans. You got Steiny people out there that love you. A lot of them work here. But you just seem like the type of guy that
I'm
telling you about yourself.
Don't you dare try to do this.
You would stick it to the people that love you just because you like to be different. And people would be clamoring, and you'd be like, nope, I'm doing this. And you'd piss them all off, but that'd make you happy. You'd feel better. You're that type of dude, and it's okay.
You guys just, you struggle to, and I get it. You just have no idea what artists go through.
See, this is the part.
Speaking of artists, hey, Baldy.
Oh, man.
What does Baldy think they're going to do with the 33rd pick? The 49ers. He was on with the morning roast today.
I have a feeling that they have the whole night to sit and look at the board right now, that they're not going to trade the pick. I think they've identified, I'm sure John and Kyle and the whole staff has identified a player that they can kick off this second round with tonight. I mean, I can't tell you who they're targeting at this point, but, I'm sure that they've had like a long time to really think about this and really debate it, like you're not on the clock right now. And all the plus minus on whatever position or player it is, that I feel like they're going to make that selection.
All right, that's Brian Baldinger, our Odyssey NFL insider.
Yeah. That's some young talent.
That's right.
What you got?
It wasn't a great draft for discussion.
Well, Evan hit it on the head yesterday, talking about, it kind of goes like this when it's not like 8 quarterbacks at the top or a lot of them,
I mean, mostly
I think that had a lot
the
to
Niners
well, no doubt about that.
Don't make a pick on the first day of the draft.
Yeah.
And we
had seen that do what, 23-24, where they didn't make a pick.
Here's Baldy talking about the safety out of Toledo, Emmanuel McNeil-Warren.
Well, I mean, if you look at Emmanuel McNeil-Warren right now out of Toledo, like that's a 6'4" safety that can hit, that, has the ability to take the ball away. Like that looks like a player that you might be able to plug in, with a new defense that would really fit. I mean, most people had a first round grade on him. If you get him with the first pick of the second round, it's like a first rounder. But, Thieneman went a lot later than some people thought. I'm sure San Francisco is looking at him. But, that's a player right now that I think you might be able to plug and play. They've been trying to fix the safety position for a while. That would help their secondary. And you just don't see safeties with that kind of size come around very often.
All right. Man, I like this, man. Those measurements.
So he went through the list. So obviously Emmanuel McNeil-Warren's a safety. Here's who he thinks is the best offensive lineman available.
All right.
I think the best left guard is out of Oregon, Emmanuel Pregnon right now. I think he was a borderline first-round pick, but I interviewed him last week. He went from Wyoming to USC to Oregon, just got better and better. He's got 11-inch hands. He's got enormous mitts. I like the kid. He's really strong, really powerful kid. So, but I don't know that he's a tackle, And so if you're looking for a potential replacement, that's not really what you're looking for right now. Jennings Dunker isn't a tackle. Like, I think he's a guard, although he played tackle at Iowa. It's hard when you go a potential replacement for Trent. It's just hard to come up with a name, Austin Miller or whatever. Like, you can look at some of these guys, Austin Barber, I'm sorry. You can look at some of these guys and go, well, none of them are going to be Trent Williams. So 7 guys got drafted at tackle last night. Now, I don't think all of them are going to play tackle. I think Marino is going to start at guard for the Giants right now. But, to see 7 tackles and 9 linemen get drafted, I mean, you're pretty far down the board if you're looking at taking one of those guys now.
That was Brian Baldinger. Yeah, looking at Pregnon right now, middle second projection. I have him below Basantis at Texas A&M. I have Basantis as a late first, early second type.
Yeah, the games are won in the trenches, and Balti giving those numbers with those linemen, man. I ain't mad at it.
This is more this is what I want to talk about. How big of a priority is tight end? I heard Shasky and Lubman talking about this morning. How much of a priority is tight end?
Well, if you're telling me George Kittle was going to, come back and be George Kittle, and you got Tonjes, I don't feel like it's a pressing or urgent need.
Yesterday we just kind of glossed over it, and I was like, well, they got Tonjes, so that's probably fine. But Shasky and Lubman they're concerned about Kittle moving forward, it sounded like.
Now, that's a different story.
Yeah.
But I haven't seen any, and I don't know if you have mock drafts.
Oh, I have.
Where the Niners take a tight end?
Oh, no.
That's what I was saying. That's the word for Kittle. I get that. Man, Stoney, things change, man. We talk about health is wealth, and Kittle's a warrior. He is. And, now the last few years, he's missed time. And, he had a season just taken from him last year. So it's just so hard. We come in here and have fun. And what would you do if you were coach or GM? And I'm just thinking of Moses Moody, who's the exact opposite of what you talked about with Steph or older players. Steiny, in sports, pro sports, and the injuries happened. Jason Tatum, Halliburton, young cats.
Tatum's
and
back
you just
playing.
but you don't know. You just don't know. You can't predict it.
Right, but you can predict that it happens to older guys more frequently.
Well, I won't argue that.
Yeah, that's all I'm saying. Let's go to Antonio in Oakland. He's got the pick.
Uh-oh.
He's got the pick for the Niners. What's up, Antonio?
Man, I'm doing pretty good, man. Waiting for this draft. We did really good as far as trading down, getting the extra 3rd-round pick that we traded. For the Cowboys, also a defensive tackle pass rush guy we need. So got that back, and hopefully we get Denzel Boston, a 6'4" guy who can go up and get the ball. He can learn from Mike Evans. Year 1, be like a understudy. I think he can be like a not quite like T.O., but better than Jennings, somewhere in between. I think that'll be a pretty good pick. So big ups to the Rams for drafting a future bust quarterback that's not going to contribute this year, Ty Simpson. And then the freaking Cardinals, they drafted a running back. Now he's a 7th highest paid running back on a bad team. Other division guy, who's that? The Seahawks, they drafted a backup running back for their 1st round. So it's like, hey, man, we're going to have a better draft than them, I think. So I'm ready.
Oh, you haven't yet?
Fired up. Oh, yeah. I'm just saying, though, man, we will. Denzel Boston, you're going to be the poor man's Mike Evans.
Well, it's going to be, thanks,
Another
Antonio.
receiver.
It's going to be tough to win the draft if you don't make any selections.
Well, there you go. Can I put you and Evan on? I know you like trivia, and I'm just picking this year out because I have it in front of me, and I didn't know. Chewy, 2015, Evan, at 17, do you know who the Niners drafted?
2015 at number 17.
Well, hold on. I butchered that E. 2015, yeah, I got it right, number 17. You get one guess, and then if you don't get it, Snotty go, and then we'll move on.
Well, it's not Jenkins. I think he was 31st, A.J. Jenkins.
2015 with the 17th pick out of the University of Oregon.
Oh, DeForest Buckner.
No,
Anthony Thomas?
Eric Armstead.
Oh.
I wouldn't have got it. And then 2016, they had two
first-round picks?
Two first-round picks, the number 7 pick and 28th pick. And I took a picture with this one dude.
7th pick.
Out of Oregon.
Another one?
Yeah.
Well, that was Buckner.
Okay, you got that one. All right.
24th?
Can I give you the school?
Sure.
Stanford.
Oh,
I took a picture with him, Evan.
What's his name?
Solomon Thomas was the next year. He was number 3.
No, I got a first-round pick,
Yeah,
DeForest Buckner.
I'm just talking out loud.
Oh, okay. My bad.
So it is Solomon Thomas.
No, he was 2017, I believe.
Yeah.
Don't tell me. Out of Stanford.
I took a picture with him.
Not Kobe Gearhart.
28.
What was his name? Toby Gearhart, the running back?
Couple more seconds.
Got to be an offensive
Joshua
lineman.
Garnett.
I would not have gotten that one.
Remember him, Evan?
I do not.
Okay. Real quick,
have no idea.
2017, Evan got one, Solomon Thomas, Stanford. Then they had the 31st pick.
That's Jenkins.
No, you gave this dude a compliment yesterday.
Isn't that Pettis?
Nope. This 2017 linebacker.
Greenlaw?
Out of Alabama.
Yeah.
You gave him a compliment yesterday,
Foster.
Yeah.
Oh, Reuben Foster. That's right.
I was just interested.
Somebody,
why do I like that? Evan, you both got one.
McGlinchey was 18.
Yeah, there you go. I was going to do that. I didn't know.
Somebody on
19 was Bosa.
Look at him. How about 20, Evan?
20, they had
There's two.
14
14 and 25.
One of them was Ayuk, and the early one was Javon Kinlaw.
That's nice. And then how about 21, Steiny?
That's Trey Lance.
Okay. 2022.
They
I don't know
didn't
if they
have
had
one.
one. Okay. And 23, which I got wrong yesterday. 2024, you know this one.
Oh, I ran this by Granny and Sterling last night. In the last 5 drafts, so since Brandon Ayuk was taken, who has the most receiving touchdowns of a drafted wide receiver by the 49ers?
Wow.
I was appalled when I found out the answer.
Repeat the question.
So
outside of IU.
Okay.
Now, since 2020,
okay.
Ayuk and Jennings were both taken.
All right.
So from 2021 on, of the wide receivers of any round that they've drafted, who has the most receiving touchdowns in the last 5 drafts for the Niners?
Shouldn't be that hard.
I can't believe I'm going to say this, but did Watkins score 1 touchdown for the Niners?
Ricky Pearsall has 3.
Okay.
Ronnie Bell has 4.
He's got 4? And he should have 5. That one he dropped against the Rams.
That's right.
I'm sorry. Dude, wow. That's bad.
I couldn't believe it.
That is Michael Jackson bad, Steiny. I'll tell you what, if they use this pick and they do exercise and get a receiver, that tells me Pearsall, they're really nervous on him staying healthy.
I wouldn't disagree with that.
I just don't see that happening, right? Ricky's got to come back and have a be available. Like, no, seriously, if you're at a bar and you're a pro athlete, or just say you're with your homies, and you're Ricky Pearsall, you know you got the gifts to ball out, but you just can't stay healthy. Like early Grant Hill. Like there's nothing that's got to be frustrating as all outdoors. Steph Curry early, but nobody knew what he was going to be but him in the gun. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
He was frustrated, but
yep.
That is not Mr. Bale. That is not good.
We got going this weekend.
I'm gonna see Michael tonight, probably solo. Now, is there any judgment there, Evan, if I go see Michael on a Friday night by myself?
No, because, well, you want to, number one. And number 2, you said that your family was going to go see it another time.
Now, I don't like when you and Evan ask me what I do, because you know I'm watching ball, but I feel like you're judging me. But Okay, what are you doing?
Well, first of all, I don't think I've ever gone to a movie alone. Now,
Really?
I go to dinner. I go eat by myself all the time. That doesn't
Now,
bother
that's
me.
what I won't do. I don't know why.
Well,
I'm sorry. I just can't eat by myself.
you can't go to the movie alone.
Why?
You just can't.
It's the easiest thing to do.
Well, just because it's the easy thing to do doesn't mean it's the right thing to do.
Then you don't have to worry about
No doubt.
who wants to go to what movie. I'm
Oh
going to
my
see the movie I want to
gosh.
see.
Wow, Stoney, that shocked me.
I feel like if you're going to a movie alone, you're basically saying, I got a lot. I got not much going on.
Would you go to a concert alone?
No.
And what makes dinner eating by yourself? You got something going on, as opposed to a movie you don't have a lot going on.
Fair question. I feel like I go out to dinner a fair amount of time, but like movies are like, hey, let's go see a movie. Okay, find a buddy and go see a movie or a gal. But like, oh, I got to eat dinner tonight. Well, I don't have time to call somebody. It's just like I'm going to go to dinner.
Like you're going to go to a restaurant alone?
Yeah, see, to me, that's a
Sit at the bar or
No,
something.
that's a presentation. I need company for that.
For what?
Dinner.
Yeah,
Get
the
dressed up.
iPhone.
Well, nowadays.
Or a book. I just don't think there's anything wrong with any of those things.
I'm with you.
Did I say?
Have you ever went and sat in the park by
I
yourself?
didn't say there was anything wrong. I
Yeah.
just said I've never done it.
Like Lake Merritt. I used to live by Lake Merritt. I'd go sit in the park by myself, look at the ducks. Have you ever done that?
No.
Evan, go sit in the park just by yourself with a book or whatever?
Oh, yeah, of course. Or go on a hike alone?
Yeah. Well, wow.
When's it?
I used to live by Lake Merritt.
When's the last time you took a book to a park?
The way you said, dude, the undertones, man.
Not 5, not 6, not 7.
Actually, I've never gone to like.
You never taken a book to a park?
Come on, I've taken the Bible to the park.
But you know what? I don't read it, even when I take it.
Dude.
I don't. I'll be a son of a gun.
Take a couple beers
take
and a book?
I take a book with me, and it's like a page and a half, and I'm like, yeah, I'm done. Can't read more than a page.
Now,
and
on
a
the
half
airplane, I know both of you have. Everybody does.
I take crossword puzzles on the plane.
Norman, what's the satisfaction?
Oh, it's a lot of satisfaction. It's fun. Keeps the mind sharp. Keeps the mind sharp. You really ought to try it.
That's a one.
What was I going to say?
Get ready for Willard. He's coming in hot.
Your take's not a hot take.
About
Now,
what?
that was taken out of context. He liked the take. He was just saying it's already out there. DG. What?
In fact, I
feel
never.
like you and Evan judge me
I've
when
only
you ask me that.
I've only gone when I was traveling with the Warriors. I only ever went to see a movie on the road one time in like 18 years.
That's
Just
shocking.
no interest in seeing a movie when I'm in another city.
Well, that I get. But
Now,
what about not
aren't you-
having to entertain or listening
aren't
to
you-
somebody talk while you watch the movie? Because I watch movies alone when I'm at home in the lab. So that's how I like to go to the theater. I'm in the dark. Nobody's judging you.
No.
And I feel like a movie critic when
You're
I'm
not
by
going to
myself.
ask me the movie I saw? The one movie I saw one time in my life on the road
I
with Jim
think
Barnett?
Jaws.
No.
Wait, you said you saw it with Jim Barnett, so you didn't see it. You didn't see it alone.
No, I didn't. I said I've never
Hoosiers.
I've never seen a movie alone while I was traveling on the road.
I said
But
Jaws.
Barnett got me to a movie one time.
Hoosiers, he
It's
says.
a great movie. No, No Country for Old Men.
Oh, wow. Yeah. That is a great movie.
See, but that's a movie.
Oh, that's a movie.
I
all
would
right.
go see alone.
Yeah.
Because I really want to see that movie.
Why wouldn't you just watch it on TV now?
Because it's better in the theater.
And it's an activity going out to the movie. That's the worst first date. I've learned that when I was single, is a movie. You want to talk on your first date. Look at me.
You subscribe to that, E?
He hit the buzzer.
Yeah,
of course.
it's just you don't actually get to know the person.
Isn't that the point?
3 hours of I'm trying to get to.
Well, in middle school, maybe.
Yeah. Stoney, that's a little insecurity about the movie. I'm trying to. get from
what? I'm not a huge movie guy.
But do you look at people that do that, and it sounds like you do, and kind of judge them like you got nothing going on?
Well, I know you don't.
Please. I'm John Travolta, baby. But listen, you can't judge people at a movie by themselves. Some people like to get away from the family.
Yeah.
What if there's a concert, a
Did I
band?
say that out loud?
It doesn't need to be a stadium, but a small venue. You really want to see the band, and there's no one else that can go, and you want to go.
Okay. And you know what I did? Last concert I saw, Father Festus. And I said,
Who is
Priest.
that?
I told Priest to come meet me down there. And so I met Priest at this concert, but there were a lot of other friends there too.
Okay, let's keep this real.
Yeah.
Have you been to a nightclub? You too, Evan. I have, by yourself, clean as you can be.
Yeah. That's just like a bar, right?
Actually,
they got dancing. You got to pay to get in.
Yeah.
Dude, what would you? Okay, so
Evan, have you?
Picture this.
I've never been to the club alone.
Picture that.
So you guys ain't Max.
Hold on. Picture this. Okay,
No, I'm
you're in
going with
Atlanta.
someone.
All right, you're in Atlanta.
Okay, ATL.
And you're covering the Warriors Hawks 10 years ago, and you get done writing your story, and it's a Thursday night. You're flying out the next day. You're leaving the arena. It's 11 p.m., and you can't sleep.
No doubt.
Well, okay. Yeah, I can't see a movie.
Oh, no.
I can't see a movie at 11 at
and
night.
you probably couldn't because they were all done. But I'd go to a club, get a bar.
Yeah,
by
exactly.
Well, I know you can do that.
Yeah, that's fine.
Evan, why did
Not
you
a
say
club,
the
but
club
a
like you didn't
bar.
like it? That's
Well, walking to a bar is one thing, but going to a club,
Yeah.
I'm usually going with somebody.
I've had my best moments alone.
That's a drop.
Jesus. That is just good. And listen to Grandy. You know what I mean? Like, just adventures, man.
Look, I kind of think, you want to go to a bar by yourself, that's fine.
I feel
A
like those are
club by yourself?
It's the same thing.
That's thirsty.
Okay, if I want to leave, I don't got to say, Evan, I don't want to ruin your night. I got to get out of here. You're out.
Well, you just leave anyways. I mean, it's...
But you know what I mean.
No, but I'm saying, like, we all Irish goodbye each other all the time. It's not,
Yeah.
That's true.
It's interesting, man. That's not, you're too judgmental.
Yeah, I know.
If you go to a club alone, I respect that. I just have never done it.
You got to have ultra confidence, if you know what I mean. Like, you show up there, Evan, but you leave it with
are you guys making a distinction between a bar and a club, or they're both the same?
They're both the same to me.
And I agree with you guys there.
They're both the same.
I agree with you. I'm not going to a club alone. I don't think I've ever been to a club in my life,
have
even when
a drink,
I was young.
meet somebody, hey, how you doing? Ask them to dance, and then you kind of kick it.
Yeah.
And if it's not good, you go
dance
again.
It's not me.
A little tough for post-COVID.
I've never.
Wow.
I don't think I've ever been to a club in my life. Like a dance club. Like,
Steiny, I want
opens at 1 in the morning.
No, dude, just.
What about like a gentleman's club?
No. Well, 25 years ago. But even that was.
You've never said, let's just go dancing?
No. Who does that?
The world. It explains a lot, man. It truly does, Steiny. Wow.
What if they're playing only new music?
Yeah, I'm not a huge dancer.
But you don't feel like you've missed out on.
Yes, I do. I didn't say I didn't feel like I missed out.
So many,
I missed out, dude.
Right.
Oh, I missed way out.
As long as you know that, that's half the battle. You're not sad about it. Jesus Christ.
Nah, I got regrets. I've got some regrets
Dallas
in my life.
23, 24, Evan. Go to the family functions for the reunion and, hey, Uncle Irvin, can I take your car? Where's the night? Go to a club dressed up and be in a whole new world.
Is this in like Denton?
No, Dallas, Fort Worth, Texas.
You go to Deep Ellum?
No.
If you're on the road, I think if you're on the road, that's
that
that's
one,
right. Yeah, like I'm not going out to Oakland alone. You know what I mean? Like at a club.
That's where
or San Francisco.
Safer.
No, well,
in the Bay.
It doesn't matter where I'm going, but if I'm here, I know somebody. I can take somebody.
But my point is, Evan, you don't have to.
That's true.
Yeah. Hey, how you doing? All right. Where you from? You know what I mean? Like, yeah.
No,
that's just me.
I'm content.
Actually,
I'm not. Come to think of it, I'm not even close.
I will say this, and I don't mess up our endorsements. How can you eat at a gentleman's club, if you know what I mean?
No, it's real easy.
It's an oxymoron.
$5 prime rib.
Oh, is it really prime ribby? Like, come on, man.
In Salem, Oregon, it is.
Oh, I'm sure
that's amazing.
That's the capital.
Somebody saying, "Goo, you pay cover?" Yeah, you had to.
I would never pay a cover anymore.
Well, now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I never did when I was younger either because I didn't have the money.
Both your parents were
teachers.
Yeah.
They were high school teachers.
Back when we respected teachers and they got paid.
But they never. Yeah. Oh, they were raking it in at 28th thou a year in Reading, Pennsylvania.
Okay.
Get out of
Stoney,
here.
the world was different.
You're the only guy on planet Earth that thinks teachers make a lot of money.
No.
Thank you.
They get... let me see.
Can you look at the clock?
No.
That means it's time to go.
You got to go, my brother.
Thank you. We got crossover next, and then what's bugging you on 95.7 The Game.
Step back into a darker chapter of San Jose history. Join History San Jose at noon on May 2nd for a special book talk featuring St. James Park, a gripping novel set during the Great Depression and inspired by the infamous 1933 Brook Hart kidnapping. Author John Dahl brings this powerful story to life, exploring labor unrest, corruption, and the forces that shaped our community, themes that still resonate today. Books will be available for purchase. Visit historysanjose.org for details and tickets.
What's up, cousin?
I want a new phone. Have you seen any good deals?
Everyone has free phones, but when I switched to T-Mobile, I got more value and so much more.
Like streaming included.
And travel benefits.
And the best part? The price of your talk, text, and data is guaranteed for 5 years.
Get more benefits and more value. At T-Mobile, families save and get a 5-year price guarantee. Switch now at T-Mobile.com. Qualifying plan requires price guarantee on talk, text, and data. Exclusions like taxes and fees apply. See T-Mobile.com.
Spring is warming up. Are you feeling your best? If not, now's the time to take control of your health. At Jumpstart MD, we combine GLP-1 medications with personalized clinician care to help you lose weight safely and effectively. Because real results don't come from shortcuts, they come from the right support. Where you get your prescription matters. Call 855-JUMPSTART or visit Jumpstart MD today. Jumpstart MD, your partner in safe, affordable weight loss.
Brought to you by Bank of America. Turn the house you want into the home you own with help from Bank of America's Community Homeownership Commitment. In select markets, get up to $17,500 when combining down payment and closing cost grants. Visit bankofamerica.com/homeowner. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America is proud to be the official bank of FIFA Club World Cup 2025. Bank of America N.A. Equal housing lender. Credit and collateral are subject to approval. Restrictions apply. This is not a commitment to lend.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 877 Cars for Kids to speak to a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Go to carsforkids.org now or call 877 Cars for Kids to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
Everything you knew about reaching customers online is being rewritten. Time to rethink your approach. Outcomes from Viant finds real customers, not impressions, not clicks, customers. Our AI maximizes every dollar of your budget against the outcomes that matter most and proves it happened. It's smarter advertising made simple. Visit Viant.ai.
And Doug.
There's nowhere I wouldn't go to help someone customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual, even if it means playing in a football game.
Boom! 42! You're going down, Doug.
Oh, yeah? Your price on car insurance when you customize and save is going down.
Hey!
Limu? What are you doing on their team? Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell, definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. Do you feel stupid for buying a timeshare? Don't. It's not your fault. You were most likely told you could rent it, and it was a great financial investment. And the deal was available today only. If this happened to you, contact your resort or Wesley Financial Group for help today.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-939-1441. 800-939-1441.
Kelsey! Stephen A. I said hello, damn it.
I will not. I'm not going to do that.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty, it is crossover time, and because it's a Friday, that means we're sponsored by Atco Pest Control. By the way, Monday, Stone Tree Golf Club in Novato. We have our Agape charity golf tournament. There's still some spots open, so if you want to play, all you got to do is go to agapecharitygolf.com. And you can get into the tourney. Now let's welcome in Willard and Dib.
The fellas.
Y'all been out there, right? That's not going to be your first.
Yeah, we were out there last year. Last 2 years.
You guys can have a great time.
I did ceremonial first swing.
And will you again?
Well, they had a fake ball that blew up in dust and it hurt my hands. I didn't appreciate it.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, but I'm going to do it this one.
You will? Okay.
Yeah.
You've been practicing? I know you were gifted clubs that have stayed in here for 7 weeks.
Since our
okay.
That does.
Well, I mean, and I offered you a full set of irons, and, they're still sitting there waiting for the goo.
Now, I would like those Monday. If you can bring them Monday, I'm going to snatch them up.
Probably can't bring them Monday.
No, and I'll be at the, we'll be at the yard.
Well, I mean, it would basically be me, like, driving in and carrying them
I don't want
for
you to
a
do
mile
that.
or, having them on BART.
Right.
I don't know. We can figure it out. You can swing by the crib.
But listen, real quick, we'll get to the draft and Kaminga. I just found out Steiny's never, ever, and he shared it with us, by himself watched a movie. And that's one of my things. In a theater.
At a theater.
Yeah, sorry to help me out, Dibs.
Oh, I'm trying to think if I've ever
I feel so bad for,
why?
That's my hideout. I'll go to a movie and...
I'm not looking to hide from anybody.
Well, not like that.
I have skeleton.
Well, you never done that? Just catch a movie by yourself?
I feel like maybe I did. I don't.
Well, that ain't your thing.
Well, I used to love going to the movies. Not very often alone, but I used to love going to the movies. But COVID killed the movie theater.
Yeah.
And I just don't like... it's actually one of the things that I don't enjoy this about the way things have unfolded. I mean, you recommended one movie. That's like the
I'll never forget it.
It's the only movie I've seen in the last... I don't watch movies anymore. Not even at home.
It starts streaming today, actually.
What does?
Marty Supreme for free. I think it's HBO.
Have you seen it?
I'm going to.
Will you text me your review?
Cisco. I watched the other movie from the same guy, which was Uncut Gems.
Yeah, I liked it.
I liked it, but I can see where people didn't like it because... Again, to Mark's point, it's a movie about mostly unlikable people. Yeah. And then the way it ends is, it's like, okay. I mean, yeah, I could see it going that way. And you're kind of left with a feeling of, not resolution, but it's a certain type of movie. Yeah. If you don't like that, and I guess Marty Supreme's the same.
When Will said, I kind of didn't resonate with any of the characters, I go, that's the point. But I get that. You want to have a dog in the fight.
I don't have to resonate with it. It's not like when I watch Spider-Man, I'm like, oh, that's like me. I can relate to this guy who's climbing a building. It's just that I do feel like I have to care about. I have to care about what happens to some of the characters.
All right.
I wanted all of them to perish. All of them.
I get it.
Or go to jail at least. Hi, Steiny.
What'd you think of the draft?
Pretty exciting.
Starts at 4.
Yeah, it sure does.
Maybe.
Yeah.
They might trade back to tomorrow.
Yeah, and I don't. You guys remember in the crossover, I was doing the Fat Joe trade back song, and that's exactly what they did. And then Mark said, well, they still have 6 picks. And I was like, well, you're right. And then moments later, they traded back again.
Now they got 7 picks.
And back that thing up. And so now they have 7. And will they wind up with 7? Who knows? I do think they pick at 33.
Okay. What position?
I think that they're going to take the safety.
Oh, wow.
I think they're taking Toledo. 2 guys named Emmanuel. No,
McNeil Warren.
He's from Toledo.
Yeah.
Okay.
McNeil Warren.
Yeah.
Remember I said safety. You were like, I don't know, Goo. And I said edge. I wanted to be edge, but I could see safety.
Somebody's trying to dangle that pick. The Niners are clearly trying to, there's too many reporters that, the Niners are receiving calls on the 33rd pick.
Here we go.
When you have a whole day and everybody on the board to think about it, I mean, I don't think they would mind moving back again.
Because that's where they do their damage is the later rounds.
Yep.
I mean, people who like to rip the Niners picks, they should just wait till the 5th round. So all the good stuff happens.
How about Kaminga?
I mean,
played great.
Happy for him. Yeah, he's fitting very nicely into the Atlanta system. And, if you're of the mind that Steve Kerr might not be returning, the Knicks losing could be a good thing if you are covetous of Mike Brown. So it could be a win-win if you are anti-Kerr and pro-Kaminga. Kaminga's playing great, and Mike Brown might be available.
Now, I got to say this about Mike Brown, who's been nice to us in person, and I like personality. But, Dibs, would you even go 2 steps near him if he couldn't take a loaded team that made the Eastern Conference Finals last year and just say they flame out? Oh, my gosh.
I mean,
or would you just ignore that?
Depends on who you blame. And you can look at the history of coaches in the association, and a guy like Doc Rivers got shot after shot after shot. He continues to get jobs, even though he had the one championship. He had the one good year.
And he choked up Mr. 3-1 lead. He would choke him.
A couple times.
Yeah.
One in L.A. and one in Milwaukee. So every coach has its, warts, and, Steve Kerr even has his warts if you ask some people.
Well, I also think every situation's different. Like if somebody flames out somewhere, it doesn't mean they're not the right guy for somewhere completely else. But Dibs knows this. My mind cannot. I refuse. I refuse to think about what's next. Because there's nobody. There's nobody who I think is going to come in.
Oh, after Kerr.
There's nobody who can come do a good job with this situation next year. There's nobody else who can come do a good job.
So why do you think we're here with him just mulling over? Because it doesn't sound like.
I don't think that we're actually here. I think that people are leveraging each other.
No. You said
I don't think
earlier.
I don't know why why would this take so long if it was so easy and he wanted to leave? Why are we getting stories now that this is going to be at least next week? Somebody is trying to talk to somebody about something. Leaving is easy. Just say I'm leaving, then go. But this is now we're a weekend, and now we're going to be another weekend.
So the chicken is, you think?
No.
Oh, no.
Not at all. Not at all. I think all of the things you're hearing.
Right.
I mean, look.
We're hearing a lot.
I don't want to trumpet this too much, but the cat is out of the bag now. Nick Friedell's writing about it. Mark Spears said it on our show. And I imagine this is probably one of the things. The idea that Steve Kerr using press conferences for social statements is apparently frustrating to somebody in the front office.
That would cut and hurt me if I were Steve, and that would do it almost.
That's what I sense.
Okay.
And that's why I think this takes a while. You're talking about a power struggle and about who should behave what way. Should Joe Lacob be making draft picks? Should Steve Kerr be making political statements? Wow. I feel like these are the kinds of things that are being talked about.
And how do you fix that?
Well, my feeling on Steve Kerr and his political statements is you cannot ask him to hold his tongue.
His father.
Exactly. I mean, it's a part of who he is now, whether we like it or not. And there's so much going on where he's constantly asked to weigh in after stuff that happens. If that is a problem for the Warriors organization, then they should move on. If that's
they were in Minnesota on the road trip and something happened.
I can't ask Steve Kerr to keep his mouth shut.
I'm with you, man.
It could be a deal breaker. And I was just hearing you talk about it. I'm thinking about the other 29 coaches and how many of them are asked questions about those things. And I don't know if there are many of them. And it's because Steve is so front-facing and he's so open and honest about how he feels about these issues. So that's become a part of, it's been a part of who he is. But I don't think you can take that away from him and expect him to stay.
Yeah, and it's interesting because when the Minnesota stuff happened with the two ice things, like Finch had to make a statement, and I was like, I don't know anything about his politics or anything like that, and I thought he did a great job, but it was right down the middle. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, but that's Finch. He's probably doing that on. Steve doesn't have to do that. You know what I mean?
And he's not straight down the middle.
Right. Exactly.
He leans a certain way.
But I don't know what Finch could be one way or the other, but he just is like,
Popovich would do it. Remember, Pop would tell you what he's feeling. That's all.
I wonder if it's already happened to a degree. The stifling, if you will.
Man.
I mean, the second half of this season, how much did we hear from Steve? And I know he's not just out there doing it every day. The one that stands out to me, and I don't even feel like it was this season, wasn't it last season when they were in Dallas and that school shooting happened in Texas, and then they had a game that night, or maybe it was the next night, and he kind of came out and he was like, "Oh, everybody's just going to be like, all right, go Dubs," and he was clearly very angry, but I don't think there were a lot of statements made this year, and I wonder if that was not by his choice.
Well, I'm speculating here how heavy those topics are, and I love Steve for sharing with us his thoughts. But he told Steiny and I, and you and Dibs on the air on your weekly, that fading dynasty, which is a whole different subject matter, but some within the organization may have a problem with that label. Then I'm like, how can Steve Kerr win on the social justice, if I call it that, and then Dibs me calling what I'm coaching a fading dynasty? It's like, damn, I can't say nothing.
Well, I mean, he's basically keeping it real, and how many other people have said that, but you're supposed to be the guy who goes out and says, you know what, if we can just put a couple of wins together and get in the play-in and get my guys back, you know what, darn it, I think we can go on a run. Oh. I think we can win 16 playoff games.
And it's inauthentic, which is exactly what Steve Kerr is not, and it's why he is the best interview in the Bay Area, because he's authentic, because he's real, because he talks to other people like people. He doesn't do this media speak crap, and that's why it engages everybody so much. To me, if that bothered somebody with the last name Lacob, that's wrapped up in hellacious ego. I don't know that that's what, I don't know.
I got you.
But if that bothered ownership or the front office that he called it a fading dynasty, that is because it picks at the scab of the idea that you don't like hearing people think that this isn't going to be great once Steph's gone. Sorry, that's just a reality. Steiny, you said it earlier. There's never going to be another Steph. I don't care. Like the Warriors, it doesn't mean they're not going to be a good organization. It doesn't mean they're not allowed to win. But if anybody in the front office has this feeling of like, nope, once they retire, we just keep on plugging and everything's missed. Yeah. Get out of here with that. It's just being real.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. Hey, it's time for the What's Bugging You segment. April brings increased termite movement beneath structures. Atco Pest Control locates active colonies and limits further damage. Visit atcopest.com and mention you heard about Atco on the What's Bugging You segment and get 10% off termite treatments this month.
Moving day, huh? For termites. It's like Saturday at the Masters.
Well,
hello, termites. Makes sense because the rain is done, the wood is wet, the termites are ready to get to eat.
So
that wood is wet.
Now,
thank you.
Okay. A termite, they start out flying, right?
Yes.
Okay,
yeah. They got those. They're like they're little long.
Yeah.
And look like they
paper
got
wings.
Yeah.
So,
Paper wings.
About 3 or 4 years ago, our neighbor, and they come out of the ground, right?
Yeah. Well, they can.
So about 3 years ago, I'm playing, it was more than that, playing basketball in my backyard, and I'm looking at the other side of the fence, and all
Which
these
side?
things are the side
heading toward downtown.
Yeah, anyway, I'm looking at these things, and I'm like, what the hell is going on? Like, there's millions of them.
Yep.
And then they fly, and then their wings fall off.
Yep.
And then they crawl.
Right.
And then they eat.
Freak me out,
They're
man.
looking for dry, rotted wood, which is really kind of a good snack, you know? You don't have to, like, try to eat through fresh pine. And if I know the neighbor to whom you're referring, I wonder if they still live there because the guy with the dilapidated yard.
Yeah, that's him.
Still there?
Yeah, they're still there.
I mean, wow.
I just... Because then they fly over into our yard, and now we have all the termites.
Yep.
Oh, man.
So I just went into his backyard with like a big can of Raid and just sprayed it on that
Went
hole.
to town.
You knocked on his door and told him.
No, I did not.
Not a lot of conversation with these individuals.
Although I had a conversation with him 2 days ago.
Wow.
There's a knock at the door, and it's like, I don't even know what to say. And he's like, hey, neighbor. I'm like, hey, how you doing? I think you might have taken my trash can in it by accident. I probably did.
And did you?
Yes, I did.
Oh, that's incredible.
And that's what's bugging the neighbor. So perfect.
I give the neighbor a lot of credit for knocking on a door in 2026.
No, hey, man.
What the hell are you doing? You
live in the ritzy part of the world.
Doesn't matter. You knock on the door. Get the hell out of my house. What are you doing at my door? If you don't work for Amazon, do not approach my door. What are you doing?
That is
all right, I'll start.
Have some baked goods.
Honestly, I was really struggling today to find something that was bugging me, and bugging me. And not even really sure this does bug me that much, but I got to get one in here. Oh, come on, Logan Webb. Come on. Come on. What are we doing? We're down 3-0.
That was a great smirk, though.
Is he ever happy at anybody throwing at somebody?
That was a great smirk.
Are you talking about the post-game interview?
Oh, my God. He just looks at Susan Schlesinger and goes, never saw it. Yeah. And then the grin goes from New York to L.A. It is unbelievable.
Let's just hope that he doesn't suffer a similar fate as Hayden Birdsong after he did that.
Oh, because he went in the tank, is what you're saying. Yeah. Well, Willie Adames immediately bore the brunt
I know,
of that.
yeah, that is true.
Could have been worse, though.
That is true.
Could have been.
Could have been worse.
And I have to check the schedule when they play again because...
it's not that far off. It's not that far off.
Okay. Well,
I think they go there in...
Webb ain't Birdsong.
Yeah, they'll be there on May 11th for 4 games.
Okay.
That's the day after the lottery.
It'll still be a fresh feud.
Yeah.
Fresh feud. I wonder who the Warriors are going to send to the lottery.
That's the stuff I care about.
I think they should send you. Go.
Yeah, man, I would go in a heartbeat.
You know who the Niners picker announcer is going to be today, right? Because it's all legends today announcing picks at the draft.
No. Okay, well, Steelers.
You could guess 100 times and you won't get it.
Hold on.
This is the wrong word to use for who's announcing this pick.
Do you like it? Before we guess it,
there's no way we're going to guess it. That's obvious.
You think so?
He went to Pitt.
Yeah, no opinion whatsoever.
He's a Pittsburgh. Is it Pittsburgh University? No, University of Pittsburgh. He's a Pitt alum.
Does he what happens to him if they trade back and don't make the pick?
Well, then he goes and practices his punting.
Nice clue.
Thank you.
His what?
His punting. And I don't mean his gambling, which that's what the English call betting. They call it punting.
I never knew that.
The answer is Andy Lee.
I would have never gotten that.
Yeah, that's what he said.
Niners have punted the 33rd pick.
Wow.
Andy Lee. It's actually perfect after what they did yesterday that a punter is coming up to announce the pick.
Yeah. I'll go next to get the maudlin and the morose out of the way. Tomorrow I will be in the city in a purple shirt because it is the annual Purple Stride Pan Can Walk to raise money for pancreatic cancer. Lost my mother-in-law. Mark lost his cousin, and many of us have lost people to this awful, awful version of cancer. So, what's bugging me is the fact that we still don't have a cure for cancer. We might be close, but there's a reason why I don't think we're getting any closer, and I won't get into that because pharmaceuticals and all the rest of it. But, yeah, it's bugging me that I have to come to the city and be a part of this because we shouldn't have to still be doing these things. So if you get a chance to support any cancer organization, just do it.
That's well said.
That is well said.
That's well said. I'll go next, and I really want to make sure that this is taken the right way.
Oh, no.
Okay? Please take this the right way. But what's bugging me is goo. And it's not you that's bugging me. It is the inaccessibility to the fact that we, like, the fellowship that is out there, it's sitting there, the attempted fellowship. I just don't understand, how do we loosen up your schedule? How do we loosen up your responsibilities? Because you would have loved yesterday.
Oh, no.
You would have loved yesterday. This place
I was there Friday night, but I wasn't with you. I'm going to be quiet.
This place had, like, only you in this building right now, in this room, you will understand what I'm about to say. This had Summit energy yesterday.
Oh, man.
But I
saw the video.
A smaller building and only 2 of us as opposed to 6 of us. But these are people that are chanting during segments.
I saw it.
They were, the commercial breaks were more energetic than the damn show.
TVs everywhere.
It just... All right. So we missed you.
Yeah, that's love. I thought you were coming at me for Kaminga.
No.
What in the mechanical bull? Did you get the next door?
We wrote it, and if you want
the video?
It's on the YouTube
Game Pass Pro.
Game Pass Pro. Thank you.
Okay, VIP.
VIP video.
I haven't even seen it.
Game Pass Pro. I will never see it.
Why?
How long did you last?
I saw it.
Just go to Game Pass Pro and you can see all of it. It's about a 5-minute video. There's conversation. There's Willard mounting and riding, and then there's me doing the same, and there's a brief post game, and it was pretty fun.
That hurt. I missed it, though. Will, that one I'll take, man, because I was coming, but I hear you.
I do want to shout out Ashby Lumber, who made it all happen. Ashby Lumber was the sponsor, and Ashby Lumber said, you know what, let's do it at the draft, and these live shows, Steiny, are like children. You never want to favor one over the other, but that might have been the drunkest, not for us, the drunkest crowd I've ever been around.
It was energetic, dude.
Yeah.
Now that's great.
Energetic is one word. Drunk is another.
So it was flowing, huh?
God. Word on the street, that party did not end when you and I left.
I bet.
That thing went into the night.
I bet.
It was a mix of ownership and regulars and a bunch of listeners, including one guy, Steiny, I played golf with apparently 14 years ago. I showed up as a single to Blue Rock, and I was trying to play, and they had a single, and he's like, hey, we're doing a money game. You want in? You're Dan Dibley. I ended up making a birdie on 2 and getting a skin.
Nice.
And the guy remembered. Great. He's like, remember you played with us at Blue Rock? Like, that was like 13 years ago.
Wow.
I won money.
That's
of course
incredible.
I remember.
You owe me money.
Yes. Ashby Lumber, thank you for being
that's awesome.
our draft
I'll
show
make the next
sponsor.
one.
Yeah, that was awesome.
Willard, you stole my thunder. Shout out OKC, because I was going to be the first ever amongst us on what's bugging you to where another person in the room was bugging you. So I'm going at Steiny because you came at me, but I already had this plan.
I don't think that's a first, but anyway, go ahead.
I think it is. Earlier today, we were having a conversation, my partner and I, and we start talking about concerts and the great iconic performers.
I heard this.
And Matt Steinmetz is under, I'm paraphrasing, the impression that if you go see Michael Jackson, Michael shouldn't do Billie Jean or Beat It or the hits. Rest in peace, Michael. And that shocks me because when I go see a concert, I want to see Dan Dibley or Mark Willard's best hits. I don't care how old they are. Find a way to incorporate. That's why I'm spending the chicken to go see the great Whitney Houston. Give me the greatest love of all. Rest in peace. But Steiny, you were saying that ain't how it's done. Give me something new, and that was bugging me.
Did you hear the whole segment?
Missed it, but I immediately thought of Van Morrison and Brown Eyed Girl because if you're a casual, like I basically am, I'm going to want to hear it. But if you're a tier 1 OG, you know every one of his songs, that's the last thing you want to hear.
Well, and there are some songs where through the years, like artists end up hating that song.
Yes.
I think... did REM have Shiny Happy People? Was that one
Absolutely,
of
yeah.
And they announced years later, they're like, we are embarrassed that we did that song. We hate that song. We'll never do it again. So that happens here and there. However, I listened to the whole argument.
Talk to me, Will.
And Steiny, you've never been more wrong.
Oh, my God.
No. And here's why. Because I can completely appreciate the intricate nature of being a super fan. But Evan kind of had what I thought was the walk-off point, which is you can serve all parties here. You can work on your new stuff.
Yes.
But here's how I would characterize it. And this is where I think I can pin you, Steiny, because you hate load management. And what you were arguing for today was musical load management.
Oh, Mark.
You feel like an artist is tired of a certain song, therefore doesn't have to play it anymore. But why do we hate load management? Because people are spending money to see the big stuff, and therefore that is, to a degree, owed to them.
Mark, that was well said, man.
Oh, my.
Bravo.
Oh, God.
Do you know load management, music management
for the show? How is Van Morrison making millions of dollars?
Well, he must be doing something right because he doesn't play his classics all the time, and he's still selling out.
I'm not saying if you're an icon that you're not going to still sell tickets, but somebody is completely allowed to walk away from the show disappointed without being pointed out by you as like some sort of weak casual who doesn't deserve to be at a show if they didn't like it.
But if you have a lot of hits, like your beloved Pearl Jam, for example, are they supposed to play the whole 10 album, which is 10 songs of pure goodness?
No, but some. But some.
Which ones? And that's where you where you got to pick and choose.
And I don't think anybody's ever, I've left thousands of concerts where I'm like, I'm kind of bummed they didn't play that one. Yeah. But it's okay. Like, you play some, and not every show needs to be the same. And by the way, even if it's the exact same set list, no show is the same. Yeah. The whole experience, who are you with, what's going on that night, how many cocktails did you throw back, all of that stuff. It's worth it every time.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry. I said, actually, Goo, if I have to be totally honest, I would rather hear an artist play something for the first time ever in a concert as opposed to something I've heard 20 times.
But you can do both.
Do both. Like you're playing like 25 songs.
Depends on who you are. I saw Drake at the old Coliseum Arena with my kids. I went with the kids.
Drake.
And they went to,
started from
I
the
sat
bottom.
alone. Well, I mean, he had so many hits. Like, he's not going to play all 35 of his charted tunes. So you pick and choose, and some you like that he didn't play, and some you've never heard of that he did play.
Don't ignore it, like Steiny was almost alluding to. Like, look, I want to hear your new stuff.
You can do all of it, but it doesn't mean because Brown Eyed Girl is your iconic song that you have to play Brown Eyed Girl, especially if you're sick of, hey, where did we go?
Thank you.
When the rain came.
I think you always said
I hate to say it, I'm Team Steiny.
Willa, remember what got you there. Yep. You know they know their hits.
Don't hit me with load management anymore.
So Phil Collins, if I went to his concert and he didn't do, yeah, I would be hurt.
Cheering if you didn't sing that song.
I would be hurt.
Stinks.
I would be hurt.
How about In the Air Tonight?
Come on. We know that's
too soon to go back to that studio.
All right. That's as good a place as any.
All right,
knock it out of the park.
Payday Friday.
Yes, sir.
Take the day off, Steph. We don't need you.
Are they the smartest show in the Bay Area?
You guys are an intellectual feast for the smart sports fan in the Bay Area.
Wow.
You're pretty much the smartest guys on the radio.
I agree.
Good Lord, how big is your ego?
Are they the funniest show in the Bay Area?
Give it a laugh. Come on. You're a funny guy. Come on. Give me a laugh.
You are funny, dude.
Hit that S again.
Are they the coolest show in the Bay Area?
And no white boys. They're cool.
That's what people are saying.
You guys are phenomenal. This is one of the most perfect ways that I could end my day, getting a chance to talk to Mr. Mark and Dan, you know?
We'll let you be the judge.
Oh.
All I know is it's a couple of Bay Area boys talking sports.
I know nothing.
Thanks.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Happy freaking Friday. Don't you ever come at me with anger at load management ever again.
No, I will, because this is not that. You can pretend that this is load management. Load management would be, you know what, I'm not going to actually perform tonight. It's going to be Pearl Jam, but we're load managing Eddie Vedder. He's actually going to be on to the next city. That would be load management. I gave you a
story earlier this week where that actually happened.
No, he played and he got sick.
Yeah.
That wasn't them saying, you know what?
7 songs.
We're coming to town with 4 of the 5 members because, we don't do back-to-backs. He's an older performer.
All right. How's everybody doing? The 49ers are on the clock, and we'll get to that a little bit later. The way this played out with the Niners yesterday, I was like, ooh, Greg Cosell's going to be fire. This is absolute fire. He's coming on at 3 o'clock, and the Niners have the world is their oyster. And so we can go through every single player rumored to be available and see what Greg thinks. And then less than an hour later, the Niners will either select one of those players, they'll either reach and go off the board, or maybe they'll leave pick 33 entirely.
Just back it up again.
They could.
Yeah, we can ask Greg Cosell who he has up next on his best available mock draft board. Guys, you know I don't do that. So we're going to have to find a way to, throw some names at him and coax some opinion out of him and get him to weigh in on some of the things that have already happened, including a shocking Rams first-round quarterback selection.
That was weird. Where do you sit on, this whole thing, and we're going to actually get to some Warrior stuff in a minute, and then we'll get to the draft with Greg in 45 minutes, but Sean McVay looking all angry at the press conference, and now I feel like some in the LA media are trying to pitch us on the idea that McVay is actually, this is next level stuff. He's actually doing that as a show for Matthew Stafford. Sean McVay actually really loves the pick, but he doesn't want to show that he loves the pick because he wants to salute his quarterback.
So great.
It's like, are you, honestly, is that what you think Sean McVay does at a draft? Like sits there in front of the mirror and practices his play acting so that he can go to a press conference and tell you about a QB that they took who's not going to play this year? The whole thing is weird. I don't buy it. McVay looked ticked. And if I were coach, I'd be ticked too. You got the 13th pick in the draft and you're a really good team and you picked it on somebody who's not supposed to play.
Not supposed
That's
to,
weird.
but you've got an aging quarterback who his contract is running down here, and there's going to be a time when you need a guy, and if the GM and the scouts really like the quarterback, then you go ahead and take him, even if, Sean McVay wanted somebody else, and I don't think that he was play acting. I think he wears his emotions on his sleeve.
I agree.
He probably wasn't thrilled, and I'm sure that the Rams had him high on their board, but when you get on the clock and somebody you really liked, maybe more, is already gone, you go ahead and pull the trigger.
All right, so the Niners are on the clock. Pick 33. That's good. Slated to happen around shortly after 4 o'clock, but we'll see if they keep it. There have been rumors, a lot of talk. We'll go over a lot of the players. Greg Cosell, NFL Films. He knows these players inside and out. He will join us at 3 o'clock. And then outside of that, we got higher or lower. We'll have our normal Friday fun. I'll probably be in tears or cracking up through the 5 o'clock hour. That's how this usually plays out. But there's a number one thing that I wanted to get to start off today's show. And it is about Jonathan Kaminga. Sort of. He was great last night. I'm loving that series. I'm thrilled that he's playing well. I'm thrilled that he looks happy. Guru earlier called him the one that got away. I think that's a fair statement. I don't think there's ever any way to move forward in the whole Kaminga thing that happened here without really truly admitting that there's blood on everybody's hands. And maybe that's an overly dramatic way to say it. But I don't really understand anybody who is like, this is all Jonathan's fault, or it's all Steve Kerr's fault, or ownership, or whatever. Everybody had a role in this, and it's super unfortunate that it played out the way it did. But we're here now, and so okay. C.J. McCollum said something after the Hawks win yesterday that I feel is really being misinterpreted.
How so?
Here's the quote. Jonathan has championship DNA coming from the Warriors. He understands how to play the game the right way. He was in a not-so-great situation, and now he's found a happy home. And the headlines everywhere go, ooh, McCollum throws shade at the Warriors. He takes a shot at the Warriors. And I'm sitting there going, no, he didn't. He complimented them and thanked them. Jonathan Kaminga knows how to play the game the right way. I'm sorry, where did he learn how to do that? You think it was in Atlanta for the last
G-League Ignite
47 seconds that he's been there?
Right.
And how many of you sneaky outlets, I saw all of you who did this, you left the first part of the first sentence out.
Of course, it doesn't fit the narrative.
He's got championship DNA coming from the Warriors. Let's cut that part out and start with, he understands how to play the game the right way. He was in a bad situation. Now he's in a good situation.
That's right.
And you just went with that. And I'm like, I see through it anyway. Even the second part of the first sentence, he understands how to play the game the right way. Good on you, Jonathan. Where do you think he learned how to play the game the right way?
And I think that he always understood how to play the game the right way, but the way the Warriors want to play is a different way than how Atlanta, for example, is playing. So it's not a question of basketball IQ. That has never been something that I believed in. It's about style and fit. And the fit in Atlanta is better. And he understands how to play all ways, but maybe his skills here in Golden State didn't fit what they were asking him to do.
Yeah, and although I've started to kind of come to a point where that whole word that took over this whole thing, fit, I think that it's not that it's not true. I think the story of Jonathan here had more to do with just runway. It had to do with whether or not he was blocked from the likes of Draymond Green, Jimmy Butler, Andrew Wiggins, and then early in his career, just a culture, a championship effort when Jonathan was still a teenager and was a rookie or a second-year player, all of those things. But as I said, there's plenty of blame to go around with that part of it, the fact that it just, quote, didn't work and that it ended. There's plenty of blame to go around there. But look at who we're looking at. We're looking at a basketball player who's not just succeeding, and I know there have been good nights and there have been bad nights, but he has been a positive player for the Atlanta Hawks, hold on, in the playoffs.
Right.
And CJ, the reason this is so important that it's coming from him, he is their resident veteran. He is their playoff experienced player. The rest of the Hawks have none. So what CJ is seeing here and letting everybody know is he's like, I've got a teammate here on the Hawks that knows what he's doing in the postseason because he's been there and because, wait for it, this is what's really going to get y'all, he's well coached. Jonathan Kaminga has been well coached in his career. If you move past all the DNPs and the minutes and the arguing and all of that, think of all of the hours of practice and whatnot. And Jonathan, to his credit, always had a good attitude. I don't think it was like he was not listening. I don't think it was that he was not trying. We've never seen that from him. So, I don't know, man. I saw that quote, and the whole world last night just ran with it. Like, ooh, shots fired. I'm like, not really. That's a thank you card.
Well, shots fired if you only include the second half of it, which is he went from a bad situation to a good situation. The bad situation was you were with a coach who didn't want to play you, and he held you down. And the good situation is now you get to unleash the ha-ha, and you play 28 minutes off the bench, and you get a chance to cook with 21 points, and you've got the Knicks in real trouble, down 2-1. Well, you're in a good situation. But if you add in the first part of it, he came from a championship pedigree, and he was well coached there. And then it also kind of runs counter to the reality that Steve Kerr doesn't develop young players.
Which, I mean, like you've brought this up a lot. I hear a lot of people now starting to do it. The examples that you can go to on Steve Kerr and development, or what I actually think is more important, and it's what Monty Poole brought up to us, like how many people have played their best basketball of their career with the Warriors?
Almost all of them.
Tons.
Right.
And Jonathan, if this continues, will probably become actually the first person ever to leave the Warriors and suddenly blossom to become a really good player. I don't want to hear about Ryan Rollins. He never even played. That was like he didn't exist, and he was shoplifting.
Yeah. Well, the other one is like, Chris Boucher.
Okay.
He played, I think, 1 minute in one game, and either he got hurt or he was coming off being hurt, and then he's gone on to be a pretty good NBA player.
I mean, Jordan Poole developed here. There's the stories this year. Guy Santos, Brandon Pajemski, Andrew Wiggins had his best years, obviously, here with the Golden State Warriors. We can go on and on and on. Otto Porter becomes a champion and then is never heard from again. Like there's just tons of stories through the years of guys playing their most efficient and their best basketball. And yes, part of that is that you were on a really good team with some really good teammates and a system that was working. Like, I'll join everybody in that there needs to be adjustments now. Like, you probably can't run this same system that you've been running for the last decade. The guy's 38 years old. He's going to be 39 next year, and some of those great teammates, in fact, most of them aren't even here anymore. So, like, I'm with you on all that. But this whittles down to what so many have said, just horrifically erroneous this year, with regard to the idea that Steve Kerr is just now, in so many minds, a bad coach. Steve Kerr's a really good coach, and I bet you my bottom dollar that Jonathan Kaminga would look any of you Steve Kerr detractors in the eye and say the same thing today. Steve Kerr's a good coach.
I don't think he's ever said that he's a bad coach. He said that, expressed frustration over not getting playing time and all the rest of that. And through his agent, Aaron Turner, they've voiced some concerns about whether or not he's going to get a chance here. But you never heard him talk about Steve Kerr being a, quote, bad coach. And now here he is thriving in Atlanta.
I thought that was a compliment. I thought that played really well for the Warriors.
Yeah.
Except for the part of he might be the one that got away.
And the reality,
and that's bad.
And you talk about where the blood is or where the blame lies, and it lies with Steve and Mike Dunleavy and Lacob and the whole coaching staff and everybody. There's blame to go around.
And
exactly.
Jonathan, absolutely. We're sponsored by Ceremony Ford. Gas prices are crazy right now, sky high, but Ceremony Ford's got you covered. During the Fuel Your Ford event, get a $2,500 Visa gas card when you buy a 2025 Ford Maverick. Yeah, they're helping you fill up. Happening now in Colma, Daly City, right off 280, or at ceremonyford.com. Ceremony Ford, your Bay Area Ford dealer. All right, the phone lines are here for you, 888-957-9570. Do want to get into the situation surrounding Steve Kerr. Brand new report earlier today, late last night, with regard to when we might get some news. We'll share that with you. And obviously, Greg Cosell in a half hour. The 49ers are on the clock. Let's do Friday. It's Willard and Dibbs.
Hello, San Francisco Bay Area. Bank of America, in partnership with Visa, invites you to a FIFA World Cup 26 watch party. Open an eligible Bank of America checking account in participating financial centers only for an opportunity to reserve 2 complimentary tickets while supplies last. Experience special musical guests, games, giveaways, food, and more, all at a legendary venue. Learn more at BofA.com/BofA Visa Watch Party. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America, proud to be the official bank of FIFA World Cup 26. Bank of America N.A. member FDIC. Terms apply. All rights reserved.
Running a small business means juggling a lot. Your network has to handle it all. That's where a fiber-only provider falls short. You need a partner who gives you a greater advantage. Introducing the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A first-ever combination of the largest, fastest fiber-powered network, the most reliable Wi-Fi, gig speeds with equipment and security included, and a 5-year price lock. Plus, it's all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. The Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A new standard for small business with reliability, security, and savings in one. Switch today. Get started with a great offer as low as $60 a month. When you add it all up, no one does business like Comcast Business.
Offer ends 6/1/26. New customers only. Requires 300 megabits per second internet and security edge. 1-year agreement, eco-bill, and autopay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
Hi, I'm David.
I'm Chris.
And I'm John. We are the 3 brothers who own Jack's Restaurant and Bar.
And we are here to...
Not again. That's my line.
my line.
Boy, stop it.
Mom? What are you doing here?
Have you heard your commercials? They're terrible.
That's not our fault. You taught us how to cook delicious food.
Using only the freshest ingredients.
And to treat all our guests like family visiting our home. But you didn't teach us how to write catchy radio spots.
They remember that and get back to work.
Yes, Mom. Jack's, serving delicious breakfast, lunch, dinner, and drinks the way our mom taught us.
ilovejacks.com.
Hey, life doesn't give you a warning when everything changes. It starts with shock, confusion, and 1,000 questions running through your mind. Maybe it's a car accident, a serious injury, or a tragedy that changes your family forever. Suddenly, you're dealing with insurance companies' paperwork and pressure, all while trying to heal. That's where Beam Law comes in. They take on the legal fight, the negotiations, and the stress, so you can focus on recovery and taking care of the people who matter most. Beam Law is local, and they've recovered millions for clients across the region. That's why SF Weekly has named them Best of the Bay 4 times. So if you've been hurt or lost someone because of someone else's negligence, call Beam Law at 415-523-5555, 415-523-5555. That's 415-523-5555, or visit hurtinthebay.com. That's hurtinthebay.com, because it's not whether you get knocked down, it's whether you get back up. Beam Law. They've got your back, Bay Area.
Join the YMCA of Greater San Francisco for the Y for Youth Community Festival, Saturday, May 2nd at Crane Cove Park. Enjoy live music, family-friendly activities, and fun for all ages. Best of all, it's free and open to the public. Sign up today at ymcasf.org/thegame.
This is Larry Flick, owner of The Floor Store. Our spring sale, now through April 27th, means up to 50% off every product store-wide, plus 2 full years of interest-free financing. Visit floorstores.com for directions. The Floor Store, your Bay Area flooring authority.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it. Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of essentials. Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
At Uline, they know going the extra mile takes hard work. For companies pushing to go further, Uline will go the distance with you. 24/7, they answer the phone to get you the shipping and industrial supplies you need. Business can move fast. Unexpected large orders, adverse weather, new safety guidelines, and changing economic trends. Uline works hard keeping 41,000 items ready to ship, minimizing detours on your way to the extra mile. Visit uline.com.
Doug.
There's nowhere I wouldn't go to help someone customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual, even if it means playing in a football game.
Boom! 42! You're going down, Doug.
Oh, yeah? Your price on car insurance when you customize and save is going down.
Hey!
Limu? What are you doing on their team? Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Bay Area, this is Jonathan Kaminga. You're listening to Wheeler and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
It never takes long when you utter the word Kaminga for me to get reminded why it's so hard to talk about Jonathan Kaminga.
All roads lead to Kaminga. You're either a stan or a hater. That's what's so hard for me to figure out. Like, there's never been a topic in my career where I'm like I'm talking into this microphone and like you don't hear, people do not hear what's being said. Our guy Austin just texted in. Can I read this to you? Sure.
All right.
Which Austin?
Austin.
There's multiple Austins.
I'm just assuming it's Austin in San Jose. But right. Anyway, the 408 area code. Here, I'll read his number. I'm kidding. Willard, I think it's a bit of a stretch to suggest that Kaminga's ascendance is due to Kerr. He goes on to say, I guarantee you that Kerr is not holding his breath for that compliment. I guess I'm going to ask for your help right here.
Mine?
Did I, in that last segment, say that everything Jonathan Kaminga is doing in Atlanta, all credit goes to Steve?
No, the whole
phrase, I say that?
The phrase due to Kerr was not something that you uttered.
Did I sound like I even felt that way?
No, there was a certain sentiment, though, that you were delivering about him being well coached.
Yes, and I believe that.
And if you want to just be honest with what's going on, Steve Kerr is one of 14 coaches on the staff. So
I mean,
the idea that Steve took Kaminga aside and worked with him every day one-on-one, and that's why Kaminga's good?
I mean,
that's not what you said, and that's not what happened.
I believe I said that it's a compliment to the Warriors.
Yeah.
And in fact, correct me if I'm wrong, I'm getting a lot of... Did Jonathan Kaminga in the postgame last night gave some credit to Draymond?
I didn't see that, no.
I'm hearing that in a lot of places. Correct me if I'm wrong. Send us some text, YouTube, let us know. Did Jonathan shout out Draymond in the postgame last night? I think that he did. And that's what I'm getting at. Like, Steve Kerr's not the only coach for the Warriors. There are assistant coaches. The players help each other out. People have, you know what I mean?
He's talking about his defense. And the answer was, when he had a great defensive play on Alexander Walker. This is late in game 2. So this, I don't think, was last night, but it's just instinct. I give my praise to Draymond. I've seen him do that so many times. He's one of the best. Seeing somebody doing it all the time, and Nikhil was still in good position. Like I say, I watched Draymond do it. It's little things that don't go on the stat sheet that help you.
Okay.
So playing with Draymond Green for 5 years, that helped him. He was able to watch Draymond Green do great things, and he applied it in Atlanta.
CJ McCollum, quote, he has championship DNA coming from the Warriors. He understands how to play the game the right way. And then he goes on to say he was in a not-so-great situation. By the way, he didn't say he was in a bad place. He's in a bad situation. Because sometimes you get blocked. Sometimes you're a really good player. This is another one for the Ryan Rollins cherry pickers out there. I love how many of you think that the Warriors should have developed a point guard. Would anybody like to raise their hand and let us know who plays point guard for the Golden State Warriors?
Not Ryan Rollins.
So you all think Ryan Rollins would look like this if he were here? Okay. Be fair. Be fair.
And I don't think that they traded Ryan Rollins because they thought that he was not the player. They needed to throw in some salary.
And he was a hot mess, by the way. He went to his next place and got arrested. He went to Washington and got arrested. Okay?
Yeah, shoplifting.
Yeah. So now he's developing. That's great. Young man has grown up a little bit. He's a talented kid. That's probably why the Warriors drafted him in the first place. But too many of you do that. You wait at the other end of the court for the ball, and then you dunk and you think you're a good player. That's not how it works. Like, you're never going to remove these two from one another. That was 5 years of one another's lives, Jonathan and the Warriors. And yeah, it's a bummer. It sucks that it went the way that it did. And yeah, it looks like he's the one that got away. It looks like he can play.
Yep.
And we knew he could play. We never thought he couldn't play. But, you know, Grandy was in here earlier saying sort of it's a little bit of a twist of what you and I are saying right now, but it's the same idea. And he goes, Jonathan's playing the way that Steve wanted him to, but he's doing it now. And that's like, who knows why? Part of it is he's getting a chance. So that's great. And all of the things that happened here, way, way too well documented and all that. But my only point today is C.J. McCollum's words got twisted. What he's saying right here is a compliment to the Warriors and kind of a thank you note. He's a veteran, and he's like, it's kind of nice to have another player here on the team who's been to the playoffs before. He knows kind of how to make the right pass, make the right move.
And he was calming down his teammates last night.
Absolutely.
As the Knicks were making a run. You could see him over on the sideline in the huddle like, everything's going to be okay. I've seen this before. I've been to the NBA Finals and won a championship, so he does have that pedigree, and now he's a more mature player. And I don't know if he's playing the way that he would have played here, because you won't have that same opportunity when it's Steph and it's Jimmy Butler and it's Draymond Green, guys ahead of you in the pecking order. And when you're in Atlanta, it's C.J. McCollum and a bunch of guys who are kind of like him, young and unproven.
I think he looks really good. He looks really good. And, you know, he looks comfortable in the whole thing. But I also, you know, this idea, like what he was accused of when he was here, the thought is that Jonathan just wanted to cook, right? That's the other observation I have. He doesn't look like somebody who's just out there trying to cook. Like, he's making the right plays.
Yep.
He's being a good team player. He's playing on both ends of the floor. He's trying to get rebounds. Like, awesome. I got to think that there are people in the Warrior organization going, damn it. And not damn it just because we let him go, but also, yeah, there's probably a little piece of like, damn it, dude. Like, that's what we wanted you to do.
Yeah, but I'm looking at
I'm sure everybody's thinking that.
You can think that, and you can realize the reality of what's going on. I'm just looking at his field goal attempts last night. He has a dive to the basket, finger roll lay-in. Then there's a play where he has the ball, and they're running a pick and roll for him. Back-to-back plays where he is in the Steph Curry role, and they're running screen and roll for him. That wasn't going to happen here.
Of course not.
Because you have Steph, and when you don't have Steph, it's get the ball to Jimmy and work through Jimmy. So you could say that, you know, the Warriors should have used him more and all the rest of it. Sure, but A, he wasn't, you know, producing at that level. He was hurt a lot. And B, he was not that guy here. He could not be that guy.
Yeah, and then I think, and also, like, it's fair, and this is, again, I will point the finger at everybody, like any relationship. At a certain point, people started getting in their feelings. And at a certain point, therefore, that leads down the road of, like, other stuff starts coming in there. It's kind of like a husband and wife. And all of a sudden, I don't know, the eggs come out a little bit brown one morning, and the next thing you know, you're screaming at each other, and it's actually about something that happened a week ago.
No doubt.
You know, and that's what happens. It was 5 years. 5 years. Jonathan was with the Warriors for the same exact amount of time that you and I have been doing a show.
That's crazy, yeah. And, you know, we've had our ups and downs, but it's only two of us, and luckily we don't have to worry about, you know, do you have a chance to cook and all the rest of it? Like, you know, we have our thing where you do what you do, I do what I do, and it's roll to fine and all the rest of it. But Kaminga never got to that comfort zone. Think about the times where, you know, Steph was out, and now you have a chance to cook, and Jimmy was out. Now you can play a lot, and then they come back, and Wiggins was out, and he got to play a ton, and he played well, and then guys came back, and it's like, now we need you to go back to this role. In Atlanta, so far, he's got a role. You're our 6th or 7th man. You're going to play 30 minutes, and when you're in there, go ahead and do your thing.
Right, and there's zero expectations.
Right.
Like, they've already overachieved. Like, they played great in the second half of the season. He was helping in some of those games. He was hurt for a lot of those games, but they played really well. They get into the playoffs. Now suddenly they got a 2-1 lead. Even if they lose the next 3 games and lose in 6 games, their fan base will be like, Nice job. Set this up for the future. That's how they'll feel. That was never the case here. So, it was, I think that's why CJ accurately used he was in a not so great situation. Now he's found a happy home. I keep reading these two sentences and I'm going, hey, you dirty people out there that went and found something bad in that statement. There's nothing bad in there.
What's what we do
it's just
as aggregators.
It's an accurate and in many ways complimentary and just very aware quote from C.J. McCollum. I'll read it again. He's got championship DNA coming from the Warriors. He understands how to play the game the right way. He was in a not-so-great situation. Now he's got a happy home. C.J., I wish you were on line one. Let's go to C.J. in Atlanta.
Right.
He's got the take. That's exactly right. Jonathan has come from a place that is really, really good and learned a lot of great stuff, but he was blocked, and there were weird decisions and bad relationships that came out of that, and now he's in a better place, and so he's playing great.
I'm going to make a comparison, and then I'm going to duck because this is what we do when we invoke this person's name.
I got to get a piece of paper.
You know who also was in a bad situation and found a good situation? His name was Brandon Pajemski. When he was in Illinois, he was in a bad situation. Yeah. He didn't get to play, so he portaled his way to Santa Clara, was in a better situation, and got to be a first-round pick, and now he's in the association. So situations do not always dictate how a player is going to wind up being.
Niners pick at 4, Greg Cosell at 3. We are going to get to some NFL draft, no doubt. Let's take some calls, though. You good to go? All right, let's go to RC in Napa. Hey, RC, thanks for calling.
Willie and Dibby.
Yeah, RC.
You left that last segment talking about whether or not people thought Steve Kerr was a bad coach. So you did bring it up and relate it to Steve Kerr.
Of course, but I didn't give him all. But RC, I didn't give him all the credit. I never said that. Of course, I related it to it. Steve Kerr's got a huge role here. Yeah. I didn't give him all the credit, though.
He does. Well, no, okay. But I think it paints a bad picture of the entire Warriors organization because you do have to ask yourself, why couldn't Jonathan Kaminga flourish here? And you brought up a lot of good points, Dibby, in terms of, well, you got to do this with Steph and you got to do this with Draymond and you got to do this for Coach Kerr. And it paints a picture of rigidity that really might be the problem with the Warriors now. Face it, the previous 10 years were all about Steph Curry. Steph Curry made Joe Lacob $8 billion, and Joe did a lot of smart stuff with the area around Chase Center, and he owns Chase Center. But Steph Curry made Draymond Green. Steph Curry made Steve Kerr. Steph Curry wasn't able to make Jonathan Kaminga like he made Leandro Barbosa and Sean Livingston and Andre Iguodala and on and on and on. So, the question would be, why didn't Jonathan Kaminga flourish here? And maybe we could figure that out, or we could call a psychiatrist. Where's the psycho woman that calls in about astrology?
Yeah, no, we're good. We're good, RC.
Maybe you could. Okay, see you later.
We're good. Yeah.
Thanks, RC.
RC, thanks. No, I think RC makes a really good point, but here's where I stand on that. And again, he used the word rigidity. It paints a picture of rigidity of the Warriors, and maybe that's why they're in the case that they're in now. I think that's a very, very fair take. Here's why that doesn't bother me. I find it understandable. I find it almost inevitable. I know a lot of you now you look back and you go, never should have re-signed Draymond, but it was only a few of you saying that then. And I think that coming out of a championship, that's honestly, that's a very difficult take to have. If you're the Golden State Warriors, you've just won a ring, your 4th ring, and you're going to be like, Draymond, get out of here. This 20-year-old kid is going to come be our power forward starting right now. I don't blame the Warriors for that. Now, if you want to blame them, if there was an opportunity to say trade him 2 years ago, if you felt in your heart of hearts we really need to start prioritizing Jonathan Kaminga in that position, well, then anyone with the general manager title could have done that. And that I would have heard. But I just think it's a little, again, my phrase of the day, it's a little bit of a cherry pick to now go back in time and say you never should have re-signed Draymond right when you're coming out of your fourth ring and Jonathan is a rookie.
Right. Like, that was never going to happen. And honestly, when you look at Draymond's contract, it was never that much of an albatross. He made a shade under $100 million. And even looking at the option he's got for this upcoming year, $27 million, that's not a ton of money in the current NBA. So that contract was never that big of a deal. You could have traded it if you wanted. They may have shopped it at the deadline. They did, depending on who you asked. To me, the real tragedy of the Kaminga era is not Steve keeping him down. And I'm looking at the log right now. Last year, January, I don't know, it was like the 5th, when he got hurt. Yep. Kaminga gets hurt. He's averaging 16 a game. Yep. He's playing 26 minutes a night, and he is showing that he can be your Robin. He can be your number 2 guy. And the team was up and down. They were 18-14 in the games he played. They were not necessarily a dominant team, but he was showing that he could be the guy we're seeing now. He gets hurt. The team flounders a bit, and they go out and they get Jimmy Butler. And when they did that, and Kaminga finally comes back, that's when it became hard for him to play, and it spilled over into this year.
Yeah, blocked. But he wasn't blocked until he got hurt. Until Jimmy.
Well, he got hurt, and that's, I think, a big reason why they went out and got Jimmy.
And again, but Jimmy gets here, and then they don't go 18-14. They go 24-6 or whatever the hell they were. And now, you want the Warriors to go away from that right as they get to the playoffs? Blocked. Unfortunately.
And blocked because he got hurt. And I think if he doesn't get hurt, they don't go out and get Jimmy Butler.
That's an interesting.
They might go out and get a different player. I'm sure that they look to add. Kaminga gets hurt. They lose 4 of 5, and then they wind up losing 6 of 9. And that thing was sliding, and Kaminga's just out. And you got to the deadline, and Kaminga's still out. That's when you went out and got Jimmy Butler to save the season.
Bobby in Los Altos is next. Hi, Bobby. What's going on?
Hey, thanks for taking the call.
What's up?
It's like Tony in Oakland's catching some strays. Look, I think this is much ado about nothing. But the fact is, it's the same player. It's a better environment for Kaminga. Look, I lived in Manhattan, and some people thrive in New York City. I was miserable. Now I'm happy in the Bay. I'm poor, but I'm happy. So it's just, a different situation. And, it is what it is. They always say fighters make fights, right? So it's just the same person, but different environment to maximize their talent. As it relates to this McCollum quote, I guess I don't really quite get it because he's just complimenting Kaminga. It was a big win, right? The Hawks have won 2 big, close underdog wins. Everyone's happy. So he's just saying some positive things about Kaminga. I don't know what else we're supposed to be into it. Like, how many times do you see teams, players that win a championship, like the World Series or NHL, Stanley Cup, and they're like, hey, this is the best locker room I've ever been in. And I'm like, come on, really, bro? You mean when you win, everybody was happy? So that's just what it is. Like, you ever been in a hot crafts table, right? Everyone's hugging, cheering for each other. Everyone's happy because you're winning, right? So you're at a cold table. Everyone's groaning. People can't shoot dice. Everyone's angry. So, I mean, C.J. McCollum was happy. The whole team was ecstatic. Compliments Kaminga. And for some reason, we cannot get over the fact that he's gone. And, if he stayed with us, would he be the same guy? Well, his performance doesn't show that is the case historically. So let's just be happy for him. He's in a better place. And, let's move on. And let's, figure out how to trade this lottery pick that we're going to get so we can enjoy one last year with Steph and Porzingis. Or I forgot what our Sonoma guys' brothers' name called him. Podemski.
It was Porzemski and Podemski. And one of them's definitely on the Warriors next year, and one of them's a maybe.
Oh, please, let both of them, because I want to get matching T-shirts for those guys. So anyway.
All right, thanks, Bobby. Listen, he's talking about Jonathan getting complimented. Yeah, I agree. What I guess I'm not seeing is the, shot at the Warriors. I don't This sentence, he's got championship DNA because he came from the Warriors. Ooh, that was mean.
In a bad situation, I think, speaks to more than just, it's a coach who's trying to keep you down. He didn't say, he's now with a coach that believes in him.
He also
That's a bad situation.
He didn't even use the word bad, which, he called it not so great.
Okay.
Which is, it's more passive than saying bad.
It is. Not passive. So great could be good. And it's not so great. So it's just good. Anyway.
Yeah. I thought it was pretty, I don't know. The word innocuous is not correct because I certainly found it very interesting. I don't think it had any teeth in it. I just didn't think it had any teeth in it.
Well, there's teeth when you leave out the first part of it. And that's what the aggregators want. And when you're, somebody who picks up stories from other people because that's what you do for a living, you don't come up with your own content. You just search your little internet when you're in your mom's basement and you find something that you can corrupt and you go ahead and put it out there on your own for clicks. And you do that and you leave out the part that, kind of mutes the second half of the quote.
Let's do one more and then let's get to some draft because Greg Cosell is on in 8 minutes. Trevor in Roanoke Park. Hi, Trevor. What's up?
Hey, what's up, guys? I've heard a lot about people talking about Kaminga and how well he's doing. He's flourishing there, but people have a really short memory. I'm not a Kaminga hater, but I do not see Kaminga as this guy who's going to lead the Hawks for the rest of the way. He has a few good games, and all of a sudden everybody's like, oh, he's great, he was just in the wrong system, or, look how he's being managed over there with the Hawks. Guys, I guarantee you next year, if he doesn't start off with a strong season, or if the next 2 or 3 games go poorly and he doesn't score, it's going to be another thing of like, oh, yep, that's Kaminga, inconsistent. He's good for 1 or 2 games, and he's bad for 4. Nobody remembers this. That's. Don't we think Steve Kerr and the Warriors can evaluate talent of a player enough to know? They're not just going to give him a superstar. He's inconsistent, guys.
Yeah, Trevor, I thought what Dibbs just said is actually really, really telling. You know who Jonathan Kaminga is right now for the Hawks? Exact same guy he was last year for the Warriors, right before Jimmy Butler got here.
Right.
Steve was playing him. He was getting consistent minutes. He's averaging 16 a game. He was growing.
Yep.
He was doing some good things. They didn't win all the games. They won some of the games. That sounds familiar. It's what we're watching on TV right now.
He's getting 28 minutes, and he was playing great. And no player's ever going to be that consistent. Everyone has a bit of a dud. Yeah. I have a file over here of Steph Curry's duds, by the way.
and he's still young.
Right.
Of course he's going to have some bad games.
Last year was the year where you really started to see him blossom into the player we're seeing now. Unfortunately, he got hurt. They got Butler. That whole thing with Butler, Draymond, and Steph was so amazing that they didn't want to rock that boat. And then he threatened to play on the qualifying offer. He got a 1+1, got hurt again, and the rest is history.
Okay, 888-957-9570. Greg Cosell is going to join us in a handful. And so we're going to just pepper him with players who are rumored to be potential Niner targets with the first pick of the day today, which is coming in just over an hour. Patrick in Monterey wants to talk about it a little bit. Hey, Patrick, thanks for the call. What's going on?
All right. We have 2 realities, guys. We have 2 realities right now.
Yeah.
Do we go on defensive side and take Madden or the Tennessee kid, or do we go Denzel Boston? Which one do you prefer to see in a Niner jersey right when the draft starts again?
Okay, so the first thing I'm going to do, because, Patrick, I love the question, and you're clearly a college football fan, and you're tapped in on a lot of these players, and I know that a lot of our listeners might not be. So the first person he brought up was Denzel Boston. This is the wide receiver out of Washington. I really like Denzel Boston, but in a general sense, I will be pretty surprised if the 49ers, and I might be wrong, I got no source reporting on this, I'd be surprised if the Niners call out a wide receiver with the first pick here in an hour. That does not make sense to me.
I'd be stunned and severely disappointed. The second name
Why so?
Because you don't need to spend a high draft pick on a wide receiver. Ricky Pearsall is that guy. Go out there, Ricky, and be the first-round pick this year. You've got a couple of vets. You've got Demarcus Robinson as well. I don't think that the way this offense is run, 21 personnel, first time of the day, you don't play 3 wide receivers. You don't need another one high in the draft.
Who are the defensive players that he brought up?
He brought up Madden. Maybe he meant Warren. I don't know if there's somebody named Madden who is a high second round mocked kind of player.
I missed the call. I did hear him say Tennessee. One of the best players remaining is a corner, Jermod McCoy.
Yeah. Maybe that's the guy.
They're not in the market for a corner, at least not in my mind.
I think the player they will take is Emmanuel McNeil-Warren, who is the safety out of Toledo. We'll ask Greg Cosell his thoughts on that player.
Yeah, I mean, right now, like if you go to ESPN, Jermod McCoy is like listed as the best player available.
Yeah, he's a corner.
He's a corner.
And he's not the best fit. If you go to their best fit, it's McNeil-Warren.
McNeil-Warren is the safety. A lot of people like Zion Young out of Missouri. He's an edge rusher. But these are the names we'll throw at Greg Cosell. Okay, let's go to someone who's been crushing tape on all of these guys. But I will give that take. No on Denzel Boston at number 33 for me.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I'm out on that idea. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Much more on that. Here comes Greg Cosell, an hour away from the Niners pick. ... Maybe. It's Willard and Dibs. Hey, it's Willard and Dibs for Safeway. Enjoy these amazing deals for members. And as always, save up to 20% weekly on hundreds of exclusive offers from Safeway. Just clip the highlighted deals from the weekly mailer or click the deals in the For You section of the Safeway app to breeze through checkout. Mix and match items. Buy 2, get 3 for free when you buy 5 items. Items like Oscar Mayer bacon, Kraft mayo, Kraft singles cheeses, and Capri Sun juices, selected varieties. Check with your local Safeway store for a full list of participating items. And speaking of participating, here's Dan Dibley.
Well, I'd love to, Mark. 8-piece fried chicken, 4 drumsticks and 4 thighs, or Signature Select Classic Salad, 32 to 48-ounce size selected varieties for just $5.99. And finally, USDA Choice Boneless Beef Chuck Roast Mega Packs for just $5.99 per pound. It's unbelievable.
Yes, it is. Go to Safeway.com for more details, and we will see you in the aisles.
In the aisles.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code PROMO25 to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code PROMO25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code PROMO25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation, so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
Join us Monday, April 27th for the 3rd annual Agape Golf Tournament at Stone Tree Golf Club. Play, donate, or get involved. Every dollar supports local autism programs. Register now at AgapeCharityGolf.com. Don't miss it.
Welcome to SF Fire Credit Union. Why do you have all those cats?
I've been saving them from trees, just like a firefighter. So, can I join SF Fire?
You know, we're not just for firefighters. Anyone can join and get lower fees than banks, ATM access worldwide, and the top-rated mobile banking app.
Wow. Say, do you want a cat?
SF Fire Credit Union. Banking for heroes and anyone who wants to be treated like one. This institution is not federally insured. The credit union is not insured by any state government. Privately insured by ASI.
Join 95.7 The Game weekdays Monday through Thursday from 1:45 p.m. to 2:15 p.m. for The Crossover, when Willard and Dibbs join Steiny and Guru. Presented by Bay Alarm. Rest easy. We're here for you. BayAlarm.com.
In a world in need of a hero, one man rises to the challenge in style. He is...
just driving the kids to soccer practice.
Make every day feel epic in the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid with up to an EPA-estimated 619 miles of range on select trims, advanced tech, and class-leading interior space. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
And hey, come on, no cleats on the seats.
In digital advertising, everyone talks about clicks, but clicks don't pay the bills. Sales do. Outcomes from Viant is a new way to advertise that prioritizes your bottom line. Our AI-driven technology looks past the noise to find the customers most likely to buy your product. It's smarter, faster, and designed for real-world results. It's smarter advertising made simple. Visit Viant.ai.
The Pro Football Draft is this week, and you can trade on every draft pick. Will David Bailey and Arvil Reese be the number 2 pick? They are trading at 50-50, meaning you'll double your money if one of them wins. On Kelsey, you're trading against other people in a live market. No house, no odds makers. And as the odds move, you can buy in and out anytime throughout the draft. For a limited time, download the Kelsey app and use code FAN to get $10 when you trade 10. KALSHI. Kelsey. Trade on anything.
Here's your spring upgrade. Sun's out. Drink in one hand and a free Samsung Galaxy phone in the other. All on unlimited 5G. Switch to Total Wireless and stay connected through every road trip, beach day, and everything in between. Now that's a total power move. Offer ends 7/8/2026 or while supplies last. Device taxes and fees may apply. Requires new activation on a Total 5G Unlimited or Max 5G plan, single or multi-month plan. Additional port-in ID verification or device financing requirements vary by device. Purchase limits apply.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Now, back to Willard and Dibbs.
Yeah, that's a great question because I think that, it's a great question and a hard question to answer.
On 95.7 The Game.
Look at that beautiful face. Just look at it.
I missed that mug.
Look at that beautiful face.
Locked in.
Man, go to YouTube right now because when the football season ends, the world gets sad.
I get sad.
And then I make a list of why I'm sad. And on the list is because I talked to Greg Cosell less.
It's on the list.
Yeah, it's sad.
I haven't mocked it 9 on my list.
I know. So people are like, are you looking forward to the draft? And I'm like, yeah, because I get to talk to Greg Cosell. On the River Islands guest line, here he is. NFL Films' absolute best. It's Greg Cosell. And Greg, not only are we thrilled to welcome you back to the show, we have talked it out as a group, and we've made a promise. We promise not to ask you, who should the Niners pick in an hour? We promise.
I appreciate that. Yeah. I don't have any idea.
Yeah, I know. I know you do, but you don't. And if you know Greg Cosell, you get it. So all right. So let's throw some names at you though, sure. and see what you think, because people are always sort of curious about a team's need versus what teams always say they want to do, which is best player available. I wonder if we start there with you. Do you have an opinion on that? Like in your mind, your tape, who's the best football player on the board right now?
Well, that's a hard question for me to answer. But I think in response to your initial point about best player versus needs, I think as you start moving into round 2, I think what teams start to do is they start to pick the best player at a position that they need. So in other words, what number pick do the Niners have in this round?
33. Yeah, they're starting it off.
First pick, and then they also have 58.
Okay, so 33. So they're starting it off. So they're at a point where they're going to pick a player, in my view, and we don't know who that's going to be. And you can throw some names out to me, and I'll certainly tell you what I think, because I probably watched 220 guys in detail. So they'll probably look for a player at a position of need. So in other words, let's say they have a position of need, and you can decide what you think that position is. Let's say that player's ranked 38th on their board. They would take him at 33. They would not take a player that they have ranked 51st at 33, because you can't do that. So that's the way I think teams start seeing things in the second round. You start drafting players that are right near your board, right where they are on the board, at positions of need.
And a guy who might be in this spot for them is Emmanuel McNeil Warren, who many people, including the Kelsey markets, I don't know if you engage in Kelsey if you do that, but it's kind of a pseudo betting thing. And right now he is the market favorite for the Niners. Tell me about Emmanuel McNeil Warren.
First of all, I don't even know what Kelsey is, so I don't even know what you're talking about.
Yeah, I had to throw that in there for the sponsors, but go ahead.
Yeah. To me, I watched a lot of McNeil Warren. He's a fascinating player. I thought he may be the most physically gifted safety in the class. Doesn't mean he's the best right now. Obviously, two safeties went in the first round, Caleb Downs and Dylan Thieneman, who are better players overall right now. But McNeil Warren is 6'3.5", 201. Really, he's very athletic. He's got a rangy, easy feel to his movement, very fluid. He can play on the back end. He plays downhill in the run game with aggression and competitiveness. He's willing to get dirty and hit with force. He's very comfortable on the back end. He's very smooth. He's got a profile that you really like: size, length, physicality, play speed, range, versatility, competitiveness. He's a player I really liked on tape. Didn't know anything about him because of Toledo until this draft cycle. Watched a ton of him. Really liked his tape.
Okay, Greg, because I got this question yesterday from some Niner fans, but it sounds like that answer tells me you think McNeil Warren could play kind of either safety position. Is that correct?
Yes, I believe he could be interchangeable. And I also think if, depending on your coordinator and how he sees it, if you wanted to play big nickel with three safeties, he could be one of the three.
Is that something that is in Raheem Morris's repertoire?
My sense is Raheem Morris has a lot in his repertoire and would play to what his talent is. So again, if they draft McNeil Warren and it turns out he's ready to play, don't forget they're still rookies. They're still players that need very often an adjustment to the league. But if they feel that they want to put Brown, Mustafa, and McNeil Warren out there because they're three of their better players, yes, I think they could do that.
Some turnover at wide receiver for the Niners with Ayuk likely gone and Jawan Jennings won't be back. Denzel Boston is a player who could be there. Well, he is there at 33. What do you think of his tape and his potential fit in the Shanahan offense?
Yeah, I could be dead wrong. It wouldn't be the first time, guys. Believe me, I don't think that they would look at wide receiver as a position that they'd have to draft at 33. But again, I could be wrong. Denzel Boston is big. He's long. He's athletic, but not explosive. There's a difference with those two things. He's got vice grip hands. He's an interesting player because he's, like I said, they have now a boundary X if they want to do that with Mike Evans. So Boston is a big, long wide receiver. He's got a physical dimension to his game. He's got outstanding hands. He can make tough contested catches. You have to understand what he is if you draft him. He's almost 6'4". He's 212. He's not an explosive guy. He's not going to run by you, but he can catch everything. And I liked his tape, but you have to know what he is.
Greg, I'm with you as far as the 33rd pick, but I'd be very surprised if we go to bed tomorrow night and the 49ers have not added to the wide receiver room. So how's depth at wide receiver going forward into tonight and tomorrow?
Oh, there's a ton of depth, and there's always depth at wide receiver. It's obviously just picking the right one that you feel good about. but there's a ton of depth. There's always 30-plus wide receivers taken in drafts. There's always wide receivers to be drafted. It's just a matter of how you see the board playing out. Will there be a run on wide receivers? You know how that works sometimes. You know, if there's 2 or 3 guys you really like, and all of a sudden you see 4 or 5 receivers come off the board, you start to think, man, I really want to have this guy, so maybe I better draft him. So we'll see, but there's always receivers.
Greg Cosell, NFL Films, with us. Just to keep going on names, it's never sexy when they go offensive line, but it's clearly a position of need for the Niners. How do you like Chase Bisontis, the guard from Texas A&M?
I like Chase Bisontis. I was not surprised that Keelan Rutledge went in the first round. He was probably I guess Ione was everybody's favorite. I liked him too. But Keelan Rutledge, who went to the Texans in the first round, I really liked. Bisontis was close to him right there. He's a strong offensive guard prospect. I think he's got all the traits needed to be a quality starter. He's a strong and committed run blocker. He's got power. He's got movement. He could execute multiple blocking techniques and concepts. One of the things he did well was the backside cutoff block, which is a litmus test block for offensive guards in the run game. The one area that he needs to work on, I think it's probably technique-based more than he can't do it, is he just needs to anchor better in one-on-one pass protection. And remember one thing, guys, and this is an overriding point. The way the league is now structured defensively, there's more and more 5-man fronts for the defense, even in passing situations. So you know what's absolutely critical for offensive linemen now, not just for tackles, but even for interior offensive linemen? You have to be able to pass protect one-on-one on third down, because you do not want to have to keep someone in to help. And there's no way Kyle Shanahan wants to do that. So pass protection one-on-one for every offensive line position is becoming more and more important in this league.
How would you compare Bisontis to Emmanuel Pregnon from Oregon as far as a guard that the Niners might look at in either one of their second-round picks?
Yeah, Pregnon, to me, I'm not sure that he fits the Niners, because I think Pregnon is a pure power player, and he's good at. He can drive people off the ball. I'm not sure that he's a great mover. I think he's a little stiffer than Bisontis. I think that he'd be a better player, or he'd be a player you'd want more if the foundation of your run game was more gap scheme with down blocks and those kinds of blocks. But if you want movement, which they do, I think that Bisontis, to me, again, I'm giving you, my evaluation of the tape. Maybe an O-line coach sees it differently, but based on my evaluation of the tape, I think Bisontis would fit the Niners more than Pregnon.
Draft starts in 45 minutes for day 2. Niners right now holding the first pick of the day. 2 picks in round 2, another in round 3 that they picked up yesterday. Willard and Dibbs talking to Greg Cosell, NFL Films. Let's go to edge rusher, always a popular spot, no different for the Niners. Do either of these guys pop out to you as fits for the Niners? Zion Young of Missouri, Cassius Howell of Texas A&M.
They are so totally different players, it's not even a question. Zion Young is almost your prototypical 4-3 D end in a foundational 4-man front. He is not a true pass rusher. That doesn't mean he can never rush the quarterback, but he's really, he's a height, weight, frame, arm length, wingspan profile guy. He's not a twitchy guy. He's not truly an edge rusher. He's a power player. His game is built on power. Methodical power and hand placement. Whereas Cassius Howell, even including David Bailey, who went number 2 last night to the Jets, you could make the argument that Cassius Howell is the most explosive edge player in this draft. The big issue with him, and I don't have an answer for this because there isn't an answer, it depends on one's point of view, is his arms are extremely short. They're way shorter than you want for an edge rusher, but he is incredibly dynamic. He can bend. He's explosive. They're totally different players. So if you draft Howell, you're counting on him to be a true edge pass rusher. If you draft Young, you're almost looking for that strong foundational DN, can set the edge, can, maybe rush the quarterback here and there, but he's not truly a pass rusher.
Short arms, I'm out, Greg. That's going to be a deal breaker for me. I'm going to go ahead and have to move on to the next guy. And T.J. Parker's someone. It seems like there's a lot of edges who might be in the top of round 2. Is T.J. Parker someone who might fit?
Yeah, T.J. Parker, is Clemson. He had a great year 2 years ago in terms of numbers. This year, the entire Clemson team was not very good. I wouldn't call him sudden and explosive, but I thought that he had a pretty refined, nuanced feel to how to use his hands to break down the technique of offensive tackles and win both to the high side and to redirect underneath to the low side. He's very aggressive with his hands, really aggressive. And that's a good thing because you have to be able to use your hands to rush the quarterback in the NFL. He's got pretty good size. He's over 260 pounds. If you're talking about a player who can rush the quarterback, if that's what you're looking for, he's a better pass rusher now than Zion Young is.
Greg Cosell, NFL Films, with us, talking out day 2 of the draft on Willard and Dibbs. And again, the Niners pick first, and the draft will get going here at the top of the hour. Greg, I'd just love to get a reaction from you on this. I know sometimes you like to stray away from the big opinion stuff, but listen to this now. Charlie Campbell, who runs a draft site, got an anonymous quote from a director of player personnel in the AFC that yesterday after the draft said, quote, "I've been around a long time, and this was the bleepiest first round I've ever seen. Just about every player was drafted higher than where they would be in a normal year." What's your reaction to that quote?
I agree.
Okay. That's a big statement. So, do you think
I agree because
you think this is a bad draft?
Bad draft in terms of really high-level first-round players, yes. In a normal draft, guys, there's probably 15 to 18 players on that every team gives a first-round grade to. They might not all be the same players, but there'll be 15 to 18. It would not have surprised me in this draft if there were only 10 to 13 players that truly had first-round grades. But you know what? You have to draft. You have to draft someone. So every GM, when they draft someone, says that's the guy we wanted. You know how this works.
Right, but you don't have to draft someone. It sounds to me like you kind of support what the Niners did, which was get the hell out of the draft and just get more stuff.
I would agree with that, particularly later in the first round, because I think once you certainly – look, there's certain guys in this draft that would have been real high picks regardless of the draft. But – when it's not a quarterback draft, guys get pushed up, like receivers, okay? And then because of the changing nature of the NFL game, a lot of receivers are volume targets. Jordan Tyson could certainly put up numbers. Mekhi Lemon could certainly put up numbers. But if you're just talking about the quality of the receiver in terms of traits, there was no one worthy of a top 10 pick in this draft. Now, that doesn't mean they won't be good players, okay? Now, Carnell Tate was my number 1. He went 4th to the Titans, and, it ends up being a good pick for them given the nature of this draft. But is Carnell Tate a top 10 pick? There's no Jamar Chase in this draft. There's nobody like that. There's no going back years like Julio Jones, A.J. Green. You don't have those guys in this draft, so everybody gets pushed up because it's not a quarterback draft.
Well, a quarterback went at number 13, and he went to the Rams, and that might have been the biggest shocker of the first round. Ty Simpson to the Rams to back up Stafford. What do you think of what you've seen from Ty Simpson?
Well, I'll just start by saying it probably wasn't a shocker to the Rams that he went at 13.
Because they liked him more than probably most of America.
Yeah. Looked like it might have been a shock to Sean McVay, though.
Facts.
Yeah, well, we don't know that. But the point is that I love when people say things like that. Well, that's the first surprise of the draft. Well, it's not a surprise to the team that drafted him. But anyway, I like Ty Simpson. Now, again, he's only started 15 games. The things that he did well are definitely NFL-type things where you say that fits NFL quarterbacking. And by the way, I think the way in which he plays and the offense that Alabama ran very much is like the Rams offense, and I'm sure they know that. Obviously, McVay is smarter than I am when it comes to that, so I'm sure they know that. Now, because he only started 15 games and there were ups and downs in his season, you're not 100% certain, which is, in a sense, the true Ty Simpson. But what he did well throughout the year definitely translates and projects well to the NFL.
Greg, we got a text from our listener, Leroy, in 510's got his eyes on Tennessee wide receiver Chris Brazzell. and thinks he'd be a good pick for the Niners. What do you think?
Brazel's a fascinating guy because for people who didn't watch Tennessee this year, and I've heard a lot of people make these comments, and that immediately told me they didn't watch them. They did not play the same style of offense that everybody's used to with the pure spread. They ran much more of an NFL-looking offense in terms of tighter splits. It looked more like an NFL offense. Brazel's fascinating because of his length, his speed, and I have to tell you, he actually ran real routes, and he showed that he could make sharp, decisive cuts without shortening his stride or slowing his speed. He had very good body control. He didn't have to gear down with too many steps. There's a lot to work with Chris Brazel. And he's 6'4", and he can run. So obviously they didn't think he was good enough last night to be taken in the first round. He's one of those guys I'm very curious to see where he goes. He'll go tonight. I'm very curious to see where he goes.
I'm also wondering if the 49ers decide to go for a tight end, considering that George Kittle is fighting back from the Achilles. Eli Stowers might be a guy at 58, their second round pick that they look at. What do you think of that player?
Well, he's more of a receiver. The guy that I really liked, who I think's a combo tight end, and again, you never know what's in Kyle Shanahan's head or John Lynch's head. I can't speak to, what they're thinking, but the guy that to me would fit more the way they play, who I think will be a better pro than he was a college player, is Oscar Delp from Georgia. I really like his tape a lot. I think he's a multi-dimensional tight end. Georgia asked their tight ends to block because they run the ball. I think he could be more of a featured receiver as he continues to develop at the NFL level. I'm not comparing him to George Kittle at all, but keep in mind, as you guys well know, Kittle caught 22 and 20 balls in his last 2 years at Iowa. He was not a big target in college football, because Iowa doesn't play offense like that usually. So now I think Delp is somewhat similar in that regard. He's not exactly George Kittle, but he's a player that I like a lot on based on his tape.
Greg, whose draft did you like last night?
Oh, I don't even. I'm trying to remember the players that are picked. This was last night. That was a long time ago.
Yes, it was. But no,
I've been grinding on tape all day today. Gee, that seems like it happened about 3 months ago. I like what the Cowboys did because Christian Parker's their new DC. He came from Philly, and I know the importance because I'm right here in Philly, and I know that some of their staff well. The importance of his safety because they move safeties around a lot. They change the picture a lot. Caleb Downs is a really savvy player. I like Malachi Lawrence, who they drafted later in the first round. I thought he was a really good edge pass rush prospect. So again, the only way I can evaluate a draft is based on my evaluation of the player. I don't get caught up in they reached or they could have got him later. I don't know any of that stuff. I'm not a believer in reach because you know what? As far as the team's concerned, they didn't reach. It's not relevant what I think or what anybody else thinks. They didn't think they reached. So to me, that's a stupid, meaningless comment to say they reached. They reached based on your evaluation of the player, and that's really not relevant to the team.
Okay, so like that's kind of what I would love to know right now as this starts. Like, you don't need to give me best available or any position, but like the people available right now, and I know there's going to be a bunch, but give us 2 or 3 of who you think, your evaluation are like, man, you love these guys, and they're on the board right now.
All right, I'm pulling up the guys that are available.
Let's go, Greg.
Well, and again, there's guys that I really like that are specific kinds of players. Okay, sure. Keep that in mind. Okay, Caden McDonald, Ohio State D tackle, is the best run defense D tackle in the draft. So he's a really good prospect. Jeremy Bernard from Alabama, the wide receiver, I think, I know, not to get into all the details now, we don't have time, and I don't want to be cliched, but he's just a really good football player. I love Jacob Rodriguez, the stack backer from Texas Tech. The most important thing for a stack backer is mental processing. I thought he was the best linebacker in the draft in terms of mental processing. So those are some players I really like. Okay. A player who fascinates me to no end is Jake Goldie from Cincinnati, the linebacker who's 6'4 plus, 240 pounds, really, really good athlete. So yeah, I'm just giving you guys that. Again, these are guys I like on tape.
Love it. And here's the other cool thing, Greg, is I'm told we get to do this again on Monday after we know exactly.
I'm excited about it.
Yeah, exactly. Once we know who the Niners actually took.
Now, I can't guarantee, depending on, because once you start getting to the 6th, 7th round guys, I can't guarantee that I'll have seen everybody because I'm one person and I've seen about 220 guys. But, if they start drafting a guard from North Dakota State, I probably won't have seen him. So I'm just giving you the heads up,
Greg, they could also keep trading back and just not do the draft. It's possible.
Nah, you got to draft someone.
I mean, I don't think it's in the rules, but we'll find out. Greg, thanks. We'll talk to you again on Monday.
All right, guys. Really looking forward to it. Thanks so much.
Absolutely. He's the best. That's Greg Cosell, NFL Films, with us right here on Willard and Dibbs. And indeed, we'll do it again on Monday. We'll open up the lines to you on both what you thought of what the Niners pulled yesterday and what you would like to see them do tonight. 3 picks on the board as it stands now, including the very first one in the draft starts in a half hour. 888-957-957 is the number. It's Willard and Dibbs.
This hour of sports is brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
Hey, it's Willard. Hey, Bay Area. Do you feel that rumble? That's Low Riders taking over Cinco de Mayo. Join Habas Law on Sunday, May 3rd from 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. East San Jose, King and Story. Chrome gleaming, hydraulics bouncing, starting at 10 a.m. It's the Cinco de Mayo Parade. Live music, incredible food, and a community alive with pride. Presented by Omar Habas, Tarek Habas, and Habas Law. With council member Peter Ortiz and the United Lowrider Council. Pull up with your crew for Lowriders. Sunday, May 3rd, Habas Law, East Side Pride. Let's ride.
What if you could have the most reliable Wi-Fi?
And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? That's the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee.
Just 5 years of fiber-powered Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to the devices that need them most.
That finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a 6th sense. And that keeps you gaming in the fast lane, even when the whole family's banking on bandwidth. And here's the best part. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included.
Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi.
Hey, let's face it, a lot can change in 5 years. Kids grow taller, dreams grow bigger, but your Wi-Fi, it would stay reliable and the price would stay put. The Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Xfinity, imagine that.
Select plans only. Restrictions apply. Powered by fiber. Connected to the premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
Bank of America is the official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Helping people achieve their goals is what we do. So if your goal is owning a home, we're here to help with guidance and resources, including up to $17,500 in select markets when combining down payment and closing cost grants. Visit BofA.com/home team. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America N.A. Equal Housing Lender. Credit and collateral is subject to approval. Restrictions apply. This is not a commitment to lend.
Administrator Dan Daly at Lton Skilled Nursing and Rehabilitation Center would like to thank his staff, residents, and family members for helping us become both Newsweek Magazine and U.S. News and World Report's top-ranked California nursing facility. Lawton continues to be a 5-star facility conveniently located in San Francisco's Sunset District. Please don't hesitate to contact our admissions team of Dab Sterling or Christopher Lord at 415-566-1200. That's 415-566-1200.
Looking for a fun and memorable way to celebrate Mom this Mother's Day? Join History San Jose for a Mother's Day tea the whole family can enjoy. Set inside the historic Empire Firehouse overlooking beautiful History Park. Gather together and treat Mom to a delicious spread of pastries, tea sandwiches, and refreshing teas. It's the perfect way to slow down, reconnect, and make lasting memories with the people who matter most. Vegetarian options are available. Space is limited, so reserve your seats today at historysanjose.org.
Football fans, history is calling as San Francisco heads down under for the first ever game in Australia. Join the action in Melbourne with true fan travel as San Francisco takes on Los Angeles at the iconic Melbourne Cricket Ground. Premium hotel stay, epic all-inclusive events, city tours, wildlife adventures, meet and greet with a red and gold legend, and unforgettable moments. Spots are limited. Don't miss out on your shot to experience San Francisco Francisco down under. Head to truefantravel.com. That's truefantravel.com.
Looking to get your next project done right without running all over town? At Ashby Lumber, everything you need is in one place. From premium lumber and building materials to doors, windows, decking, and hardware, we've got it all, ready when you are. Whether you're a contractor on a deadline or a homeowner starting something new, our team knows the products and helps you get it done right the first time. 2 locations, Berkeley and Concord. Ashby Lumber, one stop, done right.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Growing a brand is hard, but reaching the right customers shouldn't be. Meet Outcomes from Viant. We've built an intelligent platform that handles the complexity of digital advertising for you. Powered by advanced AI, we help your brand show up in the right places at the right time and ensure that every dollar you spend leads to a real business result. It's smarter advertising made simple. Visit Viant.ai.
There's a new kind of energy at Starbucks. When your day needs a reset, try the all-new energy refreshers. Strawberry acai, mango dragon fruit, or the all-new mango strawberry. The refreshers you love, now with extra caffeine. New energy refreshers only at Starbucks.
We asked parents to share their journey of adopting teens.
They changed who I am because I can't see life without them in it.
Visit adoptuskids.org to learn more. Brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs.
I'm not a doctor, so it's questionable. Questionable concern.
All right. On 95.7 The Game.
I forgot about that one. Questionable concern.
Yeah.
That was a bar.
Questionable concern.
It's a banger.
So is this.
That helps answer your question better.
Grandy played it twice yesterday, and he runs it back today. This is number one in his playlist right now. Don't sweat the technique.
It's strong. It's strong. The Niners pick in 27 minutes.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Well, if they make a pick and you are somebody who's interested in the Kelsey markets, and for those of you who don't partake.
You tripped Greg up on that one.
I just wanted to mention it because I wasn't expecting him to know, but it was kind of a segue into asking about Emmanuel McNeil Warren, who was the leader in the Kelsey market. And Kelsey, if you don't partake, people are able to, it's a prediction market where you can put money in and you can buy a yes or a no based on a price. And as money comes in, the line moves. It's like gambling, but it's not.
It's like gambling and the stock market had a baby.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And that's what it is. And as of a moment ago, the new favorite to be the Niners pick at number 33.
Oh, we got a new one?
Denzel Boston.
Oh, bet against it.
The Kelsey market has said the money's coming in on Denzel Boston.
Put all your money against it.
Well, an important distinction is not the Niners pick, just the pick at 33.
Fair enough.
Oh, that is a good distinction.
Yep, thank you.
Yeah, because the Niners absolutely could trade down again. Absolutely, that is on the table.
Interesting, because if you're a team that is thirsty for Denzel Boston and you really have to have him, then you would come up to 33 and get him.
And maybe that's happening. I kind of dig the 33rd pick because, like, you give the whole NFL the whole night to go to bed and think about who that player is that's available that you could have. And all you got to do, if you want him, how bad do you want him? Call that team that's sitting in that slot, and you can move on up. And so the Niners were really clear about two things last night that I found interesting. And I bet there's actually a couple players, a couple new rookies in the NFL that have already circled the 49ers on their team's schedule as if, like, I can't wait to play that team. Because Shanahan basically, in a backward way, took a little bit of a swipe at the last few picks of the first round. Because he goes So at first they're at 27, and then they moved down
to 30.
And it was like, yeah, so none of the people that were taken, that's not any of the people that we would have taken there.
Right.
And again, that athletes use this stuff as fuel. So Shanahan, in a way, was like, yeah, those players weren't interesting to us at all. And then they moved from 30 to 33, and he sort of has a similar quote. And I'm paraphrasing all of these, but he's like, the guys that we were going to take at 30, they're still there. So nobody went at 30, 31, and 32 that interested the Niners either.
And there's a wide receiver, Omar Cooper Jr., and an edge, Keldrick Falk.
Exactly.
Who many people thought they might be interested in.
Yeah, and Cooper Jr., I saw a lot of people thinking, because the Niners and the wide receiver position is a hot discussion. I don't see wide receiver as something the Niners should do at 33. And I say that knowing that it's kind of it's a silly point to make, but it's the only one that I can make right now. It's how I feel. The reason it's a silly one to make is I don't really believe in this idea of it's all about position. If there's somebody who you think is a game changer, and the Niners, based on what they've got at the wide receiver room, you can absolutely make the case that picking a wide receiver today on some level makes sense. I mean, if you think about it sort of the way you did, which is, no, they've got those guys. Right, they've got them now.
Right.
But they have a little bit of a short-term wide receiver room in a way.
Yeah, Robinson will be a free agent. Evans is hecka old. Kirk is on a one-year deal.
One-year deal, right. And Pearsall I love, but, he needs to stack health. And so, there's the other young guys. There's Jordan Watkins, Jacob Cowing. We'll see. It makes sense, but I would not use this kind of a pick on it, especially, like, I love to read Greg Cosell's energy, not just what he says, but how he says it. When you asked him about Boston, he kind of was like, look, he's a good receiver, and here are the things he does well, but, like, you have to kind of know who he is. He's not going to run by people. He had that tone. Like, yeah, Boston, a good player, and then I said, hey, is it a deep wide receiver class? In other words, could the 49ers wait and still find wide receivers they probably really like late tonight and tomorrow? And Greg almost jumped out of his chair. Oh, my God, this is an incredibly deep draft. There's all of these. Then he started firing off names, and we asked him about other guys. Brazel at Tennessee, who he sounded like he liked better, at least for the 49ers. So, anyway, long way of saying I'm out on the Niners calling a wide receiver's name here in 30 minutes.
I'm also out, and Grandy made an interesting distinction about the 33rd pick, according to Kelsey. It's not who the Niners will take, and I do think they could wind up trading back again, because last night they traded back from, 27 to 30, and they picked up, I think, 48 spots later in the draft, and then they traded back again, and they picked up another pick. So they went from 6 picks to 7 picks and gained a round and change on the first move back, and you could easily move back again based on your needs. There is a safety that's there. There is a couple of edge guys. A D tackle named Caden McDonald now is getting a lot of love in this Kelsey market, which means that one person in particular may think that that's the move, but an interior defensive lineman, I don't think is out of the question.
It's not out of the question, but last year's draft with early picks, you went Alfred Collins and C.J. West, and then you get Odighizuwa this offseason from the Cowboys. I'm like, that
doesn't seem to be the most pressing need.
Totally. Hell, they may have already traded the pick.
Right? I mean, you never know.
It wouldn't, if it's already happened, it wouldn't be announced yet.
Right. 20 minutes to go.
I don't know why you would agree to it yet, because maybe somebody else will call you with a better offer.
That's fair.
But they may have something as GMs love to say, the framework for the deal might already be in place.
Could have something in the works. And, as I said, going into it yesterday and even before, you enter with 6 picks and you've got 15 roster spots open currently. Now, some of that will be filled with undrafted guys, but if you can go from 6 picks to 9 picks and wind up with, a second and 3/3 and 4/4 or whatever they're currently sitting on. Well, if you can pad your draft, as we did yesterday with Grandy's grades, 5th round, I gave him an A, 6th round, a B, 7th round, an A+, and that's over a 9-year span.
Well, and then something also happened yesterday that they used the draft to do, but it doesn't have anything to do with the draft. And you talk about how many roster spots are open right now?
I believe 15.
Okay, all right. So sure, there's going to be undrafted free agents. Do you know what the Niners might also do in the coming days? They might revisit free agency again. The 49ers yesterday, while everybody is drinking beers and watching picks, they opened up like another $10 million in cap space by redoing Osa Odighizuwa's deal. So the Trent Williams deal right before the draft, Odighizuwa yesterday, the Niners have opened up a truckload more of cap space and are north of $30 million. So, and I don't know if this is what you want to do. It's not even really my cup of tea. It's just kind of fun because of the family name, but there'd been so much talk about Joey Bosa, and he's still sitting out there. And John Lynch made a comment a couple of weeks ago. Yeah, I know Mama Bosa would like it, but I don't think we can afford him. Well, maybe now you can. You've got more cap space that just got opened up. And I would also imagine for all of those free agents that just never got picked up, I don't know, the price has got to be coming down at some point, doesn't it?
Yeah.
What's Juwan Jennings out there asking for right now?
Words right out of my mouth.
You know what I mean?
Because I was just thinking, what if you didn't draft a wide receiver, but you brought a guy in who works in your system and a guy who you can get for less than what he was asking for a couple of months ago, and that is Juwan Jennings. So
I don't think he's coming back.
Well, where's he going?
Somewhere.
Where?
A football team.
In the NFL?
Yeah.
Maybe.
But not here.
I mean, I don't know. It's possible. I'm looking at his IG right now, and he still has among his most recent pictures of him in a Niner uniform. So I don't think that it's so bad that you're going to scrub it, because that's what happens when you break up with someone. You go to all your socials and it's like, I'm going to scrub all the pictures of me and her.
Oh, I don't think there's some sort of bad vibes there, but Lynch has already said publicly into a microphone, we wish Juwan the best. Like, Juwan's not coming back. I don't think it'll be an about face, but anyway, moments ago, from Adam Schefter, he just tweeted less than 1 minute ago, the 49ers have had talks throughout the day about trading the first pick of round 2, number 33 overall. So far, no offer enticing enough. This is a fascinating tweet. That's not a no news tweet.
And it's not a no from us, we're keeping it tweet either.
No, that's a we wants to move back again. Would anybody like to make us a better offer?
That's a, hey, Adam, send this out so that the 20 whatever teams who haven't called us, they know we're open for business. So, go ahead and give us a call.
Well, it's also a note to all of the people who have, again, they've had talks throughout the day. So people are calling. That's their way of saying your offer ain't good enough yet. Your offer's not good enough yet. Shefty, hit send.
That's right.
That came straight from the Niners. I have no doubt about it. And there's a reason. There's a reason. Shefty's not tweeting that out just because he felt like tweeting it out. He got a text message. He went to Twitter. And so I find that to be interesting. The Niners would like better offers, but it also says to me they would like to move down again.
And why not? I mean,
why not?
You've moved down twice, and you've picked up a round and a half on one pick, and you got a whole nother pick. And so, and I liked what you said earlier about the beauty and the power of pick 33.
Yes.
Because everyone goes to bed last night whenever they did, and it's a short night's sleep for everyone because you got to get up and start grinding. But as you wake up this morning and you look at your board, you start dreaming about, oh, man, what if we could get this guy?
I didn't think he'd still be available, Bill.
And he is. We're picking at 47. There's only one way we can be sure to get that guy. Somebody call John Lynch.
Yeah. Well,
the line's busy. I don't get it.
Yeah, I think the Niners want to move down again. And I you're right. It's so there's a few pieces to it. One of them is, we only came in with 6 picks. Let's get more picks. I like that. But there's also the algorithm that gets created for each specific team. And there's no way for any of us to ever know what that algorithm is. But They're sitting in a room with a board and their homework and all of their scouts and all of their research. They know exactly who they really, really like and who they either don't like or they just don't think is a fit, right? So if they know that, what you're doing now is kind of running the algorithm of, let's say, for instance, in this round 2, here are the 6 players that we like. All right, how many of them could you get at 40? How many of them might you be able to get at 45? How many of them could you get at 50? Do you really, do you feel kind of even Steven on 2 players and you think one's going to go earlier than the other? To me, that's the game they're playing, and you take risks, and there's a mathematical equation there, and you think about people jumping you and trading in front of you. It was fascinating to watch what happened with Mekhi Lemon yesterday. Yep. And for those of you who didn't see it, the kid is the USC wide receiver. He's on the phone with the Steelers. Like, the 20th pick is on the clock. The Steelers pick 21. They're on the phone with the kid. Hey, Mekhi, what's up? It's the Steelers. Just wanted to let you know, we're going to make you the 21st pick in the draft. Congrats.
Not so
You're
fast.
You're going to be a first rounder. And then all of a sudden, while the kid's got the phone to the ear, here comes the update. Philadelphia jumps to 20. And he literally looks up at the screen and he goes, what's Philly coming up to? And Pittsburgh's on the phone with the kid. And all of a sudden, they hang up, and his agent runs over with another phone.
That's so great.
And he goes, it's Philly.
It's not like the old phone was call waiting. Hold on. It's my line.
No, he goes, it's Philly. And Mekhi looks at his agent like, so? And he goes, they're going to pick you. They jumped up to get you. And the next thing you know, he's not 21, he's 20.
You go from Western PA to Eastern PA.
And some money.
Yeah, a little bit.
20th money instead of 21st money.
And a quarterback who actually you know of. And I don't know what Pittsburgh is doing. But
although a quarterback who done pissed A.J. Brown off something awful. So I don't know if it's a good thing or bad thing, whatever.
Yep.
But, yeah, he goes to the Eagles instead of the Steelers.
Good for him, and that's fantastic. And I like what you're saying about the Niners possibly trading back. And if you think about some of the names we threw at Greg Cosell, like Chase Pisantis, for example, looking at the NFL.com mock list, he's about 52 on their list. So if you're picking at 33 and you love Pisantis, as Greg was saying, you wouldn't take him there because that's a little bit too high on your board. But if you could trade back from 33 and pick up, 50 and also pick up 172 and 214, you do it. And he also mentioned Oscar Delp as a tight end. And I don't know if the Niners are in the market for a tight end, but he's listed at number 71.
Yeah, maybe later. Later.
3rd or 4th round is his grade. So
and the Niners have like 48 fourth-round picks.
Right.
I mean, that's like where their whole draft is.
But if you're sitting and you look at your board and there's nobody you love as the top of the 2nd round, then moving back makes a ton of sense.
Do I have this right now, Grandy? The 7 picks, I think this is important because of all the moving and shaking yesterday. You did a good job just a moment ago of sort of detailing what happened with the picks. The first move down, the Niners didn't gain any picks. They just moved from the 4th to the 3rd. And then with the second move down, they gathered a 5th, right? It was a 5th or a 4th?
They moved into the 5th round.
They moved into the 5th. So where they sit right now with the 7 picks, 2 2s,
3 3s,
3 3s,
a 4th and a 5th.
Only 1 4th left? Are you sure it's 3 3s and not 2 3s and 2 4s?
They had 4 3s. They traded 1 away, and they gained. I'll double check for you, but I'm pretty sure it's 2 2s, 3 3s, a 4th and a 5th.
Okay. See, I thought it was 2 3s and 2 4s, but you think it's 3 3s and 1 4. Anyway, that's kind of what it looks like now, which means as it sits tonight, whether it's 2 3s or 3 3s, you're looking at potentially a very, very active night for the 49ers tonight, especially if they do what's now being rumored and move down again. Because as it sits right now, at least 4 or 5 picks that are currently slated to be made tonight, but that it could become more. I guess in theory it somehow could end up becoming less, but they would have to really move down a number of times. So anyway, the game that you're talking about that they play is a risky one. It's a risky one because I don't know how many times we've all been in fantasy drafts, and so you experience it. You're like, ooh, I got my guy, but I think I could get him in the next round.
Yep.
And then that damn dude down the hall, he jumps you and picks somebody in the 4th round that wasn't supposed to go till the 5th or the 6th. And you're like, what are you doing?
Really quick, guys. It's 2 seconds, a third, 3/4, and a 5th.
That's right.
There you go.
I'm looking at it right now.
Okay. All right.
33 and 58. Then it's 90.
2 2s, 1 3, 3 4s, 1 5.
But of their 4s, 2 of them are comp picks. So those are like, they're after the 4th, but before the 5th. So you have 127's a regular 4th, and then you've got 2 that are after the fact, and then you've got the 1/5 a little bit later.
But if they do move down, in theory, right now, if they trade this pick, you're going to gather more. You're going to gather more.
Most likely. Yeah, I mean, you're not going to trade down and not get anything.
Yeah, so tonight, as it stands right now, 3 picks are currently scheduled. 2 2s and a 3, all right? And that's what's tonight, the 2nd and the 3rd round. 4 through 7 happens tomorrow. But I won't call them rumors. Let's call them efforts. That's basically what Adam Schefter is telling us, I think. The Niners are efforting, moving out of 33. They are open for business, have been taking calls all day, but no takers as of yet. They have Schefter send out the tweet about 20 minutes before the picks are going to be opening up tonight. And punter Andy Lee is standing by to find out if he's got a gig or not.
Yeah, he may just be chilling in the green room waiting for them to actually make a pick. And when they went from 27 to 30 yesterday, they did gain 48 spots in their second pick that was involved in that. They went from 138 up to 90. So you went back 3 in the first round, but you went up 48 in the other pick that was involved. So that was good. And then the second trade, when they went backward, they picked up an additional pick. So having 33, they already traded out from 30. That's almost as valuable as the number 30 pick. Yep. So you would expect them to be able to add another pick, which yesterday they added, a 5th round pick. It's a comp pick, so it's at the end of the 5th round. But if you move from 33 to wherever, you're going to get another late pick.
Get more.
And you're probably going to get a better pick.
And then I also wanted to throw this in. The draft starts in 7 minutes. The Niners are on the clock as soon as it starts, but potentially efforts being made to trade it. I think the most uttered name next to the Niners overnight, and you even said about an hour ago he was favored on Kelsey to be the pick, Emmanuel McNeil-Warren. And Greg Cosell really, really liked him. Safety from Toledo. I think it's possible that the Niners end up with him either at the top of this draft or if they move down a few picks. I will say, though, if that happens, that is the 49ers breaking their norm. That is just not a position that this regime has valued with 1st and 2nd round picks over their history. They tend to look at safety a little bit further down on the board. What was Jair? I think he was a 3rd rounder, right? So I believe if they go safety here in round 2, that would be the highest drafted safety that the Niners have ever taken. Absolutely. This regime, right?
Yes. And just
keep that in mind.
Looking at the market movement on Kelsey, it would indicate to me that they're going to trade the pick.
Yeah.
Because right now, Denzel Boston is going through the roof, and I just don't see them using number 33 on a wide receiver. So
what do y'all know? What does Kelsey know? Who wants Boston? Who needs a receiver? I'm
sure Buffalo's one team that needs a receiver.
And Buffalo's right behind them.
3 spots behind them.
Yeah, they're right behind them. All right, so listen up, everybody. If the pick happens here, it's going to happen soon, but something's going to happen. If it's not a pick, it's a trade. So I'm damn sure we're going to have breaking news here within the next 10 or 15 minutes. So stay right where you are. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. As it happens, we'll be talking it out on Willard and Dibs.
Running a small business means juggling a lot. Your network has to handle it all. That's where a fiber-only provider falls short. You need a partner who gives you a greater advantage. Introducing the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A first-ever combination of the largest, fastest fiber-powered network, the most reliable Wi-Fi, gig speeds with equipment and security included, and a 5-year price lock. Plus, it's all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. The Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A new standard for small business with reliability, security, and savings in one. Switch today. Get started with a great offer as low as $60 a month. When you add it all up, no one does business like Comcast Business.
Offer ends 6/1/26. New customers only. Requires 300 megabits per second internet and security edge. 1-year agreement, eco-bill, and autopay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
With 21 hybrid and electrified Toyota models, it's easy to find the one that fits your drive. Like the 50 mpg Corolla Hybrid or the 51 mpg Camry. Every mile goes further. Or go all electric in the Toyota BZ with up to 314 miles of range. Get 0% APR plus $3,500 finance cash on the all-electric 2026 BZ. Toyota, let's go places. Offer available through TFS to buyers with premium rated credit and cannot be combined with other offers. Finance cash must be applied to transaction ends 5/4/26.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Staples presents Celebrations Made Easy.
I was throwing a party for the twins and had custom invites and a banner printed at Staples. And that's when I saw Party City is now at Staples.
Party City? No way!
Yep. So now Staples has all your printing needs and everything you need for a party.
Everything times 2.
Yeah, and now at Staples, save 40% on custom cards, photo gifts, wrapping paper, banners, and more.
Big news! Party City is now at Staples.
That was easy.
Shop Staples in-store, online, or on the app. In 613, exclusions apply.
What's your financial future look like? At Pettinelli Financial Partners, we help you shape it. Whether you're planning for retirement, buying a home, or saving for something special, our professionals are here to provide clear guidance and smart strategies. Visit PettinelliFP.com today and take the first step toward a more secure financial future. The financial consultants at Pettinelli Financial Partners are registered representatives with and securities offered through LPL Financial, member FINRA SIPC. Investment advice offered through Stratos Wealth Partners, a registered investment advisor. Stratos and Pettinelli are separate entities from LPL Financial.
Now that spring is here, you might be anxious to upgrade your home's property. Golden State Lumber and Showroom works with contractors and professional builders to help you add decking, pergolas, fencing, and fire protection. Our partners include AZEK Exteriors, James Hardie Textured Panels, and Vulcan Vents to protect your home from fire and embers. Safeguard your home and protect its value by starting at GoldenStateLumber.com. For over 70 years, Golden State Lumber and Showroom. When you succeed, we succeed.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 877 Cars for Kids to speak to a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Go to carsforkids.org now or call 877 Cars for Kids to donate your car today.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
What's up? It's Draymond Green. I'm back for my 14th NBA season, and my podcast, The Draymond Green Show, is back too. This season, I'm breaking down games, reacting to the biggest NBA stories, and sitting down with teammates, rivals, and culture shapers. And trust me, I'm not holding back, on the court or on the mic. 2 new episodes every week. New segments, big conversations, real basketball talk for the real hoop heads. Listen to and follow The Draymond Green Show wherever you get your podcasts. We're back, we're better, let's get it.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my car insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check if I left the pizza box on top of my car before driving home. Not smart. Oh, and a semi just turned my deep dish into a thin crust.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Potential savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Well, good morning, kiddo. I love that you're home from college. I've missed you.
Still taking your nature-made vitamins?
Every day. a multivitamin, and a probiotic. You better be taking yours.
Still looking out for me, Mom.
I'll never stop.
Made to care for you every day. Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand. Find us in the vitamin aisle, based on a survey of pharmacists who recommend branded vitamins and supplements.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
All right, the draft is starting.
Yeah.
The draft is starting.
Who sang the anthem?
I don't know if the anthem is even happening tonight.
Okay.
I don't know, but they're fired up in Pittsburgh. And nobody has announced that the draft is underway or the Niners are on the clock. But that doesn't stop us from having breaking news.
95.7 The Game, breaking news.
The Niners will stick and pick. Those are the exact words of Adam Schefter. Ian Rappaport also says, with trade offers on the table, it is likely that the 49ers will turn those down. So both Rapp and Schefter pretty much almost at the exact same time, tweeting something that is along the same line. Schefter was more firm and simply said, the Niners will stick and pick. They are planning to stick and pick and make a selection here at number 33 overall. So
are planning to.
Planning to, yes.
Right. Plans can change.
Plans can change.
Right.
Right.
We're going to the beach on Saturday. Forecast is for rain. Yeah. We're not going to the beach.
Well, you have a 3-year-old, so like plans change. Hard. Yeah, plans change
all
constantly.
All the time, yep.
The Niners do not have a 3-year-old, although they are about to take a young person.
Right, not that young, and they're not on the clock yet. And I believe we're at 7 minutes, right, Grandy, per pick, not per round, as I said yesterday.
7 minutes, yeah.
So they're not on the clock, and so you still have time, and the tweets go out. And that's the last warning.
Real quick, while you brought up minutes per pick, I want to say something about last night that I never thought would cross my mind.
Baseball.
Like, that was too fast.
Yep.
They switched from 10 minutes to 8 minutes, and it was too quick. I don't know how many of you experienced this, but it was like the pick is in, comes up on the TV screen, and then you sit there for 5 minutes trying to figure out when's Goodell going to come out. Do we need to bring out somebody to introduce something? And then also commercial breaks for TV. And it happened so often that by the time Goodell would announce the pick, they would then switch to whoever's next. And you're thinking, well, 8 minutes. No, they're on the clock as second that pick is in. And they'd switch to the next team. It's like they had 2.5 minutes to go. And then boom, the pick is in again. And I'm like, this is you. Like, draw this out a little bit more. And the whole thing was over in less than 3 hours.
I was thinking about Grandy and the boys and how much time they were going to have to fill on the back end, especially when you had no Niner pick to react to. So that became something that, when you're doing it on the air, it can be a little bit awkward. And right now they're introducing all the legends who will make the picks today. And the Niners officially are on the clock. So
TikTok,
the Niners are planning to pick at number 33, but they've got 6 minutes and 47 seconds to take more calls.
Yeah, unless that was just a big APB to both Schefter and Rappaport to say, let them know. All those offers you sent us, we'd like to say no. No.
It's a little like the final warning, I tell my daughter, if I have to go up there one more time, I'm taking your guys, which are her stuffies. So
would you like to up your offer? But the indications are that the 49ers are about to make a selection. They are approaching the 6-minute mark. So stay right here with us. We will be at the podium. We're expecting that to be former Niners punter Andy Lee, because team legends will be the ones up there announcing the picks here throughout this second round. 7 minutes per pick. But obviously the timing of all of that, the pick can be in and then takes a few minutes to get to the podium and whatnot. But we are very much expecting that within the next 7 or 8 minutes, there will be a new 49er announced.
Yeah, I mean, unless they move off the pick, and they still have 5+ minutes to do so. So if you're a team that's really eager to jump up and get that guy, you had all night to sleep on it, you had all morning to think about it and look at your board and figure out what your move is going to be. If you're a team that's right behind the Niners, you can kind of be more patient and hope that they don't take your guy. But if you're further down and you truly love somebody at 33 and you have to have that player, you can go ahead and swap up and go ahead and hope the Niners move back again.
No doubt. No doubt. One other report that I do want to share with everyone, and it comes courtesy of Jordan Schultz on Twitter. And he says, because I know this is something that some 49er fans have been absolutely kind of following, and it's the idea of adding an edge rusher, not through the draft, but through trade. And Schultz says that the New York Giants have been engaged today in trade conversations involving edge rusher Kayvon Thibodeau, and says the Saints are among the teams showing the strongest interest. If a deal happens, it could be as soon as tonight. The New York Giants are open to listening on Thibodeau. So edge rusher, we know, an area of need for the 49ers, as it almost always is. Nick Bosa and Mykel Williams both coming back, expected to be healthy by training camp. But that said, we know they want to add more there. Will they do it through the draft? Will they do it tonight? Will they do it through some sort of a trade for somebody who's already in the league?
Under 4 minutes to go for the Niners to make their first pick in the second round, number 33 overall. And as I look at these Kalshi markets, they fluctuate, but Denzel Boston is still the most invested in choice to be taken at 33. So if he's taken at 33 by the Niners, then the 56% of the investors would be the ones cashing in on the yes. I'm just not sure if that's the way that they're going to go.
I would listen. I'm not sure either. Like, hello. At the same time, it would really, really surprise me if the 49ers opt to do that again with a very, very early pick and grab a wide receiver with all of the attention that has been paid to that position this offseason. Letting Juwan Jennings go. Kind of just blinking in the face of any sort of a Debo reunion, but getting Mike Evans, also getting Christian Kirk, knowing that they've talked about their younger guys, Jordan Watkins and Jacob Cowing, coming up. And then obviously there's still Ricky Pearsall, a first-round pick from just a couple of seasons ago. With all of that in the room, don't forget DeMarcus Robinson too. The idea of putting this amount of capital into a wide receiver, I don't like the idea personally.
Especially when you half the time only have 2 receivers on the field.
Yeah.
So this could be a case of you draft him now and you could still trade him later. You could trade him later in the day or you could trade him tomorrow. That's rarely done in the NFL, but you're allowed to. And, I was just looking at the Cardinals war room and they look a little bit angsty. They might be a team that is really interested in not David Boston, but Denzel Boston. Somebody, they've got just the one receiver who is of note, and he's not necessarily having the greatest career. And Mike Wilson had a great second half, but he's not absolutely a one either.
The Niners are taking this all the way down. They're at the 2-minute mark as far as whether or not they will make a pick. The words "pick is in" have not come up on the screen yet.
Point.
So that means, no doubt, people are still on the phone in the back room and trying to figure the whole thing out. But the 49ers, I won't say for the first time in the 2026 NFL draft are on the clock because they've been on the clock, but it's potentially the first time they're actually going to make a selection.
And it's in.
And there it is. The pick is in. So unless that logo changes, which I've seen happen a couple of times last night, but as of right now, they're saying that the pick is in and that the 49ers will stick and pick. So we will be at the podium shortly to let you know exactly who this is, announced by former 49er punter Andy Lee. Will it be wide receiver? Will it be safety? Will it be edge rusher? Will it be offensive guard? As Mark Schlereth said to us yesterday, the Niners need fat people.
Yep.
And he's not wrong.
He's not, but I think you might be able to get one of those guys a little bit later. And certainly if you love Denzel Boston as the receiver, then that would be the direction that you would go. And he would not be available later. So that would be the way you'd have to do it. And now the Kelsey markets have officially closed as far as, well, they've shut down Boston Basantis and Zion Young. So, man, they're off the board, as is McNeil Warren. And
Basantis, an offensive guard. Zion Young, based on listening and talking to Greg Cosell about that, I mean, a good edge rusher, but I don't think the kind of style that would fit exactly what the 49ers need. So we'll see. We'll see. There are a lot of directions this can go. I'm mildly surprised, quite frankly, based on the reporting we've seen in the last hour, that this pick is actually going to happen. But the Niners, apparently, there is somebody that they really feel strongly about here that they would not be able to get later. So we're about to get an announcement shortly.
Yeah, it's exciting. And Tim Kawakami with a tweet, will they pass up Denzel Boston a third time? ? So we're about to find out.
Here we go. Andy Lee is walking out to the podium now, so we're about to get the word. Here we go.
What's up, Pittsburgh? I just want to say it's awesome to be back in my college hometown. It was an honor to play here for 4 years, and I just want to thank the 49ers for this opportunity. I want to give a shout out to the 49er faithful, the best fans in the NFL. With the 33rd pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the San Francisco 49ers select Deshaun Stribling, wide receiver, Ole Miss.
Oh, my gosh. So not only do they go wide receiver, but not the one everyone thought. Not the one everybody thought was coming.
Deshaun Stribling, Ole Miss, 6'2", 207. ESPN had him overall ranked at number 76, and he goes 33. Your immediate thoughts and reactions?
I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like it, but it's not that I don't like the player.
You know my bit, Mark. I like the player and I like the pick. You heard me say that, have you?
Okay, so what's your reaction?
No, not Stribling. Why are you taking a wide receiver at 33?
Well, maybe he's going to be awesome.
He might be.
Maybe he's going to be awesome. Yeah,
you have to change his number. He wears number 1.
I mean, now I'm watching highlights of him, and I'm like, yeah, I look like a pretty good football player. But I got to stick to what I was just saying. Like, I don't love the idea of wide receiver right now at this point for the 49ers for multiple reasons. One of them is a micro and one of them is a macro. My micro reason is I just feel like there's too much attention being paid to this position on this particular roster. You've got Mike Evans. You've got Ricky Pearsall. You've got Christian Kirk. You've got Demarcus Robinson. You've been telling us you like Jordan Watkins and Jacob Cowing, and now you use your highest capital pick on this position again. It tells me that the other positions of need, you just don't really love those players, and that's fine. That's your evaluation. You don't really love the safeties that are out there. You don't love the guards that are out there, or you feel like you've got a good chance to get them later on tonight. That's what that tells me. That's my micro thought. My macro thought is just kind of like what we were talking about with Greg Cosell. The wide receiver thing is out of pocket in the NFL right now. There is absolutely too much attention, too much money being sent to wide receivers. And I understand what Jackson Smith and Jigba just did, but by the same token, think about the star receivers that are out there, CeeDee Lamb and Justin Jefferson and Jamar Chase and T. Higgins, and we could go on. And you look what the Niners just did with Brandon Ayuk. It's too much money being sent to players who do not affect winning at that number. I think they're a big deal. They're just not that big of a deal.
Maybe that's why you go this direction and you go ahead and draft a guy, not in the first, so now it's a second round, so you don't have to worry about 4 years, and it's a 4-year deal, but 3 with the 4th-year option. Here's the pre-draft analysis, according to ESPN, on Stribling. Good frame, top speed to make plays downfield. Occasionally he can get lazy at the top of his routes.
Lazy?
Rounding off routes. He played in an RPO offense. He has displayed good ball skills. If he finds open space, he can take it to the house. In the run game, he's a willing blocker and at times will mix it up in the box.
Okay, willing blocker. I mean, to me, it sounds like what they just did is replace Juwan Jennings.
Essentially.
Yeah, that's what it sounds like.
With the number 33 pick overall.
Which, that's fine. Juwan became a really, really important player. And by the way, the guard that some thought the 49ers would take with the 33rd pick just went 34th to their division rival, the Arizona Cardinals, Chase Basantis. Look, two things I'd like to say that are both about phones. Number one, your reaction to this. The Niners go wide receiver with their first pick. I am surprised. I'm not big on the idea. Dibs isn't either. We'd love your thoughts. 888-957-9570. And then I'd also say this to the guys. Grandy, Lucas, Nahegan, if he can hear in the other room, I would love a text response from Greg Cosell. Just a text response on what he thinks of this wide receiver at this moment. And I know that he's going to say, look, I don't care when guys go. I'm just a big fan of either the guy or I'm not a big fan of the guy. But I don't think there's any way around this. The Niners are going to get accused of a reach here. They don't care, but they're going to get accused of a reach here because, as you said, this guy was mocked as a third-round pick, and he just went with the first pick of the second round.
NFL.com had him at 62 overall, and they do the prospect grade, which is 6.28, will eventually be an average starter, is the way they have him rated.
Well, I mean, but how many
it's just a rating.
That's a... But
you win some and you lose some, but that's basically like Greg Cosell, in his opinion, looking at tape. They don't just make this stuff up, so it's their assessment.
Yeah, but Juwan Jennings, by the way, was not even going to make the league, according to a lot of those assessments at draft
and the picks
time.
that were made yesterday of the 32, at least 10 of them are going to be first-round busts. My issue is that you go ahead and you draft a wide receiver. Again, when you have greater needs, you need an edge, you really need a guard, and you need a safety. I believe you still need a tight end to make sure that George Kittle's going to be ready to go. You've got greater needs to me than a wide receiver.
You do have greater needs, but I support the idea of not just need-based drafting, especially early in a draft. So, for instance, I'll agree with you. They need a safety more than a wide receiver. They need a guard more than they need a wide receiver. But over the next 24, 48 hours, they may get a lot of those things.
They could.
I don't want you to get a safety if you don't like the safeties that are available in round 2 and you think a bunch of guys are going to be available in 3 and 4. I don't mind that. But in general, there's no two ways about that this is. I find this to be a little bit of a head-scratching thing because I'm already looking at this and thinking your receiver room is kind of crowded. Like, let me put it this way. How the hell is this guy getting on the field this year?
Well,
and if he does,
probably isn't.
Okay, then that's...
What are you doing?
Yeah.
Like, you took Jordan Watkins last year, and he didn't get on the field. Literally did not get on the field.
He got hurt, though. He got hurt,
but I don't know if he was going to get on the field. Kyle Shanahan doesn't play a lot of rookie wide receivers in general, and we've been doing a lot of war room breakdowns. I don't know if you saw the war room when they cut to the 49ers after the pick was announced.
I did.
Jed York was up celebrating with, I believe, his children. John Lynch looked happy. Kyle Shanahan was not happy. He did not look happy.
I did not see it that way. I thought the camera...
He wasn't smiling.
I know, but I thought the camera caught him in a moment where he was zoning out on something else.
He shook no hands.
Yeah,
He pumped no fist.
Jed York tapped him on the back, and then he stood up with a smile afterwards. I think they just caught him zoning out.
Yeah, I mean, if we're going to criticize Sean McVay, then...
No, because Sean McVay looked mad like 3 hours later and while talking about it.
We'll see how Kyle looks, but when I looked up at the screen and saw him, he did not look happy.
And here's the other thing I'll say about that. Like, a quarterback may... And I don't really know the structure of the Rams as far as Les Snead versus McVay. Let me tell you something right now. If the 49ers just selected an offensive player, that was Kyle. There ain't no way in hell... promise you that anyone just went over Kyle's head to pick a receiver.
Well, I hope he's right.
That is not the structure of the 49ers.
I would wonder, and we can look at all the mocks, and mock drafts aren't team boards and all the rest of it, but I wonder if any team outside of the Niners had him as the, quote, best available heading into round 2.
No, maybe not. And actually, see, I don't care about that because they could be wrong. You have to go with your gut, but there's 2 questions that are very fair here. One of them is... why receiver? And the second one is could you have gotten that guy at the end of the round? Could you have gotten that guy in round 3? And look, that's their assessment right now. The bottom line is if he becomes a star in a year and a half, great. But I'm trying. That would be my first question if I were in the room. Is you just use the 33rd pick? How does this guy get on the field this year with Mike Evans, Ricky Pearsall, Christian Kirk, Demarcus Robinson, and if you want to throw in Watkins and Cowing, who they said they wanted to use this year, how does this guy get in? I don't even know how he makes the roster.
And he's the 33rd pick overall.
Well, and actually, obviously he makes the roster. So now who doesn't? They keep 6 or 7 guys. I just named 6 or 7 guys.
Right.
Is that it? That's your wide receiver room? They're all making the team? I don't know. So, yeah, I am
The more I think about it, the more I hate the pick. And if you look at the history of Kyle Shanahan drafting wide receivers, it's not very good. Ayuk, sure. Debo, great. But you've got a Danny Gray in the 3rd round. You've got, other guys where you took him a little bit later. Juwan in the 7th, great. Debo in the 2nd, fine. Dante Pettis, 44 overall. Yeah, that's a miss.
To me, your characterization is unfair to say.
No, it's a spotty record is what I'm saying.
I disagree. You can bring up 2 or 3 misses, Jalen Hurd and Dante Pettis.
You can bring up 2 or 3 hits.
If I'm going to get Juwan Jennings in round 7, Debo Samuel was nailed, Brandon Ayuk went for 1,300 yards and helped you go to a Super Bowl before becoming a wackadoodle. And I know that we're early and jury out, but
jury's out.
I love Ricky Pearsall.
You do.
And when he's playing, he's been a very good player in this league.
That's a big win. And so that's, but availability is everything.
Yeah, but I don't think you can say that his evaluation of wide receivers through the years is poor.
I said it's spotty. It's spotty. And if you want to just take the top 3 rounds, Jalen Hurd never played football. Right. And Dante Pettis as a 2nd round pick was a complete whiff. And so it's spotty. What I'm saying is I look at this pick in the 2nd round and it doesn't give me warm feelings because as we did our grades yesterday, top 3 rounds, they've not been at their best. And now you go ahead and use a receiver.
I know it's not the best for sports radio. I never rip fully a pick because I don't know if the guy's going to become awesome. I will say this. It's head-scratching. It's head-scratching. I'm not going to hate the pick. It's surprising and head-scratching based on positional need and what's already going on and how that room has already been addressed this offseason.
Yeah, I'll go beyond head-scratching and say it's a bad pick. He could turn out to be a phenomenal player, and I'll eat my words down the road.
Yeah.
Much like those people who thought Trey Lance was the sauce after one spring training practice or practice in OTAs and whatnot. Yeah, we all have opinions, and sometimes they come back on us. This pick right now, when you have a full wide receiver room and you have a spotty track record of drafting wide receivers, I don't like the pick. I think it's a bad choice.
Dejon Stribling, wide receiver, Ole Miss, is the Niners pick at number 33. We're taking your calls on this right now. By the way, edge rusher TJ Parker from Clemson went to the Bills at number 35. The Texans pick is in, and they're on their way to the podium right now to announce it. We'll share it when we get there. But let's hear from some of you. Jose in Oakland is first up here on Willard and Dibs. What's up, Jose? How are you?
That was one of those WTF moments for me, honestly. but you know what? These guys, they're consistent at least. They always stink, to say it nicely, when it comes to picking on the 1st and 2nd round pick. What was the point of getting extra draft picks if you're going to waste the 33rd pick on a player that you never heard of before? And then this guy all of a sudden turns into Jackson Smith and Jigba. It's a wasted pick, honestly. My car needs new tires. I need battery. The last thing I'm going to do is go ahead and get, brand new car seats. And if you're going to get brand new car seats, at least get the ones with the leopard print on it. Make it flashy. But this guy doesn't even register to me. I haven't ever heard from the guy. I'll be lucky if I can find some, footage of him on YouTube. That's head scratching, honestly. I don't know. Maybe Kyle didn't sleep well last night. I don't know what to tell you.
Jose, thanks. I listen. I'm gonna push back on this thing. I think it's funny in the draft when people go, "I've never heard of the guy." You haven't heard of any of these people, unless you are a college football super fan. Stop acting like if Boston walked by you. In the grocery store right now, Denzel Boston, you wouldn't know him either. So, that to me, that's not a fair criticism. The position, again, is, to me, a head-scratcher as far as the room is concerned. And what I think is also a fair question is, could you have gotten him later? I mean, you had that mock-up. How many other wide receivers were currently mocked ahead of Dejon Stribling out of Ole Miss?
I'd have to count, but it's more than 5 or 6. And, the one I was looking at NFL.com had him so far down, there's not even a little blurb below him, 62nd on their list. So basically at the bottom of the second round, top of the third. But if you're a team that really likes a player, you don't want to risk it. And if they like Dejon Stribling that much, then you go ahead and use number 33 on him. And I'm reading more scouts reports. They love his blocking. He blocks more than a lineman. Even an undersized tight end, consistently looking for work and trying to finish defenders on the ground.
And Kyle loves that. There's no question about it. Defensive tackle Caden McDonald goes 36th to the Houston Texans. Yeah, Grandy, what do you got?
Really quick, obviously it depends who you trust and who you look at. I can say a respected draft analyst, Dane Brugler, lists Dejon Stribling as his 11th best wide receiver in this class. There were 5 receivers drafted in the first round, his top 5.
Okay, but and then
Dane Brugler's very respected.
Right, but there's all if we listen to what Greg Cosell just told us, all of these guys have different styles. So I also never buy into the whole that's my list. Well, it's wait a minute. We're looking for an edge rusher to fit this system, or we're looking for a wide receiver that plays this way. I'll support that. I just don't really understand why that was the position they went with first. And then I think a fair question, could you have got him later? All right, we're taking your phone calls on this. Dejon Stribling is the 49ers pick at 33. They pick again at, 58th overall, and we're right now at 37. So it'll move a little quicker today. We've got more picks on the way for the 49ers. But a lot of you want to weigh in on it, so we're coming to you next. 888-957-9570. That is the number. This is Willard and Dibbs.
This game day traffic is brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water. If you're heading to see the Giants and Marlins tonight at Oracle, get the Bay Bridge slowing down through the Island Tunnel. Then it'll be slow and go getting past the Central Freeway. Northbound 101 bound, that's heavy from 280, and 280 northbound is slow from Mariposa.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source. And all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
Hello, San Francisco Bay Area. Bank of America, in partnership with Visa, invites you to a FIFA World Cup 26 watch party. Open an eligible Bank of America checking account in participating financial centers only for an opportunity to reserve 2 complimentary tickets while supplies last. Experience special musical guests, games, giveaways, food, and more, all at a legendary venue. Learn more at BofA.com/BofA Visa Watch Party. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America, proud to be the official bank of FIFA World Cup 26. Bank of America N.A. member FDIC. Terms apply. All rights reserved.
What if you could have the most reliable Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? That's the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Just 5 years of fiber-powered Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to the devices that need them most. That finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a 6th sense. And that keeps you gaming in the fast lane, even when the whole family's banking on bandwidth. And here's the best part. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. Hey, let's face it, a lot can change in 5 years. Kids grow taller, dreams grow bigger, but your Wi-Fi, it would stay reliable and the price would stay put. The Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Xfinity, imagine that. Select plans only. Restrictions apply. Powered by fiber. Connected to the premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
Today on the CW.
We are green at Talladega.
The NASCAR O'Reilly Auto Parts Series blasts off.
Great day to go race at Talladega.
On one of NASCAR's most legendary tracks.
Talladega, dude, let's go! This is the biggest and the baddest of the super speedway tracks.
It's a race. It's a party. This is Talladega.
The NASCAR O'Reilly Auto Parts Series.
From Talladega, this Saturday at noon on Cron 4, the CW.
Football fans, history is calling as San Francisco heads down under for the first ever game in Australia. Join the action in Melbourne with true fan travel as San Francisco takes on Los Angeles at the iconic Melbourne Cricket Ground. Premium hotel stay, epic all-inclusive events, city tours, wildlife adventures, meet and greet with a red and gold legend, and unforgettable moments. Spots are limited. Don't miss out on your shot to experience San Francisco down under. Head to truefantravel.com. That's truefantravel.com.
Whether you're renovating or building new, Ashby Lumber and Marvin help bring your vision to life with bold design and unmatched performance. In the Bay Area, your home is everything, and the right door makes all the difference. Discover Marvin Elevate and Vivid Doors, crafted for expansive views, natural light, and seamless indoor-outdoor living. Available at Ashby Lumber, your trusted local partner for premium building materials. Visit Ashby Lumber in Berkeley or Concord or learn more at marvin.com. Marvin, designed for how you live. Injured at work? Don't wait. Every moment counts. You may be entitled to medical care and financial compensation, but time matters. The attorneys at Boxer & Gerson are here to protect your rights and fight for the treatment and support you need. Boxer & Gerson have helped thousands of people across Northern California who were hurt on the job. Don't wait, don't guess. Get answers. Call Boxer & Gerson today at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
Spring is here, and it's the perfect time to reset your health. If you're ready to lose weight and feel confident again before summer hits, Jumpstart MD has you covered. With the right combination of GLP-1 medications and clinician-led care, you'll get safe, effective results that last. Because not all weight loss programs are created equal. Where you get your prescription matters. Trust the experts at Jumpstart MD. Call 855-JUMPSTART or visit jumpstartmd.com today.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
San Francisco will be partly cloudy tonight with a low of 52.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Epic parties start at Staples. Now you can grab Party City balloons, decorations, and tableware, plus matching custom invites, banners, and more right at Staples. That was easy.
With the 33rd pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the San Francisco 49ers select Deshaun Stribling, wide receiver, Ole Miss.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs.
I'm not a doctor, so it's questionable concern.
All right.
On 95.7 The Game.
And with that, a safety just went off the board at number 38, but it's not the safety that everybody thought was going to go off the board. Traden Stukes out of Arizona is a member of the Las Vegas Raiders. That's the latest pick, but what we're talking out is the Niners reportedly taking trade calls all day, then do the stick and pick, and eyebrows up on this one, not only because of the position, but which one they picked. Deshaun Stribling out of Ole Miss, wide receiver, is the pick at number 33. I don't love how full the wide receiver room is, and I also don't love that it felt like you could have gotten Stribling a little bit later. At the same time, I will leave every draft open-minded to the idea that this guy might be the dude. And so we did text Greg Cosell, and we asked for a reaction to Stribling, and we got a 3-word response.
Uh-oh. I hate him?
No. Loved his tape.
Okay.
That's all Greg Cosell had to say about it.
There you go.
Loved his tape. Big-bodied wide receiver. One of the things my son just texted me, He looks like Juwan Jennings, but he's fast as bleep. That's one guy's take.
I mean, he's big.
Yep.
And the more I'm thinking about what he brings from a skill set standpoint, they might actually use him as a sort of pseudo George Kittle role. Because as you know, when Kittle lines up at tight end, he's not always right next to the tackle. A lot of times he's split in between the slot receiver, if there is one, and the tackle. So if this guy's as good of a run blocker as every scouting report is saying, you could use him as a sort of a pseudo hybrid tight end guy if George Kittle's not available.
Fascinating pick. The second round starts off with a surprise, and I know Cosell told us earlier he hates the word surprise because he's like, well, the Niners weren't surprised, but I don't think anybody saw this coming, not this player, and for many, not this position. So what do you think about it? 888-957-9570. Matt San Rafael, next up on Willard and Dibbs. Hey, Matt, how we doing today?
I'm confused, but the more time that passes and the more picks I see after theirs, the more I'm thinking I don't know anything. Because my whole thought was there's a hole at safety. There's a hole at left guard. And you had an opportunity to fill it with what I thought was going to be a day one starter, and the kid from Toledo, who was still on the board and had another safety taken in front of him. So I'm thinking, okay, I don't know anything about that. Guard is sort of tricky. My real issue was that I do think they could have gotten him later in the round. Maybe not. They certainly seem to love him, and I am a pathetic nerd, so I did a whole bunch of mock drafts and then looked at wide receivers because they all look the same, you know, unless they're short or tall.
Right.
And I saw some of this guy, and he's big and strong and fast. But when you look at tape of any receiver in college, they look big and strong and fast. So at receiver, I was sort of confused going in. I got to believe that they think that he's going to fit a need, and I have to trust that they know what they're doing. And to your point, Mark, I'll hold off until he plays or doesn't play. I do agree with the fact that they have an awful lot of receivers in the receiver room right now, albeit two that are really old in Kirk and Evans. And you wonder whether they're hoping Evans can train this guy or teach him how to be a pro, and they're thinking he might be able to do that sort of thing.
Matt, this is a really important point that we haven't brought up yet, and thanks for the call so much. I do think, and if they're willing to wear this kind of for the year, we'll see how the year plays out. But the wide receiver room is full, but it certainly is not full with long-term options. After next year, quite frankly, you could make the case that Mike Evans, Christian Kirk, and Demarcus Robinson are all going to be gone. Like that is absolutely 100% a possibility. So if you are thinking about the wide receiver room instead of just next year, and you're thinking about it over a longer period of time, if they did just go get themselves Ricky Pearsall's long-term counterpart, and that is if Ricky even is the receiver long-term for the Niners, but he's got the best chance to be. If they did that, then, you know, maybe over that long-term, it makes a little bit more sense. I just think that the offseason for the 49ers has got a lot of us thinking about now, because they had a very, very win-now-based type of a free agency period.
Yes, they did, and you bring in Mike Evans to be your boundary X, your wide receiver one, and that's not an indictment on Ricky Pearsall, but that's just to compliment Ricky Pearsall. And essentially, you've got this guy, Dejon Stribling, who comes in and he plays much more in not a true slot role. He can play outside, just looking at some of the video and some of the tape, but he's somebody you could have to the inside and also use him in run blocking.
Dibs.
What?
Dibs. We've got Mel Kiper's reaction to the pick.
Sounds good.
Let's take a listen. This is Mel Kiper talking about the 49ers at number 33, drafting Ole Miss wide receiver Dejon Stribling. Here is Mel Kiper's instant reaction.
Impressive size, speed ratio, good run after the catch ability. You throw it up, and Dejon Stribling, so he's right here. You see the burst out of the break. You see the ability here to make the catch and the catch radius as well. Tracks the ball over the shoulder, no problem in traffic. Plus, he's a blocker as well. He can get it done there. You see him here, turn on the jet after the catch and outrace those defensive backs into the end zone. attention to detail as a route runner. I think you will get to that in the NFL, get to that point. But at Ole Miss, with Trinidad Chambliss emerging at quarterback for Ole Miss this year, you saw it here against the Georgia Bulldogs. You see that speed. He's running away from some talented defensive back. Dribbling put it together this past year in a big way. Talk about it in the college playoff quarterfinal against Georgia in that game. 7 catches for 122 yards against Miami. 5 catches, 77 yards. He's an excellent football player. The size-speed ratio that he has puts him in a category we talked about, maybe even a little ahead of Denzel Boston. I thought Boston was a better overall player from a route running standpoint, but on talent alone, Stribling had a lot of people that really were in his corner.
Okay, so that's Mel Kiper's reaction, but also on ESPN, here's the reaction from Louis Riddick.
This guy has the makings of a true number one. A big, strong, physical ex-wide receiver at 6'2", 200, 205, 210 pounds, and Lane Kiffin loved him down there. He was a big playmaker for him all season long. He was a big playmaker at Oklahoma State. He was a big playmaker at Washington State. Got to see this kid play live a couple times. He has put together exactly how you like your outside lane winners to be. He wins all the 50-50 balls down the field. You saw the catch and run stuff that he can do down there. And look, I'm telling you, he will love playing with Brock Purdy in this precision play-action pass offense. He'll get a lot of one-on-one opportunities.
All right, that's from Louis Riddick. Now, I'd like to raise my hand and ask a question. If that's Mel Kiper's reaction and that's Louis Riddick's reaction, what the hell's this guy doing mocked down in the 70s? When he gets picked at 33, everybody fawns over him, and Louis Riddick, who literally gets considered to be a GM every year in this league, is out here saying this guy's got the makings of being a true number one. So what are your mocks doing with him down there if that's how you feel about the guy?
Your mocks are looking at loose route running, which is what Mel Kiper mentioned in his soundbite, that he can eventually become somebody who can run the routes. And just looking at about 10 or 12 plays as you were playing that sound and talking back with Grandy, he is an absolute physical marvel. He runs away from people. But this is college, and you're going to be going up against NFL defenses and NFL secondaries. And I was looking at a lot of off coverage, not a lot of guys coming up trying to jam him, but he is a physical specimen for sure.
Okay, so now let's think back to what, and maybe this helps with the thought process. Look, I'm still surprised. It feels like you could have got him later. Denzel Boston, by the way, is now off the board. He goes to the Browns at 39. Edge rusher R. Mason Thomas goes to the Chiefs at 40. He's out of Oklahoma. Cassius Howell, an edge rusher that I know Grandy was talking about earlier, he just went off the board from Texas A&M to the Cincinnati Bengals. Pick 42, Saints on the clock, Niners 16 picks away. But let's go back to what we've been saying, especially for the last year or two, about 49er receivers. Everybody had kind of the same reaction. The Niners are having really hard time with man coverage. They don't have the man beaters that they need, and the Seattle Seahawks are clowning them because of it. Well, again, I'm just starting to put puzzle pieces together. I'm not going to change my stance. I'm surprised by the pick. I feel like you could have got it later. You had a bunch of trade offers on the table. I probably would have taken them and moved down a little bit. I think you could have gotten this guy later. But I'm not going to rip the player, especially if Louis Riddick, who I respect the hell out of, thinks that the guy could be a true number one, and the 49ers need man-beating wide receiver weapons. Maybe that's exactly what this is. Maybe that's the thought process.
I don't know if he is an actual man-beater. I mean, that's not what I'm reading in the scouting reports. I'm reading, lazy at the top of his routes, and just looking at some of the clips that they've put out, I don't see a lot of actual man against him, a lot of room to work, but he's a guy who can go inside into the slot and be a blocker and run plays, and he can go outside and be the X receiver, which is what Mike Evans was brought in to be. You've got Pearsall, and you've got a pretty deep room, so I don't think that he's going to be expected to step in right away and have an impact, but this is a shot across the bow to Watkins and Cowing for sure. Cowing, I think, might be a guy who actually doesn't even make the team. But
he's a completely different style, Jacob Cowing. Like, he's a little guy. He's a little speed guy.
Right.
Probably return punts, slot type of receiver. I don't even know if those two guys are, that's not even related if
you're not keeping 7, so somebody's got to go.
You might.
You probably won't. I mean, you probably won't. If you got 53 guys, you're not going to keep 7 wide receivers.
How many did they keep last year? How many wide receivers did they keep last year on the 53?
You had
was it only 6?
Juwan and Ricky. You had Sky and
Kendrick Bourne.
Yeah.
DeMarcus.
Yep.
Watkins was active at times. He was on the team.
Right.
I know Cowing was on IR for a while.
So that's not actually being kept. He was, I think, on IR the whole year.
Right. Here, I'm going to see if I can go back and find that, because there were also those other guys that were doing cups of coffee, Russell Gage and different things. Like, it was a little bit week to week. But anyway, I don't think any of those 7 that you're talking about are right now slated to not be on the team.
They're not slated to because it's April, but if I'm Cowing, I'm feeling like I could be in some trouble, whether or not you're a different guy or not. It's clear to me that they wanted somebody to come in and do a lot of what Juwan Jennings does, which is be physical and block. And if you add in the other piece of what Dejon Stripling can be, I would be worried if I was, Jacob Cowing for sure, because this guy can absolutely fly and he can run away from people. So he's big, he's physical, he's got speed, he can get through tackles and get yards after contact. And so he's going to be a guy who's going to threaten a lot of these wide receivers.
Okay, the Saints have just made their selection, so we'll pass that along to you as well. Here in the second round at overall pick number 42, Christian Miller, the defensive tackle from Georgia. So the 49ers pick in another 15, 16 picks. They're sitting right now at 58. The Miami Dolphins are on the clock at 43. If you're just joining us, the 49ers led off round 2 with what is a surprising pick to some, including both of us, wide receiver Dejon Stribling from Ole Miss. And I know you're reading some things over there. I don't know where you found the line about lazy at the top of the route, but Mel Kiper, Louis Riddick, and Greg Cosell all sound like they're huge fans of the kid. So take that for whatever it's worth.
Sure. I mean, it's all scouting reports, and you can like it or dislike it, and you can look at the pre-scouting reports, and this is from Scouts, Inc., so if you don't believe in Scouts, Inc. and what they look at, and we have Greg Cosell, and you can think that he's a quack, or you can believe that, I mean, you can think whatever you want.
Sure.
Ultimately, he's either going to be good or he's not. So we can all be into hyperbole and conjecture mode, and that's what we do. But until he plays 2 years, nobody should really judge the kid.
Well, no, certainly not in terms of his output. But I do think we can judge whether or not wide receiver was the right thing to do there, and whether or not you could have got him later. For me, those are kind of the two things there. Anybody who's frustrated about the holes at safety and guard, I hear you, but I also tried to say earlier that would be breaking the 49ers mold if they were to do that to top off round 2. They don't do that. You can be mad at them for it. It is allowed, but the 49ers have told you, this regime has told you for 8 years, they ain't doing safeties in round 2.
Right.
They're just not. They never have.
And if they think that he is the best player available and the best wide receiver and they really want him, then you're not going to wait and see, just because all the mocks think that he'd be there at 58, we'll go ahead and wait for 58 because everyone's telling us that that's where he's mocked. And so I don't think that you can say that, they could have got him later because you have no idea.
No idea.
If you like him, then you go ahead and you fire your bullet now.
And by the way, the safety that everybody wanted them to take is still available.
Right.
So, I don't know. I don't know if they're going to trade up and grab him, or they're 15 picks away. Maybe he's still there. I don't know. And then the guard thing, same thing. I've been frustrated by it at times with how Kyle Shanahan does not use early picks on, he has, but much more rarely, especially at the guard spot, they don't tend to use first and second round picks on guards, maybe on a tackle. But the top tackles are off the board. And so I'm sure that the Niners are going to address those positions a little bit later. They've also opened up a bunch of cap space. And so that's the other thing I love to do. I love to wait until a draft is kind of over before you can sit back and look at what they did, because they may address those positions. They may address those positions here in about 40 minutes.
Yeah, they got another pick potentially coming up before the end of the show at 58. We're currently sitting at 43, so it's possible we get it before the buzzer.
Oh, I think likely. The way the pace of these has been going, it's been
even yesterday
crazy.
It was super paced.
Yeah, the Dolphins pick is in. We'll have that for you shortly. The Jets will be after that, and that's always fun.
Yeah. To your point about scouting reports, Lance Zierlein, who I know that we all kind of respect as a guy who does it.
We do.
Strengths on this player, pays attention to break routes off at crisp angles. So not lazy in routes, breaking them off at crisp angles. So You could have 100 scouts look at the same series of plays, and you could have 100 different opinions.
All right, we've got some breaking news.
95.7 The Game breaking news.
I mentioned this to you yesterday. We were going through the whole thing, and I said, I don't know if D. Winters is going to be a 49er this year, and he won't be. D. Winters has been traded to the Dallas Cowboys. In exchange, the 49ers get a 5th-round pick. That will happen tomorrow. D. Winters to the Dallas Cowboys in exchange for a 5th-round pick. That is a second welcome back to Dre Greenlaw.
That's right. Second welcome back, and it's also playing into what I thought that they might do in this draft, how they would approach it, which is take your 6 picks and build it. And they didn't trade back to get more picks. They traded D. Winters. And also, this is a little bit of a vote of confidence to Tatum Bethune, a guy who can step in. You also have Nick Martin, who you took, I believe, last year.
You did.
Another linebacker. So you have a little bit of excess there.
And then they re-signed those kids that came late, not Kendricks, but who was the other law firm guy? What's his name? He showed up in the playoffs and played linebacker.
Wallow?
Yeah.
Wallow, thank you.
Wallow's back, too. Don't forget about Garrett Wallow.
So good.
Yeah.
I think Luke Gifford, too.
Luke Gifford, yeah. A little bit more of a special teamer.
Yeah.
Yep. But, okay, there it is. So, once again, D. Winters goes to the Dallas Cowboys, who are totally reworking their defense.
So they got pick 152.
Okay.
So now between 133 and 139, they got 152.
Well,
so tomorrow you can be busy now, Niner fans.
Absolutely. And there's very much, I think, the possibility and likelihood they keep on moving down and get themselves into round 6 and 7, too. That's absolutely a possibility. But we had talked going into the draft yesterday that the Niners only had 6 picks. They were probably looking to more. They have turned 6 into 8, and they have made one of those picks. Wide receiver Dejon Stribling out of Ole Miss is pick number 33. The Dolphins pick is in at 43. We'll have that for you shortly. Let's keep going on your reaction and your phone calls. Coach Walk from Richmond here on Willard and Dibbs. Hey, Coach, thanks for calling. What's up?
What's going on, fellas? I want to talk about the draft pick, the receiver.
Yeah, let's do it. What do you think?
So I do feel, I agree with you. I feel like they could have got him a little bit later, possibly. But also you got to take into perspective the receivers on the current roster. Mike Evans, older player, didn't finish the season last year. Pearsall hasn't played a full season yet. We haven't even seen Cowing and Watkins yet. DeMarcus Robinson suspended for the 4 games, and then after that, it was just like, meh. And then whoever else is on there, but nobody has really proven a proven track record besides Mike Evans on the roster right now. So I just feel like, looking at it from a different perspective is, hey, you never know. He might have to step in and for guys that's getting injured, as we often see in Bay Area sports. So that's just my little perspective on it. I think they could have got him better. I would have rather him went to a different direction with the position, but it is what it is. They got to coach it.
Coach, well, boy, you're right on that. Coach, thanks. I mean, the more you look at the wide receiver room, it does seem full, but I also understand what he's saying. If you do umbrella the view to maybe more like 2 or 3 years as opposed to just this year, then I get it. And, yeah, you do also, like this is another A positive for the idea is depth behind Mike Evans, who is aging, and Ricky Pearsall, who struggles with injury. Not a bad thing. Not a bad thing. Who knows? The guy may end up playing a huge role right away.
Yeah, and he may end up bumping his former teammate right out the building because Jordan Watkins out of Ole Miss, drafted last year, unable to play this year, ran a 4.37 40, and now you draft this kid out of Ole Miss. He runs a 4.36 40. He's bigger. He's stronger. He's a better blocker. And so this might be, you know what, Jordan? This might be a tough one for you to make this club.
When you say that this, I don't like this if I'm Jacob Cowing, I more agree with the statement you just make. I like this a lot less if I'm Jordan Watkins. Jacob Cowing's a completely different player. Plus, John Lynch literally called out at the end of the year during the exit interviews saying that Jacob Cowing needs a bigger role on this team and needs to kind of step forward. He can return punts. He's a smaller guy, a quick guy, a slot guy. I don't think his position on this team is going to be threatened at all by Stribling. Jordan Watkins, that's a different story.
It is, and, it's just 1 year in, but if there's one thing that frustrates Shanahan more than you not blocking, it's you being hurt for the entire year. And he even said that and stuff, that, that's partly why he couldn't get on the field, because he was behind from training camp forward. And so if he's healthy at camp, you're going to have somewhat of a competition, because Jordan Watkins was a 4th-round pick. Much easier to go ahead and cut that player when you draft a guy at number 33.
Yeah, 888-957-9570. We're taking your calls on what the Niners have done today. Dejon Stribling, wide receiver, Ole Miss, at number 33. 2 more picks have just come in. The Dolphins take Texas Tech linebacker Jacob Rodriguez at number 43. Then the Jets trade out of number 44 to the Detroit Lions, and they grab Michigan edge rusher Derek Moore. That's the 44th pick. So now the Baltimore Ravens are on the clock, and tick, 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 we're moving toward number 58, which is when the 49ers will pick again. All right. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands, and Lathrop? Right now, you're the guest. React to the pick. Dejon Stribling, Ole Miss, 888-957-9570. We're also brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good, Willard and Dibbs.
And Dan Dibley here to talk more about Fremont Bank. It's a family-owned bank with a family-owned feel, celebrating more than 60 years in business. In 1964, it was launched with the anchor branch, Fremont Boulevard and Capitol Avenue, right there in what will become downtown Fremont. And they wanted to build not only a bank, but a local ecosystem built on relationships that benefit Bay Area communities. They're a proudly independent local bank. And not just local, they got 21 branches, 20 in the Bay Area, 1 down in Carmel by the sea. So they've expanded throughout the Bay Area and beyond. And one thing about Fremont Bank, they're active members of the communities that they serve. They support nonprofits locally and corporate philanthropy. And one thing also, they designate 5% of their earnings for charity, and that money stays right here in the Bay Area. I made the switch more than 5 years ago, and I'm so happy I did, because it's a bank that's local and one that cares about me and my financial needs. They know me, they know my family, and the customer service is second to none. Go in and see for yourself what full-service banking is all about. It's Fremont Bank, turning family-owned businesses into household names.
All right, let's just start here. Gas prices right now, they are out of control. And every time I pull into a station, it just feels like a bad decision. That's why I got to tell you about something that Ceremony Ford is doing this month. It's called Fuel Your Ford. And when you buy a 2025 Ford Maverick, you get a $2,500 Visa gas card. Yes, $2,500 for gas. And here's the thing. I've actually driven the Maverick. I own one. It's one of the best vehicles that just totally makes sense for the Bay Area. It's compact. It's easy to park. It is great on gas, but it still gives me that truck utility when I need it. So think about it. You've already got the vehicle that's saving you money at the pump, and Ceremony Ford is literally handing you $2,500 to fuel it. That's not a promotion. That's relief. Inventory is there. Process is easy, and you're working with a team that actually respects your time. But this is an April-only thing, so don't sit on it. Ceremony Ford in Colma de la City, or 24/7 at ceremonyford.com. Ceremony Ford, your Bay Area Ford dealer.
Hi, I'm David.
I'm Chris.
And I'm John. We are the 3 brothers who own Jack's Restaurant and Bar.
And we are here to...
Not again. That's my line.
That was my line.
Boy, stop it.
Mom? What are you doing here?
Have you heard your commercials? They're terrible.
That's not our fault. You taught us how to cook delicious food.
Using only the freshest ingredients.
And to treat all our guests like family visiting our home. But you didn't teach us how to write catchy radio spots.
They remember that and get back to work.
Yes, Mom.
Jack's, serving delicious breakfast, lunch, dinner, and drinks the way our mom taught us.
ilovejacks.com.
What's up, cousin?
I want a new phone. Have you seen any good deals?
Everyone has free phones, but when I switched to T-Mobile, I got more value and so much more.
Like streaming included.
And travel benefits.
And the best part? The price of your talk, text, and data is guaranteed for 5 years. Get more benefits and more value. At T-Mobile, families save and get a 5-year price guarantee. Switch now at T-Mobile.com. Qualifying plan requires price guarantee on talk, text, and data. Exclusions like taxes and fees apply. See T-Mobile.com.
At the YMCA of Greater San Francisco, every child deserves a place to grow, belong, and thrive. Through youth and family programs, the Y is building stronger communities, one family, one future at a time. Join us for the Y for Youth Community Festival, Saturday, May 2nd at Crane Cove Park in San Francisco, near the Dogpatch YMCA. Enjoy live music, fun activities, and something for all ages. Best of all, it's free and open to the public. Come celebrate community, connection, and the power of youth. Sign up today at ymcasf.org/thegame.
As the official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026, Bank of America knows how much hard work it takes to achieve a dream. So when it comes to owning a home, we're here to help. Get guidance and resources to buy a home you love, including up to $17,500 in select markets when combining down payment and closing cost grants. Visit BofA.com/home team. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America N.A. Equal Housing Lender. Credit and collateral is subject to approval. Restrictions apply. This is not a commitment to lend.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I am grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell, definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. Do you feel stupid for buying a timeshare? Don't. It's not your fault. You were most likely told you could rent it, and it was a great financial investment. And the deal was available today only. If this happened to you, contact your resort or Wesley Financial Group for help today.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-939-1441. 800-939-1441.
Staples presents Celebrations Made Easy.
I went to Staples for a custom printed graduation banner and invites and saw that Party City is now at Staples.
Wait, what?
Party City is now at Staples.
So now Staples has balloons?
Yep.
Decorations?
Yes.
Streamers, cups, table covers?
Yep, Staples has everything for a party. And now buy two, get one free on select foil balloons.
Holy confetti! So the best party started Staples.
That was easy.
In 613 select stores, exclusions apply. In-store or buy online. Pick up in-store only.
Some days self-care starts with Nature-Made gummy vitamins, a deep breath, and a little encouragement.
Mom, I'm really nervous.
Me too, honey, but we've got this. Repeat after me. I'm gonna have a good day.
I'm going to have a good day.
I choose joy no matter what comes my way.
I bring joy wherever I go.
Quality gummy vitamins from Nature-Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand, based on a survey of pharmacists who recommend branded vitamins and supplements.
What's up, Niner gang? It's Dejan Stribling out here in Hawaii. Very excited to be here. Very excited to come to work. So excited to be in the Bay, man. Come on, Niner gang, let's go.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Hold on a second.
I like the pick. I like the player.
Dejan Stribling is from Hawaii?
I mentioned that.
I missed that. He's from Hawaii?
I mentioned that.
It doesn't sound like he's from Hawaii. That's not a very
What's
Hawaii.
up, Niner gang?
That changes everything. What island?
I don't know this. It's Kapolei. So that strikes me as it'd be on Maui. Just a guess.
What's the city? Kapolei?
Kapolei.
Kapolei.
It's
Oahu.
Yeah.
It's a city in Oahu.
Yep.
Huh. Never mind. I love everything about this pick.
Aloha.
Can't believe
it's Dejan.
What's
I'm
up,
from
Niner
Hawaii.
gang?
I can't believe the Niners didn't stick at 27 and take this guy. That's ridiculous that they risked not getting the dude from Hawaii.
Well, then you have to pay him more, and you have to worry about a fifth-year option. Second-round picks, you have an easier out.
Larry Beal, how you doing today? Aloha means hello. Dejan Stribling is a member of the 49ers. 33rd overall pick. Wide receiver is where they go. Look, as we start to hear kind of feedback on it and some characteristics, I can see it a little bit better. I'm still surprised that wide receiver is the position, and it still feels to me like they could have gotten him a little bit lower. And there was reporting all day that the Niners were fielding all kinds of offers to move down. And I just got to think, if you move down a few picks and you get another pick, they could have done that. But they didn't do it. I guess they didn't want to mess with it. You know, if you are really, really locked in and excited on a guy, why mess with it? And then the 49ers pull another move short time after that, and they do get another pick. They get a 5th-round pick from the Dallas Cowboys. The Niners have sent D. Winters to the dark side. He will now wear the star. Yeah, and you've made trades with them before. You traded him Trey Lance, and you got a pick, and so there's definitely a pipeline, even though there traditionally has been some rivalry and bad blood between the two organizations. And you talk about moving down, and you ultimately saw Cleveland at 39 pick a wide receiver. They might have liked Stribling more than Denzel Boston, so it could be risky if you went too far down beyond that. And ultimately, you never know if you trade back and you really like the player. You don't know if somebody else likes him as much, but just looking at the tape, whether or not you think they overreached or could have had him later, he looks to profile as a guy Shanahan will like. Couple of picks that have happened since we last left you. Zion Young, edge rusher out of Missouri, goes to the Baltimore Ravens. Josiah Trotter, also out of Missouri, linebacker, goes to the Tampa Bay Bucks at 46. And then at 47, this is a player that I think would have interested me. It would have interested me if you didn't just do what you did with Stribling. But Jeremy Bernard, a wide receiver from Alabama, goes to the Pittsburgh Steelers. And we know all about the interest the Steelers have had in building their wide receiver room. They were big interested in Brandon Ayuk last year. Obviously, they were the ones who were on the phone with Mekhi Lemon last night when the Philadelphia Eagles jumped them. But now Jeremy Bernard, wide receiver out of Alabama, goes to the Pittsburgh Steelers at 48. The Falcons on the clock. The Niners are only 10 picks away. And, I don't want to say it, like still 10 picks to go. But McNeil Warren, the safety that a lot of people thought they would get at 33, still on the board. Yes, good safety in my opinion. Greg Cosell liked him. We talked to him earlier, a guy who can play in the box or he can play deeper down the field as a free safety. And we know that last year they played a lot of big nickel, as Greg would call it, where you have 5 defensive backs and 3 of them are safety. So it's a player that I thought that they would look hard at 33, and he might still be there at 58. Let's go to Joe in San Jose who wants to weigh in. Hi, Joe. Thanks for calling Willard and Dibbs. What's up?
Good afternoon. I'm not overly surprised by the pick. It's obviously a Kyle pick. I just don't understand what it's going to take for Kyle to realize the gaping hole at O-line that we have and make it important. I mean, protecting Brock, with all the money that they've paid Brock, I would think that it would be in their best interest to want to prevent him from having season-ending injuries. And the man needs protection. And, I mean, if you're going to pick something ahead of your desire or ahead of the draft curve or ahead of your, what you want, I mean, the O-line guard that went right after our pick, the fellow that you're referring Basantis out of Texas A&M. Right, that fella. I mean, I don't know where he was positioned to go in the draft. I'm going to assume that he went much higher than his projected. No, actually, no. He was very much the top guard on the board at that time, and someone that was rumored to be one of the people the Niners might look at there. I don't know what the Niners' evaluation of him was, and so that's the thing. Like, I get your point, Joe, and I think it's a fair one. I just always, you never know, right? Like, the 49ers may well have evaluated, and I'm sure they did, Chase Basantis, and didn't like what they saw. It just makes me, they must really have confidence in Mac Jones. That's all I got to say. That's an interesting one. Joe, thanks. I mean, again, when it comes to the position-by-position thing, I will this personally, I'll formulate that take once the draft is over. Because they are amassing more picks. They started the draft yesterday with 6. They now have 8. If they come out of there with
addressing the guard position, which I am confident that they will, then you go into the wait-and-see game and see about their evaluation. But I also know, I think as 49er fans, sometimes I hear people bang their heads against the wall because they want certain positions to be picked that are of the highest need. And this regime has told you year in and year out, they ain't doing guard and safety in round 1 and 2. They just will not do it.
Aaron Banks was a round 2 guard.
Okay.
And beyond that, Pooney, round 3. Burford was round 4. So that tends to be more where they look at it. And it's rare that anybody takes a guard in the first round, maybe once every other year or so. So the 49ers, they really liked Aaron Banks at guard, and he didn't start a ton until year 2 or 3, and then he was a mainstay. And other than that, it's been a little bit of a revolving door, and now Burford is gone, and you're looking at Connor Colby as your guard as it sits right now. So you'd think that they'll go out and get somebody to play guard, and many people, including myself, think you need an upgrade at center for Jake Brendel. The 49ers don't agree, so you're going to have Jake Brendel back again.
They do need to replace him, though. I mean that from a standpoint of not this year, but possibly next. I think Brendel's going into the final year of his deal, so you're not wrong. It's an area that does need to be addressed sometime soon.
Right, but you're not looking to address next year's needs in this year's draft. I don't think you've got depth issues. You still need an edge rusher. I believe you need another tight end, depending on George Kittle, and many people have said it was a high Achilles tear, so you can come back quicker, better blood flow. Okay. I still don't think he'll be ready for week 1. Bosa and Michael Williams are expected to be ready for camp, but both coming off ACL, so I see needs in many other spots other than wide receiver.
Fair, although, look, them picking a wide receiver is not a surprise to me. Them doing it with the 33rd pick is a surprise to me. But I think, you agree with that, right? We knew that they were going to address wide receiver in this draft.
At some point.
Yeah.
But I didn't think that it would be this soon. What was Ricky Pearsall? Was he 30th pick?
Late first round, 30, 31.
Right. You look at the history, and they've done Ayuk, and they did Debo in the second round, and you got Pearsall, who was a first rounder. Pettis was a second rounder. And so, now you have another guy in the second round. He could be good. He could be another bust.
Yeah, it does seem to be a slot, that 25 to 35. They get a lot. Kyle picks a lot of wide receivers in there. All those guys you just mentioned are all in that window, right in between 25 and 35. The Falcons make the pick at number 48. They'll go with Avion Terrell, a cornerback out of Clemson, is off the board. Minnesota Vikings on the board now at number 49. Again, the 49ers currently sit at number 58. So just about 9 picks away to see what they address next. Yeah, I'll go with you on that one. I'm not surprised that wide receiver. I am surprised they did it then. As far as some of these other positional needs, it's kind of funny. Other than quarterback and linebacker, I don't know that there's any spot on the field where you couldn't make a case that there's a need. They don't seem to be linked too much to cornerback.
Right.
But I feel like there's a depth issue maybe a little bit there. I think they're good at defensive tackle. But, yes, they need more edge rush help, no doubt. You didn't bring up running back. That person may already be on the roster in the name of Jordan James, but I really want somebody to help Christian McCaffrey out this year. You mentioned tight end. They may feel that Kittle, even if he's not back week 1, they've still got Jake Tonjes. He did some good things.
Yeah.
So, I get it. You can kind of make these cases all over. And I'm not personally going to kind of lose it about that until I see there's 7 more players at least, you would think, that are going to join the Niners between now and when we go to bed tomorrow night. So I want to see that. The one that I am most focused on at some point, and I'm not surprised that this one didn't happen at 33, but it's safety. I really think they need more speed at safety. I think Jair Brown is inconsistent. I think Malik Mustafa loves to hit, but I would love to see the Niners get somebody who can really run back there.
And you got Marquis Siegel, who had a great year last year, and beyond that, for a rookie, he had a great year.
He had a great start.
Rookie year.
He had a great start.
He's a rookie, so
I didn't love it. I thought it got worse as it went. Let's put it that way.
Ultimately, I think you need a different kind of safety, and I think about Osi Umenwori from Seattle, who Guy can pop up and play some linebacker. He plays in the box. He plays back. That's the kind of safety that they need. You mentioned Malik Mustafa. He's not a big guy. He's a heat-seeking missile the way he plays, and he lays the lumber, but he's not big. And Jair Brown is a little bit taller, but you mentioned at times he gets a little bit lost back there, and he could be inconsistent. I liked what Marquise Siegel did throughout the course of his rookie year, but you need more depth at safety, no doubt.
Yeah, you do. And also, I will give those guys a nod that they were trying to be safeties at a time where the 49ers could not rush the passer.
All right.
And that is damn near impossible. It's impossible. We always think back to that time when the Niners had, was it 1 or 2 interceptions the whole year? 2 interceptions the whole year. Then they draft Nick Bosa, and they come back with the exact same secondary, and they end up in the Super Bowl. And they were really good. So I do think the safeties they have, and maybe this is their thinking, and it often has been their thinking with the Niners, which is they love to work their defense from the front to the back. And if they have a much more effective pass rush, maybe those safeties will suddenly look better. But to me, I thought that there was a coverage problem at times with all 3 of those safeties at times. Jair Brown was great against the Carolina Panthers. He was Defensive Player of the Week. And then he'd come back the next week, and you're playing catch-up, and guys are running by you.
You're covering for 5 seconds every pass play.
It's a fair point.
Your front had the fewest sacks in franchise history, last in the NFL. So any safety or corner is going to look better when the quarterback only has a couple seconds to throw. So I'm looking at their edges right now at the depth chart. You've got coming off an ACL on the left side, coming off an ACL on the right side. You've got Collins and Odigizua, CJ West. The middle looks pretty good depth-wise, but you talk about Sam O. He's getting to be an older player, and he had some injury things last year. If you don't need 2 edges, you certainly need 1 this year.
Absolutely need to address edge, and I believe they will. I do want to redrop the point, though, that this week between Trent Williams and Odigizua, the 49ers opened up a bunch of cap space. They may address edge rusher outside of the draft. They may go back to free agency. People were excited 4 weeks ago about Joey Bosa. He's still sitting there. I know he's not as good as he once was, but you're right. I agree with you. I just don't think there's any chance they don't address that going forward, either later today or dipping back into free agency, or both.
Right. I would rather have them draft somebody in the second round, somebody that they really like, who is under team control, than bringing in Joey Bosa, another guy who's had some injury woes over time, and he is a deteriorating asset. I love the idea of Bosa and maybe getting their mom Cheryl on a regular basis because she's a fun interview, but I don't know if that's going to be the answer for their woes at pass rush.
The 49th pick in the draft has come in. The Panthers trade up and with the Vikings and jump in at number 49. They get defensive tackle Lee Hunter from Texas Tech on to pick 50. The Jets are on the clock. The Niners are 8 picks away. If you're just joining us, the 49ers start off round 2 tonight. Rumors of taking trade calls, but they stick and pick Dejon Stribling, wide receiver, Ole Miss. It was a surprise for sure, not just the player that they got, but the position that they picked. However, we're talking to a lot of football people who seem to think this is a really, really good player, a willing blocker, a big yet fast receiver. So that's what the Niners do at 33. They've also traded D. Winters to the Cowboys in exchange for a 5th-round pick. So the Niners now have 8 picks. They've only made 1 of them. Also, in terms of actual wide receivers, since Stribling, only, let me check, I think 2 other wide receivers have been taken since then. Denzel Boston at 39 goes to the Browns, and Jeremy Bernard from Alabama goes to the Steelers at number 47. And that was after a round 1 that saw, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 wide receivers went in round 1. So Stribling ends up being the 6th, and 8 have been taken up until this moment. So round 2 continues. We're covering it all right here on Willard and Tibbs, 95.7 The Game. Rolando in Napa is next up on the phones. Hi, Rolando. What are you doing?
just enjoying the beautiful day. About to do some grocery shopping, but decided to pull over and be safe. So call you guys. I'm a big Niner fan, so I love listening to you guys, and what I love about you is you always keep it real. So I appreciate that.
Thanks, man. So, what do you think? What do you think of what's unfolding here?
Well, I was kind of surprised with wide receiver, but if they draft for wide receiver second round, this guy is going to have to be starter day one. He's going to have to basically learn their playbook and be out there. So he's going to have to he's taking the position of somebody. But you made a good point earlier. I want to talk about as far as they need edge and free safety, but with the renegotiation contract with the OC last night, I think you made a good point about Joey Bosa. His demand is he's still out there, but his demand is going really low, and I think you can get him at a bargain price deal, and actually afford to sign him. But I want to ask you guys this about the tight end situation. They need Niners need number 2 tight end. I would really, really like to call Atlanta and see what would it take to get Kyle Pitts, because I know I think he signed a franchise tag, if I'm not mistaken, but I would call Atlanta and get Kyle Pitts, because that's the guy that I would love to see behind Kittle. And now you got an offense cooking. I want to know what you guys think.
Rolando, thanks. Where do you sit on that? Kyle Pitts.
I mean, I would have loved to have him at a cheaper price, but if he is getting the franchise tag, then he's going to be making too much money. He's a great player. I don't know how good of a blocker he is, because that, to me, you have to think about the fit and the Shanahan offense. It's all about having players who can block. I am
not a fan of the idea of Kyle Pitts. You are correct, Rolando. 1 year, $15 million franchise tag with the Falcons for this season is where it sits as of right now. So that's a trade candidate. I don't like NFL trades are usually for draft picks. Do I want to give up draft capital right now for Kyle Pitts on the franchise tag, knowing that another year from now I'm going to have to deal with that contract? You've also got Kittle. You've also got Tonjes. And I think that you make a good point that Pitts is much more of a receiver than he is a blocker. I don't think Kyle's a bad player. I just don't think he's the right fit. I don't think Kyle Pitts is a 49er.
No, I agree. And the more you think about what the 49ers are trying to do with this Dejon Stribling pick, they're trying to find somebody who can block. And the scouts say that Stribling is a good and willing blocker. He's a physical player, and you need that as a wide receiver. You got to block to get the rock in the Shanahan system. And you mentioned Jake Tonjes. He's a guy who can block and be your tight end while George Kittle is out. I don't know if Luke Farrell is a good enough blocker to really remain on this team. Braden Willis is a big question mark. So I thought that you might be in the market to look for a two-way tight end, which they still can later in the draft. But taking a wide receiver tells me that you still need other people.
Got another pick that just came in. The 50th pick goes to the New York Jets, and it's D'Angelo Pons, cornerback, Indiana. So he goes to the Jets at 50. The Niners are 8 picks away. I keep thinking to myself, you know what? And they probably wouldn't even do it anyway. But you had the Kelsey thing up before the draft even started today. And for a period of time, the number one guy on the board that people thought would go was going to be the safety. Let me think. What's let me pull up best available right now. The safety, Emmanuel McNeil-Warren from Toledo, and people thought he'd be at 33. He's still there.
Still there,
He's still there. I mean, 8 picks, that's a lot of picks, but he's still there. And if the Niners, I don't know if they like him, but if they really do, this is another thing you can do with the extra picks that you've gathered here. You do have now the ammo to jump up a few spots if you see the need to do that, if that's the guy that you want. Greg Cosell was on with us earlier. He loved the guy.
Yeah, and it's a guy that they might think about taking, and somebody else he loved, somebody they might think about with their third-round pick is the tight end Oscar Delp, a guy who is a two-way blocker and a receiver, and somebody who could be out there. I asked him about Eli Stowers as well, and he's not as much of a blocker and better receiver. So if you're thinking tight end, you might be looking at a two-way guy. But honestly, if the safety is there and you get all the way down to 58, I don't know how you pass him up.
Then again, he still would be the highest pick safety in the Kyle Shanahan, John Lynch regime if they were to do that. So don't know. And I think that the point you made a few minutes ago is a very fair one, which is they may feel that the safeties they have will be more productive and better players once they actually have their pass rush back intact again. So that is a fair way to look at it. Another pick that just came in fact, and that is the Vikings at 51 will go with Cincinnati linebacker Jake Golday. Cosell brought him up, didn't he? He loved him. Remember at the end, we were just like, give me some players you love. And he thought he was one of the more intriguing players in this entire draft. Jake Golday, linebacker, Cincinnati goes to the Minnesota Vikings.
There you go. And as we creep even closer, we actually might get the pick. We have about 33 minutes to go. And, may have to wait till Monday. I mean, I'm sorry, but, he may be preempted by the chime.
Or we could have him announce the pick.
What? I'll tell you what.
That's a pick.
That's right. That's a stat. Anyway.
What's that, brother?
Yeah, exactly. Who?
How do you say this name?
Exactly. All right, Niners are 7 picks away. We'll see how they play this one. I know you're focused on tight end there, and again, I still think, and just to point this out, it's none of us are doing it wrong. We're fans. There's no other way to do it. We look at these drafts through the lens of positional need. And I don't think NFL teams always do it that way.
Especially this late, You know
what I mean? Like, yes, you want to cover a need. Obviously, that's ridiculous to not. But at the same time, I just don't think that the Niners are sitting there. If there's a player they love at blank position, and obviously they did at wide receiver, they're not doing what we as fans do. But we need a safety.
Right.
They're like, yeah, we have 7 other picks and a bunch of money still and a long way to go. There's no game tomorrow. So, they know they need a left guard. They know they need a safety. Or maybe they don't. I don't know. Maybe they like the safeties they have. We will see. That's a position that I do have my eye on for sure.
Well, sometimes they just think about taking a guy that they love who may not fit a need, and it turns out to be a kicker named Jake Moody. And obviously, they love the kicker, and you fired a 3rd-round pick on him because you love the kicker, and he went 99 overall, which was a supplemental 3rd, and you followed it up 2 picks later with Cameron Latu, who you obviously loved at tight end. So just because you're not filling a need, and they had tight ends at that time, George Kittle being one, and Cameron Latu with this big-bodied guy who was a freak, and you thought that he would be wonderful, and, well, he wasn't. So just because you go best available doesn't mean it's going to work out, and just because you fill a need doesn't mean it's going to work out. It 100%. Is a crapshoot.
Yeah, absolutely. And you're not wrong that, I bet that they address tight end, but that might be with one of the later picks. That's where they got George Kittle, obviously, in the 5th round.
Well, Brayden Willis was a 7th rounder 3 years ago.
And the reason I feel that way is I don't think that they think they're ready to inject a new tight end into this right now, but they will be. They do need to start thinking about it, and you just brought up some names that prove that they have been thinking about it. You know what I mean? They have been trying to brace themselves, and this injury to George Kittle, I would imagine, probably speeds that up, but it's not a great tight end draft, and we know that the Niners like a certain type of tight end. They don't want one of those receiving-only tight ends. They're going to want somebody who will get dirty and block in the run game as well, so we'll see what their assessment is there. I want to recap for everybody what the Niners now have in terms of the draft as well, because of the trades from last night, because of the trade of D. Winters today. The 49ers do have, and this is just at the moment, this can change, but they have made 1 second-round pick, wide receiver Dejon Stribling from Ole Miss. They have another second-round pick at 58. We're currently at 52. The Packers are on the clock, so that's only 6 picks away. They currently have 1 third-round pick, 3 fourth-round picks, 2 fifth-round picks. The fifth-rounders being picked up through trade, one of them with D. Winters being sent to the Dallas Cowboys earlier today. And remember, tonight is only round 2 and 3. So unless there are changes in trades, the Niners will make 2 more selections tonight, and then tomorrow you get round 4 through 7, where right now they've got 5 picks, 3 in the 4th, 2 in the 5th. However, that will probably change.
It probably will. Guess. What won't change is also tonight, it's going to be Grandy, Giddings, and Bennett back again, 6 o'clock, draft show day 2. So that it will not be traded. We will not trade down from that show.
No, we're
we
locking
will
that
not
in.
move one of those three. So stay tuned after our show. If the pick doesn't happen before 5:57, when we, ladies and gentlemen, the weekend, stay tuned because it'll happen right away with the trio holding it down like they did last night.
And even if it does happen before we get off the air, which seems like a favorite at this hour, you've still got the third round ahead tonight, and the Niners do have a pick there. And so those gentlemen will take you the rest of the way with all that is about to unfold. The Green Bay Packers are about to make their selection at number 52. They made some news earlier today as well by signing a pretty lucrative extension for young wide receiver Jaden Reed. Interesting there because the Packers have kind of made a name for themselves in the wide receiver room the last few years where they're always doing the turn and burn. And they're bringing in the young guys, and they have not gotten involved in all of this 25, 30, 35, 40 million a year stuff at the wide receiver position. But with one of them, they really, really like him, and they have signed an extension with Jaden Reed. And then they have also just picked a cornerback out of South Carolina. I don't know if I'm pronouncing this
Cisse,
right.
probably.
Cisse, Brandon Cisse, Cisse. I don't know how you
pronounce it. It's got to be Cisse.
Cisse.
Shout out Jabril Cisse.
That's what I said, yeah.
It'd be awesome if his first name was Kaiser, but it's not.
That would be Soze.
I know, but that was the joke.
Not close enough to be anything
Kaiser
better than a
Cisse,
one.
that would have been great.
I like the Joker. I don't like the joke. Okay?
That's nice.
It's a one.
Man, on a Friday afternoon.
You're better than that.
It's at least a 2. I think it's a 3.
Now that you're begging, it's a 0.5.
I don't really care what your votes are. I'm like the Niners. I don't care what your mock says.
I'm the one who made it up, the system. I'm judge, jury, and executioner.
Stop it.
Recognize.
Anyway, everybody's little favorite safety is still on the board.
Yep.
And now we're at number 53, and that's going to be the Indianapolis Colts. And by the way, they didn't wait. I'm always fascinated by that, too, when it's like the Colts are on, the pick is in. They're kind of like that. You know that guy in your fantasy league that's just
exactly right.
It's like, pow, like how long did it take you? 1 second. 1 second.
Yeah.
So the Colts, whoever they just got, they are very excited about.
I'm probably not going to get CD Lamb. He's going to, he didn't take him.
Pow.
Let me hurry up and click before there's an undo button of some sort.
And of course, player legends and none other than Pat McAfee is there to announce the Colts pick here at number 53. So this might take a minute.
It might, and I'm waiting for the collection of his, his compatriots to come out and do like a quick 7-minute segment.
That's actually a really good idea.
Yeah.
They should have brought the whole set out, had the little bar across the bottom of the screen. Everybody's got helmets on, right?
Yeah.
Shefty could have shown up. Rodgers could have announced his return.
The thing. Yeah, Bruce Arians could roll out, and he's there once a week. So, but he's solo dolo.
He is, and not surprisingly, he's soaking this up.
If he would get to it, we might be able to get the Niner pick.
So anyway, Colts at 53. McAfee's doing his show. Niners sit at number 58. So we're getting there, and we're getting there fast. I think we're going to get that pick in before we leave.
It's possible,
I think
but
so.
It'll be close, and we've got 5 more picks to go in order to get through this. The pick is in. He's actually doing some reading now, which is encouraging. I don't know if it's a prepared statement.
No, we have the pick. The pick is C.J. Allen, linebacker from Georgia. C.J. Allen, linebacker, Georgia, goes to the Colts at 53. So now we're getting close enough that all of you McNeil Warren fans, now you can start to cross your fingers. Now we're close enough that I think you can start thinking about McNeil Warren, the safety out of Toledo. Do you want him at 58? And do the Niners, if that's who, I have no idea what their evaluation is, but if that's who they really want, maybe the Niners trade up a few slots. Who knows? Right now, it's the Eagles at 54, the Chargers at 55, Jags 56, Bears 57, and then the Niners at 58.
Yeah, I got the Niners taking Antonio Williams, wide receiver out of Clemson.
Stop it.
Stop it. I mean, why not? Double on down. And I saw something on Twitter, and I think it's an interesting thought where you don't draft a receiver this high unless you have some doubts about your guy, Ricky Pearsall. And I think there might be something to that. 2 years in, he has underperformed for reasons at times beyond his control. Getting shot would be one of them.
Sure.
But through 34 regular season games, he's played about half of them. The number one ability is availability, so this might be a shot across the bow at him as well as Jordan Watkins.
You can't rule it out. I don't like the word underperformed when it has to do with injury because when he's played really well. And Kyle Shanahan, at least publicly, has very, very much defended him, said that in the offseason he did all of the things that he needed to do for health, but you get banged on the knee, but then again, that's what he said publicly. So I can't rule out what you, and was it a texter or whatever?
Just on Twitter.
Yeah, had to say about this because, they may privately have some injury frustration about the whole situation. And so, I'll support it from that standpoint. Again, find it a little surprising that they picked him when they did. That's kind of more my issue here, but I have no issue with who they picked. And if what they want is depth at wide receiver, well, hell, that's something that's certainly been tested the last couple of years. Yeah. So,
and what they really want to is physicality and blocking at wide receiver. And Demarcus Robinson's a very good blocker. Juwan Jennings is maybe the best in football, and he's going to be gone. So you bring in a receiver who is big, he's physical. And by the way, I don't know if you knew this, but he's 24 years old.
Who's this?
Your guy from Hawaii.
Stribling.
Yes, Stribling.
Okay.
5 years of college ball.
Wow.
Because I think he got that extra COVID year because after the pandemic, everybody got 5. Oh. He played 5 at 3 different schools, and he's 24. So
he's ready to come in and contribute right away.
He's a grown man, yes. He's not a young pup.
The Eagles will go with a tight end. They're getting the post-Dallas Goedert era going here. Eli Stowers from Vanderbilt, another name that came up in the conversation with Greg Cosell. Eli Stowers, tight end, Vanderbilt, goes to the Eagles at number 54.
Okay. And of the 2 tight ends we talked to Greg Cosell about, that was the one he liked a little bit less because he's not as good of a blocker. Right. My gut tells me that the Niners won't go to a tight end here. The favorite is certainly his wide receiver, and beyond that, maybe edge.
Not wide receiver.
You just never know. And I don't think they've ever doubled up back-to-back wide receivers.
Listen,
but
I'm going to lose it if that happens. If the Niners pick another wide receiver here in the second round, then you're going to see me really, really get loud.
Last year, 2 receivers in the draft. They took one in the 4th, one as the final pick that they had.
We just had a trade with the next pick, so the New England Patriots are interested in somebody that they were worried about not lasting to them. So the Chargers and the Patriots have just gotten together on a trade, so now the New England Patriots are on the clock at 55. The Jags are at 56, the Bears 57, the Niners sitting at 58. 3 more picks need to be made, and then they are on the clock.
2019, Kyle Shanahan went back-to-back with wide receivers. Deebo Samuel in the 2nd, Jalen Hurd in the 3rd.
Yep.
So,
but different time, different needs, and different round.
I'm just saying it's happened.
Yeah,
that was 2nd and 3rd. This would be 2nd and 2nd.
Yeah, but if you were
they're not doing it. But
first rounder 2 years ago, then 2 big free agent signings, one big, one small, but 2 free agent signings. Then you pick one to start the second round. Come on, man. We're not doing this again. We're not doing another wide receiver here in round 2. So we'll see. We'll see if the Niners even stick and pick here at number 58, but that is 3 picks away. And by the pace of this and throw in a little math, I still think we're probably going to get this one in before we hop out of here at 6, but it doesn't really matter because once again, Grandy and Evan and Sterling will take over at 6, and they're going to go until 3 in the morning or something like that.
Something like that. Yeah. I mean, it's going to be over again well before their show ends. I'm sure they'll take some calls and get your reaction on the 3 picks they make today if they wind up making 3.
Want to take this opportunity to remind everybody, as you know, I think most of you know, we're live on YouTube every single day throughout the entire day. So you just search 95.7 The Game, you'll find us. And now we are expanding our YouTube community for our most special fans. And to be one of the most special fans, all you have to do is be one. Become a Game Pass Pro member. And you can get early access to new videos, private AMAs with our hosts and insiders, and exclusive content from the biggest events. Plus, you'll get live, instant reaction, post-game shows from your favorite hosts after the biggest game. So you go to YouTube, you search 95.7 The Game, you sign up now to become the latest member of the Game Pass Pro. And again, an example of what could end up on there is both you and me riding Chuck the Bull yesterday.
Chuck.
I still haven't even seen that video. Lucas hasn't shown me the video. I haven't seen it. How did we look? Did we do okay on the bowl?
Some better than others.
Yeah. Okay. What's that look for? What?
You know what that looks for? I'm just biting my tongue. Out at 39.
Yeah.
Out at 39.
Hang on, I'm laughing. All right. Now I'm ready. The Niners are 3 picks away. It's Willard and Dibbs.
This game day traffic is brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water. If you're heading to town to see the Giants and the Marlins at Oracle tonight, got a slow ride on the Bay Bridge from the toll plaza all the way past the Central Freeway. Going to see slowing on northbound 101. Right after 280 and 280 northbound is going to be heavy from Mariposa.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source. And all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
What if you could have the most reliable Wi-Fi?
And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? That's the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee.
Just 5 years of fiber-powered Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to the devices that need them most.
That finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a 6th sense. And that keeps you gaming in the fast lane, even when the whole family's banking on bandwidth. And here's the best part. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included.
Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi.
Hey, let's face it, a lot can change in 5 years. Kids grow taller, dreams grow bigger, but your Wi-Fi, it would stay reliable and the price would stay put. The Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Xfinity, imagine that.
Select plans only. Restrictions apply. Powered by fiber. Connected to the premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
Toyota, the MVP of MPG. With class-leading MPG and more hybrid models than any other brand. Toyota, let's go places.
Okay, kids, let's get these firefighter uniforms on and start acting heroic.
Welcome to SF Fire Credit Union. Why are you all dressed like firefighters?
We'd like to open an account.
You don't have to be a firefighter to do that. Anyone can get lower fees than banks, the top-rated mobile banking app, and service inspired by heroes.
Wow. I guess we'll just keep the uniforms in case the barbecue gets out of hand.
SF Fire Credit Union. Banking for heroes and anyone who wants to be treated like one. This institution is not federally insured. The credit union is not insured by any state government. Privately insured by ASI.
Are you interested in being an install or service technician? Good news! R&S Doors and Gates is hiring. If you have good mechanical skills and a knowledge of power tools, welding, and motor controls, you should apply today. R&S Doors has openings to repair and install commercial overhead doors, entry doors, and loading dock equipment. You must be able to work in a professional, fast-paced environment. Call 800-FIX-A-DOOR and apply today. That's 800-FIX-A-DOOR. Or visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line.
Dub Nation, this is Jimmy Butler, and you never know when I'll be on the River Islands guest line.
Dub Nation, this is Stephen Curry, and you never know when I'll be on the River Islands guest line. So make sure to keep it locked on 95.7 The Game.
River Islands in Lathrop is the best-selling master plan community in all of Northern California. With its lakes, parks, trails, and collection of new home neighborhoods, the good life can be your life. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands?
Football fans, history is calling as San Francisco heads down under for the first ever game in Australia. Join the action in Melbourne with true fan travel as San Francisco takes on Los Angeles at the iconic Melbourne Cricket Ground. Premium hotel stay, epic all-inclusive events, city tours, wildlife adventures, meet and greet with a red and gold legend, and unforgettable moments. Spots are limited. Don't miss out on your shot to experience San Francisco down under. Head to truefantravel.com. That's truefantravel.com.
Whether you're renovating or building new, Ashby Lumber and Marvin help bring your vision to life with bold design and unmatched performance. In the Bay Area, your home is everything, and the right door makes all the difference. Discover Marvin Elevate and Vivid Doors, crafted for expansive views, natural light, and seamless indoor-outdoor living. Available at Ashby Lumber, your trusted local partner for premium building materials. Visit Ashby Lumber in Berkeley or Concord or learn more at marvin.com. Marvin, designed for how you live.
Hey, it's Willard, Bay Area. You feel that rumble? That's Lowriders taking over Cinco de Mayo. Join Habas Law on Sunday, May 3rd from 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. East San Jose, King and Story. Chrome gleaming, hydraulics bouncing, starting at 10 a.m. It's the Cinco de Mayo parade, live music, incredible food, and a community alive with pride. Presented by Omar Habas, Tarek Habas, and Habas Law with Council Member Peter Ortiz and the United Lowrider Council. Pull up with your crew for Lowriders, Sunday, May 3rd, Habas Law, East Side Pride, let's ride.
Whoa. Okay, this one says you get a free phone if you switch. Hey, this one also says you get a free phone if you switch.
Yeah, they all do, hon.
Wait. The T-Mobile one says families saved over $3,700 versus the other big guys in the past 5 years. And their experience plans have Netflix included, plus a year of Dash Pass by DoorDash.
Hang on, let me see that. And a 5-year price guarantee? Oh, yeah, we're switching.
That's what I'm talking about. Do we clap now, or?
I'm thinking half-half.
At T-Mobile, get savings that keep stacking up. That's value you can feel every day. Switch now at T-Mobile.
Savings based on Harris X billing snapshots from Q3 2021 to Q4 2025 among accounts with 3+ voice lines compared to AT&T and Verizon, excluding discounts, credits, and optional charges. See harrisx.com/T-Mobile. Price guarantee on talk, text, and data. Exclusions like taxes and fees apply. See T-Mobile.com.
In a world in need of a hero, one man rises to the challenge in style. He is...
just driving the kids to soccer practice.
Make every day feel epic in the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid with up to an EPA-estimated 619 miles of range on select trims, advanced tech, and class-leading interior space. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
And hey, come on, no cleats on the seats.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
It's Uncle Scott from Sundays. We got a lot of touchdowns to watch together.
On 95.7 The Game.
All right, lots to update, and the Niners are about to be on the clock here in round 2 for the second time. First of all, a trade has just gone down, and it's one of the ones we were waiting for. Linebacker/edge rusher Jonathan Grenard has been traded from the Vikings to the Philadelphia Eagles in exchange for a third-round pick tonight, number 98 overall, and a third-round pick next year. So Grenard is gone. He is an Eagle. Meantime, 55th pick, the Patriots grab Gabe Jacas. It's Jacas. I really want it to be Jackass, but anyway, I think it's Jacas from Illinois, an edge rusher. Then the Jags go with Nate Boerkircher, tight end from Texas A&M. The Bears pick is in. We are waiting to find out what it is. As soon as we find out, then tick-tock, the Niners are on the clock.
They already are on the clock, yeah. The clock is ticking as the pick is in, so 7 minutes between now and then. We'll still be on the air, and we'll find out if there's a pick, and if not, maybe they move on out.
They definitely could, but if you're just joining us, kind of recapping what the day has been, a lot of rumors off the top with regard to the Niners trading the 33rd pick in the draft, but they stick and pick. They go with wide receiver Dejon Stribling out of Ole Miss. He is a big and fast 6'2", 207 receiver. That's who goes at 33. The Niners have also traded linebacker D. Winters to the Dallas Cowboys in exchange for a 5th-round pick. So the Niners still have 7 more picks in this draft, 1 more in this second round, which is coming up momentarily, another one in the 3rd round that'll be later on tonight, then 3 in the 4th and 2 in the 5th as it stands now. And our guys, Evan and Grandy and Sterling, will be handling all the draft coverage from 6 o'clock until 10 tonight.
Yeah, exciting. And right away, they should be able to react to what happens here in the next 5 minutes as we wait the pick to officially be in, and the Bears pick has to go first. And then after that, we'll go ahead and hear exactly what comes out and what the pick is. Interesting that Matt Barrows has gone out and comped Dejon Stribling to Chris Godwin as a guy. So
very interesting.
The Niners are now the Tampa Bay Bucks. So okay. You got that working for you.
Well, not bad. Not a bad receiving core the last handful of years. But yes, in terms of some characteristics and size and whatnot, there is that. Hey, let's go out to the phones, maybe just a touch earlier than we would normally do, but let's get a reaction to the first pick before the second pick happens. Ladies and gentlemen, it's Friday afternoon. Say hello to Kurt in Hayward Hills. Hello, Kurt.
Willen and Debs, the two best sports boys in town.
How you doing, Kurt?
How are you, fellas? How are you?
We're great.
Well, I'll tell you something about the pick, the 49ers pick. They picked a good guy. We needed a wide receiver. He's a tall guy. He's got some weight on him, and he fits right in Shanahan's park because that's what we need, blockers. We always need tight end blockers and receivers on the end to block. But, as far as changing the subject real quickly, I don't want to talk about it, but I'm going to turn it real quickly. How about my boy Kaminga, huh? What a boy he's turning out to be over there in the Atlanta Hawks.
He looking good.
Let me tell you something about the biggest mistake that they made here with the Warriors. It had to be Kerr and it had to be the management because Joe Latham would have never got rid of Kaminga. He loved him, and they made a big mistake by getting rid of him, and they're going to next year, they're going to realize that mistake that they made about getting my boy Kaminga away. And that was a huge mistake, and that's a big mistake that Steve Kerr made this past year.
All right. I know I would almost never interrupt Kurt in Hayward Hills, but a couple of things. First of all, the owner has to sign off on a trade. So, Kurt, I'm not going to let you just adjudicate Joe Latham entirely from this situation. And also, Kurt, though, would you just hang on for a second? Hold on, Kurt. Just hold right there because we have some breaking news. Some breaking news.
95.7 The Game breaking news.
Niners traded the pick again.
Again?
The Niners have traded out of the number 58 slot in the draft. That selection will now go to the Cleveland Browns. The Bears pick has been announced. It's Logan Jones, center from Iowa. But the Niners are no longer on the clock. The Cleveland Browns will pick at 58. They are not going to pick McNeil Warren. They're just not, are they? They're just not. They don't like him, Dibs. They just don't like him.
They don't. So the 49ers go ahead and trade out, looking to see exactly where they went. But they went somewhere, probably picked up another pick.
For sure they did. But for the moment, they are out of the second round. I am seeing that right now, wherever the Browns came up from. I think it's early third. So right now, the 49ers are out of round number 2. And in fact, I'm now seeing them
I'm seeing it too.
As number 70, which is the 6th pick in the third round.
The Niners also traded 152 to get 107. So you move back 12 and you move up 45. That's a net gain of 33, Mark.
Okay.
So you give up 152, which, God, I can't remember when they got that one. These picks are flying all over the place.
But they didn't pick up any picks. They're still at 8 picks. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay.
They trade 58. You go back 12 spots, and then you move 152, and you move up 45 spots. So that tells me that they did pick up an additional third rounder. So right now you still have one more second, but now you have 2/3.
Yeah, 2/3.
Randy Evans and Sterling Bennett.
Still
a little bit
coming
more to
tonight.
talk about.
No doubt. All right, let's go live now back to Kurt in Hayward Hills. All right, Kurt, did you have anything else?
Hey! Yeah, I do. Yeah, hey, fellas. Hey, there you go. Hey,
they are the two best sports boys on town.
The 49ers, they definitely need some defense. People have rushed the quarterback, and we need some safeties. Last year, our defense is not good rushing the ball, and we didn't do many interceptions last year. So definitely, with the rest of those picks, we got to boost up that defense for sure, because Brock Purdy is the boy, man. He's going to have a great year this year. He's a superstar, and he's a $1 million quarterback.
Well, he's more than $1 million quarterback.
Times that by 53.
Hey, Kurt, you said that you want the Niners to take a safety, right?
That's for sure. We need a safety for sure.
All right, so do you like that kid, Emmanuel McNeil Warren from Toledo? You like him?
No, I don't like him.
Well, it's a good thing because he's now a Cleveland Browns. The Browns trade up, and they get the guy that I thought the Niners would have gotten. So turns out Cleveland liked him more than me, the Niners, and Kurt from Hayward Hills.
Kurt completely jumped the bit. I thought he was going to like the kid, and then I was going to say, what'd he say? What if I told you that the Browns just took him?